Hi everyone, my name is Chris Marquez, and you are watching to the Spanish Football Content Creators United for Ukraine. Today we're going to raise money for Ukraine um, for a very special organization, the British Ukrainian Aid. I'm joined by Paul McGarrigy from Over the Bar. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Chris.
And I'm joined by Natalia from this wonderful organization. Hi.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much for inviting us to take part in this amazing event. We welcome your initiative, and I'm here to tell you about a little bit about our organization. So please go ahead and ask any questions you wish.
Yes, the first question is what does your organization do? Because it's the British Ukrainian Aid, so I think you provide aid for Ukraine. But there is so much more that you are doing.
That's right. So we help the victims of war and humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and we align the efforts of the Ukrainians and the British public to help Ukrainians as much as we can. We were set up in 2014.
Nice. How many aid packages have you sent already to Ukraine?
Okay, so I have some numbers with me. Yes, so I can give you the exact information. In the last 7 weeks, we have sent 11 lorries, 17 ambulances, 8 cars, 11 vans, and 1 plane with medical aid to Ukraine.
Wow.
Yes, and one of the things we're specializing on, we are prioritizing right now is the first aid kits. It's NATO standard bespoke kits that have been requested specifically by the Ministry of Health in Ukraine. And we are procuring components for these kits, assembling them, and then sending them to Ukraine. And we have assembled, I guess by now, about 1,500 kits.
Wow, that's truly amazing. So, how do you get all the stuff to Ukraine? Because I think it's very difficult to get over the border at Ukraine, and very dangerous as well. Do you have volunteers to do that, or how does it work?
Thank you for this question. It is dangerous, you're absolutely right, but we have lots of brave and kind and enthusiastic people who offer their help to us. And so a lot of British people, we're so grateful to them. They are just contacting us every day, offering their help to drive the lorries or cars or vans to the Polish-Ukrainian border. And some of them actually are happy to drive directly into Ukraine. But in addition, of course, we have our own volunteers who are involved in this operation. And once the aid reaches Ukraine, it is so there are 2 main hubs that we are working with. One of them is a hub in Lublin in Poland, which is coordinated with the Ukrainian Ministry of Health. And another hub is in Lviv, it's a distribution center. So from those points onwards, the local volunteers, Ukrainian volunteers, or our own volunteers take the aid further across Ukraine to hotspots, to places like Kyiv and Kyiv region, Kharkiv and Kharkiv region, to Mykolaiv. I actually have the list of places we've already delivered aid. So it's Kyiv, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Volnovakha, Zhytomyr, Poltava, Bila Tserkva, Chernihiv, and many other locations. So, and we send aid on everyday basis.
Wow, it's really beautiful what you're doing. How many volunteers does the organization have?
Okay, we have a core group, maybe 6 to 8 people who have been working with us in the last 8 years. But of course now it's impossible to cope with that number of people. And there are probably about 20 who are helping with the organizational things, with working on different projects, coordinating them, organizing partnerships with all kinds of groups and non-profits in the UK and in Ukraine. But in terms of those who actually assemble kits, first aid kits, to those who drive, I would say it's the army. It's much more than 20.
Yes, and a lot of British doctors are helping as well. I read on your internet site.
Yes, absolutely. So I would like to mention our very valuable partners, Medical Aid Ukraine. It's a new initiative. It only came into existence 8 weeks ago, and it's an umbrella organization of medical workers in the UK. That united all other non-profits, charities, all other kinds of organizations, and we are together collecting donations from the NHS trusts, regional across the UK, from pharmacies, from all kinds of organizations who have access to medical supplies and medical equipment, to manufacturers. And so it's a huge collective effort. Another important organization I would like to mention is Association of Ukrainian Medics in the UK. So as well as other partners who are helping us to assemble the kits, and that's Plus London, that's AUGB London, which stands for Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain, London branch. It's Support Ukraine, an amazing organization of volunteers also who are giving their time, have been giving their time to support Ukraine at wartime in the last 8 years. So it's a joint effort, and we're very grateful that people managed to mobilize themselves and focus on one goal: to help Ukraine survive the invasion and to alleviate the suffering of the Ukrainian people right now.
Yes, because I know that in 2014 there already was a kind of situation in Ukraine, and that's when your organization founded. What have you been doing all those years? Because like in 2014 there was a little crisis, but then it got a bit calmer. So what did you do in during all those years in between?
Thank you again for this very important question. So the invasion started in 2014 with the occupation of Crimea and invasion of eastern Ukraine, the Donbas region. And that's when we realized that we need to support Ukrainians who have been suffering from the war and humanitarian crisis. So before the full-scale invasion, we have horrible numbers that I would like to repeat right now. So 14,000 people have been killed before the full-scale invasion. 1.5 million people were internally displaced within Ukraine. About 3 million people were in need of humanitarian aid. There were 30,000 wounded people. So that's all before this full-scale escalation in February 2022. And the scale was enormous. And we were trying, first of all, to raise an awareness about it. We organized meetings at the UK Parliament. We ran film screenings, all kinds of press conferences and panel discussions. We tried to keep this important issue in the headlines. So our aim was to get people to understand that Ukraine needed help and support and aid, including military aid, since 2014. And if we succeeded in doing that, we would not be the world would not be facing the atrocities that we are seeing right now. And so our voice was not heard, and we're deeply saddened by it. In terms of practical projects that we've been doing the last 8 years, we've been contacted by hospitals, by individuals in Ukraine who needed our help. And we supplied medical equipment, and we covered the cost of medical treatment for the wounded veterans, for orphan children, the elderly, the internally displaced people, and of course for the families who lost their breadwinners as a result of the war. And one of our projects also involved supporting studying for the veterans at Ukrainian universities. So some of them were doing at the Ukrainian Catholic University and the Kiev School of Economics and Kiev Mohila Academy. So students were studying, doing MA courses to become public administrators. So it's administration and management courses they were doing. And another good project that I can name right now is an art therapy course. It's a rehabilitation course for veterans and their families. So they would, once a year, we would organize it together with our partner organization in Ukraine, which is called Zigri Dushu, which is warm our hearts, warm our souls. And a group of veterans would go to Western Ukraine, to a resort place, to have a proper rehabilitation with the psychologists, psychiatrists, and art therapists helping them. So that's and of course we helped lots of veterans to recover from their wounds. We helped them to organize the prosthetics. We also invited a group of adaptive athletes to take part in a competition in the UK. We invited a group of female soldiers to the UK. We organized a tour for them. We traveled across several cities and towns with their film, The Invisible Battalion. And that group was chaired by Maria Berlinska, who was behind the initiative of setting up a drone center in Kiev. So we've done lots of small-scale projects, but they were very important for us and I hope for those who were involved in them.
Definitely. Well, we are going to start, and we are going to try and raise as much money as possible for you. I give the last word to you, Natalia, and thank you for joining.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your kind support. Thank you for organizing this wonderful fundraiser. Please stand with Ukraine, and Slava Ukraini!
Well, we're live, it seems. To start with, welcome to the very start of this long day of Spanish football that we're going to speak about in order to fundraise money for Ukraine, for the British Ukrainian aid that you just heard from. It's going to be to start with. My name is Alexandra Jonson. I'm a Swedish journalist who's lived in Spain for about, I think, 8-9 years or something like that combined now, and covered Spanish football for Swedish and Norwegian and international media. And during my hour, we are going to be speaking to a few different guests, different topics. But before we get to that, I just want to remind you all what this is all about. It's about raising money for Ukraine, because while the football is going strong here in Spain, there is a war going on in Ukraine. It's horrible and horrific in every single way, and we want to do our part in trying to help. So what you can do while listening and enjoying all the Spanish content, football content you will get today, is to take time and donate as well. And you can do that by either using the QR code that you have up on the screen, or using the link that is down below, I think. Getting into it. So during this hour, we are going to cover potentially 3 topics. We're going to start with women's football, where I'm joined by Tamara Castro, who I will introduce to you very soon, who's sitting here that you can see. Then we're going to be talking about the Scandinavians in La Liga with a Norwegian journalist called Jonas Giæver. And after that, we are hopefully, if everything goes as planned, be speaking with Diego Crespo from Real Oviedo Culture Fans about Real Oviedo, but also about Spanish fan culture. But to get started, as you can see, I have the great Tamara Castro with me, a Spanish journalist who knows most things about women's football in this country, I would say. Welcome, Tammy.
Hello, Alex. Thanks for having me here.
That was me speaking for a long time without you getting to say anything. But
no worries, no worries. I loved my introduction, the great Tammy Castro.
The great Tammy Castro. You're gonna get to talk, I promise. And so we're actually in the same city, but we're not in the same place, as you can see. We're in the great Vigo, the best place of Spain, as everyone knows.
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
Oh yeah, sorry. It rains all the time. I'm looking out the window, and it's horrible weather right now. Okay, so women's football is what we're gonna discuss. It's an interesting topic, because I mean, from when I first moved to Spain and till today, women's football in this country is very, very different. It's developed a lot. But to start with, like the other week, I was in Barcelona at Camp Nou for the fantastic match between Barcelona and Real Madrid in the Champions League. Completely full Camp Nou, and I think in my recent memory, one of the best atmospheres that I've experienced at Camp Nou. So you have that, but then you also have Rayo Vallecano, for instance, just the other day being relegated from the first division, I think the first time in 19 seasons or something like that, after horrible mistreatment from their own club and their own president. What would you say is the direction that Spanish women's football is going at the moment, and how is it?
Well, I think that the only way is the way up. It's growing, and it's here to stay and to become even more bigger. The disparity that you have in this country, it's related mainly to interest. And the point here is that many of the teams that have invested in women's football, they have done it from a perspective of, oh yeah, we need to do it because, all these women, they are just annoying, just make the thing happen, and then, okay, we tick that box. But it's not about ticking that box. It's about investing. It's about taking care of it. And that's the big difference between teams as Atlético de Madrid, Barcelona, Real Sociedad, or Athletic de Bilbao, and the rest of it. Because the rest of it, sometimes you don't have, and sorry, because there is some other cases, Sevilla, I will not mention all of them, but the case that you mentioned, that Rayo Vallecano, it's the clear case that, yeah, they tick that box, but they didn't care anymore. It's like they have the spot, they do whatever. No, you really need to invest and to take care of it, and to give the players certain levels of decent trainings, decent people taking care of them, decent resources to compete in a proper way. Obviously, it's so unfair that you have these kind of cases, and then you have Barcelona. Obviously, it's a so disparate and unbalanced competition that these big matches, big results will happen, and this completely different approach will happen. But it's just because of that, because the level of attention and the investment that you put in one club or the other, that's what makes the difference. The talent is there, and you see it in the national team. The talent, the women are talented. The women have the skills and have the value, and the talent to do and to play football. You just need to give them the chance, and give them the chance is not just to create a random club and give them some spare t-shirts. It's to give them the proper training facilities, the people that it's training them in a proper way. And we cannot commit the mistake of judge all women's football with all the standards, because that's really unfair. You cannot judge Rayo Vallecano performance with Barcelona performance, because the players, they don't have the same treatment, they don't have the same kind of they are not taken care in the same way. So it's not really fair that you say, well, my player in, I don't know, an existing Celta de Vigo women's team, it's not performing the same way as Alexia Putellas. Of course they don't, because you are comparing Cristiano Ronaldo with my futsal children team. So we need to also be fair to promote it, because obviously you cannot expect the same level of competition, of challenge. So that's mainly the thing that we are facing right now here. Things have evolved, things have improved a lot, but there is still a very long way to go. And it's part of all of us to give something and to create something valuable there.
And how big is the problem that you have a league that is so different levels? You have teams like Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico heading in the same direction a bit, and then you have teams like Rayo and others who don't even closely, like you compared it to having your futsal team, that it's so extreme levels in the highest division in Spanish football. Like, how big problem is that for the league, would you say?
I could say that obviously it's a big of a problem, because the spectators and the audience is gonna kind of complain if they don't understand. So it really takes a little bit of education also to the audience, to let them understand that obviously if they go to watch a Real Madrid Barcelona, it's not going to be the same that the men's, because most of the people, they go there with that mentality. So you cannot expect that. So there is this educational part of it. The problem also, it's this big difference of performance will affect the promotion of it, because it's going to create these cases like people always like, well, this is not worthy, because Barcelona is always going to win. Maybe to start with, we should have a smaller competition with less teams but more quality. But also it will take time, and we cannot rush certain kind of things. We need to be patient. You cannot just create something from scratch and be in the Premier League. You really need to put the investment on it. And even if Barcelona, Atletico, they are really investing and having good budgets and they have resources, it's not the case for the rest of the Liga. And then also, we are still about to start with a professional league. This is not even a professional league. So it's a matter of putting more resources. It's a matter of being patient, be educating the people to approach to this sport. And again, we need to open the doors. We need something to happen, to make something happen and evolve. So let's open the door and have them play and show, and let's have more matches on TV. So the ball keeps on rolling, and this is evolving in the good way.
And even looking at teams like Barcelona or Atletico, who are probably the strongest, they haven't had these resources for that long either. It's not that many years ago that it was very amateurish at both of those clubs as well. How important do you think it is that they are doing so well now when they've gotten that support? We're seeing Barcelona becoming arguably the best team in the entire world and just dominating. Is that something that, for instance, Real Madrid creating their women's team, does that come from being a bit envious of what Barcelona are creating on the women's side?
I think that's part of the magic of the women's football, is that you invest very little and you get an amazing return of it. And I always think that it's because women's football has been used to go ahead with so little that when we get something, it's so rewarding. Again, here, obviously, money, buying the right players makes a big difference. And I do believe that Real Madrid is going to improve like exponentially. It's going to be boom in very few years. They are going to be very strong. We have to realize that they have been here just for 2 years. So it's just so new. But yeah, they need the resources, and this is going to come pretty soon. We also know that it's always like ups and downs, right? Along the way, like Atletico de Madrid, they were very strong. Now they have more competence. They have lost quite some players, so they are not performing that strong. But this is the football. So yeah, I don't know if I replied to your question, but I think it's it's again the same. Like, be patient, invest, and keep on rolling the ball, because the audience and the interest is there. Even if they keep on saying that nobody's interested, that's not true, and it's been proved over the years. So it's about time that they stop saying that bullshit.
I mean, complete full Camp Nou, and then being sold out in, I think it was 24 hours for the next Champions League game, tells you that there's quite a lot of people who do care. But moving on, you touched a bit on it before. The Spanish women's national team, they've developed extremely in the last few years. I remember in 2013 when we had the Euros in Sweden, it was just incredible that they were even there. And then now they're a potential winner for the summer's Euros, I would say. What are your expectations for them for the Euros this summer?
The biggest. Of course, I expect them to really be competing for the title. As you mentioned, the evolution of the national team of Spain, it's amazing, and everything changed quite dramatically in 2015 when they changed the national coach. That was a milestone where everything changed, because then there was a completely different development. It's also a change in mentality in the whole country as well, because now it's more often that you see girls playing at a youth level. And might sound crazy, but I'm in my 40s and I was not allowed to play football in school. So obviously the evolution, the social evolution of this country is also having an impact there. And the national team now is in a very good position. My only concern with them now is to see if the kind of lack of veterans, because we have a very young team and we don't have players older than 30, if that expertise or that veterans, if there is something that's gonna put us in trouble when things come to the knockout stage. We are missing kind of this Caroline Seger or this kind of strong personalities. So this is one of my concerns, and sometimes as well, we are very good passing the ball, but the scoring, sometimes it's a tricky thing for us. But I guess that this is a very, very strong team, and we are there to fight with the best. But we have to be honest, like the best teams, apart from the US, they are mainly Europe. So this is going to be a very, very tough competition and an amazing one to watch.
And before we move on to the next segment, which is about Scandies in Spanish football, I want to ask you about the Scandies on the female side in Spanish football, because there is quite a few playing here. Do you have any favorites of them? Any ones that are extra fun to watch?
I've been always a big fan of Ashlani and Edwin. She was very unfortunately lately with the injuries and everything, but she's a very, very strong goalkeeper. I think that will be my favorite. Which one is yours?
I think my favorite at the moment is Fridolina Rolfe, just because she's extremely fun to watch playing, and then she's also really fun to interview because she's always happy. She always comes with a lot of energy, which is
I have to say that that's my favorite name ever in a player. You know that it's amazing.
It's such a great name. Well, thank you so much, Tammy, for joining. It was really interesting to listening to you and your thoughts when it comes to women's
It
football in this
was a
country.
pleasure. And let me say one last thing. People there, donate. This is a very good cause. Let's go.
Listen to Tammy.
Thanks.
She knows what she's talking about.
Thanks for having me, Alex. Have fun in the rest of your hour.
Thank you. And now I'm going to welcome Jonas Jevar on, who's a Norwegian football journalist, has an incredible podcast. If you speak Norwegian or understand Norwegian, otherwise learn how to understand Norwegian. And then you can listen to La Liga Loca, which will give, there you go, which will give you everything you need to know about Spanish football. But now we're going to focus on the Scandies. Welcome, Jonas.
Thank you for having me on. I was a little bit disappointed that none of you mentioned Caroline Graham Hansen or Ingrid Syrstad Engen there as your favorite Norwegian players in the female La Liga.
No, we went all for the sweeps.
Yeah, well, knowing you, I wasn't expecting anything else. But I mean, if you're mentioning Scandies in La Liga, obviously the Norwegian female players are doing a lot better than the males at the moment, and obviously they're incredible players. I mean, Caroline Graham Hansen has been ridiculously good since she signed for Barcelona, and we're seeing Syrstad Engen as well coming more into her own as well. So I think that the Norwegian female players are really showing up the males at the moment, which is kind of fun, I think.
Definitely, and there are quite a few here as well. And I mean, I've been to two Women's Champions League games this season, the Barcelona Real Madrid home and away.
Yeah.
And guess who was the player of the match in both games?
I mean, with the exception of her being criticized online for diving, I'm going to assume it was Caroline Graham Hansen, knowing that I watched the matches myself. I mean, she's ridiculous. I mean, she's from the same city as I am, so I know where she grew up, which is kind of fun, seeing that she's performing at such a grand stage, knowing where she came from and sort of her stomping grounds. So it's fun. It's fun to see that it's not only the big sunshine stories are not only about the men, but also about the women, and obviously they become the talk of our nation. Also, given that our football president now is a female as well, Ellis, who obviously was in Qatar speaking about grander things than perhaps football. So it's fun. The women are taking up the space that the men should be taking. So it's good to see that they're representing us in such a great manner.
Definitely. And speaking of that, how would you say that the difference of women's football in Norway contra Spain is in terms of league level?
Wow, I think that's an incredibly good question. I mean, the women's football in Spain is so much better than the Norwegian one, but we're getting to a stage now where it's becoming more professionalized, which is so important. I mean, we're seeing some of the best teams now are able to fully professionalize some of their players, which is actually a rather new thing in Norway. So the best teams, and also we're seeing that some of the big male teams, such as Brann and Rosenborg, which are big teams in Norway on the men's side, are now also going in on the women's side. So it's becoming a lot more professionalized and much better, and the league quality also reflects that, and we see that at a grander level. So I'm not saying it's going to ever compete with Spain, because Real Madrid and Barcelona are leagues ahead, and we see also Real Sociedad doing quite well on the women's side. So I don't think Norway is going to catch up, but it's at least trying to make the women's game more feasible, because let's be honest, before it hasn't been. The level has been too low, and obviously we've seen our best players leave the country too early, and now some of them are actually returning. So it's a good sign.
And you also have a Norwegian in the women's side in Real Sociedad as well.
Yeah, we do.
He's taking over that club with all your Norwegians on both sides.
We are. I mean, we're. I mean, there's one Swede there, and he's perhaps the best Swede or the best Scandi player at the moment. But I'm going to assume that Synne Jensen and Alexander Sørloth, they have a couple of rounds left to sort of surpass him. So I'm hoping that they'll show him up at some stage.
So moving on to, well, we're going to talk loads of Scandis here, but to start with, I thought it could be quite interesting to, as we are two Scandis, how we started to follow La Liga. And for you, what was it that made you start following Spanish football?
Well, it's a bit of an interesting story in a way because I mean I'm part Moroccan, so I'm part African, and being a very young boy in the 90s and early 2000s, it was important to find role models that I could sort of see myself in, and the story of Jon Karev, who obviously played for Valencia, was something that drew me into becoming his fan. So he played first for Vålerenga, which is the local team here in Oslo, and then he played for Rosenborg and obviously was fantastic there. And then there was some team in Spain that all of a sudden was in there and wanted to buy him, a team that I hadn't heard of that much before. And then you did a little bit of research and you found out, oh, they had Mendieta and there was someone Baraja, and then there was Aymar who came later on, and it was Canizares with his hair, and it was wow, this was a team that was sort of filled with characters that I hadn't seen before. Obviously, in Norway, we're very Anglophile, as you are in Sweden as well, with English teams. So I became enamored with this exotic new team that I'd never heard of before, and obviously my role model went there. So it became quite easy to become a Valencia fan, and obviously becoming a Valencia fan in the early 2000s was fun. Had I known what I knew now, I probably wouldn't have chosen that team. But obviously, no, it's been a fantastic ride, and it drew me into the morbo of Spanish football and la polemica and everything that makes Spanish football as beautiful as it is. So that was my story, but I'm more interested in knowing about yours.
Well, mine is very simple. I grew up at the time when Henrik Larsson was the best Swedish football player. I'm a Malmö fan, so I shouldn't really be a Henrik Larsson fan, as he's from Helsingborg, which is the main rival. But when I first learned about Henrik, he was playing for Celtic, so he had already left Helsingborg. So I guess I never really understood that he was from there. That is what I tried to hide behind. So yeah, and in the Scottish League, I don't remember actually if we could actually watch the Celtic games. I don't think, at least, we had the channel to watch it. So I mainly saw him playing for Sweden, and then when YouTube came around, watching a lot of Henrik Larsson YouTube videos. So then when he signed for Barcelona, they started showing La Liga on Swedish TV, and I started watching the Barcelona games. I actually remember his first game very clearly, because they were playing against Racing Santander, and he started on the bench. And before he even got onto the pitch, I think I had enjoyed football more than I've ever had enjoyed watching football before, because watching Barcelona at that time with Ronaldinho, Eto'o, Deco, it was extremely fun football to watch. And like you said, in Sweden, as in Norway, it's a lot of English football and Premier League. And when I was watching the Premier League on TV, it just bored me to death. So I didn't understand that it was fun to watch football. I didn't really like watching football. I just liked playing football. But then Henrik signed for Barcelona, and I started seeing Spanish football, and it was fun to watch football. So that's how I got into the Spanish football, thanks to the great Henrik Larsson, the king of kings. And I think that's probably quite a normal way for Swedes to have gotten into Spanish football. And then I got stuck with it and moved down to Spain. And the more you learn about Spanish football, the more incredible it becomes, and the more you see the rest of the country and the rest of the teams, and realize it's not just about Barcelona and Real Madrid, but there is so much more to it. Mm-hmm. So that was my story. And if we're going to move into current times a little bit, how do you see the current Scandis we have in La Liga? How do you think they are doing?
Well, there aren't that many of them, unfortunately.
Fewer and fewer.
They're becoming fewer and fewer. Luckily, we have a bit of a mix now. I mean, usually it's only been Danish and Swedish players, but now we obviously have one Norwegian in at least in La Liga, in the top division. Obviously, he's only on loan there, Alexander Sørloth. But I mean, I've always been a huge fan of Alexander Isak ever since he played for a.k.a. I thought he was sensational, and I still think he is, and I think that the way that La Real plays at the moment does not suit him that well. I mean, he's been unlucky as well. He's been unfortunate, but I think that the way that they've played just hasn't played to his strengths at all. Daniel Vaz has obviously been injured, unfortunately. I mean, I feel so sorry for him at Atletico Madrid. Obviously, being a Valencia fan, obviously I've been a huge fan of his as well. He played in Norway actually for a little while as well with Fredrikstad, so he has a Norwegian connection in that aspect. And other than that, it really isn't that much to talk about. I mean, Alexander Sørloth hasn't really stuck his claim either. So it's been disappointing all the while. Martin Braithwaite has been injured for such a while as well. So I mean, it's not been the best Scandi season, has it?
No, we had a season a few seasons back where it was like so much Scandi action going on with Isak and Ødegaard and Daniel Vaz, and feels like
Guidetti.
was Guidetti, the bench warmer at the moment. Once upon a time, he used to do stuff in La Liga. It was good times. It was so much going on, and now there's still like quite a few. I think I was looking at it before. There's a few Danish players, but that you barely plays or you don't really see them. You have Ludwig Augustinsson in Sevilla, but he hasn't really managed to make a mark there in any way, I would say. So it really comes down to the guys at Real Sociedad, I think. To Isak and to the Alexes, the guys with the best name.
Oh the two Alexes. Yeah, there's those two, and then there's the guy with the least Scandi name ever in Thomas Delaney at Sevilla, who's has had his moments, I think. But then again, I mean, Sevilla has. I mean, what's their best 11? I don't think Julian Lopetegui knows even. So I mean, if he's in or out of the team, it's almost like a tombola in itself to know their starting 11. But yeah, I completely agree. At least in terms of Alexander Isak, I mean, I've been very underwhelmed by Alexander Sørloth, I have to be honest. I thought that when he went there, I was thinking, wow, this is okay. So if he's going to be the main focal point of their attack, with Isak perhaps a little bit out on the left and then perhaps interchanging positions, that would be very interesting, with perhaps Oyarzabal a little bit more out right, and then they could obviously switch with Barrenechea, with David Silva, with Porto, with all the fantastic attacking talents that they have, Januzaj, of course. But it just hasn't happened for them, and it's very strange, because I've always known, not always, but to a larger degree, known La Real as being a team that's extremely fun in terms of attack, and then they've been very shaky defensively. And this season it's been the opposite, and it's rather strange watching them attack, because they seem to come, I suppose, 3/4 or 2/3 up the pitch, and then their ideas just stop flowing. Then they just start stumping on the ball and they hope for some individual brilliance. And when that does not happen, they have to start again. And what happens usually is that their games end 1-0, 0-1, 0-0. It's unfortunately, they're doing rather well, but they're doing rather well being extremely boring to watch. And that's we have to be honest. I mean, they're not a fun team to watch.
I think there's a few things to talk about here. But if we start with Sørloth, it felt like when he came that he could bring another dimension to the Real Sociedad attack, being a very different type of player to what they already have, being a bigger player, a taller, stronger player, with all of these small Basque Spanish players. But like you said, it doesn't really feel like they've gotten that out of him. Like they haven't really managed to use it that well, to use what he could actually bring to the team.
Yeah, I think he's one of those players that are. It's so important for him to come off flying, to hit the ground running. He needs to really feel that he has a spot in the team, and that he has the affection of perhaps of the manager, of the coaching staff, of the crowd, which he obviously has, because we know how La Real fans are. They'll take to any player that gives 100% for them, and he definitely has. But when it hasn't given results, I think Alexander Sørloth is one of those players that sort of starts hiding a little bit. He starts looking more so down and keeping his chest up. I mean, he just becomes a smaller player, not in stature, but obviously in personality on the pitch. And when you also see that a guy like Alexander Isak is ahead of him, when he sees Porto, who's working his socks off every single game, I think that he becomes a little bit disillusioned with his own talents and perhaps his own position in the team. So I'm with you, and obviously we spoke when he signed for La Real about what we could expect from him, and I thought that this was the perfect team for him to go to in terms of being a different type of striker. They could play a 4-4-2, they could play a 4-3-3, a 4-2-3-1. I mean, he'd give them so many options. So I'm not sure if what has happened there, but it might just be that his personality just hasn't fit in with the team. I'm not sure how he's been able to grow into the Basque culture and perhaps to La Real as a club. Not sure about how well he's taken to the language. I know that, for example, Martin Ødegaard, he had a great advantage in that he spoke Spanish when he signed for La Real, obviously having been at Castilla and at Real Madrid. So it was obviously a lot easier for him to mesh in with La Real. So it's a conundrum, and it's a conundrum that seemingly will lead to the conclusion that Alexander Sørloth is going to end up looking more like a flop than anything at La Real as things stand. I hope that there's another way in for him, that perhaps he's given another season, because they obviously have a lot to build upon there. But I'm not sure if La Real are going to take up their option on him.
And how do you see the connection between Sørloth and Isak? Because if we take the match against Atletico Madrid way back when they both were playing brilliantly, it felt like they were connecting so fantastically. But then if we look at games now later on, it doesn't feel like they find each other the same way that they did in that match.
No, I completely agree with you, and it's odd because their I suppose their personalities on the pitch and their way of playing fit each other perfectly, if you ask me. I mean, in terms of their strengths and also their weaknesses, that they're able to fill each other out, and it just hasn't happened. And I'm not sure if that is down to Alexander Sørloth being wanting more of a position than he's given, or Alexander Isak being the more dominant attacking player, which he rightfully should be given his last season and obviously the skill set that he has. But I think that they're both. They need to feel that they're number one. I think that's my opinion, at least in terms of the being the attacking option. I think both Sørloth and Isak would like to be that, and when none of them are, I think that's what leads to only scoring, what is it, 33 goals this season. I think I'm not sure if there's any. I think it's 32, 33 league goals in total this season for La Real, which is odd given that we're in the match day 33 starts today, so should be a bit more goals when you're sitting sixth in the table. So I don't know. It's a big question. What has happened? What has gone wrong there? And credit to Alguacil, who even though they're not scoring goals, has managed to steer them to sixth. So I'm not sure if that's down to their defense being so solid, or their team or teams just not being able to score on them. I'm not sure, but it's not their attacking prowess, and that's weird, given their wealth of talent, because they have so many options. It's ridiculous how many options they have in attack, and they're not able to get anything out of it.
Yeah, they really do. It's such an interesting team in so many ways. There's so much quality, extremely much quality. I think there's few teams in La Liga that have so many players at that high of quality with the same type of resources that Real Sociedad have, because of what they've been creating from Zubieta. And it feels like they have almost 2 players per position that could go straight into a starting lineup. So there's, as you say, so many options and so much talent. And for me, it felt like going into this season, Real Sociedad was going to surprise a lot of people, because they had this strength of this team, and now they had a little bit more experience. I mean, played in a season in Europa League and all that, but they just have not lived up to it. And I've been trying to figure out why isn't it working? Because you have all these players that work so well together, because they the base is from Zubieta, is from San Sebastian, and they care so much about the team, and they are so talented, and you have like everything kind of that you needed for it to go well, and then it's just not clapping. You're not getting the goals, you're not getting the results or the games that you kind of expect from them. More than like, their matches are still quite good. Like, their football is still quite good, but it's something missing. And what I've been trying to figure out what it is, and the thing that I think of, I don't know if you will agree, is inexperience. Like, it's an experienced team in the sense that they've played Europa League football. They, like, a lot of them have played La Liga for quite a while now, but they are so young. It's still the youngest team in La Liga. I think they've been there for like 2 or 3 seasons already. But just by them being so young and not having that much experience, can that be like one of the reasons why they're not managing to keep the level for an entire season? Because we always see that at the start of the season they are brilliant. They were brilliant at the start of the season, but then we get into a point where they're not scoring the goals, where they're not delivering what is expected of them.
Yeah, it happened last season as well. I mean, they were flying last season. I mean, I believe the first 19 match days, I believe they were top 4, definitely top 4. But I don't know. It might be as well that they have too much option. There are too many players that can play in the attacking positions, meaning that none of the players feel that continuity that they need. I mean, if you look at their defense, it's the same players every single time almost. I mean, with the exception of a few injuries here and there, obviously they don't switch out that much. But in attack, you always know that there's going to be one or two changes, regardless if players are injured or not. And I think that's maybe to the fallacy of Alguacil, and that some of the players are not able to feel that enamorment that I spoke about earlier about it with Alexander Sørloth, for example, that he knows that, okay, he might score a goal or he might, have an assist, but his position for next week is not guaranteed. And I think some of the players in that attack needs to feel that. I'm not saying that you're going to give a player, 5 games in a row without performing anything, but they need to know that at least they have a little bit of continuity in their way of playing. So I think that might be down to that. And obviously the injuries hasn't helped them. I mean, especially with they had a bit of David Silva dependencia there for a little while. And then obviously when he fell out and he was injured, they kind of went back into their own with playing around the box more so into the box and not finding David Silva for that elusive third pass into the box or whatever it may be. I also think that Mikel Oyarzabal being injured now is obviously, I mean, you're speaking about the prince of the Basque Country, Xavi Prieto being the king. I mean, he's so important for that team, both on the pitch and also in the dressing room. So I think that has been a thorn in their side as well. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they try to figure out a little bit towards the end of the season. Obviously, they have to try and steer into one of the Europa League positions. I don't think they want Conference League. So, and I think they'll be able to. I think that they'll grab either 5th or 6th.
Yeah, and you spoke about injuries. That's also an issue that they really need to look into, because I'm not sure if there's any team that has had as many injuries as they have this season. At the start of the season, when they were still performing, which was incredible, I think they had more or less every single player had been injured for like going into the 15th match day or something like that. Now I'm saying something a random match day, but they were still topping the league. And they've had basically every single player in the squad injured. Iramande hadn't played a single match. You had Nacho Monreal hadn't played a single match. You had several players who hadn't even been able to play anything that were key players. And then you had key players injured throughout every match. And I think they had to change their lineup for every single game because of injuries, not because they wanted to, but because of injuries. And they were still topping the league. And at that point, it was just insane. How are they doing this with all of these injuries? And maybe the injuries at that point, this is also a theory I have, was actually helping them, because it's forced Imanol to do some certain of rotations that was good for the team. And it also made everyone like on their toes, because they knew that they might have to play. And then you get into when you get the players back and they've not been able to keep that level of playing that they did at the start.
No, I completely agree. And I think that's been a fallacy of La Real this season and also of Sevilla. I think those have been the two teams that have basically had a wealth of injuries. I mean, and you see that they've both sort of fallen away from that. I mean, Sevilla hasn't fallen out of the top 4, but they've fallen away in the title race. And you've seen that La Real have fallen out of the top 4. So I think that injuries have sort of hampered both of their seasons. So I think that they could... I suppose that they should probably switch a little bit of knowledge about how to keep players fit in terms of next season, because they're both teams that start off strong and they fall away 2 seasons in a row now in large parts due to injuries. So it's interesting. It's been a bit of a deja vu season for the both of them.
Yeah, and I just got information now that sadly Diego Crespo won't be able to join later for the last part, where we're supposed to talk about the Spanish fan culture and Real Oviedo, because he is caught up with work that he couldn't get out of. So Jonas, you will have to stay longer and speak more about Spanish football, but I think you're pretty okay with that.
Oh no. How am I going to cope with that? No idea.
You're staying at Real Sociedad a little bit, but not with the current team. I think it's the team, at least when it comes to Swedes, but I also think with Norwegians, that have had the most Swedes and possibly Norwegian players in Spanish football in history. Do you think that could be correct with the Norwegians?
It's at least 3 that have been there. It's Bjørn Tore Kvarme, Vadim Demidov, and Martin Ødegaard, and Alexander Sørloth obviously now. So there's 4. 4, and then obviously if you want to count Sune Jensen as well, it's 5.
Then it's 5.
Yeah.
So
I think they are the ones with the most. I mean, unless there's someone I'm missing. I mean, in Sevilla, I've had at least one. Who else? Yeah, Real Madrid obviously had one with Martin Ødegaard.
Yeah.
Valencia's had one. So yeah, pretty short. Unless I'm missing something very obvious here now. I think that's it.
From Sweden, it's Agnes Simonsson, Håkan Mild, Mattias Asper.
But did Agnes Simonsson play? Did actually Agnes Simonsson play?
He did. The thing was that he was on loan from Real Madrid, but I'm not sure if he actually played for Real Madrid. I think he played maybe one game for them, but he did play for Real Sociedad a few games.
But I have to tell this story because it's one of my favorite stories ever from having been in Spain and doing work. I think
I know where you're going.
I love this story. It's my favorite story to tell. I'll be quick with it because it's a long story. But I remember because I met you in San Sebastian when I was supposed to interview Xavi Prieto. And for those, I mean, Xavi Prieto is the king of San Sebastian. And I remember he was late for the interview and the place we were going to was closed. So he wanted just to do the interview in a park. He just wanted to sit in the park and do the interview. So it was weird because we sat in the park and everyone kept passing us and everyone kept turning around looking at him like, oh, that's Xavi Prieto sitting in the park talking to some random people. And after I'd done the interview, you and him started arguing about whether Agnes Simonsson had played for La Real or not. And he was adamant that he hadn't. And you were adamant that he had. And you know how Spanish people start arguing when they start gesticulating and using their hands and being very not angry, but very like impassioned about what they speak about. So you're standing there like right in front of Xavi Prieto and he's becoming no, and I was just standing there like, whoa.
Also, this is Xavi Prieto who knows everything about Real Sociedad. Yeah. So I think the main thing for him was me knowing something about Real Sociedad that he didn't. And you know that can happen. But and the thing was also because Real Sociedad used to have the same kind of policy as Athletic Club that you wouldn't have any Basque players. So that for him, or any Basque players, any foreign players, any non-Basque players. So the fact that they would have had, so Agnes Simonsson was playing in the 30s, I think it is, or am I completely off it now? But like long back in the day. But the thing was, he was playing for Real Sociedad before they started with only Basque players. And I think Xavi Prieto forgot about the fact that there was a time before. So he was there. There's no way he cannot play for Real Sociedad at that time because we only had Basque players. But we started. He started Googling to try to find if I was correct or not, and he did actually find a Basque page in Basque, I think, that said that Agnes Simonsson had played for Real Sociedad. So I did win the argument. So that was a very proud moment for me to say that I knew something about Real Sociedad that Xavi Prieto did not know. But yeah, so it is a club, and it's quite interesting because it's a club that they have very few foreigners, and still it's the club where the most Norwegians and most Swedes have played. So somehow I think they like Basque players and Scandi players.
Seemingly,
with the
North. With the North. I think that I was speaking to a couple of Basque journalists about this, and they've always thought of themselves as being the region in Spain that's more similar to Scandinavia, in that Scandinavians, at least Norwegians, and I've from my experience from some Swedes and Danes as well, we're very relaxed in the way we do things. I mean, we don't usually go above and beyond, in terms of creating havoc if we see a celebrity on the street and things like that. And in that aspect, it becomes very relatable to Scandinavian players. I mean, I know that Martin Ødegaard really enjoyed his time in San Sebastian. He really, his plan was to stay 2 seasons there, but then obviously COVID happened and Real Madrid weren't able to sign any players, so they brought him back because it had such a fantastic season. So his plan was to stay there another season. I know that Valdim Demido as well. He loved San Sebastian. He loved living there, loved the culture and everything about La Real. So it's a place where I know at least the Norwegians have really enjoyed being. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Norwegians going there in the future.
We got some questions here as well, I see now. So Chris is wondering if we could make a Scandinavian 11 from Spanish football. Can we do that?
Scandinavian 11.
What Scandi goalkeepers have had in La Liga? The only one I think of directly is Matthias Asper, but it did not go very well for him. But also that he's mainly remembered for having let in, I think it was 7 or 8 goals in a game. That's what Sabi Prieto was remembering from him anyways. So I'm not sure, but well, we have the guy at Villarreal, the reserve keeper at Villarreal. What's his name again? Philip. Is it Philip? He's Swedish, but he's decided to play for Denmark, so he's become Danish.
Oh, so he sounds like he's the perfect one to kind of get both nations in there.
Exactly. He just lost his name in my head right now. I need to check it up because that will be our goalkeeper, I think.
You also have Dani Strindholm, obviously, who plays for Malaga. Apparently, I'm seeing his name being mentioned here as well. So
yeah,
he might be one. Frode Grodås played for Racing Santander in the late 90s. He was the Norwegian #1 goalkeeper. He's probably one to at least mention. But there haven't been that many goalkeepers.
Philip Jørgensen is the Swedish Dane. I think he's born in Malmö, but has like a Danish parent and has decided to play for Denmark. He's our goalkeeper. He's young and really good. But what more like they say, there's been mostly forwards and attacking players. I think the Swedish ones that I think it's hard to make an 11.
We could try. I mean, if we set a formation 4-3-3, let's do that. And I mean, a right back would Risa Durmisi, would he be left or right in this team? Because I think he should be in there.
Yeah, he should be in there for sure.
Because we could play him both sides, I guess. But I'd have Risa Durmisi for sure in there. I'm going to guess he'd be right.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would make sense. I mean, if you have him as a right back and perhaps... Is there anyone better than Ludvig Augustinsson on the left back?
That's what I'm wondering.
I don't think so, unless someone has a different name than us. But I think that he'd be the left back.
Gary Sundgren in the central defense is a suggestion here that I'm backing.
No, I'm not backing. I'm not backing that because I have
Do you know? I made an interview with Ander Herrera when he was at Manchester United. I was told before the interview to not ask about Zlatan Ibrahimovic, but we started talking about Zaragoza, and Ander Herrera told me that his childhood hero was Gary Sundgren. There you go.
That's all well and good, but I'm having Bjørn Tore Kvarme and Vadim Demidov as my defensive partnership. They also work together today. Okay. I mean, they are the agents of Martin Ødegaard. They know each other. They're the agents together for Martin Ødegaard. So I mean,
and just by that they get the spot.
Of course. I mean, I saw Simon Kjær was mentioned, and it has to be mentioned to those who wonder. I mean, Simon Kjær was not good in Sevilla. He was lackluster. He's been fantastic in Italy, but he's been quite horrible, or he was quite horrible at Sevilla. It's quite interesting because there's a lot of players that have been very good at Sevilla and then been lackluster in Serie A and vice versa. If you go through them, it's very interesting to see how many players have been absolutely horrible at Sevilla and very good in Serie A and vice versa. Ciro Immobile, for example, horrible in Sevilla, fantastic in Serie A. Ever Banega, horrible in Serie A, fantastic at Sevilla. So it's an interesting one. We
have Olof Mellberg as well.
No, we're not switching out Kvarme and Demidov. It's not happening. I'm sorry.
No.
No.
You can have the defense.
There's not going to be many Norwegians in this team. I'm already aware. Okay. So I mean, I have to have the few ones that I can have.
You take whatever you can get.
Yeah.
So then we're at the midfield. I guess it's going to be a lot of Danes in the midfield, no?
The only Krondale is probably going to. I mean, should he be the defensive option then, the one who's sitting deeper?
Yeah, probably. I think so. Then we have done. There's a lot of one to pick from here, I think.
I mean Martin Ødegaard, could he be mentioned?
Oh
here?
Yeah, I forgot about him. You're gonna take all the Norwegians and just make it a Norwegian team with the few Norwegians you have, aren't you?
Because he's either going to play right winger or he's going to play right midfield. So it's either or. But then again, I also think that. Oh yeah, you know what? We actually have to remove Risa Durmisi because we forgot Daniel Vass.
Yes. And of course, we need to have Michael Laudrup in the.
Oh, he's.
that one is.
I mean, no one's arguing against Michael Laudrup. He's number one. He's going to be the striker in this team, isn't he?
It's going to be all the positions.
Yeah, every position is Michael Laudrup.
Then we have a midfield then. Michael Laudrup, Ødegaard, and Crondelli.
Are we going to move Laudrup deeper then? Because that it makes sense considering who we perhaps should mention as striker then.
Henrik Larsson.
Because I think either I think Henrik should play left, and then you should Zlatan up top.
But I don't think Zlatan was good enough in La Liga.
He scored in El Clasico.
He scored in one El Clasico. He was benched by Bojan Kirkic.
Is he the only Scandi to score in El Clasico? Yes or no? Well, with the exception of Henrik or Michael Laudrup, who's already in the team.
But how can one goal in one game get you a spot in this very, very important 11? He was benched by Bojan Kirkic. He did have a few good games, but I mean, it should be Henrik Larsson and Alexander Isak.
Alexander Isak? Oh no, that's way too early. That's way too early. We cannot have Alexander Isak in the team. But I mean, it's
why not? Look.
No. We cannot have.
You're not.
Yeah, it's a beautiful cup. I'll give you that. And
I do have this as well, just to make it Scandi.
Well, then there you go. See, he's already. But I mean, Allan Simonsen, perhaps should be mentioned. He's but he was more of a striker, so I mean, maybe he should play on the right then. I don't know, because he was part of. I believe he did win La Liga at least once with Barcelona, didn't he? Or was it Copa del Rey he won? It was one of the two. So I think he also won some European Cup, either UEFA or Cup Winners' Cup. So I think Allan Simonsen should probably be mentioned as well here.
Yeah, for sure. But I think we should wrap that part up because we don't have a lot more time left, and I want to do a quiz on you. It's a little bit on the same subject that we're on. It's
okay.
2 questions, and I think one is going to be easier than the other, but I think you're probably going to get both. So the first one is, which country of Sweden, Denmark, and Norway has had the most players in La Liga?
Well, it's not Norway. So it's either Denmark or Sweden. And considering that you're Swedish and I'm Norwegian, I'm going to guess it's Sweden.
No, I thought you were going to get this right. It's Denmark. Denmark is, if I've managed to count them all, Denmark's had 37 players in La Liga. Sweden has only had 24, and then Norway with 10, I think.
Is it really that many Danes? Oh, well.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of Danes that goes a bit under the radar. While when there's Swedes and Norwegians, they are, the stars.
Like Pione Sisto and Andrew Jules Sager and
exactly. Like just Celta de Vigo has had half of Denmark playing for them.
Definitely. Yeah, they have. That's interesting. I actually thought Sweden had more players in the 90s and perhaps early 2000s, but no.
No, they were all in Italy. And then the second one is, can you name all the Norwegians who's played in La Liga? This is a test for you.
How many are there?
10.
There are 10. Okay.
And then I will try attempt on the Swedes, but that's even more difficult because it's a lot.
Okay, so let me try. It's Vadim Demidov, Bjørn Tore Kvarme, Alexander Sørloth, Martin Ødegaard. So those are the La Real players. Mm-hmm. Jon Carew, Frode Olsen, Frode Grodås, Jan Berg, who was the first one, played for Elche. Sigurd Rushfeldt, was he one?
Yep.
And the final one, who could that have been? There've been a few who's played in lower divisions.
Yeah, but this is just La Liga.
Is it Knut Olav Rindarøy? Could that be the one?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Well
All
done.
time.
Well done.
Because there was a few. There was Christer George. There was André Skei Lindbæk. There were Dag Alexander Olsen, who all played either in academies or in lower divisions. So I was not sure if because Rindarøy played for Depor, I believe, and he didn't do that well.
So should I attempt the 24 Swedes? I have managed it a few times before, but it's difficult to remember all of them.
Let me see. I have to get Swedish players in La Liga so I can have their names here present.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's was more difficult than I thought to find. Okay, let's try them.
Yeah, you got them?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
I'm going to try with the most difficult first because I will forget them otherwise. Sanny Åslund, Bengt Andersson, Joachim Nilsson, played for Sporting, that bastard. Boom, boom, boom. Then Gary Sundgren.
Yeah.
We have Christian Wilhelmsson.
Yeah, Chippen.
Henok Goitom. Daniel Larsson.
Yeah.
Now I need to do more structural here. Mattias Asper, Håkan Mild, Agne Simonsson.
Yeah.
Henrik Karlsson.
Yeah.
Kennedy, Marcus Rosenberg.
Yeah.
John Guidetti, Alexander Isak, Ludwig Augustinsson is taking them off. Henrik Larsson, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Patrik Andersson.
Mm-hmm.
Which ones are I missing? Olof Mellberg.
Yeah.
So now I'm missing 4, right?
From what I heard, you're missing 4. I'm trying to dot them off as we go here, but at least there's at least 3
Tobias
that I've not
Gran.
heard. There's one, Tobbe Gran.
Malmö player.
Who played in Norway, by the way. Played for Vålerenga here in Oslo. Yeah.
There you go. So 3 more. And who have I not said? It's going to be some obvious ones, probably.
You want me to give you a hint?
Yeah.
He plays in Norway now.
Oh, Guillermo Molins. Of course, Gische.
Yep.
Fantastic. How could I forget him? Johan Mjällby.
There you go. That was the penultimate one that I saw here.
And
I'm not sure if you mentioned this one.
The guy in your team, Joachim Björklund.
There you go. That was the final one.
Was that all of them?
I believe that was all of them, actually.
I'm a bit proud of that because that's quite a lot of players to remember.
I'm just looking. No, did you mention? There was 2 players that played in Valencia. I think you might have missed one of them. I'm not sure if you mentioned. There you go. That was the final one, I believe.
And now we just have 1 minute until we have to leave this to the next guys. And so for that, I need to quick answer from you. Haaland, is he coming to Spain or not?
I hope so. Fingers crossed. I hope so. If I am a betting man, I have to say no. I think it'd be Man City. But my hope, and obviously as a Norwegian La Liga aficionado, I hope that he'll go to Madrid or Barcelona. Or Valencia if he wants to.
I think he should sign for Real Oviedo.
That will be fun.
That would be good. Or go to and play for Burgos. The sporting director there, Mitchell, is a guy he quite likes.
He does like him a little bit, yeah.
And I know that Mitchell sent him a Burgos shirt with his name on once. So, I mean, he's already got the shirt. She just head there, over there, and get going. But yeah, so that's all for our hour. And I think it was a lot of fun speaking Scandi Spanish football with you. And again, a reminder to everyone what this is about. That's why I'm wearing this shirt, the Ukrainian shirt. It's about Ukraine. So if you can, please consider donating. You can use the QR code that's up in the screen. I don't know which direction. And there's also a link down below. And that's all from us. And now we're giving the microphone over to the guys from Fútbol España that will continue taking you through everything great with Spanish football.
My name is Alan Feely. I'm the editor of Football España, coming to you from Seville in the south of Spain. And I'm joined today by Rory Barlow. Are you in Edinburgh and Glasgow, Rory? Where are you exactly?
I'm in Edinburgh at the minute. I've actually had to close my curtains because the sun was streaming through. You'll be surprised to know. So today of all days, you're not allowed to give me stuff about the weather in Seville, which I'm sure is also pretty nice.
Nice one. But yeah, we're just getting together basically to have a conversation about Spanish football, touching the most important themes from this past weekend, in aid for Ukraine, basically. So in the top left corner of your screen, you'll see a QR code. You can click on that to donate. And if you are watching and enjoying, please share on Twitter, tagging in, SFCC for Ukraine, as well as a link to the YouTube stream so that everybody can join in and help us contribute in our own way, in our own small way, to a very valuable and important cause. So yeah, it feels kind of strange to switch from that to Spanish football, but let's do it. That's why we're here. So how did you find the weekend, Rory, and what was your kind of primary takeaways from all the action across Spain?
Well, no, La Liga. I think that was the definitive end of it. Even if just like in terms of you could make a case for Real Madrid kind of dropping points in the coming weeks, emotionally, I think that killed everything. I think that was the defining moment. I think it was happy. It was fitting that Karim Benzema got that goal. He's the best player in the league, and he came up with the most important moment. That has to be the big takeaway, I think, for me. Alan, was there anything that really stood out for you? You were at the game, of course.
Yeah, well, obviously that's the headline news, you could say. And I was at the game. It was incredible. It's funny because twice now I've seen Madrid in the space of a few days, and twice they've come back from pretty heavy defeats to go and win the game. Obviously against Chelsea on Tuesday night in Santiago Bernabeu, they were losing 3-0, came back and still lost 3-2, but got through an aggregate. And then on Sunday night in a pretty sweltering Seville Sunday evening in the Sanchez Pizjuan, came back from a 2-0 down in the first half to win 3-2. And yeah, I think it's just the DNA of Real Madrid, isn't it? Like it really struck me being at the Bernabeu on Tuesday night that as soon as Marcos Alonso's goal was disallowed, that would have made it 3-0. The crowd immediately began to believe again that a comeback was possible, and quite soon afterwards, Karim Benzema struck the crossbar. And there was really a sense that they could come back. And even on Sunday evening at the Sanchez Pizjuan, I think that it was a similar situation for the Sevillistas because, as you know, in the season, they've found it hard to close out games and win games by convincing margins. And there's a bit of frailty there in many ways that I think is difficult to overcome. So even though Sevilla went into that game 2-0 up at halftime, I think there was still a sense of foreboding as to what Madrid would come back with because, it's become almost a theme this season, especially in the last few weeks, that they're coming back and winning games that they shouldn't be winning by any stretch of the imagination because of the talent they have and the decisive players they have. And I was actually reminded of a comment that Unai Emery made recently, speaking before PSG's game with Bayern Munich, I think it was. And he was saying that Guardiola once told him about PSG and what makes PSG different to Barcelona and Real Madrid is that they know to handle adversity and they know to respond to disappointments and setbacks. So, for instance, when PSG concede a goal, and we've seen the case several times in the past few years, against Barcelona, most famously against Real Madrid this season again, they don't know how to react to it because they're not used to conceding. They don't have the history that Barca or Real Madrid have to draw upon to come back and win the game. So they react with frustration, whereas the great teams, and Real Madrid are a great team, know how to manage that frustration and react accordingly. And that's kind of a very impressive trait, I think, But what was your take in the game from a neutral perspective? How did you find Sevilla's performance? I know you've strong opinions about how Sevilla have managed this season. And how did you find Madrid's second half performance as well?
Yeah, I think it was almost predictable. I think as soon as you saw Sevilla come out that second half and they weren't quite at the level as they were in the first half, I think Real Madrid's performance was much better. And I think that was the main difference. But Sevilla, they struggled to hold the ball in the same way. And I think that was one of the key things, I think, it's been most clearly sort of articulated or on show in Villarreal's sort of Champions League run against Bayern Munich. And you were talking about Unai Emery there. The ability to have that sort of 2-3 seconds on the ball, hold it, allow yourself out, get out from under pressure. I think even if you are a top team, but if you're not a top team, especially if you're Villarreal, if you're Sevilla, if you're coming up against one of those big sort of behemoths that's going to put you under pressure, put you under the cosh for 10, 15 minutes at a time, the ability to just breathe and have that pausa you can't put a price on it. And I think Dani Parejo was the clearest example of that against Bayern Munich. Sevilla, Joan Jordan. I mean, I like Jordan. I think he's a very useful player. And I think it's one of the things that he tends to do best is to be able to win the ball back and then use it pretty well after that. But against Real Madrid, they just didn't quite manage to do that in the second half. And I think, Julen Lopetegui, as much as I think he's one of the best planners in the league, I think he's one of the managers, similarly to Unai Emery, who can set his team up best to sort of counteract threats, to tactically win the game sort of on the board. I wonder if there's sort of a touch of his emotion on the sideline and the fact that he's going so nuts and he's so intense that perhaps doesn't always help. I mean, Carlo Ancelotti can get animated, but he's more or less always in control, and that sort of calmness, that ability to sort of look adversity in its face and be sort of completely tranquil about what you're going to do next, I think is important. And I wonder if Lopetegui's emotional handling of kind of that situation on Sunday, again, I'm not sure it aids Sevilla. I think overall they get a net positive because he does bring that intensity, and that is part of what has made Sevilla so good this season up until sort of recent weeks. That intensity has won them a lot of matches, but when it comes to sort of these occasions and against Real Madrid, when you do have a 2-0 lead, I mean, Sevilla are the best defense in the league, 2-0 lead, they should be seeing that out. I mean, I don't care how good Real Madrid are. If you're looking at that from a Sevilla point of view, you need to be closing out that match. And I wonder if the intensity and sort of that emotional involvement was maybe a bit too much at the Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan. I don't know if that sort of coalesces with your worldview from inside the Sanchez Pizjuan.
As you know, I mean, I get your points, but like two, thoughts that come to mind immediately. Well, three actually. You mentioned Ancelotti.
I'm in trouble now.
Thomas Tuchel. I saw him on Tuesday, and then I also saw Diego Simeone and Pep Guardiola on Tuesday in the flesh, and none of them are very calm characters. I think that Carlo is kind of an outlier in that sense, and I think the main thing for me isn't the emotional element, because I think that all the top coaches are emotional and are aggressive in many ways, especially the modern coaches. I think it's just a part of the game, and I don't think there's a problem with that. I think it's his inherent conservatism in terms of the way he approached that second half, coupled with the substitutions that were made. And that isn't really his fault. It's more a fault of the squad planning, because the game finished on Sunday evening with a front three of Oliver Torres, Rafa Mir, and Lucas Ocampos. Now, Lucas Ocampos is a good player, but he's never consistently delivering high quality performances, title winning performances. I think he's a notch below the elite level, if that makes sense. Especially when he's out of form as he is at the moment. He's not scoring goals that he was earlier in the season, or primarily in his breakthrough season in 2019-20, when he came back from lockdown and was, in really inspired form. And then you've Rafa Mir, who I know you've spoken about a lot in the past, who's a good player, the kind of player who can flourish in a weaker team because he's the main man, the reference point. He plays every game, he gets chances, he's good in the air, he's strong, but again, he's not an elite forward. And then Oliver Torres, to be honest, I mean, a lot of Sevillistas really like Oliver, and he's a nice guy for sure. He's got technical quality, but I don't think he's anywhere near the elite again. I don't think that he should be part of a title-winning team. And I think that to end the game in that sense, because of injuries, because of various circumstances where Papu came off and not fully fit, Marcus Acuna came off not fully fit, Anthony Martial came back after that challenge from Eduardo Camavinga. They just didn't have the quality, and they had a bit of fear about them in the way they approached the game. They sat back, they were sloppy in defense, they were weak in midfield, and they were pretty blunt going forward too, and It kind of contrasted greatly with Real Madrid, who were in pure clutch mode. You had, Eder Militao and David Alaba, as well as Nacho and Danny Carvajal and Lucas Vazquez, who were kind of a makeshift defense. And I think that Militao and Alaba were a bit more vulnerable without Casemiro protecting them in many ways. But I think that once the second half began, they organized themselves in a way that could make that work. Toni Kroos was kind of deputizing for Casemiro in that number 6 role. I thought he did very well. And I know he's been criticized a lot recently. Luka Modric is in typical inspired form. I thought Fede Valverde was good. Camavinga obviously didn't have the best of games, came off halftime again. And then you've, Vinicius, Rodrigo, and Karim Benzema just deciding the game when it mattered, And Rodrigo especially, and it's twice now in the space of a week, he scored really important goals. So it's interesting. And what do you think about, this kind of clutch gene and the way they come back to win these games? Because obviously you're a cooler, and maybe you aren't the most neutral person to speak about Real Madrid, but for me, at least in recent weeks, this season especially, I have definitely been drawn into the allure of, the Santiago Bernabeu and of Real Madrid, just the kind of the standards of excellence that they demand, the way they go about things, their belief, the hasta al final, that kind of thing, the championship mentality is just, it's very impressive, and very mystical in many ways. Have you been seduced with that in any ways? You think it's been overblown a bit, or what are your thoughts on that?
No, I think it's 100% true. I think we're past the point of being able to deny it, and just from the evidence of recent years, I mean, it's incontrovertible. And as much as I'm a cooler, I do try and stay somewhat neutral, even if during matches that becomes more difficult than at other times. But I think Real Madrid, I think maybe we perhaps undervalue how much of football is mental and how much of it comes down to the players as well. Because as Thomas Tuchel pointed out, to a certain point, it comes down to the fact that you have Luka Modric and you have Karim Benzema, and I think you maybe mentioned this as well. Once you have those two players who are probably, in terms of moments and in terms of sort of pure quality, and they're probably the best two players on the park, and they come up with the goods, it's very hard to stop that. And I think in this age where football has become more intellectualized and we're keen to see details and we're keen to see sort of tactics and managers really being the stars of the show now, I think these days, I think sometimes we do miss the fact that, when it comes down to it, it's the players on the pitch. And if you have one of the best strikers of the 21st century in your team, when it comes down to the last 30 minutes against Christian Pulisic or Kai Havertz trying to convert chances, that's going to play a big role. If you have Luka Modric, who's come up massively in Champions Leagues for the last 5, 6, 7 years, then that's going to play a part when he's against Jorginho, who, I mean, I don't want to be part of a sort of band that slates Jorginho because he got into the Ballon d'Or shortlist, but he's just not the same level as Luka Modric. And as much as they can't do that every single week these days, and as much as they'll have first halves like they had against Sevilla, they still do have the quality to turn it on. And there's going to come a point in the next couple of years where they struggle to do that more often, and they're going to have to work out a way to replace them. As much as I like Camavinga, I think he's a very good player. I think the same with Fede Valverde. I think both of them are going to struggle to replace any of those three sort of out and out, because I think those three, Kroos, Casemiro, and Modric, are just technically superior to them and always will be. But right now, for sort of certain situations and on certain weeks on a Champions League night, Real Madrid just have some of the best players in the world. And it's not to take away from them, but it's to give credit to them that Karim Benzema continues to be this good at that age. Luka Modric continues to be that good at this age. David Alba's come into a new challenge. He's gone away from Bayern and he's sort of recovered his best form at Real Madrid. So I think for me, it's one of the sort of biggest things of just kind of reading that question. I think there's definitely they're saying sort of, have they been overshadowed? I don't know what your views on that are, Alan. I think there's definitely a case with Ronaldo. I think he's sort of a black hole of attention, and he kind of takes away a little light from everyone. I think the same happens with Messi. I don't know if you think they've been undervalued in recent years. I think Benzema now is starting to properly get the credit, even if some in England have not quite cottoned on just yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good question. I mean, I think that, like, I don't believe that Benzema has always been this good either. I think that he definitely has improved in recent years. And I think that, you know, I think Miguel Delaney said that it's very rare that you see a player of his caliber have such a clearly defined, you know, three-story career, three-chapter career, you could say, in terms of breaking into the scene as a wonder kid at Lyon and going to Madrid and kind of being this selfless runner, basically, for Gareth Bale and Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, obviously, he contributed a lot of goals and assists during that time as well. And he was always a high-quality player, but I think that he definitely has improved and stepped up to the plate since Cristiano left in 2018. He's become the main man. He's become the talisman. And I think he's added things to his game that weren't there before. Like, I'm always struck by the way he plays almost as a 9.5, as both a number 9, leading the attack and, you know, leading the line, and then also dropping back and dropping between the two kind of wide forwards, normally either Vinicius and Rodrigo or Marco Asensio or Fede Valverde, and leaving them do the thing behind the lines. And I think that next season, potentially, should Kylian Mbappe come, it'll be really lethal because you have 3, you know, top-class forwards in the same attack. And I think that Benzema will be able to work well with both players. So yeah, I think that, you know, he's definitely improved in recent years. I think he's stepped up to the plate. He's got a lot of, you know, off-field stuff kind of, you know, sorted out. He's not involved in any controversies anymore. If you follow him on Instagram, he's constantly posting, you know, Tupac quotes and quotes of him in the gym and all this kind of thing. I think he's very much aware that he's coming towards the end of his career and he wants to make the most of the years he has. And now he's his best scoring season in La Liga. And his form is so good that he's been recalled to the French national team. I mean, the reasons that he was left out of that team haven't been smoothed over by any means. It's just the fact that he's so good at the moment, they can't afford to leave him at home. So yeah, it's a phenomenal story. Modric is maybe a bit different. I think that, you know, I saw Jack Brooks said recently that he's a better player with a better legacy than Xavi Hernandez, which I think is a pretty big shout. But I guess the fact of the matter is that Modric has been performing at this level for, you know, a decade at Real Madrid. He came in and found it difficult to settle initially. He was named the worst signing of the season by Reader Poll in Marca, and has since recovered to become this, you know, incredibly consistent and, you know, resilient and robust competitor. And I remember at the Bernabeu on Tuesday even, I was struck by the fact that, you know, he was up against a probably superior organized team in Chelsea in terms of the way they set up and the way they're coached and the way they operate. But he was, you know, when the game mattered, he was dominating the moments, you know. And I think that even when the game was scrappy at parts in the middle of the game, he was, you know, winning balls and putting himself about and throwing himself into challenges and using his energy well, even though he's probably the smallest, lightest guy on the pitch. I think he's just a phenomenon. So yeah, do I think that they're underappreciated? I think that now they're getting their flowers, you could say. And I think that it's in part because of the lack of superstars elsewhere in La Liga that they're getting this kind of appraisal and this kind of praise, you know, if that makes sense. And yeah, if you have any more questions or comments, feel free to send them in and we'll be sure to answer them, you know. Just let me know. But yeah, it's interesting. What are your thoughts on the Xavi and Modric debate? I know Michael Cox said recently that he doesn't agree with it because Xavi, for a 4-year period, was literally dominating every single game he played to a degree that we've rarely seen from midfielders in La Liga or anywhere in European football. So how do you make it? Do you think it's a bit of kind of rewriting history, or do you agree that there is some weight behind it?
I think the debate itself comes out of the fact that we put so much value on the Champions League these days, and it is the elite competition. It is the best competition in terms of quality. But the fact that, I mean, Real Madrid have been on I'm going to make the case for Xavi here because I think there are arguments for Modric and stuff, and I can make it. But if I'm going to play devil's advocate for the Barcelona manager, I think, yeah, we see that importance of the Champions League weigh so much heavier in our appreciation of players these days. Real Madrid have been yeah, okay, it's kind of come around a little bit in the last 2-3 years, but Real Madrid have been on a fairly barren run in terms of La Liga titles, and they've not been able to sort of dominate over the course of a 9-month season consistently for quite a long time. I think, yeah, Zidane had 1 or 2 seasons he managed it, and then Ancelotti's managed it this season. I think this season, to be honest, it's as much as a product of Real Madrid's kind of good work and the improvement that they've shown. With Ancelotti, it's also a product of their rivals not being quite as good as they were in recent seasons. So I think if you look at Xavi and what he did, not only did he change, I think, the history of football in terms of the fact that there was 2 European Championships and a World Cup all in succession. It's never been done before. Good chance it'll never be done again. And Xavi was kind of one of the linchpins. I think he was probably, as much as anyone, you could make a case for him being a key part of that. I think in Barcelona, he also had that stretch from 2008 to, yeah, okay, he was retiring in 2015. But yeah, he had that kind of 4 or 5 year spell where Barcelona, and I've seen this point made before, where even in those Champions Leagues they didn't win under Pep, they came very close. There was the Chelsea game where miraculously they managed not to score more goals than Chelsea at Camp Nou. Fernando Torres goes away and Gary Neville offers a very famous moment of commentary. And then there's the Inter Milan result where Jose Mourinho knocks them out. But that was, again, I think if you want to delve into the records of Barcelona Twitter, you'll find some lines of offside drawn on pitches and some complaints too. But it's not so much that I think Modric hasn't been maybe the best midfielder in the last 7-8 years, but I think what Xavi did was unique, and I think he almost changed the way football was played. For Real Madrid, I think, again, coming back to sort of that ability to be clutch in the big moments and the ability to come up with stuff in the Champions League, they seem to have an appreciation of how to win a football match without being dominant. They seem to not be phased when the other team is on top in a way that few other teams can be. If you look at the other top teams, as you say, I think the vast majority of them look to dominate the game and they look to carry out their full game plan for sort of 60, 70, 80, 90 minutes and dominate the game through their plan. When that plan doesn't come off, they generally run into problems. I think you can say that for City. I think you can say that maybe a little less so for Liverpool, but on the whole, I think that holds true. I think for Barcelona, that's certainly held true both in recent years and way back to the glory days of Pep. I think Real Madrid have a different attitude and something about their mentality and the way that they've come through adversity in sort of those 2-3 years when they started winning Champions Leagues again has kind of educated their minds to overcome being 3-0 down to Chelsea at the Bernabeu or being a goal down to PSG in a way that few other teams have managed, and in terms of PSG, have managed so poorly.
Absolutely. And don't forget, guys, if you want to donate, the QR code in the top left of your screen, just use that to contribute to help aid the people of Ukraine. And if you're enjoying the show, please share it on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or wherever you want to share your things and help us get as many eyeballs on it as possible and as much money and help for the people of Ukraine as possible too. But I guess talking about Xavi, we can transition to Barca. It's been kind of a tumultuous week for them for many reasons. Obviously, there was the incident against Eintracht Frankfurt where it was almost like a home game for the German side, given the 30,000 Eintracht fans who infiltrated Camp Nou and turned it white. They subsequently were outplayed by Eintracht, and I think Eintracht were deserved winners and they deserved their place in the semi-final of the Europa League, most definitely. They lost Pedri to injury during that game, then followed it up with the revelations on Monday morning about Gerard Piqué and Luis Rubiales, or should I say Gerry and Ruby, regarding the Supercopa and the negotiations to take it to Saudi Arabia in 2019. And then followed up with a pretty insipid, uninspiring 1-0 defeat at Camp Nou to Cadiz last night. What's your take on all this previous few days? I mean, it's kind of remarkable how things have gone from everyone being on La Savineta ready to push forward and excited for what the future has to hold, to, you know, people looking at the disappearance of Pedri through injury as a massive destabilizing factor on the team, to good vibes turning bad, to, you know, looking at a possible outside shot of the title turn into a battle for the top four, because now, you know, Barca are level on points with Atletico Madrid, level on points with Sevilla, all three around 60. And should Real Betis beat Elche tonight at the Minto Villamarín, then Betis would also be on 60. And then, you know, Real Sociedad are not far behind Betis, they're 2 points behind them. Should they beat Barca on Thursday night in San Sebastian, then you've a real battle on your hands, you know. So it's quite interesting. So just to start on the on-field matters, and a question from Sam Leverage here. If Barca miss out in top four, is it a failure for Xavi? What's your take on that, Rory? And with special reference to last night's game, we can touch later on Gerard Piqué and also on Eintracht, but first on Cadiz and Barca's bid to make it into the top four this season. Do you think it's a failure if Xavi misses out now?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think when he took over, you could have made an argument that perhaps Barcelona would have struggled to make the top four, and that was their sort of primary objective when Koeman left. But I think the fact that they got the reinforcements that they did in the winter window, Adama Traore has not been great lately, but he did get players in. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, we all know how good he's been up until sort of recent weeks, and the same with Ferran Torres, to make a signing of that stature. I think the fact that he's got those reinforcements in the winter window means that you can expect the top four from them. And it was disastrous under Koeman. I think the problem for Xavi, which is sort of, we saw that against Cadiz, and we'll perhaps see it again in against Real Sociedad, is the momentum, I think, sort of carried them through against Sevilla and Levante to an extent. But the fact that the way that they lost against Eintracht and the way that the Camp Nou was completely conquered, you saw Xavi say in the post-match presser that from the very first minute, from even going into the stadium on the bus, and they were getting pelted with all sorts of objects by the German fans, they just weren't comfortable. And I think the shock of that entire evening completely sort of took the wind out of their sails, stopped them in their tracks, and to recover what they had. It's still a very immature team as well. I want to point that out. I think if you look at their team, the more experienced players, Gerard Piqué was missing. Pedri was also missing against Cadiz and lastly against Eintracht Frankfurt. So you've got Gavi in there. Sergio Busquets, we know how good he can be, but he does need the conditions around him to be optimal to be that good. Against Cadiz, I think I would have started Dani Alves instead of Serginho Dest, even though Dest was one of the better ones. Dani Alves has that sort of calmness on the ball, and even if he's been poor in recent weeks, I think Barcelona have lacked a maturity against both Eintracht and Cadiz to be able to sort of carry those games through. I don't know how you kind of see it, Alan. I think, I mean, there's the question of Pedri dependencia. Are they sort of that dependent? Or their record without him is pretty poor? Do you think it's down to him, or do you think it's wider?
I think it's a bit of both. I think that Pedri is obviously an invaluable player to them, because the thing about Pedri is that he's not just a player who dominates games, but he also decides them. So he's a rare animal that he's 19. He's very calm on the ball. He's not hurt. He's not shocked by any of the big occasions, any of the hot atmospheres. You know, we saw that with his goals against, Galatasaray, for instance. A phenomenal moment from a player who's very young in a very hostile environment. And I think that combination, being able to dominate games as well as decide them, is so rare and so important for Barcelona, because we've seen it throughout the season that when he's available, and if Barca is struggling to break down an opposition team, he's often the guy to provide the integral pass or to score the important goal. And that's a very rare trait, and I think that we've appreciated just how good he is, because obviously, in his absence in the first half of the season, we had Gavi and Nico Gonzalez come into the team and perform very well, especially Gavi. But I think that while they have the potential to be top players, especially Gavi has the potential to be a world-class player, I think Pedri already is, and I think that his absence is vital for Barcelona, because he is the heartbeat of this team. I mean, in his absence, they relied heavily on Ousmane Dembele, especially last night, constantly looking from on the right side, trying to see him go at players and put in crosses, but his final delivery just wasn't there. And I don't think that Ousmane Dembele is, yet has proven that he's of the caliber to lead a team, to lead an offense in the way that Barcelona are looking for him to do right now. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I think that the next few weeks could very well, make a bit of a mockery of the Barcelona fans who said that they don't need Erling Haaland, who don't believe that he's a viable opportunity to go after because they have Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, because they have Ferran Torres, because, without Pedri breaking the lines and controlling the midfield, they're short in many ways, So it's an interesting one. Dan Green saying there's never a quiet moment on Barcelona. It's very, very true. Obviously, there was the incident at Eintracht, against Eintracht, when 30,000 fans infiltrated. What did you make of that situation, Rory? It's kind of a complicated one, because I feel like ever since fans have returned to stadiums, Barcelona supporters have been under a bit of scrutiny in terms of not going to the games initially, voting with their feet, you could say. The sight of empty stands kind of, being a pretty common theme at Camp Nou throughout the season, ever since Lionel Messi departed. We were at the game together against Atletico Madrid in the beginning of February. We were two of many foreign nationals who were in attendance, What are your thoughts? Do you think that Barcelona fans are an easy target? Do you think that the incident against Eintracht, where they sold off the tickets to allow Eintracht fans to come in, is a really deep problem? Or what do you think? Is it overblown? Is it a distraction tactic to distract from the fact that they were outplayed by the German side over 2 legs?
I think it was just the way that people reacted. I think to see that in your home stadium, and just the noise, just the fact that when you need a goal and you're trying to push the opposition for that, and you're getting booed on the ball at home. I think that's not that sort of like players aren't used to getting booed on the ball away from home, but just the surreal aspect of it happening at Camp Nou, the surprise of that, I think it did have an effect. I think Joan Laporta, he just came out, he's doing a press conference just before we came live, and he said, yeah, the club didn't sell the tickets. The club is not guilty of selling those tickets to the German fans, but they are responsible. And that sums it up. I think the culture around going to Camp Nou and going to Barcelona, and I want to be careful of what I say here, because it is very expensive to go. And I think there is a generation perhaps of season ticket holders at Barcelona where perhaps they aren't as committed to going to the games every week as some of the others are. And for them, it's worth having the season ticket alone. I think it's between €200 and €500, depending on where you're sitting in the stadium. It's worth having that season ticket alone for the 3 or 4 games you want to go to, and then you can sell your ticket for the rest of the time. So for them, it makes perfect sense. The club, I think, the way to counteract that is to bring in more measures as to, well, they've said they're going to bring in measures where you have to prove that it's your name on the card, on the sort of season ticket card when you come in for the European matches. It's a method of doing it. I think they would be better off, in my view, of employing kind of a loyalty system. And if you are going to check people, the people that are going to the games get the season tickets. I think that's only fair, because it's reasonably priced. I think they put the number around 37,000 season ticket holders sold their tickets to Eintracht Frankfurt fans and to sort of companies that resell the tickets for them. It's a pretty incredible number. And as much as the board and Barcelona need to be kind of taking action to prevent this, I think there is maybe an argument that this is more on Barcelona fans. And as much, I don't want to completely come down on sort of the match-going fans at Camp Nou, because I do think that we're at a stage and at a pricing system where they're not going to fill a 99,000-seater stadium every week with local fans. I think if you make the tickets 20 euros, then you will fill it, as you saw for Barca Femeni's game against Real Madrid. Then the stadium fills up fairly easily with local fans. And I know there was tourists there as well, and there was foreign nationals coming to that game too. But I think on the whole, they rely on the tourists to take up that money, and the 40, 50, 60,000 who do go sort of quite regularly, I think they've been quite good for Barcelona this season. I think they've been fairly supportive. Generally, I think Barcelona as a club are still very early on in the stage of recovering from Bartomeu's presidency. He is the person, well, certainly the person that Laporta's blamed for this ticketing incident, but he is the person that has, I'm not saying Laporta was perfect before that either, but a lot of what we can see with Barcelona and a lot of the discontent, a lot of the problems come back to him, to be honest. And we're only kind of a year or two down the line from what was arguably the worst running of a company and arguably the worst running of a football club ever seen. So yeah, we are still kind of in that recuperation mode. And I think the fact, I said it after the sort of Real Madrid game at the Bernabeu, this is going to get rid of all the excuses. Now Barcelona are going to be judged by kind of their normal standards 2-3 years ago, and we've seen that come to pass when really they're still in the recuperation phase for me.
Yeah, very true. Very true. And then Gerard Piqué, obviously, I don't know if you saw his Twitch session last night, but he had a pretty heated exchange with Juanma Castaño in particular from El Partidazo de Cope, kind of telling him, you're living in another world, basically. He doesn't understand how the high-level business negotiations go on. And I think that, I like Gerard Piqué. I think he's a refreshing character. He's obviously a charismatic guy, married to Shakira, and had a very high-level career for many years, and he's a very articulate and intelligent guy. But I do think that his reputation is taking a bit of a hit based on that leaked audio and whatever other leaked audios are set to come over the course of the next few days. Just because I think it kind of smacked of arrogance the way he was speaking, even choosing to do a Twitch session as opposed to a traditional interview. He kind of was taking control of his own narrative, which is fair enough, I guess. Everyone can do that, but I don't know. It just looked a bit suspect to me in the way he did it and the way he articulated himself throughout that Twitch interview, kind of basically saying that he'd done nothing wrong.
Right, you both, Dan.
But yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I know it's fashionable to say that footballers should be allowed to do what they want outside of football and shouldn't be judged on what they do in the pitch, but I'm, probably more in line with the Roy Keane school of things in terms of if you're a footballer, your primary focus should be on football, because a career is short, and when you're tying up your boots, you can look at other things and do other things. But I think that while you're a footballer, especially at the highest level like Piqué is, your focus should be primarily on football, and it definitely shouldn't be on things that conflict with football. I mean, it's observed for me that a footballer who plays for Barcelona is able to negotiate about where and how a competition is hosted that Barcelona can partake in. Simultaneously, I don't understand how a footballer who plays for Barcelona can own a football club who could conceivably draw Barcelona in the Copa del Rey. I just find it kind of a bizarre situation. I don't know how it's allowed, and yeah, I think it's not a good situation. I think that the way he was kind of talking in the audio about divvying up the money and the way they were joking, him and Luis Rubiales, about Atletico Madrid and their lack of ability to win the title, and the rest of the Spanish football pyramid, I think it was not good, because it shows almost a cartel system in Spanish football where Barcelona and Real Madrid realize that they need each other and that together they can make so much more money than apart. So I don't know, I think it's not healthy for the Spanish football pyramid that a guy can wield this much power and be kind of so arrogant with the way he wields it, But what are your thoughts, Ruby? How do you think the Piqué saga has kind of, unfolded?
Yeah, no, I thought he defended himself fairly well last night, but overall he doesn't come out this well. I mean, as you say, Piqué is an intelligent guy. I think what I took away from last night, and I did watch the Twitch session, and what I took away from the whole sort of palaver, to call it that, was maybe that we just saw kind of behind the veil. And football is something that I think we like to think of it, and Gerard Piqué even said it as much last night. Football is for the fans, which I thought was quite a statement for him to make last night. But what I think we saw was just the reality. And I think if we look at, there was one comment in particular that stood out to me when he was just like, it's normal for a 10% to 15% commission to be paid in the business world, or it's normal for Rubiales to be taking commissions in any business in the world. And I think that is the contradiction. I think we see football as fans, and perhaps the majority of journalists, we see football as a government, as a sort of something that people come together when, and we elect our representatives. We have our football clubs, and it should be sort of as even as possible for everyone, and it should be a fairly sort of the bodies in power should cater to us. Whereas I think football itself and the people in football, the people who wield the power of football, see it as a business. And if you look at the parallels between governments in the world and the sort of relationships that they have with businesses, this is kind of a mirror image of that. And I think what I sort of took away from that is just how kind of grimy and I don't want to use the word dirty, but yeah, how close all of these things generally are in the world, when perhaps football is a nice escape for us. Certainly I use it as an escape. It's something I watch to get some sort of relief from some of the stuff that we're raising money for right now. So yeah, I think we saw kind of the reality. I don't know if you have any sort of further comments on that, or whether you're sick to the teeth of Gerard Piqué right now.
No, I like Piqué, to be honest, despite what I said earlier, because I think that he's an honest person, you know. I think so many footballers are so media trained and so robotic. It's refreshing to have a character who'll speak out on his mind, and I think Piqué does do that, whether it's, you know, in interviews he does formally, or, you know, chats with Ibai Lenos or whatever. I think that, you know, it's good to have somebody like him in the game. I just think that the arrogance he showed in certain elements of that interview, of that discussion on Twitch, was disappointing to see, to be honest. But I guess, you know, like you said, he's a human being, and he was under attack, and he was being leaked as well, you know. So I think it's understandable. And yeah, I think you're right in that it's a reflection of modern society and how business operates. And I guess Piqué was being candid for that because he had to be, because of the way it was leaked. But yeah, it was interesting. A question from Alex Ashmore: what do you guys think about Barcelona not being punished, whereas the likes of Malaga have, after breaking FFP rules? It's a good question, because I guess, you know, I kind of struggle with the FFP thing, because I think that in many ways it's almost a way of safeguarding the elite. In England, for instance, because you've clubs who have money and can't spend it because their income doesn't match up with it, but they can't grow their income unless they spend money. So in many ways, it's a kind of a way of safeguarding, you know, the likes of traditional powers like Manchester United, Liverpool, of, you know, keeping the status quo as it is, instead of allowing clubs like Everton recently, or Manchester City or Newcastle to break into that elite. But yeah, I think also, you know, it's harming La Liga in some ways, because it's preventing them from being as competitive as they could be in the European market, and making it easier for the super clubs like PSG and Bayern Munich and the Premier League clubs to, you know, secure the best talents. So it's kind of an unusual one. What are your thoughts on the FFP thing, and how Barcelona have managed to bring in so many players during winter, despite, you know, violating the salary cap in La Liga, and also kind of playing with their financial health in such a dangerous way? Do you think it's fair, or do you think that they should be punished and have the kind of the rule book brought down in them, like other clubs like Malaga have?
It's an interesting one. It's very hard to argue that your club should be punished severely, but they probably should be. I think in terms of the FFP, as far as I'm aware, it was given a sort of relaxed stage for the last kind of year or two during the pandemic, which explains why PSG were able to bring in, I mean, apart from having the money, why they were able to bring in so many high salaries in this past summer. La Liga's transfer rules and their wage rules are a lot stricter than FFP, in fact, and I do think it has hurt Barcelona. I mean, as they haven't been punished in the same way that Malaga have, and that's probably wrong, but they have been bringing in 38-year-old Dani Alves and Adama Traore on loan at a very reduced salary. They aren't sort of getting away with this completely scot-free. They've I think what they've done essentially is looked at the punishment and said, there's no way that we can make it into the green here. There's no way that we're going to be able to bring our wage cap in line with what it needs to be. So we're going to deal with the punishments. We're going to push this sort of down the line a couple of years. We're going to go over for the next year as well. and we're just going to have to live with that and live with the sort of restrictions that places on our transfer business. And so yeah, should they be punished more? Yeah, I think there's a perfectly good argument for that. But I mean, as much as they managed to bring in Ferran Torres, if they say that the accounts are done and if La Liga have allowed them to do it, then they must have done it somehow. I do think that they get away with things more than other clubs. I think that's, again, coming back to what we're in about the PK thing. These businesses and the importance of the big players to the ones in power and vice versa, there is a degree of sort of cross-pollination, so shall we call it.
Absolutely. We're running out of time now, maybe 15 or 10 minutes left. I'm just going to touch on a few of the other most topical stories in La Liga at the moment, especially at the top of the table. The top 4 race is obviously going to be very interesting. I mentioned how tight it is up there right now. If Betis win tonight, they'd be 4 teams on 60 points, which is quite something. Real Sociedad are coming up the rear as well. What your take on the top 4 race, and how do you think it's going to look come the end of the season? Okay, we can take it for granted that Real Madrid are going to finish first, but who do you think is going to come second, third, and fourth? In my personal opinion, I think that Barca will still rally and finish second, and I think that Atletico will finish third, and I think that it's going to be almost a coin toss between Betis and Sevilla because the momentum at each club is so different. Betis are flying. They have a Copa del Rey final this Saturday evening at 10 p.m. at La Cartuja in Sevilla, playing Valencia. You'd expect them to win that game based on the strength of the two teams and the two teams' forms. Valencia are 10th at the moment in La Liga. I know for a fact, and I can speak from experience, the city is very much looking forward to Saturday evening. The plan is that if Betis win, everyone's going to go to the Plaza Nueva in the center of the city and stay up all night celebrating that game, the first major title since 2005. So it's going to be intriguing. I think that given Sevilla's difficulties this season, we've already discussed them in this show, and Betis's sense of kind of freedom and abandon and almost having a free hit at this top 4, I think it's very conceivable that they could push Sevilla out of it and finish above them. What are your take on that?
Yeah, I totally agree with you in terms of the order of the top 4, and I think the fact it will come down to Betis against Sevilla. I think Betis need to win tonight. They've got 2 games. They've got Elche and Getafe next, and then they also, in their last 4 games, they played both Real Madrid and Barcelona. So I think they need to win every other game and see what they can get against the big 2. I think Sevilla, they've only won 1 match since February when they beat Betis last against Granada as well, the sort of free conceding Granada. So it's really hard to put your finger on it. You keep thinking that they're going to kind of regress to the mean and they're going to get over the line, but right now it's kind of hard to see. They themselves, they've got Atletico Madrid, they've got Villarreal to come, but they do have Levante, Cádiz and Mallorca as well. So those are 3 games you look at and you think if they can get 9 points there, then that'll go a long way to making them safe. I think Betis are going to need one more big result. I think they're going to need to beat Barcelona or Real Madrid at the end of the season. And I think if they can do that, win the rest of the games, I think if they can win 5 of their games remaining, I think they'll get into the top 4. Sevilla still have to be favourites from my view. I worry for Betis and Pellegrini because I think the last 2 games they've had against, I think it was Celta and against Real Sociedad, those are games that if they could have won those, they would have been in a much better position and they could have dropped more points. But the fact that they've got draws in both of those, the fact that they do have the cup final, I'm fairly sure they're going to rotate tonight against Elche. I worry about it, but I would absolutely, I think right now, if you look at the 2 teams, Betis are the better team. And it just comes down to whether Sevilla can sort of re-find that form. And they did go 2-0 up against Real Madrid. Let's not discount that fact as well. So they are coming back and there is some kind of feeling there. I think for Real Sociedad, it's going to be a bit much for them, especially when they struggle to score goals so much. Alex Isak is really, really struggling this season and Sherlock's not much better. So yeah, I think for me, it's between Betis and Sevilla, as you say. If I was to put my house on it, I'd put it on Sevilla. If I was to put a tenner on it, I'd put it on Betis.
So now we learned that your house is not worth a tenner; it's worth more than a tenner.
To be fair, I say that I don't have a house to my name, so I mean, I'm really sort of speculating there, but.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think momentum is very important though in football, and I know for a fact that the Villa Marine will be rocking tonight. You know, it's the send off for the Betis players ahead of the game on Saturday evening at 10 p.m. I'm pretty sure there'll be a very good crowd at it. And it's got the dual importance of being, you know, a game that could send them into a real contention of the top four. I think they will definitely rotate heavily, but I think that when you're playing a game of that importance, you know, this weekend, and the fact that it's the send-off and the fact that the stadium will be full, I think that there's every chance that Betis could, even with the heavy rotated squad, go out and beat Elche and, you know, set a really interesting end to the season. And if they were to beat Valencia on Saturday, you'd have to really be interested to see where they go, because, you know, momentum is a powerful thing. Betis would have it and Sevilla wouldn't. So it's going to be interesting to find out how that works and see how that develops over the course of the rest of the season, for sure.
Here's a question for you. If Betis do knock Sevilla out the top four, does Lopetegui survive that?
I'd imagine he wouldn't, to be honest with you. I mean, discontent has been growing recently amongst Sevillistas. A lot of them were very unhappy with the way Sunday night went. Quite vocal disappointment in many sectors of the stadium. And I think it's funny because, you know, Sevilla are a club that see themselves as being a team that play football in the right way, attractive, aggressive football. Sevilla is like that as a city, you know, it's famed for, you know, flamenco and bullfighting. And that's not a cliche, that's actually the truth. It's both are very big here, you know. And I think Sevillistas and Beticos, to a certain extent, like to see themselves as teams who play football in a certain way, aggressive, attacking, front foot football, daring football. You know, like the team that pushed Real Madrid so close in 2007, or 2008 rather. I mean, 2008. Sorry, my apologies. So yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think that a lot of them are unhappy with Lopetegui's functional style, the results football. And the thing with results football too is that, you know, results football is perfect when you're getting results, but when you're not getting results, questions are asked. And Sevilla is a club that have grown to expect a lot. If they do finish fourth, this will be their third consecutive top four finish, something they've not been able to do for a long time. So yeah, I think it's very conceivable it could go, because sometimes, you know, coaches and clubs come to the end of a cycle. He's been here for 3 seasons now. He's built a very competitive and successful team. Sometimes you need fresh air. So I still think that they finish top 4, and I think that he'll stay. But I think there's every chance he might leave, because if they were to lose to Betis in that race, I think it would be pretty catastrophic in many ways, you know. And then I guess finally, just the last kind of, you know, the top 7, Villarreal. Obviously, they're playing Liverpool in the semi-final of the Champions League next week. What are your take on their chances of potentially pushing beyond Real Sociedad and, you know, joining that fight for the European places? Or do you think that their focus will completely be on the Champions League this season, and that they've kind of conceded defeat in terms of, you know, accessing European football through their league form?
I think their focus will be totally on the Champions League. I do think that they probably have enough, just about to overtake Real Sociedad, depending on how they do. They've got a 6-point gap with 6 games to go. I think if they can survive the Liverpool tie intact and winning all their games until the end of that, then they'll back themselves and they'll think they'll have a good shot. I mean, Villarreal play tonight against Valencia again, probably heavily rotated. If Real Sociedad do get beaten or draw with Barcelona on Thursday night, then that kind of swings things back in their favour. Villarreal, I mean, they're so hard to assess, aren't they? Because I think it's been, if you look at the majority of kind of people covering Spanish football over the last kind of season or so, believe that Villarreal should be higher. They have the squad, they have the quality, they have the budget to be challenging for that sort of 4th place, if not the 5th at least. But the fact that Emery is so good in Europe, and the fact that he's got them to this stage of the Champions League again, kind of wipes out all that. And fair enough. I think perhaps it's just when we kind of come to sum up Emery and when we sum up Villarreal, perhaps it's just a case of trying to accept that some managers are better at competitions than they are the league. and that's kind of hard to sort of assimilate in a way, because I think we think of league competitions as being the kind of be all and end all in some ways, and being the sort of true test of a manager. But if you bring in someone to win your first major trophy, he does it, and then he gets you to the semi-finals of the Champions League. I don't think you can complain if he's finishing 7th too much. So, I don't know if you think they're going to make it into sort of 5th or 6th place. They're out of the Champions League race for me.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's an interesting one, and it's complicated because, as you mentioned, the league form hasn't stacked up with the their performance in the Europa League and the Champions League. But yeah, I guess if they win the Champions League, as unlikely as that seems right now, you know, who cares? Like, because at the end of the day, I think football is all about moments, right? And if Villarreal can enjoy a night in Paris, as unlikely as that may seem, I think they're remembered for the rest of their history, and nobody will care if they finish 7th. And also, they'll get into the Champions League, won't they, if they win the Champions League? So we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's about it for us, guys. Guillem Balague is going to be coming on at 2 p.m. Spanish time to take over. It should be very, very interesting. I'm sure everybody would tune in. So yeah, that's it for us, for myself and Rory and the Football España team. Please be sure to donate using the QR code in the top left of the screen. To contribute to this great cause to help the Ukrainian people in this difficult moment for them. Be sure to share this YouTube stream with whoever might be interested and whoever would be willing to contribute, because it's a very important cause, and it's very nice for us to be able to help in our own small way as part of the Spanish football community, in helping the Ukrainian people to, you know, overcome this difficult moment. So yeah, thank you very much for joining me, Rory.
No, it was an absolute pleasure. As you say, it's good to be able to add our wee grain of sand, and every little helps. And so anything you can give, if you can't, no worries. But if you can, then you know where to do it, as Alan's had it. But yeah, thanks very much for a good chat, Alan.
Absolutely. And I think the guy is now going to transition to the VT, if I'm correct.
Remember, in fact, can we play it again? Welcome, boys and girls, to a new edition of Revista De La Liga. Actually, no, it's Revista De La Liga, the reunion. This is going to be 2 hours in which the men and women that shape the Revista De La Liga will be with us, and that means producers, presenters, special guests as well. And we're going to look back to what it was, a show that produced, for us anyway, a lot of fun, a lot of anecdotes, a lot of stories that we'll try to bring you here. We'll show you the behind the scenes, but we'd like you to take part on this too. So if you've got memories of Revista De La Liga and you want to share them with us, just send them over, and we'll read as many as we can. So without further ado, let me just tell you a little bit of the story of how it all got together. Remember that Spanish football you could watch from 1996, and that first year there was already a Spanish football show produced in Granada by and presented by Gerry Armstrong and Rob Palmer, who will be here with us today. I joined in 1997. It used to be called Spanish Football, presented by David Bobbin. Eventually, it became Revista De La Liga, and a lot of people were part of what we did. As you'll hear from presenters, from producers, from guests, there was a lot of work put behind the scenes, but there was a lot of fun as well. So, if you got some of the stories, come and share us. But I think we should come and introduce our first guest, Scott Minto, because, by the way, I don't know who's coming on. I recognize when I see the face. I recognize that face. Well, you're looking good, Scott. How are you?
Thank you very much, Guillem. I have to say, first thing, when I heard that Revista tune as well, I was like, oh my gosh, how many memories does that bring? And I'm really glad you said, can we play that again, please? And just have a second think up. So it was brilliant. But no, I'm really good, mate. Apologies. I'm actually in my mum's house at the moment. I've just taken her out for a bit of brunch, realised the time, had to get back. So I'm here at the moment, not exactly dressed up in the way that you are. But where are you at the moment?
In Palamos, can I show you?
Oh,
there.
Wow.
Those are the views. That
I used to like
enjoy
it,
one day
not
when
anymore.
you come over.
Absolutely.
But
You keep on throwing out the invitations. And let me just say to everybody out there who's listening already, I kind of created a Revista WhatsApp group just a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? Funnily enough, before this all came about. And I thought, do you know what? Wouldn't it be great to see the boys? Because it was 4 years of my life that was just crazy, as you know, not just professionally, but personally as well. And they were 4 very, very, very special years. So I just thought, you know what? I honestly thought this, Guillem. I know what Guillem's like. He's going to be booked up till 2024. So let's just get in there and throw in, look, maybe in March, but maybe sometime in the summer we can meet up. So to be fair to you did come up with a couple of dates. They were mid-June. I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
So yeah, in mid-June. Yeah. We'll meet in mid-June. But let's go back a little bit to the period when you joined us, because you kept very quiet in the first few months when you were with us. How hard it was for you, for many reasons, to present the show. So tell us, why was it so difficult?
Yeah, I mean, look, from a professional point of view, I'd never presented live football before. Not on a regular basis, and not on a league that I didn't really know too much about, and therefore had no history in terms of, well, last season this happened, and what about this, and you know what it's like as well, because you've done it all. You've presented as well as been the guest and the face of Spanish football. When you have that earpiece in your ear and you've got the producer, the director, the PA counting down, and you're hearing different voices at different times, and then I'm having that conversation with you or any other guest. And to be fair to the guests, when you think about they went on live TV in their second language, most of them. They must have been really nervous as well. So I was nervous about doing a show that I'd never done before, that I knew was very iconic, that had the best club teams in the world at that particular time, that I hadn't, ever really experienced at a time from a personal level as well, where, as you know, my wife had just had twins. So we had 3 kids in 16 months. So what used to happen was, and I've got a lot to thank you on air and Stevie Rowe off air for basically looking after me in those first, I'd say 6 months at least, and maybe even that first season, because I used to, back then Sky would actually give you a chauffeur driven car to take, pick you up and drop you off home. I'm not joking, Guillem, 100 times out of 100, by the time we went round the M25 and he tapped me on the shoulder, the driver, I'd be asleep, he'd wake me up, and I'd be thinking, can't we go around the M25 one more time? Because I just had 4 hours sleep changing nappies with newborn twins. So Stevie Rowe had a double espresso waiting for me all the time. That was my first drink. And it was literally, give yourself a slap, you're about to go on air in a couple of hours.
By the way,
it wasn't easy, I'll be honest.
We contacted Stevie Rowe, and for whatever reason, he hasn't answered. This has been done in the last 2-3 days only. So Stevie is, of course, essential part of what happened, the transition from, say, what we used to be called Spanish football, first with Devin Bowen and Rob Watton. Rob is going to join us at some point as well. And with Stevie, we created this thing that was a little bit different to what was out there. It wasn't just 2 hours, highlights and some stories. Actually, what I aimed with it was to translate into television the midnight radio shows in Spain, in which people not only tell you stories and break news, and we broke a lot of news. I'm sure the stories will come out in the next couple of hours, but to discuss football in an adult way, and in a way that I don't think it was seen on television at the time, because it was journalists mixed with professionals, and yourself, of course, who you weren't just a presenter. You actually you managed the conversation be fluid, but also added to it, and that was the magic of the mixture that we had in place. Is that how you remember it as well?
Yeah, I mean, I feel almost I didn't add to it, and if we did it again now, I would be adding a lot more to it. But I'm also very aware, and that was because I was still learning the ropes and the mechanics of being a presenter, and just trying to get that right, and trying to, when you get counted to a break, and off air especially, and look, the VT's not working, keep talking, and just trying to get all that. I mean, presenters are the sort of top half of that swan. They're meant to be looking all serene and in control, when really you're listening what's going on. And Spanish football especially, the live games with the loss of feeds, and even things that autocue maybe not working, which is why in the end I tried to wean myself off autocue and not rely on machines, because they would go wrong. I felt that Revista was really enjoyable. It was something which I felt, and I know you commented on at the time, that I did a lot of prep for, and used 30%, but I was quite happy to do that, because that prep, I'm a great believer in fail to prepare to fail. And if you don't use stuff, well, the viewers will never know you didn't use that stuff. But if it's there and you need it because something's gone wrong, it was worth it in the end. But in the end, it was like, hello, welcome to Revista De La Liga. Guillem, chaps, just talk, and it was one of those, right? End of the show now, the hour just flew by. It really did.
Scott, look who's joined us. Rob Watson, how are you, Rob?
Roberto!
Oh, Guillem Antonio Ramon Balague Garcia.
I forgot about that. So I was never introduced, Scott, by Rob as Guillem Balague, which Rob must be the first person in the UK that said the name properly. I had difficulties to get people to say my name properly. But Rob added to it. Rob made my name very, very long. Please explain.
Yes, well, we had to get your full title in, and your mum was always delighted when I gave you your full moniker of Guillem Antonio Ramon Balague Garcia. So I always felt it was only right and appropriate to give you your full title. But look where I am, Guillem. I've just come off air, and I'm in there. You will know this room very well. And if I come down here, there we go.
Oh my God!
Guillem Balague, it's still there.
I haven't been there for 5 years, so my clothes are there. Open it. See what we get in there.
Well,
What's there?
I think I rifled all your suits out of it at some stage because I wanted to match your sartorial elegance, which of course I never did. But there you go.
My clothes. Oh my God, that's unbelievable.
There we go.
You can give them away.
Guillem, you're so iconic there that you're like the sort of the number 10 Lionel Messi shirt that must never be worn again. We hang it up, but we just leave it there.
Can't use that for anything else. But I've got to pick Scott up because I never got a chauffeur-driven car. I just wondered what on earth was going on when I was listening to that.
That was changed, mate. A few years later, they changed it. A few years later.
Yeah. So yeah, I remember I always tried to wear different clothes, and at that point, as you could see there, they had given me clothes that I had to wear. I wasn't particularly happy with it, but it was grey, blue, white. That was basically it. But before those clothes, and especially in the last years when I started wearing my shirts, at the beginning I used to wear leather jackets and things with hoodies. And I remember Nigel Dean, who we're going to have on later, the producer, saying, the hoodie, can I see from the back? Can I just cut it I've got some scissors here. No, you cannot cut a hoodie. But he couldn't stand a hoodie on television.
I can't imagine
Anyway,
Nigel
Rob,
ever wearing one, mate. I have to be honest.
telling you. So, Rob, tell us what memories does Revista La Liga bring to you?
Well, I think I'm right in saying, Guillem, I'm not sure, but the name of Revista De La Liga was when we first got together, which was after I took over from David Bobin, who sadly is no longer with us, David. And we came up, well, you came up with the idea of a sort of more magazine show. We had Gary Cottrell go out and do those pieces, which were just amazing. He did one on every club, and they were about sort of 10 minutes long, which are fantastic. But, you know, I was very lucky and very blessed the time that I did Spanish football, that, you know, it was the days of sort of Beckham, Raúl, you know, Zidane in that wonderful Real Madrid team. You know, someone called Rafa Benitez, I don't think he'd ever catch on. He was taking Valencia to the title. And Barcelona, you know, the magic of Ronaldinho and others. It was just such I just loved every second of it. And your company, and we used to have Roberto Martinez, and he used to come and sit on the sofa with us on a Sunday evening. We'd eat sandwiches. And he'd analyse the games when we were watching. And I'd say, Roberto, what do you want to do when you give up playing football? And he said, I want to be a manager. And I used to think, bless him, he's far too nice to be a manager. He'll never succeed. Shows how much I know about football, doesn't it? But they were just wonderful, wonderful days, really.
You two of the presenters that lasted the longest. You already mentioned David Bobin, who bless him, when we first started doing Spanish football, and we told his story with him many times. Rest in peace, by the way. Yes, as you say, he's not with us anymore. But when the show came to him first, when they asked him to do the show first, he said, "Do not expect me to learn anything about Spanish football. I will just read my lines, and that's it." He thought it was not a step up, if you like. Spanish football, nobody really cared at that time. I'm talking 97. This was the year after Rob and Gerry had done it. It took him, my job was to actually bring Spanish football to him. And I will tell him stories. So I dedicated the half an hour before the show to tell stories to David, so he got engaged. And again, at the end, he loved it. At the end, he was just couldn't have enough of it. He loved Spanish football. He loved everything to do with the Spanish football. And with his deep voice, he represented Spanish football very well. You two were, as I said, the longest. We had Kate Abdo. We had Mar Bolton as well. But Scott, from your time, and by the way, let me know if my sound is okay, because it feels like it's breaking down a little bit. But
no, you're all good, mate.
Yeah, good. Just let me know an anecdote, a moment that for you was important, one perhaps in which you showed your ability as a presenter when you were starting.
Cool. Now you're testing me, showing my ability as a presenter. In the 4 years. No, I tell you what, there was a big moment during that first year where I was kind of thinking, I don't know if it's going to happen for me. I don't know if it's right. Presenting's just too way out there. I was a natural pundit. I wasn't a natural presenter. And, obviously we get the feeds coming in from Spain. And I think it was Malaga. I can't even remember who the opposition were. And we had Gerry and Ozzy. Legend that is Ozzy. I'll come on to him in just a second as well on something else. And we lost the feed, or was it the lose the feed, or something was thrown at the linesman and he had blood. So there was literally, right, we're going to come back. And it went on for so long that we weren't quite sure what was going to happen. You can hear Stevie Rowe in the background, right, I'm going to go off. I'm going to try and find out what's happening. You just keep the chat going. And it was a chat for, it's one thing to say, it was a 20-minute chat. If you've got a 20-minute chat, you can plan for that. It's another thing to suddenly be sprung on it. It's 20 minutes chat, start now. It's another thing to end up having a 20-minute chat, but actually you don't know, this could be 2 minutes or this could be an hour. And Gerry understood it, Ozzy understood it. And I don't know what happened to the linesman, bless him. I think his head's okay now. But from that moment, after what happened there, I thought, yes, I can do this. And I mean, you know, Guillem, there were so many times during the live matches where there was a loss of feed, and we're all sitting there with our feet up, eating the crisps, and suddenly it's like, wait, you know, get the crisps away. You're gonna come on. You got 10. Right, give me 1 second. I'm not ready yet. And you know, the guest is in the toilet, wait for him to come back. And so it was.
How television has changed.
Moments.
How television has changed, Scott. That I feel that if that happened now, they'll go straight away into the studio and we'll just show what we're eating. And there will be a different kind of a roughness to it. I think that will be good television in there. I think Sky helped us put the standards so high in everything we did. And it's important that we have a producer with us, Nigel Dean. Hello, Nigel, to tell us about those
afternoon, everyone.
Those standards.
Hi, Nigel.
But Nigel,
how you
before
doing,
I,
Scott,
before I ask
Rob?
you, Rob, tell us from your time as a presenter what memory of it or a moment that'll stick with you forever.
Well, obviously having Nigel in my ear every Sunday and Saturday, and for the Revista programs, I think the wonderful guests. I mean, we mentioned Roberto Martinez, and the wonderful guest, Guillem, that you managed to get. Everyone seemed to want to come on to Spanish football, didn't they? And I can remember one time you got Joe Cole, and he just scored. He was playing for Chelsea at the time, and he just scored, I think, the winner against Manchester United. Not that end of season goal that he scored, but he scored a goal, and he came straight from the game. And I'd never met Joe before, and he arrived at the studio. You can remember I mean, they've all been redone now, and it's much more sort of genteel and civilized here now. But in those days, it was a little rough and ready, wasn't it? Our office upstairs there, and he arrived, and I'm thinking, oh goodness, he's not gonna be happy with his surroundings. This is a Premier League player here, one of the greats. And he arrived in his tracksuit, and he said, "Is there anywhere I could get changed?" Now, if you'd seen our changing rooms, they were, I mean, fleas wouldn't even get changed in there. And so he said, "Oh, I could just get changed in the corner." So he got out of his tracksuit, put his clothes on, and he said, "I'm really sorry, is there any chance of any food? Because I'm a bit hungry." Come straight from Stamford Bridge. And I was thinking, oh no, he's going to want sun-dried tomatoes on ciabatta bread or something really healthy, isn't he? This is going to be a disaster. And he said, well, if you just got an egg sandwich or anything, that'd be great. So we gave him this egg sandwich, and he was there for the Madrid derby. And, I thought, I bet I better run through sort of some of the stories around. He knew every player. He not only knew every player, he knew their height, he knew their shoe size, he knew everything, did Joe. Anyway, so we get into the game. We had a half-hour build-up, and we get into the game, and the match is going in. He said, "Is it all right to use my telephone for a moment?" And I was thinking, oh no, here we go. He's going to phone his agent, and he's going to say, "There's nowhere for me to get changed. I'll have an egg sandwich. And I'm sat next to this buffoon. What on earth is going on?" I said, "Yeah, Joe, of course." Thinking, oh, here we go. He gets on the phone, and he said, the first thing I hear him say is, Mum, how did I get on? Did I do all right?" And then he said, "Oh, you don't like my shirt? Okay, put me on to Dad. Dad, did I do all right? Did I say the right thing?" And I just thought, how amazing. That is just brilliant. And it was those guests we had in were just so wonderful, and everyone seemed to want to get onto the Spanish football. They just loved it, didn't they? And a lot of that, Guillem, down to you and Nigel and everyone who produced such wonderful stuff.
I remember producing a Saturday night show, and I can't remember the teams now, but we later found out that not only did people want to come on, but lots of football luminaries actually watched it, even after maybe a tense Saturday with their team in their game. Because we later found out after that Saturday night that Arsenal had a match that afternoon. And it was Arsene Wenger's coach at the time, his amazing coach, his birthday. And he spent his birthday evening that Saturday night not in some lovely restaurant eating a meal, but watching Spanish football at home. So amazing, really.
Scott, you were going to say?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I mean, I played with Joe at West Ham, and Rob, I could have told you beforehand, he is one of the most down-to-earth guys ever. But you're right, the Premier League legend that he is, it was a little bit more refined when I got there, but still not absolutely fantastic. And I was touching beforehand about how you've got people who are doing this in their second language, so they were slightly nervous as well, but they were always really keen to do well. I mean, I've got friends with so many of them, and probably Guy's the main one, but so many lovely, lovely guys, apart from one. And do you remember Edgar Davids, Guillem?
I do.
So he must have just thought, I'm going to be on Sky Sports the whole of this particular Sunday, because he was on Goals on Sunday. He came out with an infamous quote, which I won't mention now. So everyone was kind of talking about him. And then I walked in before the show, and we went to go to the toilet, and he's there. I said, hi Edgar. Didn't want to sort of like look over anything, but I just said, hi Edgar, I'm Scott, and I'm the presenter. I'm really looking forward to you doing, the 3 games. Long day for you, isn't it, with the 3 games? He said, no, I'm not doing 3 games. I said, well, yeah, we're doing 3 games. It's you, me, and Guillem. No, I'm just doing 2. Oh, okay. So I went out the toilet, spoke to Stevie. He said, Stevie, he's thinking there's only 2 games. He went, I don't know. Let's just wait and see. Anyway, he basically said towards the end of that second game, okay, that's me now. I'm done. And then the final game, you and I basically, did it ourselves. So we had no kind of ex-player doing it. And even during it as well, let's just say he was slightly arrogant. But I think he was the only one that I can turn around and say, everybody else, they weren't just good guests, they were really good people as well.
Let me tell you one of those stories, and then let's chat to Nigel for a bit, because there was somebody else when David Bobbin was presenting that came over, that Jordi Cruyff, who's now the number 3 at the club at Barcelona, and didn't particularly like the long questions of David. So very, very at the beginning, he started answering with monosyllables. So it was like, so do you think that Barcelona, in the way they play, if actually they expose themselves, there will be goals conceded and the centre-backs will have to suffer, and how will they come out from that? I don't know. Would be the answer. Picked up by Devin again, or me trying to add something to it. He wasn't happy. It was that day, and he's a lovely guy, but that day he wasn't happy for whatever reason. But Nigel, we've mentioned the guests that we had, and one of the wonderful things of what happened when the guests came in, and it was Rafa Benitez, Cesc Fabregas, Joe Cole, Fabio Capello, and I can't remember which one of you were presenting the day that Fabio Capello was supposed to do the show, or if any of you were there. Anyway, I'll tell the story later. But one of the wonderful things, Nigel, was that how well the guests were looked after. It wasn't just the sandwiches. It's just that they felt really important. That was a very good thing. And they realized that they were walking into a living room of friends that they had been watching for previous weeks. It was like that, wasn't it? It was
That's
like
right.
kind of a family feeling.
Yeah, I mean, the Revista De La Liga set was laid out like a Spanish bar, wasn't it? So in a way, that might have relaxed them and got them more into a mood than a sort of a rigid desk and set, although obviously those things can and do look fantastic. So, yeah, we try to look after them. We have the, the poor old runners running around getting stuff. I remember one night, very embarrassingly, when Roberto was in, he was still playing in those days, so was really looking after himself and had his fitness as a player, asking for something from the canteen other than a sort of like a turned up sandwich or a packet of biscuits. And all he wanted was an omelette. So I sent the runner to get an omelette for him in the canteen. And the chef in the Sky canteen at that time, he just wouldn't do him an omelette. He said, no, we've stopped cooking now. And so I had to embarrassingly go back to Roberto and say, I can't even do you an omelette. So, but we did try and look after them, but that wasn't a time when it worked out quite.
By the way, one of the questions I get asked more often is that if the liquid that looked like wine was wine. And there was a time that it was wine.
It wasn't in my time.
No, new time. In new time must have been what, juice, some kind of juice, raspberry
I would
juice
think
or
it was
something.
orange juice, yeah.
or something that looked like wine. But
we would have loved it
Scott,
to be wine.
there was wine until I think one evening. Do you remember, Scott?
Well, if it's the one I was thinking, and it's definitely one thing I wanted to get out, even if it's the last thing I was going to say. But so was it something to do with Iniesta's wine initially?
Yes, we got him boxes from there.
Did Gibbo have something to do with Iniesta's wine?
Yes, he was telling them
there. So I don't know how Stevie agreed to do it, but we just thought, great idea. Again, Rob, it was still at the time where I was being chauffeur-jibbered in, so I could have a few glasses of wine.
that all makes sense now, Scott.
Yeah, exactly. No, but this is quite late on in the time as well, and obviously, it was brilliant doing Spanish football, and we just covered almost every game you could possibly cover in that particular weekend. It was a triple header on a Saturday, a double header on a Sunday, and a game plus Revista on a Monday. I mean, my goodness, it was so full on. But those triple headers could be long. So anyway, the wine came in, and we had Ozzy as a guest one time. Now, he loved his red wine. So, an Ozzy, incredible player, an even better person, really down to earth, lovely guy. His English is superb. It's just his accent. And as the more he was drinking wine, his accent was getting even stronger, Argentinian. It got to the point where the next show, Stevie said to me, look, just make sure he doesn't have too much wine, won't you? Because, we've only got like one bottle per program, even though we had more. So we're literally into a triple header. First half of the first game, he's done about 3 glasses of wine. And he's not slurring, but he's getting stronger and stronger. And in the end, I'm not sure if that was because of it, but quite soon after that, they said, look, there can be no more wine now, I have to say.
No. Gerry will bring wine for the Christmas special, and that will be drunk after, not during it. But Rob, I imagine you still get people saying to you, and I got it so many times, that Revista and the Spanish Football on Sky introduced Spain to the audience, and many people went to Spain or got into Spanish football and went to games, and some of them even got season ticket holders of Spanish clubs through what Sky did. Do you still get that, and do you think the influence was that big?
Yeah, I think it was, and we sort of introduced that map, didn't we, which would sort of show where the grounds were, and tried to give us a little insight as well into it. This isn't just Deportivo La Coruña against Celta Vigo. What is it about this game, or Sevilla against Real Betis? And I think it was you, Guillem, who put me, before I started it, put me onto a book called Morbo, which is a, I mean, yeah, just a fascinating insight, because Spanish football is much more than, I mean, Barcelona, Real Madrid is huge, but it's all the subplots and the drama and the history and the wonderful color that goes with Spanish football, and we definitely tried to sort of portray that and to get people's interest in Spain and what is the difference between La Coruña, say, and Andalusia, and the sort of different vibes that you get from each of those places. And I think you're right, Kim. It made people go, wow, because you have the map sort of zoom in onto where the ground was at Riazor or somewhere, and there'd be some sort of external shots of the ground. It give people a feel of actually being there and being a part of it, and understanding the history and tradition of everything that goes with La Liga, because it is, I mean, Barcelona say more than a club. Spanish football is more than just a game, isn't it? It's all the subplots and the lovely sort of tales on the side of every game.
Yeah,
Nigel, as a producer,
I was just going to say, Ben Miller used to spend a lot of his time out of season going around shooting a lot of those places and getting all the colour of those places so that we could use them throughout a bit of a bleak English midwinter or something like that. Sorry, Guillem.
In fact, with Ben Miller and Nick Bolger, our producer and cameraman back in Spain, I used to travel every week to Spain. Every week. That meant 3 days of my life to get there. There wasn't so many flights, to spend the whole day traveling and interviewing, and that's how a lot of relationships were created, and then coming back for a minute and a half of television. Because at the time there will be a lot of footage that will bring back to the UK, and you would say, right, yeah, that's great, yeah, a quote here, that quote from whoever it was that we interviewed, and that's about it. That's what we used to do, and the rest were thrown away. That was something that obviously has changed. Now will be blasted in all the social media, etc. But Nigel, what percentage did you have, and tell us a little bit about them and your relationship with them.
Well, Rob, I've got to be careful because Rob was my first presenter. No, he was lovely to work with. Lovely to work with. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and then Mark Bolton basically followed on. He was good to work with as well. He'd come down, I think, to work for Sky from ITV Central in the West Midlands. So yeah, I joined in 2004. Which was an exciting era, as Rob said. It was the era, or the first era of the Galacticos, when Florentino Perez was in his first spell at Real Madrid, and we had also Joan Laporta at Barcelona, and those wonderful players like Ronaldinho and Deco, Eto'o, Messi was just starting to create a stir. You know, so they were great times, and the show was so well respected. And we actually got Joan Laporta came in as a guest when he was on a business trip to London. We got him in as a guest. Also, Ramon Calderon came in. He followed on from Florentino Perez, who's now, of course, back at the club and Super League ambitious, isn't he? But yeah, and we had just wonderful times, thinking of the guests, Gus Poyet came in, there was John Toshak, Albert, Chappie Ferrer, just loads, Steve McManaman around at that time. It was. Do
you know one of the things that I admire of the producers, and that will go for you, for Dave Lawrence, for Mark Scott, for Mark Payne, for Stevie, for everyone, is that you managed to create. We all had this little island and had hardly no relationship to Sky, but your role was to actually protect us and so we could do our own thing a little bit. Perhaps at the beginning because nobody was watching, not even in house, but later because it was different to whatever else he was doing, with journalists being introduced, with guests having been treated a little bit different, hearing from them in a different angles, doing our own little stories. So that was part of the job you were doing, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right. We just, but again, it's down to contacts, and you had those, wonderful sort of contacts, really. You were seeing a lot of these people, not only in Spain, but at, say, Champions League matches in the UK as well. And that's how, we were able to attract them in. But we tried to do it is a different atmosphere, when we, as Joe Cole was mentioned there by Rob, we try to find out what they liked about, what they loved about Spanish football, what attracted it, them to it, what they thought of certain players and clubs and managers. And that all made for something different from what those players were being quoted on in the tabloids, when they were talking purely about, from a Chelsea point of view. So you saw, a little bit, something a bit more different, about those people, and got to know them better, perhaps, as people, really.
Yeah. Scott, Rob, a question for both of you. Revista De La Liga broke news at the time. We told the story of Cristiano Ronaldo joining Real Madrid, or we told the story of Cesc going to Barcelona, or Fernando Torres going to Chelsea, and many more. But we couldn't do a Revista anymore. That was a product of its time. Do you think so?
Yeah, I think nowadays with social media, there was some stories that you sat on for a day or so, and you could kind of, even though obviously social media was around then, it wasn't that long ago, but you could sit on those type of stories and save it for Revista. Nowadays, you just can't do that, not in that types. And I genuinely believe that Revista would have evolved. It still would have been a very good show, would have looked different to how it would have been from the beginning, and certainly in the middle as well, because, you know, you were there behind it, and you wanted it to be, and we all wanted it to be the best possible show around. You know, we just felt it was really important. It was our Premier League. It was our major, you know, league that we're working on. And that's the way I always felt as well. I talked about at the beginning, I didn't know much about Spanish football. At the end, when I went on to the English football in the EFL and ended up doing the Carabao Cup as well, it was like it was a family. It was. It was like it was my football, Spanish football, and I was leaving my football to do something, even though I felt professionally it was the right thing to do, to move on. And I felt, and I think it's proven to be the case, it wasn't given enough credence within Sky. And yet the people, Guillem, I still have people. I had someone come up to me literally last weekend saying, "What about Revista? How good was that?" And I'm like, "That's amazing you're saying that, because I haven't done that for 6 or 7 years." It was so iconic. I remember traveling to a game in the EFL up north and sitting on the train with someone, and they said, "Look, you know, can I come and sit next to you and talk football?" I said, "Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to talk about Spanish football and Revista and the stories behind it and everything." And I think it was very, very iconic. And I was very aware that I was going into something that was a fantastic product, and I just wanted to do it justice.
Yeah. In
I
fact,
think
Rob,
it would have evolved as well.
Yep.
I've got to leave you in a moment, guys, because I'm about to run out of battery. But I was interested in what Scott said there. I remember being on holiday one time. I don't really go to posh places on holiday, but I managed to wangle my way into this nice swimming pool. And Danny Murphy was there. And he was a Liverpool player at the time. And I was in the pool, and he comes swimming up. I never met him before. He's a lovely fellow. He comes swimming up and he goes, "Right, tell me about Rafa Benitez. I've watched him I've watched his Valencia side a lot on the Spanish football. He was about to go to Liverpool to take over at Liverpool. He was going, I need to know everything before he arrives." So it showed that everyone was watching. And I heard Nigel mention, and you mentioned Jon Toshak. And for Nigel, and Jon Toshak was a great guest to get in. But for a producer, he must have been a nightmare, because I don't know if he's got one now, but he insisted on not having a mobile phone.
Correct.
Yeah. So he would never, and it was always, you'd be there, you know, preparing to go.
I had to arrange to pick him up at outside a match that he'd been at that Saturday
it was always a toss-up whether he's
Chelsea.
It was always a toss-up of whether he's going to turn. You never knew whether he's going to turn up. Is John going to be here? Or
and he didn't know much about timing, about television timing. Yeah. He didn't know that we had to go to a break. He didn't care. By the way,
most wonderful guest. So
we send our love to
run out
John.
Of battery, so I've got to say
Rob,
goodbye. Thank you so much.
It's good to see you. Thank you for popping in. Oh, and he's gone. I was going to say, I'm sorry, Scott, and we've got new guests. So Scott, goodbye. Oh my God, Rob Palmera, Roberto Palmera.
Sorry.
Roberto Palmera says Rob Palmer, who's still learning about Spanish football quite clearly.
I'm just always reading, Guillem. Always, you can never learn enough.
That's the first version as well of it. That's growing like twice. It's got twice the size. Marcelino Elena as well, one of the regular guests of Revista and Spanish football.
That's the signed version.
So, signed one. That's a special. That's the special
it's worth a lot
one.
of money, that, Guillem.
That's the special one.
So
let's start with you, Rob.
Guys get on. I will say
Nigel.
goodbye now, but
Nigel,
brilliant, and I shall be watching Rob. I should be watching.
Lovely seeing you.
Thank you very much.
Lovely seeing you, Nigel. You would have sacked the cameraman for that particular angle had it been on Revista, wouldn't you?
Yeah. All the best,
and
guys.
Rob is on, and we like that. Remember, by the way, just a quick reminder that we're doing this because we love each other, and if we don't do it this way, we're not going to meet again. but also to get funds for Ukraine. So have a look at the description below. You've got all the links that you need, and this is the information there. It's a good opportunity to help people in Ukraine. So go and check it out. But Rob, let's start with you, because you started it all. You were in Granada with Gerry '96, telling us about Spanish football festival.
Yeah, well, my Spanish football started at Granada Television up in the northwest of England, where we used to get the highlights literally flown across on a plane on a Sunday night, and we used to get them on a Monday, turn them around. Then we went to a Spanish restaurant owned by George Best, Harp as it was called in Manchester. That came from nowhere. And we used to film with the likes of Adrian Heath and Howard Kendall. So we first of all brought Spanish football to the UK in the northwest. It was the only place you could see it in England. There was a Welsh version, Scorcher, I think it was called. And then we all came to Sky Sports, and I think it was the 96-97 season that one of the executive producers at Sky said, look, we know you want to commentate, and we've got a bunch of Spanish waiters kicking a beach ball around, but if you want to get involved, you can. And it turned out that was the very first season. The great Bobby Robson was the manager of Barcelona. I remember one day calling him up, ringing Barcelona, asking if we could get put through to his office, and Bobby answering the phone himself, inviting us over. And we went over and filmed him on a Monday night against, it was Extremadura that were playing, and he brought this goofy little teenager over and said, remember this lad's name, he's just come in from Holland, he's a Brazilian kid, speaks no English, but he's going to be a superstar. And he's, Ronaldo, come here. And the original Ronaldo came over, and we filmed him, and nobody knew anything about him at that point, and they just signed Luis Figo as well. So that was our kind of initiation and our first ever season in La Liga, and then it all took off after that.
You are the longest commentator that we had in Sky from Spanish football. You back doing Spanish football now with ESPN as well. So Spanish football was never too far away from you, because you even got a place in Malaga, which is where you hide, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my hiding hole over in La Cala de Mijas down in Andalusia as well. And as you know, my son Ellis, who probably will make a guest appearance in the background here, thanks to the influence of the likes of yourself, decided that he was going to study Spanish when he was at school, and then headed off to Barcelona for his gap year, and then got a chance to go to Cambridge, but decided that he would study Catalan politics, believe it or not. So, you had a big influence, and Spanish football's had a big influence on the family, and the boy not only speaks Spanish, but he's fluent in Catalan as well, and he could fill the whole podcast on Catalan politics.
That's crazy, but think of one or two, because you're a very good storyteller, one or two anecdotes of your time there while I speak to Marcelino, because Marce, you used to come regularly to both Revista and the weekend shows, and we already been touched on the fact that it was in everybody's houses, that especially the weekend, but also Revista. What do you think it was? What do you think we were doing, all of us, to attract the attention of so many people?
Well, I think that the quality of the show was superb, and I think that's what first of all what attracted the audience. I think you promoted the Spanish football around in the UK, and it was a way to, or the best possible way to introduce the Spanish football that at a certain point was quite unknown in England, in Britain. And not just the football itself, but probably the culture, the Spanish culture. You were talking before about knowing what the difference is between Andalusia and the north of Spain, or between Catalonia and the Canary Islands. Spain is a country that offers a different type of cultures and weathers and climatology, everything. So it's very different to play from a club in the Basque Country to play for a club in the Canary Islands, for example, and that's all what you introduced to the audience to, and I think it was a great way for the British audience to discover not just the Spanish football but also Spain.
One thing that we all did, I think, we went the extra mile. Martha, you did. Rob, you did. There was more work than we needed to do to actually make sure that everything was at the standards that you're talking about. And in your case, Rob, your preparation was amazing. By the way, you also presented some shows, didn't you? You weren't just the commentator.
Yeah, whenever anybody ever went down here, like, I was kind of roped in to present it, and it was kind of little known that before Scott came as well, one year they offered me the chance to present the Spanish football and Revista as well. But to be honest, as you can see, I'm much better behind the microphone than I'm in front of a camera. I can't wear a shirt and get away like you do, Gem. So yeah, and when you're doing the Spanish football, you're kind of starting with a blank sheet of paper, which is what we did back in the mid-90s, that nobody knew about Spanish football. As Marcelino says there, it's not just a footballing education. When you come up with a place, I did Cadiz last night, you're talking about Cadiz and the history of Cadiz and where it is in the country and what the values are as well around there. And you talk about places like Elche, and it's putting places on a map and kind of painting that picture with words as well. And then also when you get the players, and did the Cadiz Barcelona game last night, first time they've ever won a game there. If you don't know that going into the game, you can look pretty silly. So there was so much work that you had to put in, but it was great. And I, anybody that watched Revista, or not Revista, but the live games as well, was an absolute geek, and they absorbed everything that you could come up with. And the professionals like Marcelino and Roberto Martinez, and we had guest spots from Steve McManaman, Steve Archibald used to come in as well. Anybody was involved in Spanish football on Sky over the years, and a whole generation. My lad's 27 years of age. You think of that generation that from the 90s and then the noughties and the 2010 were brought up with watching it. We are now part of the FIFA generation, and everybody has got a Spanish team. It's either Barcelona or Real Madrid, or they've adopted Real Sociedad, or Betis seem to be the most popular as well. And then the Guiris down in Malaga, in Andalusia, that followed Malaga Football Club all around Spain as well. I mean, there's probably a book to be written about it, and I could think of nobody better to write the book than you, Guillem.
Maybe one day. But if we're going to write a book, we're going to have to tell the stories, some of the stories that you're going to tell us now, especially because you did most of the big games. Kevin Keatings did a lot of them. Hello, Kevin.
Hola, mi amigo. How are you?
Recognizable voice, so is Rob. But we say
hi, Rob. Hi, Marcelino. Lovely to see you again.
Great to see you.
Rob did a lot of shows with Gerry Armstrong. A lot of shows with Gerry Armstrong. I don't know if you counted them, but plenty of them. And I'm sure you two, in your Clásicos, some of them done, especially in the last years, a lot of them done on site. You must tell one or two stories of that period.
Well, I mean, the stories about Gerry. I mean, Rob and I could be here all day telling stories about Gerry. I mean, Gerry, I'm forever grateful, because he was the man that got me into Sky to do Spanish football, because he and I worked at Eurosport, and he was telling me about the good times he was having with Rob and doing when the Spanish football first started. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be great? Because I had a great passion for, and I've always had a great passion for foreign football, in inverted commas. I've always sought to get knowledge and always thirsted for knowledge outside of England, because I go back long enough to remember the Di Stefano, Puskas, Gento, Real Madrid side, which was my earliest memories of seeing a foreign team and thinking, my word, this is just out of this world. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like it. And we all know they went on to win 5 straight European Cups. So, I had this great thirst for knowledge. I watched as much as I could, and of course in those days, back in the 90s, there was hardly any football. I didn't have Sky when it first came out, so I wasn't seeing what Rob and Gerry were doing and on those early commentaries. But Gerry would tell me all about it at Eurosport, and I said, well, look, if you ever get a chance, or there's an opening at any time, just put a word in for me if you can. And Gerry's a great guy, and he'll always look to help you and do anything for anyone. And as luck would have it, I think it was Ian Crocker at the time who was doing, Rob will remind me, I think he was doing some Spanish football, and he went over to the Football League. And I think Guy Havard, who was mainly a reporter, but he came in and did some around about that time. And then I eventually got a way into Sky, and I did the Bundesliga for the first year I was there, because they took those rights for 1 year. But only for 1 year. They didn't extend them beyond that first season. But as luck would have it, Ian Crocker, at the end of that Bundesliga season I covered, moved to the Football League, as I said. And then there was the opportunity, and the bosses were happy enough with what I did on Bundesliga, and they said, well, look, would you like to do the Spanish? Well, boy, would I like to do the Spanish, and that was my way in. And go on.
Sorry, Rob. Just staying with Gerry for a second. Rob, tell us. I'm desperate for you to tell us one of the 100 stories you've got with you and Gerry. Just one for now.
There are so many stories about Gerry. I was just thinking of one we were telling the other day, actually, that Gerry knew everybody in football. The fact that he brought Kevin in there, that he knew everybody behind the scenes as well. And once he said, I tell you what, he said, Real Madrid want to have a global footprint around the world. The president, Florentino Perez, has just taken over and he wants to get them known. And Gerry arranged for us to go over there by Michael Robinson, who's a great footballer and broadcaster himself over in Spain. And Gerry took us over, and I thought this was Mickey Mouse stuff that Gerry was coming up with. We're going to interview with Florentino Perez, and I said, yeah, sure, we have Gerry. And Luis Figo. And bear in mind, it was the week that Luis Figo was playing for Real Madrid against Barcelona. He just left. And Butragueño is going to give us a tour of the stadium, and we already had Steve McManaman set up. And Gerry took us over there with this itinerary. Sky Sports couldn't believe that we were going to come away with this, and they thought, yeah, you just try to get a free kind of 3-day trip over to Spain. And we did it. Gerry got us there through his pal in Madrid, and we went up to the 37th floor of Florentino's apartment block of offices in the middle of Madrid. Interviewed him in there with a guy with his hand in his pocket, probably had a gun there, maybe he's just filling his heart, I don't know. And then the next day we went, and Butragueño gave us a tour of the stadium and took us and showed us the museum. And then the very next day we went and we went to the Real Madrid training ground, and the guy there says, you're not interviewing Luis Figo, no chance, no way, amigo. And then Gerry kind of brought out this kind of official piece of paper, and we were treated like lords. And Gerry just opened these doors. But I love the only bit of feedback we ever got from Sky is apparently when we were doing the walk around with Butragueño and it was raining, I didn't have a Sky Sports umbrella. So it was the only criticism they could find. But Gerry would open doors there, and he just filled the air with his enthusiasm. And I don't know if he's ever mentioned it, he actually played for Mallorca way back in his career.
He's mentioned it once or twice.
Yeah, one of the memories, Rob, as well, and you remember this, Guillem too, I think, was you remember the times when Gerry was both the pundit and the commentator, and he would go up and down the ladder. Do you remember the ladder to the co-comms box, and then he'd have to leg it down for the half-time punditry? I mean, he was the man for all seasons, wasn't he? What a guy.
There was one guy, when Twitter was first invented, there was a guy on Twitter that first came on, and he used to get very upset that Kevin and I were not at the games, and he would get very irate that you were pretending to be there. I mean, most of the English football that's broadcast around the world, the commentators aren't there because you can't fit 82 different countries in the commentary box at Anfield tonight for, say, the Liverpool-Man United game. So Kevin and I would, I wouldn't say pretend, but we would commentate what was called off tube. So yeah, Gerry would do that. He'd be in the studio with his full makeup on, and then he'd rush up, and then about a minute into the game, he'd turn in, and occasionally he may have missed a goal or something like that. And then a minute before half-time, Gerry would have to get out again, and you'd hear him clatter the door. And if you were very, very careful listening to the commentary, and then he'd do that, and he'd be down there, and then all of a sudden he'd appear in the studio as if he'd gone from the San Mosh to the Sky Sports studios in the blink of an eye, in the Sky TARDIS. Hey, we've lost Guillem.
Yeah, we've lost the director.
We've lost the main man, right?
Rob, your time to present.
My time. We were just saying, Kevin, that whenever anybody went downhill or anything like that, I was always the man to kind of fill in for Mark Bolton or for Scott Minto or whoever else as well. Marcelo, when did you first become involved in the Spanish football? I mean, you'd be watching it as a player, wouldn't you, when you were up at Newcastle United, I guess?
Yeah, correct. And I was going to say before, it was great company for me at that time too, because it was a good way to keep watching the Spanish football, which at that time I couldn't do, because it's not like in those days where you can watch any game on stream or in this kind of digital platforms. It was not possible at that time, and the only way for me to follow La Liga was watching it on those shows on Sky, Revista La Liga, and it was my first memories of Revista La Liga was watching Guillem Balague, a guy called Guillem Balague, and Roberto Martinez, who, as we all know, arrived at Wigan with all the two players, and that was a story that I knew, that there was another couple of players in a club at a lower division, who were Spanish, and one of those guys was there with Guillem. That was Roberto Martinez at that time. Look at him now. So it's my first memories about Revista De La Liga, and it was very, very nice to see the Spanish football explained that well, and it was a good feeling watching the professionalism and the depth in the comments and all that. We are talking about Guillem. Hello.
So every day around this time, Guillem goes off and has a siesta, no matter what he's doing, whether he's broadcasting the world or not. There are some Spanish traditions that have to be kept. He has a little kit, but he's back now.
I think
it was quick. It was only a 2-minute siesta.
I think, Marcelino, going back to hearing what Nigel was talking about and what Guillem was saying about all the producers of the Spanish football and how welcome they made you, I'm sure that left an impression on you, and how friendly the setup was and how relaxed it was, really. I mean, we always tried to be as professional as possible, but it was such a relaxed and happy team, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, for me, I have to say it was a pleasure. It was a fantastic moment when or a few years that I was going to the shows. It made me feel welcome. It made me feel amongst friends, and above all, what I would say is, what I would I put or underline is the professionalism and how special everything was doing it on Sky. I have to say that I had some experience because I was doing commentary, supporting the commentary on the Spanish Televisión Española, no? In the Spanish, how do you call it, Guillem?
Televisión Española. It's the BBC, Spanish BBC.
And I was doing it for 2 years, a year and a half, and the difference was amazing. The difference when I arrived to Sky, and not just the studios, but the way the whole process was outstanding. And then the guests were also outstanding. For me, it was meeting guys like Osi Ardiles or Michael Laudrup, or even Chapi Ferrer, who I knew as a player I would have played against, Gus Poyet, etc. There's a long etc. of people. Also guys like Gerry, who I knew from having him in the stickers from when I was younger, scoring his goal in the World Cup and playing for Mallorca. We had a common past too, and we knew common people. He had played with some people who was at the club at my times at Mallorca, etc. I mean, it was the whole thing was amazing for me. It opened, stretched my mind, stretched my networking, the people I knew, and it was really something that made me very happy, and I really miss it. It's something that I would have done for a long time, and well, it ended up, but it's great fond memories that we all have about it.
I think we all miss it a little bit, and I know, guys, some of you have to go. When you have to go, just say goodbye. We won't keep you any longer. But in case Rob or Kevin have to go, I need to say that two things. Your voice comes up in movies, in documentaries, because you
we should be getting kickback for that, Guillem. I need a good agent. Do you know one?
I'm telling you, because you were the voice of Spanish football at the most important time of at least of our lives, for certain. And a sign of that is that for a while in Facebook, for instance, that 3 teams best followed in the UK were Manchester United, Barcelona, and Real Madrid, and people were in the streets with Real Madrid shirts, with Barcelona shirts. So we were creating your talent, your energy. The time, the kickoff times were important. What Sky was allowed us to do, all that, we created a special product that felt. But in Spain, they had no idea. They did not know that we actually, for the Anglo-Saxon world, not just for the UK, for the Anglo-Saxon world, that includes Scandinavia as well. They were watching Sky too. We were just given 3 dimensions to Spain. But Martha, I mean, I don't know if you're aware of it, but I will go to La Liga, I will go to the federation and say, give us interviews, open doors for us, because we actually are bringing Spanish football abroad. And it was, oh, no, first it has to be Catalunya Radio and Radio Malaga, and then, local television, and then maybe you. So I was kind of fighting against the tide, and really the huge impression that what Sky have done with Spanish football in the Anglo-Saxon world is completely unknown, if you like, in Spain. You think that, Martha?
Yeah, for sure. And even myself, when I tell around that I've been doing those collaborations for a few years, obviously it is known in England, but it's not known at all in Spain, because it's not seen. I mean, if it's not seen, it doesn't happen. So how do you tell everybody here what you were doing over there? Is very difficult to put it in the context of the rest of the people here in Spain, not just the watchers or the viewers, but by the football authorities or even talking about yourself, Guillem. I've told you a lot of times, you are a famous guy in England. You are just somebody in Spain, and that hurts me in a way, because when you say people that someone who's got 1 million followers on Twitter, it has to be somebody, not just I don't know how many journalists do have 1 million followers on Twitter, and there has to be a reason for that, and credibility, and the way you've done things for so many years. And how obviously Sky and Revista and the show and all the collaborators you've had around have helped you to achieve that too, I guess. But again, it's not known in Spain, and if somebody like you is not very well known in Spain, there's something to dig into that, all right? But
Marcelino, he is global. I've just, as you know, I'm doing it for ESPN now, and I met a young journalist, a Spanish journalist from Barcelona, whose ambition in life, and this lad has actually played for the Barcelona B team, so he's kind of lived the dream. His ambition in life is to be Guillem Balague.
Yeah, well,
tell him he's not recommended
anyway, is it?
He started wearing by flowery shirts, and he's kind of going from a base to there.
That's how you start.
There isn't room for 2. Yeah, one's enough.
Yeah, can I ask you just a style thing as well? I mean, you helped bring Revista in the way that we brought Spanish football to the UK, and it wasn't really a thing back in the 90s, was it? For a journalist, I remember we had many conversations about this, about the journalist to be, or a correspondent to be in the studio. They had it a little bit on Galazzo back in the day when it was on Channel 4, but you developed that role, and now there are so many podcasts out there that I'm sure we all listen to on a daily basis, and there's Hold the Back Page on Sky, and it's taken off, and there are probably more journalists out there now making a living out of broadcasting than there are actually writing papers. But how important was that to you to kind of get that off the ground as well, and to evolve Revista in a way that kind of brought Spanish football and that Spanish culture to English TV?
I just felt that what we were doing with Spanish football needed that, because otherwise you end up just analyzing games. You needed to give it 3 dimensions. But you already hinted to it, Rob, that it wasn't an automatic choice by Sky at the beginning to do that. So battling against the tide is my favorite sport. And I knew that I had to knock a lot of doors to actually convince people that it was a good idea to have interviews, to bring people over, to get guests, even though they weren't English, and they weren't maybe even in the Premier League. And little by little, everybody got convinced. The same job I did with David Bobbin in the half an hour before the show, which was try to paint a picture that was attractive of Spanish football. So he got involved with the Spanish football, because at the beginning he wasn't that interested. I did with everybody else, with the people around, with the producers, with the bosses, and eventually with the audience. But they were very receptive, and there was, of course, we were helped by Champions League, starting in a big way, by Beckham getting to Madrid, and then the other things that happened there. But Kevin, I mean, in the period that you were there, we were aware, I think, all of us, that Spanish football were at its peak Did you also, like Rob did certainly, and all the Spanish people that were involved in the show, make the Spanish football your own? Did you feel that you were actually part of that world?
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. I mean, I just, as I said, I was a fan of Spanish football, foreign football outside of England before I ever did commentary on it. And yeah, I mean, absolutely. And the thing I'd like to say as well is how well we developed outside of Real Madrid and Barcelona, because La Liga, as was touched on earlier, it wasn't just about those two. Obviously, they were the two biggest clubs, but I mean, Rob and I did the years when Benitez's Valencia won the title twice, which was great to see, getting in between the big two. Deportivo, that was before I started, but Rob will remember the great Super Deport team, you know, and all those players. And I had a great soft spot for the Real Sociedad team. And just talk about teams for just a moment and some players, just briefly before I go. I loved that team that should have won the title in 2003, I think it was. Was it later? I think it was 2003, when they led the league at Christmas by 6 points. And what I loved about that Real Sociedad team was that it wasn't full of. It was a team in every sense. And there's a number of Spanish sides I could go on for a long time that I covered over the years who were just like that. They weren't full of the Galacticos, the big names, but they got the job done. I mean, Valencia weren't full of big stars. I mean, yes, there were some Spanish internationals in those La Liga successes under Benitez, but that Real Sociedad team, you remember Bjorn Tor Cavani, who was at Liverpool, who didn't pull up any great trees at Anfield? I mean, he was magnificent, alongside Yaregi at the heart of the defence. Then you had, it was all about partnerships. Xabi Alonso, who became the hub of that team, and of course went on to great things afterwards with Aran Baru in the middle of midfield. And then you had Kovacevic and Nihat, the two strikers who I think got nearly 50 goals that season. And the wonderful wingers, Carpine and Javi De Pedro, with that wand of a left foot. I mean, I've got so fond memories. Almost like yesterday, I remember that team. And so many others.
Before you go, Kevin, I want to say that both of you, Rob, Kevin, all the commentators, but especially you two, helped tell the story in such a wonderful way, because, as I was saying earlier, Kevin, you felt it was your league, and Rob, you really felt you were part of it, and you were creating a narrative, a story, a world, which we all embraced, and we all added our bit. And when the likes of Marce brought it to ourselves, because obviously he had been a player there and understood how to tell the story to the English too, we made that special. It was special. He felt special anyway. So before you go, Kevin, I wanted to say that.
That's very kind of you, Guillem. And I'll say goodbye, guys. I've got to go.
I'm enjoying Kevin's trophy cabinet behind. It's clearly not in the Sunderland boardroom, Kev, are you?
I wish. I wish. All the best, guys. Take care.
Cheers, Kevin. Thank you.
I can hang around for a while. I know you're trying to get Graham Hunter's trying to work out the technicalities behind the scenes. It's where a producer.
Yes, exciting.
Can I ask you another question as well, Guillem, about the styles as well? Because as you know, I spend a lot. He's the great man. The great man's arrived. Oh, Geraldo.
Hiya, folks. Standing ovation.
Hi, Gerry.
Hi, guys. How are you keeping? All right, Guillem. Hi, Rob.
You look stressed.
Hello,
Gerry.
He's looking chill. Are you kind of lying by the pool or something, Gerry, in Mallorca?
No, I'm in my room. The music's too loud outside in the Hotel Martinique. I'm in Magaluf in Mallorca.
Really?
Mallorca. Otra vez.
Terrible life. Gerry, I want you to tell the story now that you're with us. I want you to tell the story, if you can hear me, because I think my son is breaking down a little bit. That how you got into Sky. That's one of the great stories, isn't it?
It's a true story. My good friend, God rest his soul, George Best, had asked me to play in a five-a-side tournament in Battersea Park in London on a Sunday, and it was just for 15 or 20 minutes for Channel 4. And he said they want to know the benefits of small-sided games and why it's better. And I said, right, okay. And I said, this Sunday? And he said, yeah. So that was on the Monday, and then nothing from him on the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the Friday I thought I'll give him a call. And I said, George, I'm still okay for Sunday. And he said, yes. He said, there's only one problem. I said, what is it? He said, I can't make it. And I said, right, okay. I said, who else is playing? He said, just you at the moment. And so I contacted Kenny Sampson and a couple of other guys, and they turned up to do the five-a-side. And afterwards, the producer said, what's the benefits of small-sided game? And I went, well, you get more touches on the ball. It helps you improve your skill and technique. And we were chatting away, and I said, over in Spain, when I played in Spain, I said, they play football sala. I said, with a smaller ball. I said, it's very popular. It's brilliant for improving your touch. And he said, yeah. He said, George Best was telling me, he said, you played in Spain. I said, yes. And he said, what are you doing this Saturday? He said, we've got our first game we're ever doing in Spanish football in La Liga. He said, would you be free to come in as a guest and, chat about Spanish La Liga? And I said, yeah, because they didn't know anything about La Liga. And I said, yeah, I'll be glad to come along. So I came along, and that was the start of it. And afterwards, he said, that was good. He said, what are you doing next Saturday? So it just continued from that. And then about, I don't know, maybe 6 months or a year into it, Dave, who was our producer then, he said, I've been thinking, he says, about putting you up. He says, with Rob, he says, you can do the introduction and talk about the two teams and then go into the commentary box with Rob Palmer and do the co-coms with Rob. And that's how my partnership with Rob started. And that went on for over 20 years.
Because you kept me company, Gerry, because I think for the first season of Spanish football, you were virtually in the studio all of the time, and we used to commentate solo. So it was we were talking before you came on. I think I've been problems with Guillem. He's gone off for another siesta. That you would kind of do the pre-match in the studio, then you'd run up 2 flights of stairs, you'd commentate on the first half, go back down the stairs, back into the studio, keep David Bobin and Guillem happy, and then you'd be back to join us in the second half. So you were the fittest man in television.
I was, but the funny one, Rob, we lost the link, and I just arrived into the VO booth with you and sat down when they shouted, quick, Gerry, get back down again, we've lost the link. So I ran down the stairs out of breath, and as I come in, they got the link again. He says, quick, back up the stairs again. I was like back in training. I couldn't believe it, but it was fun. I mean, the development of Spanish La Liga football and everything that everybody did was a wonderful, wonderful journey for us all. And I have to say, I do miss it. And it's been at least three or 4 years now since we were back as a team, but we had great times together.
In fact, we more or less, all of us are involved with Spanish football still for many reasons. Rob is with ESPN. I know, Gerry, you're doing Champions League as well with Virgin. Is that right?
Yeah, Virgin Media. I do Champions League and Europa League as well, both, and Nations League, and World Cup qualifiers. I do all of that. Marcelino and I are involved with La Liga TV, which is what Sky used to do, but now in a channel itself in the UK, and one that gives you 24 hours of Spanish football. But I asked this before. Did you feel that what we were doing in Revista and the weekend especially, but mostly Revista, is something that was a product of its time? We broke news, we brought stories, we did a lot of things that wasn't done, but it is done now. So product of its time, maybe? We were the forerunners. I mean, if you remember, do you remember we went to do and Real Madrid, and we arrived there and we went into the area for the press, and it was packed, and it was, what are we going to do here? And I said, well, they got a new manager. I said, he's been in charge 3 months. He was the director of football, and now he's the manager. And it was Lorenzo Serra Ferrer. I said, he's my mate from Mallorca. And he said, well, can we get a chat with him? So we went and had a chat, and he brought us into his office, and we were trying to get on the pitch, and we'd never been on the pitch before the kickoff. And he got us the yellow bibs, and we had the cameraman and yourself, Rob, and myself, and Guillem, and we went down on the pitch and had a ball. We bumped into Fernando Hierro, Steve McManaman, Raul, as they were coming up the steps past the little chapel. We interviewed them, and that was all going out live, and they had never, ever seen anything like that before. And I think Andy Melvin and Vic were blown out of the water and thought, this is different class. So they wanted to take it on to another level. And we started something that was special, I have to say. That's it. I think have we got Graham already? Almost ready.
Is Marcelino going?
Yeah.
Marcelino is going.
I'll let you go.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, legend.
Graham!
Hola, buenas
How are
tardes.
you? Hunter!
I'm in reunion mode.
Oh, okay. But we have been trying to organize a meeting, but we haven't able to do it maybe this summer. But I'm so glad that you with us, Graham, because obviously we are talking Revista, we are talking about those discussions we used to have. The hour and a half before the show itself, the editing and the work that took place beforehand. So a lot of people may have watched the show, but tell us about what happened before the show to prepare the show.
I think that it was typical of Sky, certainly in those days. All of you on the screen right now, all of your guests this afternoon, but all the fans as well, who we hope are joining in, who we hope are going to donate and support Ukraine. The fact is that I think some of the affection that was generated for the show wasn't simply about the brilliance of Spanish football or how each of us tried our best to contribute in the right way, but the preparation was very professional indeed. And the two that I worked with most, probably, Nigel was on earlier on, but probably the two I worked with most would be Steve Rowe and Mark Payne. It's nice to see Dave again there popping up on screen, but the preparation was really professional. That's what we're talking about, Dave. But we're talking about brilliant. Guillem asked about brilliant preparation, and we spent hours and hours, whether it was a Monday or a Tuesday, working out what the running order would be, what we all wanted to say. I think it was produced really crisply, and I think that in all broadcasting, whether it's radio or television, and each of you know this, if the product is really good, as Spanish football was, then the Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. We had to be super sharp. The editing was brilliant. The footage was brilliant. We all worked on our contributions really hard. And I think Sky set up, that's the answer to your question, Guillem. Sky set up a really professional preparation system where we were there for hours. And by the time we went on, we had our game heads ready.
Dave, of course, hello Dave, was the first producer of Spanish football, and I'll come back to you in a second. We just got Graham, and I wanted to say, I mean, I've told you this many times anyway, but I look forward as much to the normally hour, but could be as long as an hour and a half editing meeting in which we will discuss what had to go in the show, what you wanted to say, what I wanted to say. It made me better as a professional to be prepared for those things. It made me better to hear you and to how you counter-attacked or said whatever I was proposing, and that also came into the show, that those sparks that used to be produced, not just in the show but before it as well. I really miss that time, because I think those, I don't know how to describe it, those intellectual clashes, knowledge clashes that we used to have.
No. Stop now. I'll let you go on to if it's an intellectual clash, I was always going to lose 2-1. Look, but before I get out of the way and let you speak to Dave, one of the things, if anybody is watching this, having had huge affection for Rob and Gerry as a team, and you for the team leader in terms of making sure that people understood Spanish football culture, bringing ideas to the show. One of the things that people have often commented on, and it's mad the way you described it there, because TV and radio is often set up, it's prepped. When sparks fly, we all know, and all of the viewers today, who I genuinely hope will donate and support the cause, they might be a bit suspicious that you and I put on something theatrical at all. And people will make the mistake if they don't think that we are friends and that we've always got on, because that's also the truth. But for some damn reason, and I don't know why, I never ever felt that you were being contrary. I never manufactured a point of view. There was something about sharing the same experiences, matches, interviews over a revolving period of time, whereby often we just simply interpreted things differently, or maybe that we came from such different cultures, because you grew up in Catalonia, I grew up in Scotland, and it may be all these things coming together. But you talked about being kept, you kept me on my toes. You made me think about things differently. But also the special chemistry is when we had presenters who just knew when to press and then set us up. I swear to everybody, and I bet you'll swear the same, It was never, ever, and it continues not to be manufactured on La Liga television.
Absolutely. Let's go back a few years earlier when Dave Lawrence was in charge of Spanish
football. A long time ago, Guillem. A long time ago.
Which is some time ago.
He hasn't aged today.
Let me tell you, because you may not remember, Dave, but and you may add to it, but I was working for Don Balón, which is a football magazine. Now it's been taken by somebody else. It's not what it was. The magazine doesn't exist. And I rang Sky, and you picked the phone up saying, I want to do a report on Spanish football because you are doing Spanish football. And you said to me, yeah, no problem, come over. And come well dressed. I wasn't sure why, but of course, I had no proper clothes or no smart clothes. But a friend of mine did. A friend of mine who was... glasses, long hair, and anyway, came to the show thinking I was going to be showing around the gallery or the studios, the office, and you said, right, you sit here next to the presenter in front of the camera, and the show starts in half an hour. I'm like, what? And he says, but you've done this before, haven't you? Hundreds of times. And that was my debut in television that day. And at halftime, you said, look, we're starting a Spanish highlight show. Do you want to do it? And I thought of it for about a quarter of a second. So, yeah, I could do it. You had asked already 3 other people who said no to you. So I was lucky that nobody had said yes to that. So I'll never ever forget that. I may flourish my memory of that time, of that moment, but that's how I remember it. I don't know if you remember much of it, Dave.
Well, I'll be very surprised if I hadn't sort of like given you some indication you might be coming on the show. I mean, I can't believe I'd have just dropped you in like that, but if that's how you remember it, that's how you remember it. I mean, you were an absolute godsend for me because obviously I inherited the Spanish football from Chrysalis, who'd done it the first season with Rob and Gerry, and thank God I inherited Rob and Gerry because without them in the early days, I'd have struggled big time. As Gerry said in his book, which we just recently finished reading, by the way, Gerry, excellent read. We had a meet up, and I knew my football. I mean, I'd worked on football as an assistant producer. I'd worked on a lot of football for Sky before, but I'd never produced a football show. I was greyhound racing, I was horse racing, I was cricket, I was motor racing. So I was in need of help, and thank God I got it from Gerry and Rob. And then when you came along, you elevated the show to a different level. David, who you spoke about earlier, the much missed David Bobin, he wasn't keen. He'd moved on. He'd been pushed onto it from the rugby, which was his baby, really. And he made it clear to me, as he made it clear to you, that he wasn't going to do anything more than the bare minimum. And so we needed people like you three and Graham, when you joined us later, to sort of like really give it the push and the expertise and the inside knowledge and in your case, Guillem, you know, what you didn't know about what was happening in the world of Spanish football wasn't worth knowing. So I'll be forever grateful that it may have been a lucky phone call or whatever, but we got you involved, and it's now history.
Now, all of you have to come up. Rob has already helped us with a couple of stories, anecdotes of that period. But all of you have to come out with something, a struggle, a moment of difficulty, something that came out. And Rob is volunteering for the first one already.
I want to ask Gerry a question, actually, and for years on, he can probably answer this now. On a Saturday night, if we went on and did the game at 8 o'clock, Gerry used to get text messages from a Premier League team, very well-known footballers, asking us for tips because they used to play their game on the Saturday afternoon. Then the lads, as they would back then, would go and replenish their bodies with fluids, and then they'd all have a bet on Spanish football. So, Gerry, who were those famous Premier League footballers that actually, and I think they took you out and treated you as well, because we used to give them some good tips, and they made a bit of money off the tips.
I went to their Christmas party, and it was Chelsea Football Club.
Chelsea. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I thought what it was. Frank Lampard?
It was John Terry. It was Frank Lampard, John Terry, and the boys. But it was done through Jamie. Jimmy Redknapp. Because he's a cousin of Frank. And Jamie would phone me and say, Gerry, the boys love having a gamble, like on some of the games. And, you know all about La Liga. What do you fancy this tonight? And I give them 2 or 3 tips. And the 2 or 3 tips came up. And then the following week, it was the same. I got a phone call again. It was the same. And it went on for several weeks. And then there was one game, which was Real Madrid were at home to Valencia. And I fancied Valencia because Piojo Lopez was the flying machine in the wing. And he was sitting halfway line. And once he got the ball, nobody was going to catch him. And I could see Valencia were great on the counter-attack. And I said, you know what? I fancy Valencia to beat Real Madrid at the Bernabeu tonight. I think they were either like 11-2 or 9-2 to win. And they had a few quid on it. And as a result of it, I was the best thing since sliced bread. So the following week, I went to their Christmas party. And it was a sight to behold, I have to tell you. But they loved it.
I imagine, and I know this from you, Gerry, and Rob as well, Graham too, that we got a lot of calls at the time from football clubs asking for information about players, not so much or not only about what they were like, but generally what we thought of them as players, something that they could see themselves. Obviously, all that is gone because the scouting has changed completely. But Graham, you must have got dozens and dozens of calls from people saying, what do you think about that guy? And you recommending some even.
I'll tell you, the first thing that all of you will laugh at me for, but everybody that's watching needs to understand, when you go on a television product like Revista and you don't actually make a hash of it, it completely changes people's perspective of you. I had been a print journalist. You got a little byline at the top of a newspaper article. People might like it, they might not. But if you're in the corner of their room in this little box called a television, then suddenly, and this applies very much to the football industry, you're okay. You're kind of one of us. So yes, you're right. The number of times when either somebody said, how does this guy play? What's he like? What's that club like? Can you get us access? Or we want to come and watch this guy secretly. We don't want to ask the club for tickets. Stuff like that happened all the time. But also stuff, like truthfully, one of the biggest things that I can say about Revista and the live match coverage is that some people say I didn't deserve this. It gives all of us a little badge of credibility where people in the football industry in the UK suddenly look at you completely differently, and not simply as a source of information. They're up for your views and your analysis. And I'll close off by saying this just now by saying you asked for little anecdotes. I'll give you two. I want to commend one of our directors, Jules. I'm certain his name was Jules, and he used to have this brilliantly measured voice whereby he only told you the very necessary information. So when Sky started to commission, if you guys were in a studio and I happened to be in Valencia or Seville and they wanted a 6-7 minute slot from me, they would hire a satellite and I'd be stood out somewhere iconic and I couldn't really see or hear the show all that well. And Jules would just be in my ear going, speak now. There are really good Tom Hanks interviews on Graham Norton about Clint Eastwood and how he directs something and he goes, okay, speak now. And at the end he'll go, that's enough of that. And that's what I got in my ear. I got Jules being Clint Eastwood going like, coming to you now, Graham. Not tons and tons of information. It was brilliant. And one other little thing, Guillem, I don't know on this occasion where you were, but for one time in the entire relationship I had with Sky and Revista, I was sent to do a feature up at Athletic Club. They were playing somebody and it was like the city, a little bit of the training ground, one or two Iribars an interview, and then match day. You know, you talked, Gerry, about like being on the pitch at Mallorca against Real Madrid. For some reason, in Old San Mames, I had to do a little bit of work with JP, our Mexican friend over here, cameraman, and it was Old San Mames. And I should have worn boots and studs. I was up to my shins in mud, trying to get up and down along the touchline on the non-playing side, I must admit. But I was like, how did touchline reporters do this all the time? Now movement and access is much more limited. But in those days, you were wandering around with a camera, and I tell you, I came back and the bottom, this section of my legs was mud brown. But every single second of it was so much fun. So much fun.
Dave, you were part of one of the, I'd say, iconic shows of Revista. We interviewed David Beckham. We went to Madrid. It was the first interview he gave, and we were having wine and ham, and there was a little bit of an editorial battle because the show was 1 hour long. And what do you remember of it, and what came out of it on that show?
Well, I remember everything changed completely when Beckham went to Madrid. All of a sudden, everybody. Mr. Martinez.
James, good afternoon.
Hombre.
Great to hear so many stories.
Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Hola.
We just interrupt you. You were in the key moment.
Yeah, sorry, Dave.
No, I mean, to be honest, Guillem, I don't remember an awful lot about it, other than it was always a battle to get more time for things. You know, it was always a battle. But when David Beckham went to Real Madrid, the thermometer just went through the roof as far as the bosses were concerned. All of a sudden, we'd been doing the best we could with what we had, but all of a sudden, they were interfering all the time. I don't know if you remember, we had to do a Beckham watch. So it didn't matter what he did in a game. If he just kicked the ball into touch, we had to clip that up and show that. And it was part of the Beckham watch. And it was just madness. All of a sudden, it was a different level. In fact, it was my last season as producer because Nigel Dean came in for the second season. Beckham was there. But that interview, I have vague memories of it, but I'm afraid I'm not 100%.
I'll tell you. Hello, Terry, and I'll tell you very quickly. Basically, we had a meal in one of the asadores in Madrid, and of course, at that time, you would travel to Spain and have an hour interview with someone for a minute and a half or 2 minutes of television. And our battle was to convince the bosses that had to be an hour show special about David Beckham, a Revista De La Liga special, perhaps the first one and only one we did. And eventually you and Stevie Rowe, who edited, I think, the interview, managed to make it a whole hour of David Beckham with a long hair and having some wine and some ham and really landing in Spain. So that was my memory of it. But we've got Roberto here, who, of course, was I think, in my eyes, let's see what Rob and Mark and Dave were saying, but the best prepared guest we've ever had. And that was the second best prepared guest. And the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. It was just unbelievable, the work you did, Roberto. Just remind us of your time in La Liga and the Sky Sports.
Oh, hi, Guillem. It was a fantastic experience. For me, it was almost... I was training and playing games, and then my opportunity to go down to London and get to that tunnel is almost a machine of the time. I would get transported to Spanish football to my young years. And it was a unique opportunity to study the players, to look at the coaches, what they were playing, how they were playing. So it was almost an opportunity to get attached to Spanish football. When I arrived to the UK in the British game, it almost feels that, wow, do we play the same game in 1995? What we were told in Spain is it was a crime to give the ball away. And the first thing I arrived in the British game is I need to put the ball forward quicker than I can into the box. So it was wonderful for me to arrive. And I must admit, and it's you can see it now, the relationship that you all have and you treasure, the human quality that you put in that program. Everyone cared so much about Spanish football that you felt that you had to be prepared to at least open that window to Spanish football. At that point, there was not the opportunity of being able to see the games in Spain as much as there is now. It was only Italian football a little bit, and then not a lot of information on Spanish football. And we had a huge responsibility the way I saw it. We have to present the clubs well. We have to present the clubs in a similar level. We cannot just speak about Barcelona and Real Madrid. I think we need to speak about how Real Sociedad are getting there, how Deportivo can win the league. And I think I found it a good opportunity to educate myself. But I must admit, and Dave, obviously, I'm sure you were a key figure in bringing people in that they shared the passion for Spanish football, but the quality of the person was an enjoyable experience for me.
I know, Roberto, you don't have a lot of time, so I'll stay with you for a couple of questions more before we let you go. But I imagine that helped you as well to be able to be concise and to have a clear idea what you wanted to say beforehand, and then saying it in the right way. So all that helped you as a coach.
Two things, and it helped me most than I thought, and it prepared me a lot. First is I had to study managers. To a player, when you're a player, you just get on with it. You just do your role, and that's it. If I'm a number 6, I'm a number 6. If I'm a If that's my role, I do my role. But when you cover games, you need to understand what the coach is trying to do, how the manager sets the team, what's the philosophy, does it match with the history of the club? And I think it gives you a perspective that it made me appreciate a lot more what I was doing in my club when I was a player. And then the other one is learning English. I got to a point that my English was my English. I had my 3,000 words and I was getting on, and every day I could do my things. Now, when you're in front of the camera, you cannot use those 3,000 words. You have to go 5,000, 6,000. Not to the Rob Palmer's level. It goes to 15,000, 10,000. For Graham Hunter, it goes into 4,000. But it's more. It made me think in English. Up to that point, I always say that I learned English. I was translating. I was thinking in Catalan. I was translating in English. And when I started working for La Liga in Spanish football in Sky, I started to think in English. Up to a point that I ended up dreaming a home in English, and then I knew, okay, now I can think in English.
And I think this is a good forum, Rob, to tell that Roberto never forgot those times. That if any of you here gives him a call, he always answers and he's always available for events and things. And especially with you, Rob, he's given you a hand in one or two, hasn't he?
Roberto, a show of Roberto's class, I think it's probably 8 or 9 years ago now, wasn't it? We had a Revista reunion for the charity up here, and Terry came along, and you came along, Gerry came over from Ireland, and we invited Roberto, and he said, yes, of course, I'll come over. And then what we didn't realise, it was actually 2 days before the cup final. And Roberto had said there'll be no interviews for the media, where we're doing everything on the Monday and Tuesday, and that's it, blanket, which we fully understood. Halfway through the evening at the Village Hotel on the Bromborough, there's me, you, and there's Terry, and we're holding court, and then suddenly this kind of apparition appears in the background, and it's Roberto, and he'd driven all the way from Manchester to the Wirral, which is a good kind of 60-minute drive, just to say hello to the guys and to support the charity as well. 2 days before they played, I don't know how you got in that cup final. They played in the cup final. I think you did okay, didn't you?
Not sure it was a tough game. I don't know. I don't remember.
but an absolute quality individual. I mean, we know now what a great manager he is, and managing the best team in the world according to FIFA. But just one of the best people in the world as well. That Roberto started when he was, I think, we were at Chester City. I mean, we go back to your very first day in the country when the three amigos came in and we did a photo shoot at Wigan. And don't worry, Roberto, I've still got that tape in the bottom drawer. Nobody's ever going to see that.
I've got my career is in your hands, Rob, because for a Spaniard to be on the shoulder of a donkey in Wigan Town Centre, I'm sure that's a shot that speaks in 1,000 words.
Before we let you go, Roberto, I'd like you to tell us from the other side how the treatment that Sky Sports gave Spanish football and the show Revista itself was seen by footballers, by coaches, by managers. It was something that was watched. The time was perfect because it was the end of Saturday, the end of Sunday. It was a couple of games. They didn't have to change the channel, but they were also hooked to it. It was more than just watching football for them, wasn't it?
Well, I think it's hard to explain, but I think a football person relaxes watching football. But relaxes watching football that you're not attached to it, that you don't follow it, that your result doesn't matter. And I think a lot of football people in the UK at that time involved in British football, they would disconnect by watching Spanish football. And I think La Liga brought a different style. You're defending with the ball, you're working in a different way that everyone was quite stimulated. You can agree or disagree, but it's something that it would get a little bit of a feeling that you can relax by watching good football, good individuals. And that was the beginning of opening what's been a big amount of Spanish players coming to the British League. So I do think that what Sky Sports did, it was probably it reached the level that nobody expected. At the beginning, it was maybe showing a league, but because the people behind it was so caring and the passion came across that screen, I think a lot of people bought into that idea, and now it's wonderful to watch the style that we thought in 99 or 98 when it started to show in Spanish football. Now you can see it in the Premier League and some of the leagues. You can see some of those traits that Spanish football showed and was so strong to. but it was a way to disconnect by watching football. I think all of you did an incredible job to do that.
Mark Scott, one of the producers, historic producers of Spanish football and Revista as well. I don't know if you had Roberto as a guest every now and again, or you did.
No,
same as Dave as well. But he must be the lowest maintenance guest in the history of the show. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. And I think Rob used the word class. I mean, fantastic. I remember him now in the studio, and I could see his brain working. You could see what he does now in the studio, you know, and he talks about the philosophy, and it was always about what the manager was trying to do, always what they're trying to achieve. That came across just in the conversations. You know, they were the really enjoyable bits for me, aside from being on air, you know, going in the studio with you guys and hearing Roberto and the other guys as well. But yeah, Roberto class, that's the easiest way to describe him.
And Dave, Mark, who were the most difficult guests you ever had to deal with?
For me, and we spoke about John Toshak earlier. I just remember John Toshak. It was brilliant to listen to in the studio, but it was in the green room. I just remember him one day coming in. I think it was the first time we met, and he kept trying to restart the conversation, saying, "Look, make sure you speak about 100 points or 100 goals, my Real Madrid title winning," and just trying to set the agenda, but not in a nasty way. You know, there were no difficult guests on the Spanish. No Edgar Davids in my tenure, that's for sure. Listening to Scott earlier,
but no.
By the way,
Edgar.
Dave, before you say, we send our love to John, who's had a really difficult COVID and still trying to recover from it. He's getting better, so you all have his number. So I'm sure they'll appreciate a message from you. But Dave, you were out to tell us.
It's about time I left now because I've been on long enough. But Roberto may not remember this, but the first time I met him was when you took us to a Spanish restaurant, Guillem. There was Jordi Cruyff, Albert Ferrer, and Roberto, and you were basically saying to me, these could all be good guests on the show. So what better way to sort of like show them in action? Come to a Spanish restaurant. We brought a camera along. You did some interviews with it, and that was when I first met the three of them, and all three of them then became regular guests. And as Marcus just said, absolute class. Roberto always was, always is, and always will be, I'm sure.
And look at them now, the three of them. Where they are now.
Everything started in the restaurant. Everything started there.
Everything started there. It was three of them hard workers. Three of them who put a lot of work into it. So it wasn't just them coming with their pretty faces. It was just a lot of work behind it. Terry, hello. We haven't said hello to you yet.
Good afternoon,
you have
everyone.
You have to tell us a moment in Revista that is memorable, something that we haven't heard yet and you want to share with the audience.
Well, my best moments, to be honest, have always come when someone else has dropped out and I've been called up at late notice. So it's been quite useful to be that guy that's willing at the drop of a hat. And so I think it was Michel Salgado dropped out of a COCOMS gig when Barcelona played Real Madrid, when it was Pep against Jose. It was a Monday night game and I got a call. I think I'd just been to work at Sky covering the games. It was midnight and Stevie Rowe called. My phone rang and it was Stevie Rowe. It was gone midnight and I thought I'd done something wrong. And I think Michel Salgado played for Blackburn. I think they got beat about 6-0. And I think Sam Allardyce stopped him travelling to go to do the co-commentary. So in the late shuffle about, I was called up at late notice to fly out and commentate on one of the most memorable games probably that Sky have had in terms of watching, covering La Liga. So, if it hadn't been, I can't remember who beat Blackburn 6-0, but I'm extremely grateful.
Can I ask you a quick question about you and Roberto as well? As I know we got Roberto and his time is very precious. How did Guapa come about? Because that became a legend, didn't it? We're going to give us the history.
Can we tell the story, Roberto? Can we tell the story?
Of course we can.
Okay.
You're amongst friends.
Okay. That was at the time with a different presenter, with Mark Bolton, who I think he had a bit of a vision of the television that was coming. He was young. He was ambitious, and he made it sharper. I think we will all agree. And one of the things that he introduced was things that are now like social media clips. He wanted social media clips inside the show, and we didn't fully understand it, but it had to have its own name, that social media clip, and it had to have like a sound or presentation. And that was we decided to clip the special moments of players, technical ability, things that were different, and then we called that WAPA, because we tried to explain that that's not what we shout when somebody does that, but it didn't matter to Mark, and I don't know who was the producer at the time. It just didn't matter. They wanted to call it WAPA. So if you call it WAPA, you have to have the voice saying WAPA every time that action took place. But we recorded 3 different WAPAs, depending how good the action was. And I know, little WAPA was for actions, and then it was a bigger WAPA and a bigger WAPA. But then we needed a voice, and it had to be a Spanish voice, a voice that brought that Spanish feeling to it. So we chose Roberto. So the favorite voice now we can disclose of WAPA was Roberto Martinez.
That was WAPA.
You see what happens when you work with the Spanish football, you end up losing your hair. Look at this kid.
Yeah. Can we see that again, Guillem? Can we see that again? That was classic.
That was WAPA.
That's class.
Wasn't that great? Now, Graham, one of the things that I always felt privileged about was to be able to share time with these guys. It wasn't just to hear them talk and see how their mind functioned, but to share time with them that allows you to get football into 3 dimensions, really.
I couldn't agree more. I think that when you are fortunate enough to Sky changed the policy a little bit for Spanish football and allowed journalists in to opine on what we saw, not just pro footballers, but for guys like you and I think everybody involved just now. What we did either pre-show or after we broadcast at halftime was listen to them, ask them questions, and poor guys, they must have been absolutely sick to death. Maybe not with your questions, which are better directed, but I was like, give me more information now. Tell me another anecdote. I wasn't lucky enough to be on many of Roberto's shows, but when I was a viewer, I saw everything that you guys have been talking about. The critical analysis, the clarity, the mix of knowledge of Spanish and Scottish and English and Welsh football, which made him, with such a good brain, a really privileged contributor. But let me pay off with three. You asked about Terry. Let me just tell people who are watching 3 things. Terry came in early, and worked away on a show, and then sat down on a particular game where it corresponds to what you're talking about, where he was analysing something. And he kind of turned to me. I think we were in the bar that day, Guillem. You know, those high stools that break your knees and made you feel like a jockey, even though I might have had to slim a little bit down even to make the Grand National. And he devastated. He just pulled the game and the patterns and the manager's ideas apart. I was sitting there with my jaw touching the top of my chest, and he turned to me and went, "I'm a little bit nervous. Am I doing it right?" Doing it right? That's Ballon d'Or stuff. Do you remember when Terry had slight difficulties with his heart, went into hospital, and was back in the studio after having open heart surgery? He was back in the studio 10 days later, going, "No, I'm not missing a minute of this. This is such joy." He said, "I was walking around the hospital trying to get fit again the other day, and now I'm back on the show." And Guillem, I think that talks to everything that your guests today have mentioned about and Roberto talked about. We love not being on television. We love being able to communicate Spanish football, I think.
We've got 2 new guests in Ellis Palmer and Jon Driscoll. Jon is one of the commentators, and Ellis followed the story of Revista because he was from the inside and the outside as well. He was a follower of Spanish football from the early days, and now, as we heard earlier, is involved with with explaining Catalan politics, no less. So, Ellis, tell us a little bit about your experience of enjoying La Liga and Revista on Sky.
I was probably hiding in the back of the studio on quite a few of the shows, and also hiding out in the commentary cabin, as it was in the various commentary closets that Sky put my dad and Gerry and Terry and John in over the years. That's for sure. And I can tell you, they literally were closets. You could hardly swing a cat.
Yeah, I came out of the closet.
To be honest with you. But that is what it is. These days, I work for BBC World Service, so radio, news, politics. That's more my kind of thing, to be honest with you. But I think for a whole generation of football fans, a whole generation of European football fans, of Spanish football fans, Revista was the kind of go-to magazine show for the football they wanted to watch every week. Be it Messi, be it Ronaldo, be it the old Ronaldo, be it Rivaldo back in the day. And the rest of their own teams, the Cadiz, the Malagas, the Numancias, whatever it may be, you know, it's for little things like that that people came to give us stuff and made it so valuable.
It's just to show you how far we came, Guillem, because when we started doing Revista De La Liga, he was literally in nappies and he was 2 years of age, and now he's fully grown with a beard. And in the latter days, in the last few kind of weeks of the show, I don't know if you remember, he was working behind the scenes in the gallery. So it just kind of showed what a family we were, that, you know, I'd been leaving the family behind and the baby behind. And then in the last few shows, he was there kind of doing the replays and turning stuff around. And Ellis was my statsman as well. Getting all this stuff from the Spanish newspapers and doing the due diligence on the games as well.
And Ellis, you actually have you. I mean, Rob said earlier that you got into Spanish culture and even the languages through the football. Many people did that, and many we've all come across and have told us that we opened their mind a little bit. But you in particular, how many languages do you speak?
Oh, just Spanish, Catalan, and English, unfortunately.
And Irish.
A little bit of Irish, But to be fair, as it were. But with the with the Catalan, I think that was really, really invaluable. I used to live around the corner from the Camp Nou. On occasion, the dad would come over and visit me. And taking a game, or taking a futsal game, or a basketball game. That's the real value of, you know, Spanish football. It became this kind of thing that people come over for a weekend and really enjoy and really get soaked into. And I think Revista was the tool and the way of means for doing that for so many fans of my age and possibly a little bit older and a little bit younger.
There we go.
We're finishing. There's 5 minutes. We're gonna hear from John. Remember that we're doing this because we want to see each other's faces and talk to each other, but also because we're raising funds for Ukraine. So you go to the description below. You have all the details. You've got to go to the link and donate if you can. But John, it's your time to tell us 1 or 2 stories of your time as a commentator on the Spanish football. You're still involved on the Spanish football, of course. You've got your own podcast with Terry. But from that time, tell us 1 or 2 stories from that.
So the first ever game I did, Guillem, I got a call. I was in Sainsbury's. Apologies for the noise, by the way. I'm in a cafe in Dublin. I've just arrived. I was in Sainsbury's in Didcot, and I got a call to go and do Betis versus Valencia. And at the time, I was working partly for Sky and also on the Italian world feed. So it was a bit of a cross-European transfer to make the move to Spain. And then it was a good job I did that game, because a short while after that, I remember sitting there ready for a game. I can't remember what game we were supposed to be doing. And a gradual realization and a sinking feeling that we had the pictures for the wrong game, because we were sitting in London doing this commentary and we're thinking, it will switch over soon. They'll switch. I'm sure this will switch over just before, but lo and behold, it never did switch over. All that preparation, watching other games, writing all your notes, all your stats and all that. And the game kicks off, and the producer, who I think at the time was Stevie, he said, you're going to have to do it. So off we go, and we commentate on an entirely different game from the one that we prepared.
And I believe that's
I remember.
The best game you commentated, John, they telling me.
And the other one that I remember doing, actually definitely with Terry, do you remember when Pepe totally lost his mind? Yeah. Do you remember that game, Terry? And and it was, there was too much going on, and I remember sort of panicking slightly. I was quite new to it, new on Sky, and And he should have had about 10 red cards, shouldn't he? And I think I identified about 5 of the red cards, and then the rest of them, I was, oh no, this is running away from me, and in a slight sense of panic. But we got there. We there's a sense that sometimes that you're blagging your way through it and flying by the seat of your pants. But I loved it. It was brilliant. I grew to love the Spanish football, despite my transfer from Italy. And it's lovely seeing all your faces as well, because it was a beautiful team. All the guys behind the scenes as well. I'm sure you've all mentioned as well. So it's not just the hugely talented and clever people that you see on the screen as well. It was a brilliant team, and the nights out were wonderful as well.
Yeah, I think we need another reunion to tell the stories of those nights. But I think you just touched the head on the nail on the head. Rob, help me. The nail on the head. Because it was the hard work of the people behind the scenes who made the whole thing get together, and that's why I think we should leave the last word to Dave and to Mark, the producers of the show. We've got 3 minutes left. But Mark, Dave, I don't know if you want to mention some of the people that were behind the scenes that helped you, some of the stories that we may have not touched on, some of the people that you brought into the shows that you remember.
Far away, Mark.
Well, someone used the word team, which was the main thing. There were lots of people. I bump into them now and then, and it's great to see they've all tended to go on to good things. There's the likes of Stevie and Phil Chorley and Doc, Lisa, Gemma. There were loads. Miriam, the LPA that I inherited from Dave as well. It was a good team, a wonderful family, and great times, and look forward to a proper reunion. Although this has been amazing as well. Over to you, Dave.
Yeah, well, I would just say, obviously, I had Stevie and Mark working for me in the early days, so they've done pretty well for themselves, I have to say. And congratulations to them. But pretty much every year we'd have a change of assistant producers, but every year, whoever it was who came in just rose to the task. And as I say, we are a family. We were a family. Everybody that worked on the program loved working on the program, whether it was the live games or the Spanish Review, it was called in the early days, or Revista, which it eventually became. And it was a pleasure for me to be involved for those 6-7 years. I'll always remember it fondly, and I would love to get to meet you all in person again sometime in the near future. Maybe we can't even go to Don Fernando's in Richmond anymore. It's closed.
Oh,
how sad is that? But I'm sure we can find somewhere.
It's because we stopped going there.
Yeah, fair point.
Right. Now, it's been absolutely wonderful seeing all of you, all your faces, see that you are doing very well. It was a good melancholy, I think, is
Guillem's gone.
Finishing in a typical Spanish way, huh?
He's gone for another siesta. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. He goes, has a little lie down for a couple of hours.
He's lost the feed again.
Rob, you'll have to take us off air.
Yeah. Rob, you'll have to say goodnight. You'll have to say goodbye.
Give me a count, guys. No, it has been a pleasure.
10, it wasn't melancholy.
And don't forget why we're here, to raise money as well. I will see you in Don Fernando's in Richmond at Christmas. Guillem, Graham, Dave, Roberto, Mark, Eltel, and John. Until next time, take care.
Hello, everybody. Hi, guys. Well, we're going to carry on now. Tough to follow that, isn't it? Guillem and Graham and everyone from the Revista days. Great to see everyone there. We'll carry on now with me looking after the next hour. I'm Andy West, a commentator for La Liga TV. I cover Spanish football for BBC Sport and Sport 360 as well. And that brings us to my first guest. Matt Monahan joins us. And Matt is from Sport 360. And Matt, hello, how you doing? Nice to see you.
Hi, how are you, Andy? Nice to see you.
Funny,
we normally converse by email, don't we?
I know, we've worked together for years, but we've never actually met in person and not seen each other even. It's always by email and WhatsApp, and now I know what you look like.
Impressed?
Very, very dashing. But it is, and this is something actually I want to come to with the way the media has changed over the last couple of decades. You know, seeing the Revista guys talk there about that's how people got in the UK, got into Spanish football, and back then it was the only way in the UK that you could watch Spanish football. But the nature of the media has changed massively since then. With the internet and everything that's led to. So why don't you just tell us and everyone what you do, what Sport 360 is, and we'll take it from there.
Well, Sport 360 is, like I said, how do we start? We're probably a digital platform now in the Middle East. We're based in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Riyadh. We cover the region. When I joined the company, I was at BBC Sports just before I think you started contributing, Andy. So I crossed it past then, and then I moved to Abu Dhabi in 2014. We were a newspaper then, very much a newspaper first, daily newspaper, late nights covering Champions League, La Liga. I was having to receive your copy, wasn't I, Andy? Make sure it fits in the newspaper. That was back in 2014. Then the media landscape started to change. It started to go more digital. By about 2018, the newspaper is on the back burner. It's website first. So Andy is supplying me with talking points, weekly videos. And then around 2020, the newspaper goes, which is a sad loss. But then we move on to basically social media platforms now. And I will say I do miss the newspaper. It was an amazing product. I know that anyone who's ever traveling through the UAE, they ever picked it up maybe at Dubai airport, it was always there. I was so proud to deliver it every day. But now our Instagram platform is so much bigger than anything we had.
It's crazy, isn't it?
The newspaper had a circulation of I think 20 to 40,000. And now with just our English Instagram page itself is more than 1.3 million. I think if you include Arabic, because we are also Arabic as well as English, I think we're well into the double digits, millions followers on our various platforms. And that's where Andy now. So Andy was in 2014 when I joined Sport 360, it was English only in the newspaper. It might get translated into Arabic, it might get put on the website. Let's just see where we are to now, where it's going into English and Arabic. 2 weekly videos on Instagram Reels. It's crazy how things change. Things I never ever would have envisaged back when we first started speaking to each other, Andy.
Massively. And you know, I started working in football in 1998 when I worked for Reading Football Club in the media department there. And one of the main things we had to do was work with the local newspapers, because that was, you know, our main audience. That was what all the fans bought. That's where they saw all the news on the club. And they were 2 local papers. One was a weekly, came out every Thursday, the Reading Chronicle. The other was a daily, the Reading Evening Post. Neither of them exist anymore as newspapers. Wow. They're both online in a different format. And that is the way the media has changed. And it was 2012 when I moved to Spain, and shortly after that started working with Sport 360 as a Spanish football correspondent. And at the time I would report on every Real Madrid and Barca game. And with the time difference, like you say, for evening games, Champions League games, for example, a 9 o'clock kickoff. So if it's finishing at 11 o'clock Spanish time, it would be 1 a.m.
Add on a few hours for us as well.
Exactly.
In
So
the
and then
some of these wrinkles, I think are to blame for that, Andy. It's your fault.
They're not showing up, don't worry. But the urgency, of course, was that you were on a print deadline. So it wasn't just to publish a story, it was to get it printed in time for the actual physical newspaper to come out the following morning. And and have all the news. And I remember the boast at the time was that it was the world's only Dalish English language sports newspaper, which is quite a claim, but because a lot of countries have these just sports newspapers, but there wasn't one, I guess there isn't anywhere that just focuses on sport. But yeah,
it was very much based on L'Équipe, basically.
Yeah, and the way it's changed, like you say, it was a print run of what, 20,000, because you were serving a fairly small market. Whereas
I think
now
20 to 50,000, yeah.
20 to 50, okay. So even at the upper limit, 50,000 was the maximum you could hope to be read by, the maximum number of people you'd reach. Whereas now, like you say, 1.3 million on Instagram alone. And it doesn't really matter where you're based physically, because you were, at that time when Sport 360 was created, it was to serve the UAE market. And that's why you moved there and are still based there. But you could be anywhere. Obviously, you need to have relationships with people. And as you're translating to Arabic as well, you need that local expertise. But in terms of where you're physically based, it could be anywhere. And that's the way the world is now. The way that people watch sport, the way people watch La Liga is from being anywhere. And so it's interesting. And I think a lot of clubs and organizations are a bit slow to catch up to that. You know, even 3 or 4 years ago, I was I'll name them and shame them, because why not? I was going to Madrid for the weekend because all the Madrid teams were at home, apart from Real Madrid. And I was writing a feature for BBC Sport, the website, which is the most visited website in Europe. It would give a huge audience. And I was going to it was Getafe against Rayo. So Rayo went at home, but they were playing in Madrid, and then Leganés the following day. And Getafe's policy, they didn't give me a press pass because they only gave press passes to printed newspapers still. So this was a relic of the 1980s.
Yeah.
And they needed to be persuaded. We actually had to get La Liga involved to tell them, look, just give this guy a press pass. He's going to give you an audience of way bigger than any printed local newspapers. But
what damage could he do?
A lot of people are slow to catch up to it. So it was fine in the end. And yes, they reluctantly, I think, agreed to it. But it's just interesting how some people in sport are slower to adjust to the changing times. And you see others who are very wise to it, like PK, with all the fuss that's going on with him at the moment.
I wondered if we were going to mention that.
Well, with his Twitch channel, yeah. And that's interesting from your point of view. I don't want to lump in the UAE with Saudi Arabia and say, well, it's all the same part of the world. It's the same thing. I'm sure there are differences. But what do you think it means to have that event to Saudi Arabia? Is there? Do you think it is genuinely going to grow Spanish football? Is it something that people in the region really appreciate, having the chance to see teams playing for a trophy? Okay, not the most important trophy, but not a friendly either. It's definitely a step up from the summer tour for a friendly. And do you think more of it would happen? Would there be a push for it in the UAE, for example, to bring competitive games?
I think with PK was saying it wasn't just Saudi Arabia, was I think Qatar were also trying to get the Super Cup at the time, and Abu Dhabi as well. Have obviously, we're just coming off a few months ago, the Club World Cup was back here in Abu Dhabi again. There is huge appetite for European football here, and then particularly as well, I think it might be a relic of the Ronaldo Messi era, but the Real Madrid and Barcelona are huge here, and I couldn't tell you the statistics off the top of my head, but I know just from seeing the interaction we get is that Real Madrid and Barcelona are our content drivers, are the people that the people that want to see things about, read things about, listen to things about. And yeah, I think when it comes to we're speaking about the Super Cup now, I think I'll let people know that football is enormous in Saudi Arabia, absolutely enormous. If you see some of in the domestic league, the two big clubs, so the biggest club would be Al Hilal and Al Nassr. The Riyadh derby is an incredible atmosphere, absolutely packed stadium. And I think it's the same when it comes to when the Liga clubs in town now. It's obviously it's multifaceted. So you've got football fans in the country, and there's also the prestige of bringing the game and the getting eyeballs on Saudi Arabia as well. So I think with most things, it's multifaceted, and it's the same with the Club World Cup in Abu Dhabi. There's a real enthusiasm for things like that here.
Yeah, and you say Real Madrid and Barca in particular are huge, which is
huge.
Natural.
Huge.
It's exactly the same in Spain. You know, in Spain, they totally dominate not just the media landscape, but just general football. People will talk about, you go into a bar and start talking to someone about football, they will start talking to you about Real Madrid and Barcelona, even if they're not fans of those teams. And a lot of people who live in other parts of the country and support their local team will also support one of the two. So it's not, that's a phenomenon that's repeated in Spain as well. And it's interesting, there's ups and downs to that, because yes, they're such big clubs, big brands, such big marketing power, but that's got to be good for Spanish football, because it brings in interest. But when they're so much bigger than everyone else, it's kind of detrimental as well, because they begin to enjoy an unfair advantage. So it's a difficult balance to strike, isn't it? And I think it's one we're seeing, across the football world, with the growing divide between, City, Liverpool, United, and the rest. United not on the pitch, obviously, but in terms of promotion. And around Europe, the same patterns repeated. So it's a difficult one to get the right balance, but you don't want to bring everyone to the same level, because some clubs are always going to be bigger than others, aren't they?
I think it's interesting as well. I know from when La Liga have a physical presence in Dubai, in the UAE. I think they now have one in Saudi Arabia, or certainly looking to do that. We've had lots of dealings with La Liga out here. I would say the big storyline I find interesting out here at the moment, that La Liga, since obviously no Messi and Ronaldo anymore, it's looking for that next superstar, because the residual interest will always be there. But if you want to raise it up to the next level, I think La Liga at the moment is just missing that superstar. I know in the Arabic market out here, obviously Karim Benzema is absolutely massive, but it still doesn't touch on Ronaldo and Messi, and maybe that's where Mbappe, probably not Haaland now by the sounds of it. I think that's something that it is lacking. It's not quite as the peak isn't as high at the moment, I think, of interest of what it used to be like.
Yeah, and that was that was phenomenal era, wasn't it? That was when I moved here, as I say, in 2012, when Ronaldo and Messi were both at their peak, and every weekend one of them would score 2 or 3, and it was they're outdoing each other every week, and the two teams were pushing each other as well. The league was then so unequal because they were so far above everyone else, but they were two of the best teams in history. So that's natural. The quality that both of them had was phenomenal. So that was probably in a way unrepeatable, because Messi and Ronaldo, when are we going to get another player like that? There hasn't been another player.
Who's Mbappe is making a statement. Maybe we'll see that next year.
Yeah, but he's not as dominant, is he? I don't think he will, and I don't think he will ever become as dominant a player as Messi and Ronaldo were when they were at their prime. So much better than everyone else, and it's something that before them as well. Going back to when I started watching football in the 80s, there's always been great players, of course, but none of them have been at the levels of consistent excellence every week that we've seen from them. So probably unrepeatable for a very long time, if ever. Maybe we've lost Matt, it seems. Hopefully people can still hear me. It looks like Matt's trying to rejoin us. Good old technology. But yeah, while we're waiting for Matt to rejoin. So I moved to Barcelona in 2012, and it was at the peak of the Guardiola and Mourinho rivalry, which was coming to really quite a climax that season, because it was the year that Mourinho actually succeeded in beating Guardiola, which was when they won the 2012 title, with those two teams who were both, as I say, continually performing at incredibly high levels. And I'm sure a lot of people will remember the game that decided it was at Camp Nou. Around about this time in 2012, Barca had been trying to chip away at Real Madrid's lead in the league, but at Camp Nou, Real Madrid came in and won 2-1. Ronaldo scored a goal, of course, and that was effectively the game that clinched the league for Real Madrid. So they were fascinating times with Guardiola and Mourinho going head-to-head with each other. And a few weeks after that, Guardiola left, of course, and the rivalry moved on, but I don't think has ever been at the same fever pitch. While you were away, Matt, I was just remembering the time when I moved to Spain in 2012, when Mourinho got the better of Guardiola and Real Madrid won the league that year, which ended up being Pep's last season in Spain. And I don't think that any rivalry has hit the heights of those two clubs during those 2 seasons when Mourinho was just so intent on doing whatever it took, however it had to be done to overtake Barca. And Barca were at their peak as well, that 2011 Champions League final when they beat Manchester United, destroyed Manchester United, which a lot of people, and I would be one of them, would say was probably the best team performance that I've ever seen. The way Barca played then, the complete team, because of course it was based around Messi in the attack, but they could defend as well. And Guardiola had a brilliant defensive record with Puyol and Piqué, of course, at the back, Abidal giving the insurance, Dani Alves up and down the right wing. And then the midfield three as well, of course, Busquets, Xavi, Iniesta. And then Messi supported by David Villa and Pedro from the wings. That team was pretty much unbeatable. But Mourinho did beat that team, and the following season managed to hold off Barca for the title. Are you back with us now, Matt? I can see you again. Can you hear me?
Hi, I'm here. I can't. Sorry about that.
I was just talking about that. I think the peak of the Barca Real Madrid rivalry, the absolute peak, and as far as I can recall, the peak of any rivalry between any two clubs. I know there's Liverpool and Manchester United and the two Milan clubs and so on, but that 2010 to 2012, those 2 seasons when Mourinho had come to the Bernabeu and was trying to topple Pep's Barca, I don't think any rivalry has been as intense between any two teams.
And the quality, I think, is the intensity of both the emotions and I guess the intense concentration of quality as well of the players. It's just incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm interested to go back actually to talk about when you first became aware of, started following Spanish football, because you're a United fan, aren't you? I'm
sorry at the moment.
Offer my commiserations.
I'm not looking forward to tonight, though.
No, I don't think you'll enjoy.
Speak about Spanish football.
Yeah.
Well,
so when you're a kid, you watch your team, you support your team, and it's only maybe when you're a little bit older that you start to become aware of there's a world of football out there, not just that you are watching your own team. When did that happen with you?
Well, I think I'll start with another league first. So I'm 36 now, and when I was just starting to get interested in football, Gazzetta dello Sport was on Channel 4, Italian football. And that's I remember I would have been my 8th or 9th birthday, getting the AC Milan home shirt and being absolutely wowed by this. I had all my Man United kits already, but getting the AC Milan shirt. That really expanded my mind. And then I guess we get Sky Sports soon, and then Revista De La Liga's on. And I remember the mid-90s, obviously Bobby Robson at Barcelona, he was featured heavily in that programme. Seeing Guillem Balague, I remember Guillem Balague only had the glasses as well, a different look.
Yeah.
In the mid-90s, but he was Guillem Balague is a real role model. And I remember he was on Revista. Those days were fantastic. And then you fast forward Graham Hunter, obviously phoning in from Barcelona every week. These are iconic moments if you're a lover of football in the UK. I guess for me, I remember that Barcelona team with Bobby Robson, that Ronaldo goal as well. And then just the love affair really started kicking in there. I've not stopped since. I've been a real anorak for Spanish continental football.
Yeah, that Bobby Robson was a bit of a trailblazer, wasn't he? Because he was obviously the England manager for a long time. But I think within English football, I don't think at the time we were aware of how highly he was regarded elsewhere. And then obviously there was Terry Venables as well, was another one that came over from England to manage Barca for a period, and Gary Lineker playing for Barca as well. Of course, that was another one that sort of started to make, when I was young growing up, make you aware of there's football in other countries too that you could watch. So and that really intensified, I think, when Sky started their coverage in England, in the UK, with, of course, David Beckham moving over to Real Madrid, because Beckham, such a megastar, of course, not just for the football that he played, but for his lifestyle, obviously Posh Spice, and he was bigger than just a football player. So the fact that he left Manchester United and moved to Madrid to join Real Madrid made it an extra element for people from the UK to follow. We've got Tim Lee joining us. Hello, Tim.
Hi, Andy. Hi, Matt.
Matt's rejoined.
Hi, how's it going?
You'll hang around a bit this time. So I'll just briefly introduce Tim. Thanks, Tim, a commentary colleague of mine at La Liga TV. And I was just talking there, Tim, about the time that when Beckham came over to Spain. I think that was a big awakening in people's perception of La Liga in the UK, and making people just more interested in the league, because Beckham was a star at the peak of his powers.
Oh, Beckham at that time was huge at Manchester United and with England. That reputation he had, that star power, it was incredible. And he wasn't the only one in that era, because there was Michael Owen, Jonathan Woodgate, at one point Thomas Gravesen. So there seemed to be this swell of interest, really, regarding Spanish football. Obviously, Beckham would have been the main name and the biggest attraction. But as somebody in the UK, it was all about Sky's coverage. I was watching the reunion earlier on this platform with Guillem, etc., and they were saying that it had been going since 96 or 97, which was way before I started watching on Sky. But certainly Beckham's move there, and I can recall that program Revista doing interviews with him, and just the way he settled in, the way he left Manchester United in quite surprising circumstances in many ways, because so many people thought he'd spend his whole career there. And just the captain of the England national team becoming a Galáctico, it was incredible to see. We've lost Andy.
It's just me and you now. I think that the Beckham era is just fantastic. You missed out one Premier League export at that time, Julien Faubert to Real Madrid at that time.
And a few years before, Steve McManaman, obviously.
I remember, I guess, the childhood memories. I just remember how huge I reckon it was the first time, I guess, in England, so in my time, there's a real battle between Barcelona and Real Madrid for his signatures. You remember that with the Bosman? I remember that being a real dominant storyline in the English media. And I guess, is that the mid to late 90s?
Here comes Andy again. Well, I don't remember that one so much. I remember Gravesen and the surprise surrounding that transfer. But Julien Faubert, I really couldn't tell you much about that.
I think widely considered one of the worst signings in Real Madrid history, I think.
Yeah, and the Gravison was interesting as well because it wasn't in keeping with the whole Galacticos policy, was it? Because you had all these superstars, you know, the biggest names in football: Beckham, Figo, Zidane, Roberto Carlos, all of them gathered together in one team, and then Gravison. It was illogical in terms of from the outside perception of it. What are they signing him for? He's not the kind of player to go and play with that. But it was a recognition that, you know, you need workers as well. You need people who can win the ball as well as people who are going to do magic with it.
This is that picture of the time? Was it Robinho he had like a fight with in training or something? I remember it just not jarring with everyone at Real Madrid basically.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do if you're Robinho. I don't think. Not a wise move, is it?
Yeah, I just remember that famous picture. I think.
Sorry, Matt. I know you're going to leave us in a minute, but we've had a question from KB9. What are your predictions for the Copa del Rey final? And who do you think will be relegated? So let's take the Copa del Rey final first. Go on, Matt.
The Copa del Rey final, I think it's difficult to look past Real Betis. I think they're so enjoyable to watch. And also, I think what's interesting, I know for me and Andy know each other too, is you head over to Sport 360 this weekend. I think, Andy, you're doing a preview for us. I think he's got to go. Tim, do you want to take up the relegation question?
Oh, yeah. Who do you think we relegated from La Liga from KB9? Do you know, suddenly that becomes so much more difficult to predict over the last couple of days, really. Given the wins for three teams down at the bottom, Levante, Alaves and Cádiz last night. So it's a really tough one. Really tough one. That is an absorbing battle. Having seen
it's got a lot closer than it looked like it was going to, hasn't it? I still think that Levante and Alaves have got too much to do, and I think they've got some tough games as well. So it's still even though, you know, with the weekend wins, they're still 4 points away from safety, and not that many games left now. So I still think they've got too much to do. I think big unknown is Granada, because today they've appointed Aitor Karanka. So that, you know, good coach, but going into a new club at a time like this with no time to work with his team, there's games this midweek. Okay, then he has a little break thanks to the Copa del Rey, but it's just an unknown how much of a lift he's going to be able to give them. Similar with Mallorca, of course, Javier Aguirre coming in not so long ago. I still think Alaves and Levante will go down. And I'd say with confidence that Cádiz won't, because I think they've improved enough under Sergio in the last few weeks that they'll have more than enough to stay up. And I'd say I think Granada have got more match winners, a deeper squad. So I think they'll just stay up, but I think it'll be close between them and Mallorca.
Do you think Rayo are safe? Or...
Sorry?
What did Andy say? Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. What did you say for the Copa del Rey? Do you both think Betis?
I think Betis. I also I'm looking forward to seeing your preview as well in the next few days as well.
Yeah, let's be honest. Inter neutral wants Valencia to win. Might be a harsh question, but the style is not exactly pleasing on the eye, is it? So I think most people will be with Betis. It's a romantic story, isn't it? With Joaquin, possibly at the end of his career in his home city.
Yeah, for those reasons, exactly as you're saying, and I think so many neutrals will want Betis to win. Clash of styles, you know, such free-flowing attacking football with Betis. Pellegrini's got them gelling so well. Crafty players like Fekir and Canales has got the strikers and all the wide players really firing. And on the other side of the coin, such a resilient, competitive, physical manager in Bordalas who gets his teams playing in roughly that way. So I think the ingredients are brilliant for this final, because it's always great when you've got a clash of styles, very different narratives. But really thrilled for Joaquin that Betis have made this final, and the cherry on top now would be to go on and win it. Not that he's never won it before. I think he's won it twice, once with Betis, once with Valencia. But it would be lovely at this late stage in his career to see him win it again.
Yeah, definitely. What would be nice is if they're, say, 2 up, because he's not going to start, is he? It's very unlikely he'll start. But if they're 2 up in the last couple of minutes or injury time, and he gets to come on, so that he's on the field when they win the cup, that would be the romantic story. All right, well, I think, Matt, you've got to leave us now. So thank you for joining us for the first part of this hour.
Andy, pleasure as always.
And I'll continue with Tim. Thanks, Matt. And we'll speak to you soon. And everyone head over to Sport 360 as well, because the design work you do there is great. I love the stuff you put together.
Yeah, Andy, you are an incredibly valued contributor to Sport 360. And Tim, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'll speak to you guys soon. All the best for this fundraising.
Thank you, Matt. Take care. So, Tim, I saw a tweet from you yesterday that Barca haven't beaten Cádiz since 2006. And that obviously is still intact after last night's game. Yeah. And you added you were at that game in 2006. So I sensed there's a story there. So tell, why were you at that game? Were you on holiday, or was it part of moving to Spain? How did it transpire?
I lived in Barcelona for a year in 2005 to 2006. It coincided with Frank Rijkaard's double winning team. They won the Champions League and the league. So I was really lucky in terms of the football I saw. The first match I went to was in the autumn. Barcelona played Malaga, and I went with my father, and we sat and watched Barcelona win 2-0, and we were on one of the lateral sides, on the far side from the press tribune, and we watched Ronaldinho perform the most incredible 90 minutes where he seemed to take on his opponent every time he got the ball successfully. And if he went outside the first time, he'd go inside the next time. He would pull out all sorts of tricks. You couldn't stop him. And I recall Larson came off the bench, and my father and I both remember this differently, but a young player called Leo Messi came off the bench. And my recollection is that my dad said to me, "This is young Leo Messi. You need to watch out for him, big reputation." And my dad's recollection is exactly the reverse. He recalls that I said to him, "This is Leo Messi. You need to watch out for him." Well, clearly one of us had heard of Messi and were excited. And I ended up...
Maybe you said it to each other. You already knew.
Maybe we both knew, yeah. And in about the January or February of that year, I started looking for employment because I'd been studying Spanish, and I got knocked back from so many restaurants. I'd worked in restaurants in London. I thought I was going to find it quite easy to find restaurant work, but it really wasn't easy at all. And the only job offer I got really came from the club shop at the stadium, at the Barcelona stadium. Okay. So once I started working there, one of the perks of the job was once you'd finish the shift on a match day, you'd go in and watch the games. So once I began working, there was only one fixture, only one home fixture I didn't see, and that was the Clásico. It was just too impossible. You could not get in. There was no room at all, which is why it was so unusual recently to see Clásicos that weren't sold out. But it meant that I saw AC Milan, Benfica, Chelsea, young Fernando Torres score for Atletico Madrid, Villarreal played, and Cádiz was one of the teams. And I remember their fans, the vibrancy and the noise of all of their spectators. They got relegated that season. But yeah, that is the reason. That's why I was there all those years ago watching Barcelona, a brilliant Barcelona team who comfortably beat Cádiz. Well, I say comfortably. They beat them 1-0 that night, but obviously lost 1-0 last night.
Yeah, and we'll move on from Barca, but because I want to talk to you about your wider experiences in Spanish football as well. But we've got a question we'll deal with while it's there from Olubunmi. Why does Barca have a habit of repeating historical mistakes? I'm referring to the boardroom. I don't know what if you're referring to specific mistakes there, and maybe it's back to the ticketing issue of last week. I don't know. But what I think I would say as a general answer is that it is so difficult to manage Barca. And I don't mean Xavi as a club, manage the team. I mean, manage the club, because it is just such an enormous institution. It is ingrained in Catalan society. Beyond just the city of Barcelona, it goes throughout the region, and everyone wants a piece of it. Everyone wants to be connected to Barca in some way, whether it's media sponsorship, fans, other sports organizations. Everyone talks about Barca all the time. Everyone thinks they're an expert on Barca all the time. So the job, if you're the president or working with the board, it's just such a impossible balance to strike to try and keep everyone happy. So if there's, as the question suggests, an historical tendency to make mistakes, I think it's that, just the enormity, the scale of the club. It's unlike any other club that I've been, close to in football. I worked in English football for a long time, and Manchester United and Liverpool in particular are enormous. And in Spain, Real Madrid, of course, are enormous, but none of them, I don't think, dominate, certainly locally, in the way that Barca do. They're in everything. And that is why I think it's difficult for them to keep everyone happy. I don't know. What do you think about that, Tim?
I think that plays a part, certainly. I mean, it's difficult to know exactly what Olobunmi is referring to, whether it's this more recent thing with the ticketing or whether these are other issues that are being referred to. But it is interesting looking back over decades and decades of history at Barcelona, whether it's the signing of players or not being able to retain players, or certain results or certain sensations after important defeats, how sometimes there are processes that seem to repeat, a sense of a cycle. Maybe with many other clubs you can pick up on that, history repeating. But I do understand the question, because you do see things going back 40, 50, 60 years that seem to have reared their head again, and it is fascinating. Yeah,
and I think part of it is that, as you said there, defeats seem to be treated as catastrophes in a way more than happens at other clubs, because there's always such expectation for them to win, and win in style, and win in playing a certain way. Since Cruyff's time, they've been not just expected to win, but to follow the club principles. Then anything that's less than that is treated not just as a disappointment, but almost as a sacrilege, that this can't be happening. How dare it be happening? And maybe that leads to more extreme reactions than you would get in other clubs as well. It's not a particularly sane working environment to be in the middle of that, trying to live with those expectations, not of just success, but of a certain type of success as well. So yeah, it is interesting. It's never dull. There's barely a day goes by without something happening for Barca, or one of the players, or someone connected to the club somehow. But I want to go back to try and keep it, more personal perspective, because we've got 16 hours of chat on this marathon today, and I think it's nice to have some personal stories in there. So when you came to Barcelona to learn the language, was that why you came to learn Spanish? And did you have at that point the idea of staying long term in the country?
Yeah, I came to learn the language. I didn't have a plan to stay long term. I mean, I think it was 3 months or so on studying the language, and I didn't know if I'd be back in the UK after 3 months. So I ended up staying for a year, but then went back to the UK to try and begin working. I wanted to work in sport, whether it was radio, television, newspapers. I just knew that I wanted to cover sport. And I felt that the best step for me at that time was going back to the UK. So I went back in 2006. I had no idea yeah, I had no idea that I'd be there a year. I had no idea I'd be back, but I moved back to Spain in 2018 with my family. So it's funny, you know, having come back and all the memories of the first year here and still friends from the first time here. But no, when I first set off in 2005, it was a really unknown journey, you know, just heading off to try and learn a language. I didn't speak any Spanish at all. You know, just a life, and as much as learning a language, it was, you know, a life experience really.
So you were away from Spain for a decade, give or take. And during that time, you started your ambition, you say, to work in sport. Is that when you started broadcasting?
I didn't start broadcasting till quite late, until I came to Barcelona. But I started to work at IMG from as soon as I got back to the UK, really, 2006. So I worked in like the Olympic Television Archive initially, and then started to work on the Premier League programming that IMG produce, which is the global distribution. And
just sorry, Tim, to interrupt, for anyone who's not aware, IMG is an absolutely enormous media production company, but because they're not, you can't as a fan consume an IMG product. There's not an IMG TV channel, for example. You might not be aware of what they actually do, but they produce so much of the sports content. Like you say, the Premier League, they produce all the Premier League stuff. Golf was their first, I think, the big thing they were into initially. So for you to start working at IMG obviously opened lots of doors because of the amount of the scale of what they do.
Yeah, it's really vast. You know, even working there, you can't possibly comprehend everything that's going on at once. So many different sports, so many different departments, so many different productions. It really was vast. And, you know, it even took me a long time to kind of get my bearings and realize what was going on just one floor below me. Programs like Transworld Sport, Football Mundial, the Premier League productions that we've mentioned. You know, that's an enormous operation, because obviously if you're watching the Premier League in the UK, it's the UK broadcaster, but anywhere outside the UK, you're watching the output from IMG. So that was amazing, really, once I started to realize what was going on, and initially, you know, shadowing and working overtime and just slowly getting my foot in the door with that department. And I worked for Premier League Productions up until 2013. Great experiences working on the highlights program initially, which was a lot of weekend work, a lot of great fun, and a very, very watched program, one of the most watched that IMG made, because of course, the huge demand and interest there is in Premier League football. And then later, I was just summarizing, Andy, this passageway. I was working on the highlights show at Premier League Productions, and then I worked on some different types of programming there where you do more interviewing and a bit more traveling. And then it was in 2012, IMG got the contract for the Champions League magazine programming, and I joined that team in 2013. And because, Andy, I already spoke Spanish, it was a natural fit for me to cover a lot of the Spanish shoots. And of course, 2013, the year I joined, well, I mean, think about the dominance of Spanish teams in the following years in the Champions League. You know, Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid, Barcelona, particularly those three, doing so well. So I was really lucky, and I got to go to Spain regularly. We were filming interviews with players, with fans. We were at matches, and suddenly I was using my Spanish at work, which I hadn't really done. You know, I'd left Spain in 2006, and then I guess it was 7 years later, suddenly I found a use for this language at work. My interest in Spanish football had remained very strong ever since living in Barcelona, and everything's so much more accessible now with the internet, etc. But I do recall, for example, I'd walk to the local high street from IMG, and on a Monday you could get, I think it was actually on a Tuesday, you could get the Monday sports paper. You know, it would come a day late. So on a Tuesday, I'd buy the Monday edition of Marca or AS or Mundo Deportivo or something like that. So I'd been following Spanish football very closely, but then it was that Champions League contract at IMG that really enabled me to travel internationally and come and work, you know, with clubs like Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, which was incredible.
And I know you continue to do that kind of work. So you do commentary for La Liga TV at the weekends generally, and then you're still doing quite a bit of traveling around Spain to cover Champions League games in different ways. So we spoke about Barca earlier and the way they totally dominate the local culture, not just even sporting wise, but how big they are. Having spent time in Madrid, how would you characterize that? Because obviously there's a different kind of dynamic between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid than there is between Barca and Espanyol, would you say?
Well, I mean, I sense that there are more Atleti fans in Madrid than there are Espanyol fans in Barcelona, for starters. It's a little bit more of an equal divide. My experience is that so often when you're out and about and you're meeting people and talking to taxi drivers and just conversing on the streets, that you bump into so many Atleti fans, and it's a club with a real, real roots, like a real sense of family and belonging. Real Madrid obviously has such an illustrious history and have fans not just in Madrid, but all over Spain and all over the world. I suppose in some ways, if you're an Atleti fan, you've really got to be into football and you've got to be loyal because it hasn't been such an illustrious history. In the same way, you know, an Espanyol fan here is going to be very dedicated, whereas, you know, any club really with such an illustrious history from whichever city or country it's from, you can have a broader fan base, but not necessarily all of those fans are so heavily involved with the club. So fascinating dynamic there in Madrid, and seeing what Simeone has inspired since he took over, you know, the increased competitive nature, the way in which he's transformed the club and put them on such a level footing really with Barcelona and Real Madrid domestically, and then competing so consistently in the Champions League. Been incredible to see.
Yeah, and I think that there is an interesting dynamic and the way it might change in the future. But I remember really clearly the first time I went to Madrid, which was in 2013, and Atletico were playing at home that weekend against Celta, managed by Luis Enrique at the time. And I went to the game, and it was of course, at the Vicente Calderón, the old stadium, which I thought was really telling that you could walk there from the city centre comfortably, maybe 20 minutes walk from the real heart of the city, you know, the Plaza del Sol area. You could walk down, and thousands of people were doing that. But then when you get to the stadium, it was pretty grotty, a grotty part of town by the river, and not a picturesque part of the river with pavement cafes and so on, just a dirty part of the river, a motorway running underneath the main stand, which was a bizarre thing I've never seen at any other stadium, and a stadium that, yes, it had a vibe, it had an atmosphere, but it was pretty basic. It was, here's some plastic seats, sit in them. There were no frills, and it felt very much like a bit of a slightly messy but lived-in home. And then to get to the Bernabeu, for people who don't know geography of Madrid, it's out of the centre. You can't really walk from the city centre, or you could, but it would take you a long time from the city centre to the Bernabeu. And it's in a posh part of town. When you go north up into the Chamartín district, it's tree-lined avenues and expensive shops and glass-fronted office buildings and exclusive restaurants. That's Real Madrid's home. That's where they belong. And that contrast really struck me between and it's exactly what Simeone has reveled in for all these years, the working class men of the people club and the posh rich neighbours, Real Madrid. So it totally makes sense how Simeone, who thrives on that, has been able to use that to his advantage. But now, of course, they don't have that stadium anymore. They're miles out of town, much further out, in one of the finest new stadia in Europe. And so they don't, in years to come, they won't be able to call upon that same kind of earthy rootedness in the people, because they're not that club anymore. And Simeone has helped transform that club into something that I think he is less comfortable with, because it's not the paupers anymore. You know, they've got 100 million signings and this wonderful stadium. So it's going to be interesting, I think, to see how that develops and how Atletico maintain that identity if they can.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. And Andy, just hearing you talk about the old Calderon, you know, that's real sense of nostalgia for me, because I went to a lot of games there, went to a lot of European games there, and it was so special. It really, in terms of football stadiums across the entire globe, I've had some of my best experiences there. I found it to be, yes, old and run down. I mean, as a Crystal Palace supporter, I find Selhurst Park really charming. You know, people might talk about the lack of space or the restricted view, but I like the old stadiums. I think they have so much character and charm and history. And the Calderon, from the first time I went there wasn't for work. It was actually a Sunday afternoon, and my experience was so much like yours. I can recall walking down and being so pleasantly surprised by the proximity. And then you start to get street vendors and beers and sweets and scarves, as well as the bars. And it was just so wonderful. And we sat, I think it was a Sunday afternoon, they played against Depor, and we sat high up opposite the dugout. And we were just bathed in sunshine all afternoon, just watching football. And it was a great atmosphere. So one of the most extraordinary experiences in all my career and all my life really was being at the Calderon for the final European fixture. They were playing Real Madrid in the semi-final, and it was a second leg. I don't know if you were there as well, Andy, but
I wasn't, but I remember it well.
Oh, you know, Atleti needed to come back from 3-0 down. They scored very early. Just the atmosphere that day was simply incomparable. It was an unbelievable feeling. And even though I think it was Isco scored, which really punctured the hopes for Atleti, they still continued to fight and compete. But what happened with, I think, a minute or two to go, and I'm sure, you know, because this is a Spanish football audience, you guys will all know this, that the heavens opened and it started to rain this biblical storm. It was such torrential rain coming down as the match finished. And it felt, as a symbol, it felt like tears of sadness as all of these Atleti supporters were saying a goodbye to the Calderon. They had a few league games left. But the way the fans stayed behind at full time and sang to the players and expressed their gratitude and their appreciation, it was just remarkable. Everybody soaked to the bone. The players were receiving this adulation, obviously crestfallen. And actually, it reminded me a little of what happened last week when Atleti were eliminated by Manchester City. There was this communion at full time, in defeat, in elimination. The fans, I mean, Simeone said at full time after that game, Andy, you know, this result shows how important winning is. And yet, in many ways, that night had showed to me that it's not the most important thing, because Atleti had been eliminated. And yet in elimination, we saw such an incredible display of connection, of understanding, of empathy, of appreciation, of love. And I think that at Atleti is really quite a remarkable quality that the club has. And hopefully they can find a way of trying to retain that Calderon spirit and keeping it, because it was so special.
For sure. Wasn't here, but I could hear you talking, and I remember the rain.
Oh, good.
The rain was astonishing, and it was very, very symbolic. Our time's almost up, but while you were talking as well, it brought to mind another of my favourite places to go and watch football in Spain, and where there's a similar feel about the club is Bilbao. I don't know if you've had the chance to go to the San Mamés, but the new stadium is just phenomenal, and right in the heart of the city, just up from the river, a short walk from the Guggenheim, and it feels like what it feels like is actually going to watch a national team, because there's so much unquestioned pride in that team and that club and what they stand for within Bilbao.
Yeah, I've been, and unfortunately I've not been for a game, so I've seen the stadium, and it was so impressive, even not on a match night. As I said earlier, I do like the old stadiums very much, but this modern stadium, so beautifully designed, so magnificent, so impressive. But I would have loved to go to the old San Mamés, which sounded mythical, and I cannot wait to go to the new one and actually witness it when Athletic are playing there, because it just looks and sounds remarkable. Yeah, no, it's an amazing place to go. Bilbao itself as a city is such an interesting place, because it's a real mix. In parts, it's very heavily industrial and functional, but there are other areas where there's old traditional squares. There's the river that runs through the heart of the city. One of the most remarkable buildings you'll ever see, with the Guggenheim Art Museum on the banks of the river, and then this space age football stadium, which does look like this enormous spaceship from the outside. And of course, obviously, the role that Athletic plays within Bilbao as a city, with the policy that everyone knows about of only playing Basque players. It's a special club as well, and it's another of the variety that you get traveling around Spain and watching football. Yeah, absolutely, and not far across or heading east, San Sebastian, a big rival in the Basque Country. A different city, but a charming city as well, and fascinating history with their club as well. So, look, we could go on and on, couldn't we? But the geography of Spain and the different regions, the different cultures, different languages, discovering it through football is a wonderful thing, and seeing how the football clubs reflect the cultures and the people, it's really a beautiful thing. And I'm very lucky to be working so heavily with La Liga. It's a great joy for me, and working with great people like yourself, Andy, as well. Totally, very much. Well, I think our time is up now. What games are you commentating on in this midweek? Thursday, I'm doing Real Sociedad against Barcelona. Ooh, nice. I've got Atletico against Granada tomorrow, so an interesting one as well. All right, well, thank you, one for Tim. The new manager. And, yeah, exactly. And Atletico are no means certain for top four. I don't think they might struggle with it. Lamar and João Felix out now as well. So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Tim. I'll see you very soon. And thank you, everyone. And I believe Ellis is going to be taking over next for the next hour or so. So keep watching. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Natalia, and I volunteer to help British Ukrainian Aid. At the moment, you can see me at one of our storage facilities in London. Behind me, there are boxes with humanitarian aid, including tactical medicine items.
I'm Andrei from British Ukrainian Aid, and here you can see the components that we put in the first aid kits that will go to Ukraine to save lives.
We have an army of volunteers who are helping us. They volunteer to drive the boxes and pallets to the Polish-Ukrainian and Romanian-Ukrainian borders. Then they are sent to a distribution center in Lviv, and from that point further on to Kyiv and the Kyiv region, and Kharkiv region.
Ukraine is a country of people just like us. Dancers, musicians, artists. Today, let's send them our love and support through British Ukrainian Aid's essential medical supplies. saving lives and treating horrific injuries, so that one day soon, not too far away, they can be dancing again. Please give generously. Thank you.
Well,
Hello.
hello everybody. I'm joined here by Ellis Platten. Just a few things before we start off. The QR code in your top left-hand corner, I believe, sort of up there. I'm sort of getting the hang of this now. For donations, any other information is in the bio down below. And, any questions you want to send in while we're talking to Ellis, then do send them in. Ellis, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing very well. I'm excited for this chat. I see you've come dressed appropriately with going to be one of the main topics today, shirts. Firstly, I mean, what is that Barca shirt you've got on? Is that it's one of their kits from this season, is it?
Yeah, I believe it's the third or fourth from this season. It's the dry fit one. I think the problem with football kits nowadays is they're so pricey in the first place, but to get the one closest to the players, you have to spend another £20, £30, or €30 to get closer. Whereas the standard ones kind of just look a bit like. But yeah, I really like this one. It's not really been that memorable of a season for Barca. I find that kits, when they have a memorable season, you tend to associate them as being better. But yeah.
No, I think you're right, and I remember seeing a few photos on Instagram. I think it was Ferran Torres. I don't know if it was that kit or maybe one of their other kits where the badge and the Nike tick had fallen off, and people were thinking, Barcelona have got some lovely kits this season. My back. I may have dropped out briefly.
You are back. Don't you worry.
To start things off, for those watching who don't know about you, Ellis, and your channel, just briefly explain what you do and a bit about the Away Days channel.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird mixture at the moment. So it started off, it was just called Away Days because every week I go to a different football game in England, in the world, trying to experience different football games and showcase how I find it, what I think of each ground, and what an atmosphere is like from a fan's perspective, because I really just started it because I had no experience in front of a camera. And I wanted to be a children's TV presenter. And I thought, this would be a good way of making myself different to other people. And I started the channel in 2014, and football vlogs weren't a thing, which probably from other people's perspective is probably quite a good thing. But now they're just everywhere. And then also about 6 months before the first lockdown, I started collecting football shirts and started making content around it too. And then that content really caught fire as well. And now kind of is a fusion between football shirts and going to football matches as well. So it's really fun. I go around Europe hunting for weird and rare football shirts as well.
That sounds very fun. It's something as a student myself, I think classify that as probably the dream job, going around Europe and watching football, and been lucky enough to go to a few stadiums while I'm living in northern Spain at the moment, and been to the Wanda this season, which is one of the impressive stadiums, the new stadiums. So I know you're a Leeds fan, and I'm sure you'll have your opinions on Marcelo Bielsa's sacking. And I used to live in Montreal, and former Montreal manager Jesse Marsch is now in charge there. But you're also a Porto fan. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how that came about?
Yeah, so it's one of them things where I feel like sometimes you can go to a game or a club and it can just grip you. And it happened in Porto. So it was one of my first big European trips, and I'd done European games before, like Juventus. I hadn't done Barcelona. I'd done Barcelona after Porto, but I'd done a few European grounds, and something about the city just hit me. Portuguese football fans, the way it was relayed to me was that there's not a lot for them to believe in, but the entire city will just rally behind their football team. And it's not just the football team, it's the basketball team, the handball team. It's just FC Porto is just what they follow. It's what they live and breathe. And I love that. It was so different to what we have in England. English football culture is great to an extent. I believe that the English football pyramid is the best in the world in terms of the fact that you can have a 7th tier game in this country and like 5,000 fans will be at it. But what I think we don't have is like the passion as much at the top tier clubs. It's very touristy. I'm aware that's quite hypocritical because I was a tourist going to Porto, but their fans just took me in. They loved me. They loved me making videos on them, showcasing to the world what their fan base and their club is all about. And it just stuck from there. I just became hooked.
I think, sort of leading off what you said about you showing Porto to the world, and I think, a few of the people we've had on today have mentioned it sort of, I think early, maybe probably around when you started doing that. I was very young, that I feel like European football wasn't as well known in the UK as it is now. And I definitely feel like the audience is growing. And, especially with Porto having their successes in the Champions League, namely with Jose Mourinho winning it, not too long ago. And, now this year playing Liverpool in the Champions League. So I definitely think the audience for European football, not just Spanish football, but, the Portuguese league with Benfica as well, is definitely growing. So, it's good to see that. Out of so you've been to the Porto Stadium a few times. Have you had any sort of, what experiences have you had to sort of rank a few that sort of, stick out that maybe you'd sort of, tell the grandkids one day?
Yeah, so I've had some weird ones. Well, not weird ones. So I did Barcelona, and I was there for, I don't know if you remember when Messi scored his 500th career goal. The next game, there was like a big banner and everything put down. And I really wanted to just see Messi play live. In my opinion, he's the best player to ever play football. And he got a brace, and I was like, I'm going to see a Messi hat trick. And I think it was half time. Then he came off. It might have been half time. It might have been like the 50th minute. I was robbed of it. I was like, I'm going to see Messi but the new Camp Nou was interesting because I would pay for the cheapest seat, but there was loads of fans around me just climbing down. Like you could just climb because it wasn't a sellout. You could just climb down. It was maybe like a 5-10 foot drop at points, but you could just climb down. And you ended up going from like a €50 seat to like a €100 seat in like two very scary drops. That was fun. But in terms of other big times in Europe, I did the Újpest against Ferencváros derby in Hungary. That was weird. Very weird culture, very weird country, very different to England. But it was fun to watch the game. I would say the entire experience, not so fun. And then I guess in terms of my favorite experience still at football would be England, Germany from the Euros just gone. Like Wembley was half full, but it was the loudest I've ever heard it. It's really odd. Like I've done games at a packed Wembley, but for some reason, I don't know whether it's how the stadium was made, but it felt like the stadium was vibrating that day and like it was just bouncing. And that would probably be my favorite experience was that day.
I think, you say about the Wembley being really loud, and I saw you were at the Man City Liverpool game at the weekend, and I've heard that the atmosphere was electric there. But I think there is that feel about, especially when the England team's playing, and especially because it was in England, everyone was getting behind them. I think after COVID, we were sort of wanting something, I guess, to sort of release all that energy that we've been not using for the last 18 months. And I think it was brilliant that we had that summer, and obviously a shame that we couldn't bring it home, but there's always other opportunities, and they're a very young squad. And that sort of leads on to my next question, and the main sort of topic for today, Spanish football. Have you had any Spanish football, because this is one of the things that I love about English football and British football away days is, as your channel, it's a big culture in English football. That's not quite as big as it is in maybe in Spain because of the distances. But have you had any maybe experiences in La Liga that that are particularly memorable?
To be completely honest, I was planning to go last season to the COVID season to a few, but it got struck down. So my only experience to date is still the one Barcelona game. I wanted to get out to a game this season because I believe it's obviously not been a memorable season from Barcelona's perspective. But on another hand, I think it is. I think in like 10 years, they'll look back on the young Pedri, Gavi. Obviously, Fati hasn't been fit this season, but I think it's a really cool one that, when you see like hipster football accounts tweet, oh, remember once upon a time at Barcelona, then there'll be like a photo. There's like lots of images right now of Gavi and Pedri with each other. One's 19, one's 17. I just think them two, they're the future, right? They're the heirs to the Xavi and Iniesta throne. Maybe, obviously, I'm aware Pedri's more of a goal-scoring threat right now, and Gavi, he just likes to kick people, but he's so talented. And I love the fact that I think them two are the future of Spain and Barcelona. And if obviously Fati gets fit as well. But yeah, I wanted to come out and see that, but it hasn't materialized as of yet.
No, I think that sort of duo, it does kind of remind me in a way of Mason Mount and Declan Rice, that sort of young duo. They've been together since the, youth academy, obviously both of Declan at Mason at Chelsea and, both of the other two at Barcelona. And on Barcelona, just quickly, I think, as you said, it's not been their best year. Xavi, I think, is slowly starting to build something there. And I was in Madrid to watch the Clásico. I didn't go to the Bernabeu, but I watched it in a bar, and to see Barcelona run rampant over Madrid, it's not happened in a while. And, I think Barca fans slowly starting to feel that their club is coming back, because, it feels a long time ago that it was, Barcelona tearing apart Bayern Munich in the Champions League. What do you think? Do you think Barcelona, are they turning a new leaf?
I think this summer window is really interesting, because from an English perspective, and I'm sure you guys who are deep in Spanish football will maybe know more than me, but I'm a Leeds fan, right? So Barcelona are rumored to want Rafinha for 60 million, but they haven't got 60 million. And then they're linked to like 4 or 5 other players. So I don't understand how that happens. And it's kind of one of the things where I don't get it, but I do think if they have a strong window, I don't think signing Adama would be smart for the fee arranged for it. And I don't think Wolves are going to want Trincao on the other side. So I don't think there's no way that move happens without a fee. So it's whether they can use that whatever their budget is, rumors be like 20 million. I don't know where they strengthen. I don't know. I think you've got 2 very old fullbacks in Alves and Alba. Then you've got Dest, and then you've got left back. There's not much either. So I don't know. I think getting Araujo and Gavi tied down is big. They still haven't got Gavi tied down, right? Have they? So it's weird. They're like kind of in limbo, but looking promising as well. It's very odd. Like, for example, yesterday's result is very they had no Pedri, and it just didn't seem to work.
No, I think you're right. And the lads at Football España were talking about it earlier. Do they rely on Pedri too much? And, obviously coming off a loss, being knocked out of the Europa League, which was, arguably one of the biggest shocks of that round, being knocked out by Frankfurt. I think I heard stories of West Ham fans that had already booked their flights to Barcelona after the first leg and, having to then change that to now go to Frankfurt. I just think it is a surprise because they have so many ups and downs. Like I said, beating Real Madrid 4-0 at the Bernabeu, then going to get knocked out by Frankfurt and losing to Cádiz. It's a weird season, but I think you're right. They are in limbo, and I think it does. It beggars belief how they are affording all these players, like you said, Ferran Torres, 55 million. And as you may remember, about a year ago when you joined us on the GearyCast, Malaga podcast, and we've had some financial fair play issues and we've been punished, and that's sort of been a bit of a gripe from some of the fans that Barca haven't been punished and Malaga and other clubs have been punished in the past. So yeah, it's a weird situation with Barcelona, but I think they'll come good, and I think Xavi is probably the right man for the job. In sort of sticking to La Liga just for the moment, have you ever had any other experiences in La Liga with La Liga stadiums? Have you managed to visit any other grounds?
Not in La Liga. I did do the generic British tourist holiday to Tenerife though, and we watched a game there, and it was fun seeing like the lower tier in Spain and seeing how that was taken. But I guess the problem with stuff like that is that if you go to like Gran Canaria, Tenerife, like it's very much like British people have just decided we want this island because it's hot. So you don't really, I guess you do have the passionate local fans, and they're probably not too keen on the tourists themselves. So it's kind of like, no, I do need to go to the Bernabeu. Although I guess growing up, you always was kind of like Revista De La Liga. You'd have the Spanish games, and it was always like you had to have a side of Barca or Real Madrid. And it was always Barca for me. Like I always resonated with Barca. So it's not been a huge one for me to want to visit, but I think I need to.
No, I think you're right. I think, Revista De La Liga grew up on watching Guillem and, seeing all of the guests they had on earlier. It was fantastic to see. And yeah, I just do think, I think quite a lot of Spanish people will have this thing where it's not really a thing in England, but in Spain you will have your team. So you might support Sporting Gijón, Real Oviedo, and then you will support either Barça or Real in the, when it comes to the Clásico. And I, always remember watching the Clásicos, and, with Pep Guardiola and Jose Mourinho has been some absolutely classic games. So moving on to more your shirt collection, which is something you've done a lot of, especially during COVID. I imagine that's become sort of the focal point for your channel, been harder to get to games. Do you have I'm going to ask, maybe 5 might be difficult, but do you reckon you could do a top 5 shirts that you've sort of collected over the years?
Yeah, so I guess it's kind of hard. So last time me and you spoke, out for context for anyone watching, I thought I had a match-worn Messi shirt, and then it turned out to not be a match-worn Messi shirt. And that was quite a big drama because, obviously, like I said before earlier, Messi's my favorite player of all time. I think he's the best player, not even close, of all time. Like, whatever happens now for the rest of his career, I don't care. Like, the man's an alien, or was an alien in his prime. Either way. So that was that. I basically want just to get match-worn shirts at this point. Obviously, regular shirts are amazing, but to have match-worn ones, like, it's unbelievable. Like, it doesn't happen. Like, you see, I actually found something out yesterday. It's quite a fun nugget. Players at any level of football, even if they play at the top, they have to pay. If this is an English game, I'm sure it correlates across. But so say you are Cristiano Ronaldo, and you give away a shirt to a Manchester United fan, you have to pay £50 out of your wages to cover that shirt. So any footballer at any level has to pay for the shirt they give away. Like, apparently it's in their contracts. So find that interesting. Yeah, so my favorite one of all time currently as a Leeds fan, I've got a match-worn Calvin Phillips shirt. It was our first season back in the Premier League after being away for like all my life. I was 7 when I started being a Leeds fan and never saw us in the Prem. And then we returned. Calvin Phillips played for England, and like I got a match-worn shirt of his against Sheffield United. We won. Very nice. But I think we should maybe look at normal ones. So I've got Holland 88, which is like an iconic shirt. Weirdly, I have a Barcelona 2012-2013 with Messi on the back. That 2012, once again, the bloke's an alien. He wasn't 91 goals in a year. Like, unbelievable. Like, that's you can't even, like, you see nowadays, and I sound old here, I'm 24, but people correlating Haaland and Mbappe to Messi and Ronaldo it's actually offensive to me. Like, it's not even close to being the same thing. I feel like in football, people want rivalries, and we need the next thing, but it's not even close. Yeah, that one. I think I have a thing where if a kit can look good, but if a team has an awful season, sometimes you want the memories of the players wearing it as well, right? A point I made the other day was that England's home shirt from the last Euros was very understated and wasn't exactly amazing, but because we did well, it sold out. Everyone wanted it. It's still really hard to get. So that's something that stands out for me. But yeah, I've just seen Chris in the chat said I can buy his Cruyff one. If that's a genuine message me. We will sort that. Yeah. But Borussia Dortmund brought out a blackout shirt that was very iconic. I managed to get one of them. But as a Leeds fan, it's weird because I love every Leeds shirt, but not enough for it to be top tier. I think because Luciano Becchio was my favorite Leeds player growing up. I actually played for Barcelona B for a bit, which was, to me, we were in League One. That was mind-blowing that someone who played for even Barcelona's B team would play for my team. Yeah, that I feel like I do need... Actually, no, our Italia 90 third shirt, the blue one that we never actually wore, that's one of my favorites of all time. Even though, yeah.
I think, yeah, going back to your point about the shirts, I have one. I don't know if you may have seen some tweets that the Gearycaster put out that my favorite player, Jack Harpo, plays in Racing Santander, and he gave me his shirt after the game. So, sorry, Jack, if you're listening, you have to take that out of your wages. But yeah, I think, going back to what you said about Leeds, I'm a big Yeovil fan. You have Luke Ayling, and I feel like, if you just said to me 10 years ago, Luke Ayling is going to be playing in the Prem, I think it's just balmy for me. But I think there are some shirts that you sort of think they are from your club, but then they may not have brilliant memories attached to them. Like, I'm sure there's a few shirts where, you know, maybe if Leeds didn't quite make a playoffs, or, you know, if they got relegated and, you know, didn't have a brilliant season, then, you know, the shirt, it kind of has that tainted memory. A comment here from Alex saying the Real Betis Kappa, I think, personally, as a Malaga fan, I shouldn't say this, but it's probably one of my favorite shirts. And seeing Hector Bellerin, one of the most stylish men in football, wear it is perfect, really. So yeah, I think it's interesting. There's sort of so many stories. Each shirt has a story, as I'm sure you know you would say, and that's sort of leading on to my next question. What has been maybe not the weirdest, but the sort of the most interesting story behind getting a shirt or obtaining a shirt?
Yeah, so it is interesting because you have some people that they try to collect a shirt from every country who are in FIFA, right? So they try and go all across. That's a good point, Ryan. You've just reminded me I have a Bruno Alves match worn shirt. So sorry, quickly, I will go back to the point. Parma had a one-off Black Lives Matter blackout shirt, and Bruno Alves scored a goal for them in the game. And then them shirts went to auction, and I own Bruno Alves' shirt. That's so bad of me that I forgot that. That makes me look really out of touch, doesn't it? that's awful. Things have been hectic the last few months. Is all I'll say. But yeah, anyway, so in terms of weird ways of getting shirts, that one right there. But I think getting the Phillips, I got a Calvin Phillips and Patrick Bamford one because Aaron Ramsdale, Arsenal's goalkeeper, messaged me saying he watched my videos and could he help me out and sort me out with something? And I was like, yes, Aaron, yes, you can. So that was it, probably. The fact that, I guess, because if you make YouTube videos, a YouTuber, like footballers, will be watching something in an evening, right? So I think having me being able to process that a footballer could watch my content and then enjoy it enough to send me something out was really cool.
No, I mean that's amazing. I'm a big fan of Aaron Ramsdale, and you know, I've watched his podcast on the Ben Foster, the Cycling GK podcast, and you know, to hear the stories of him in the lower leagues, and so that's quite a cool story. That is him reaching out to you. Moving on to sort of the away days, more the English side of things. I know there's, you know, we're keeping it Spanish, but your channel is the away days, so I'd like to talk about that a bit. Do you have any favourite memories from away days? And I've seen some of your videos over the last sort of couple of months. You've been to Sunderland, you've been all up and down the country. Do you have any favourite memories?
I think it's weird because, like, my favourite memories of football, like, often are like the conversations me and my friends have on the way to the games and the way back. So, like, when I made the content previously, I would always record the journeys to the games. And then me and my friends realized we were kind of forcing conversations for the sake of the content rather than just enjoying ourselves. So I just cut that completely, which people weren't happy about. But like in terms of that, you always hear the same rhetoric from football fans, especially in England. It's the worst part of a day at the football is the 90 minutes. So that was one. But like recently has been, I guess because you do so many games, you get a lot of recency bias. I think the fact that Leeds last minute winner, I was there when Joe Gelhardt, who I think is massive potential. I really like him. He's really raw, very exciting how he plays. Him to get the last minute winner against Norwich, Jesse Marsh's first win. And because the mood at Leeds was so down, and I'm still down about the whole Bielsa thing anyway, as I think a lot of fans are. Obviously, we can maybe touch on Bielsa a bit in the work he did with Bilbao. But he leaves a mark in any club he goes to. Sometimes it's admiration, sometimes it's Lazio, whatever went on there, or just like absolute chaos. Yeah. But I think being there to see that Gelhardt winner, because it literally within 2 minutes went from, oh my God, we are actually going down. This is a disaster. Everything's off. Phillips is off. Rafinha's leaving anyway. But like the team was going to capitulate. And after the team had worked so hard under Radrizzani's ownership to build us up to this Premier League club, it looked like it was gone. And my mind was processing this for like the 2 minutes. And then suddenly Rafinha beats Ben Gibson to a ball and then skins him in the box and then puts it across to Gelhardt. And it was just pandemonium. It was unbelievable. Yeah. So nice. Recently there, I remember when we reached the final of Euro 2020, there was fireworks on Wembley Way. It was just joy. And it was nice seeing sometimes you hear people say that their club winning the Champions League would mean more to them than their club winning the World Cup. I don't get that. Like the World Cup is the pinnacle of football. If you asked a player, what would be their dream to win, it's always the World Cup. The World Cup is football. So international tournaments for me are the biggest thing. So seeing, like, we'd reached our first final since 1966 and I was there to see it. And like the fireworks on Wembley Way, it was just really emotional. I think only football. I saw a thing about how men struggle to process their emotions in day-to-day life. But at football, you just let it all out. Frustration, anger, joy, tears. Like, I remember like when Bielsa got sacked, there's a really emotional video about it, about when we got promoted. There's like a poem someone did. And I cried watching it. My girlfriend turns to me and is like, you've never cried at anything I've done. Yet you've cried at an Argentinian man who does not know of your existence leaving your football club.
That's brilliant, and I think you're really right, Edley. You know, following Yeovil, sort of the emotions that you go through. I think, you know, winning a League One playoff final to go into the Championship, to then, you know, I don't know, going to watch Barnet away and drawing 2-2 is sort of the highs and lows of football. And just quickly before I go on to Bielsa, as you mentioned earlier, we have a question from Rory. What Bundesliga or Germany tops do you have or highly rate?
Yeah, so I touched on earlier about the Dortmund blackout that I have, but I feel like when people talk about tops, they want you to go a bit further back. Like, I'm really big on Dortmund stuff. I love some of the Bayern Munich 90s stuff as well. VfL Bochum have some amazing. Or is it Bochum? Bochum? I say Bochum because some of their 90s shirts are incredible.
Very good.
Yeah, some of the 90s shirts for them, for example, are incredible. I think Gladbach have some amazing 90s shirts. So does Schalke. A weird thing about Schalke actually is that their shirts aren't worth much, but they're really rare still. But for some reason they don't have that value because they're not as adored as Dortmund. Whereas like a Dortmund shirt that might be a little less rare is still worth more money. The football shirt space is weird like that. For example, let's say an Arsenal bruised banana shirt. So I saw someone in classic football shirts the other day spend £350 on one. It's not that rare. It's not that rare. It's one of them ones where, because it's so loved, it then correlates to that value.
No, I think you're right. And yeah, obviously I'd love to be able to spend 350 quid on a football shirt, but then part of me, I don't think could also, you know, bring myself to spend that amount. But I guess if you're into collecting them, it's sort of, you have that collection that you want to add to. Question here from Matt Gibbs. Thank you for the question, Matt. And this sort of actually brings up a thought I've been having recently. You've probably seen with the Puma shirts that Man City have, Dortmund have as well, with no badge, which personally I'm not a fan of, which leads into Matt's question. What future changes in football shirts do you want, or is there anything that you'd like to see them move towards? And that brings up another point, that Brentford obviously using the same home shirt for 2 seasons running as a sort of environmental thing. Is there anything that you'd like to see come into football?
I'd ban gambling sponsors straight away. So Sevilla would not have marathon bet. I actually think a future change that I think is really exciting is Barcelona with Spotify. I think it opens up so many niches. Like you could have, like, for example, this won't happen, but you could have your favorite band on the Barcelona shirt, or like, because it's Spotify, you know, you've seen people get like the Spotify thing you can scan that plays your favorite song. Like, why not pay like £10 extra and like say my favorite song's Live Forever by Oasis, my Barcelona sponsor, you scan and it plays Live Forever. That would be amazing. First of all, ban gambling sponsors. For me, I think it's ridiculous that that's allowed. And a great example of this the other day was, I believe it was for Derby, a 16-year-old came on for them wearing a shirt with a gambling sponsor on that he's not legally allowed to gamble, but he can promote it. I think the issue with gambling is, right, and it happened to me, is that it's so accepted in football. It's everywhere. It's on billboards, it's on banners, it's at halftime, it's at commercials and everything. It just gets ingrained as it's the thing to do, and it's advertised and promoted in a way that it enhances your enjoyment of football. It is something we all do. Oh, just whack a bit on, or it's always like, it really always is like bet, and then suddenly at the end, but do it responsibly. They don't want you to do it responsibly. They're not in business if everyone gambled responsibly. So I think the whole thing stinks. I think clubs saying that they need to, they're the highest bidder. But Tranmere Rovers in League 2 of the English Pyramid spoke about it the other day. They were like, they're not that much higher than any other offer. And if we can do it in League 2, certainly these massive clubs, I'm trying to think who the biggest club with a gambling sponsor would be.
trying to think more recently. It's sort of the big six tend to, I mean, they tend to have more, I guess you've got the Arsenal with, Emirates as sort of big companies like that, Chelsea with 3.
West Ham have a gambling sponsor in the Europa League semi-final, so maybe them. Leeds have one, a company called Spotop, and I'm pretty sure you can't use them in the UK, which is mental. Like Watford have one called Stake Casino, and when the partnership was announced, you couldn't gamble with them in the UK. So what is the point?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And, Spanish football very recently have, banned, all betting sponsors. Malaga as they signed a deal with William Hill to have it, and they've got rid of it now, which is really good. And I think, as you said, I think that's a really good point. They say, bet, and it's that end, that little bit, it's like the T's and C's at the bottom. They're really small letters, or, gambling, gamble responsibly, terms and conditions apply, like really quickly. And you're like, well, I didn't hear any of that. It's just the Jeff Stelling telling me to bet this free £5 bet on the horse racing. And no, I think that's a really good thing that is starting in Europe, and hopefully it comes across to England. We've got a few questions coming in from yes. Off the topic of shirts, who do you think has had the better career, Zlatan or Lewandowski?
I think Zlatan thinks he's had the career of Lewandowski, which is a bit. Really like Zlatan's had an amazing career, but I think Lewandowski's just is better, and it's been more sustainable. And the fact that Zlatan's playing at that age is mind-blowing, like unbelievable. He's still playing, looks like, I mean, it's the closest AC Milan have came to a title in years. They're having a chance of doing it. But I think he thinks he's Lewandowski, but he's not.
I think that's a perfect way to sum it up, actually. I'm a big fan of both, and Lewandowski's been linked away from Bayern this summer, so it'll be interesting to see whether he stays or goes on to pastures new. Question in: what do you think of Castor kits? I think Castor is probably one of the newer brands. I see Gary Neville wearing it a lot. Are you a fan of them?
I can't really work it out because fans of Castor clubs aren't so keen. Like, for example, there's been a lot of printing issues. I think I saw some Rangers fans the other day. They'd ordered this season's Rangers kit, but Castor accidentally sent them next season's one. So inadvertently leaked next season's kit, which is unbelievable. And there's been a few issues like that with people not having badges on the club shirts they've ordered, not having the Castor thing. I think they've done good work with Rangers. I like the Rangers kits they've done this season. I think Newcastle, they have actually made them good kits, but the problem is, right, it's ruined by the Fun 88 sponsor, and the manufacturer only has so much say over that. So they've made the kit, and then it's up to the sponsor placement and who the sponsor is that makes or breaks it. For example, this Barcelona shirt I love. It's got Rakuten on it, which is what it is. But if that said, like Marathon bet on, I wouldn't buy the shirt. So for me, there's only so much a manufacturer can do. A great example of that would be Inter Milan this season. They released their home shirt initially because they didn't have a sponsor. And you could buy it without the sponsor. It looks amazing. But then they announced their sponsor was Socios, or Socios, the cryptocurrency fan token exchange. I don't know what the consensus is on that in Spain. But for me, it was kind of like, that doesn't look very nice on a football shirt. I have no interest in it. No one's going to know what it is. And for me, it killed how the shirt looked.
No, I think you're right. I think often I think there's a few football shirts over the years that the sponsorless aspect of it I think adds to it. And there are a few shirts that I've seen over the years, and I think Yeovil have had a few over the years where maybe they've had like a local company on it, and it's much nicer to see just one of the local companies, or just not better. I think going back to the betting thing, it just makes it feel more commercialized. And I'm not saying what they do in America is bad, but it leads to all that they're trying to sell you it rather than it's just trying to make a nice shirt. Another question, this is sort of relating to the World Cup, and I'll try not to get too excited, as we're both big England fans. Who are your dark horses for the World Cup this year? It pains me to say it as a Swede, but Denmark are looking dangerous.
I think so. The problem with dark horses is, right, and it sometimes goes too far the other way. So remember before the Euros, everyone was saying that Turkey were a dark horse so much that then in some people's minds, they became like an actual contender for the Euros. And then what happened on the pitch happened. Not to say, because before the Euros, it looked fantastic. And the same thing could be said to Macedonia. Everyone bigged them up so much, like, oh, Macedonia here on merit and everything. And obviously they were, they completely were. But people overhyped it so much. They're saying, they could get to the quarterfinals here. Like, From what basis of that have you just made that sweeping statement? But for me, it's quite a dodgy one, because I genuinely think this World Cup cycle in North America and the next one, the soccer or football scene there is about to explode. You've got Canada there and the US there at the same time. When at the next World Cup, they're going to both be there, and it's going to be everywhere at that World Cup. It's going to be rammed down everyone's throats that them two are there. And for me, the US are very nice. If they can keep Reina fit somehow, because it doesn't seem that that's likely at the moment. Pepe needs to start playing football somewhere. But there is a really exciting spine of that team. You've got McKennie, you've got the Aronson brothers. Dest is great. There is something there. Pulisic is a Champions League winner. And in international tournaments, I think a lot of the time, logic goes out the window to an extent. Like, people moan with how England set up, for example, with Gareth Southgate and how he plays, but people don't maybe appreciate that it's not the same as club football at all. Like, it's almost like a different format. But yeah, to answer the question, the USA, I would say. And also, I've seen their leaked pre-match shirt. It looks phenomenal. So they could look lovely too.
And as I said before, trying to get not to get too excited. How do you rate England's chances? Do you think, because obviously we had a brilliant Euros campaign, we got to the final, didn't quite go our way in the penalties. Do you reckon we can go that one step further?
Yeah. Well, I was doing this the other day. I had the debate, and someone like the bookies' favourites of Brazil, for example, and I did the 11, and I was like, well, they're better in goal. Right back, no one in the world touches us. Left back, I'd say England is stronger than Brazil with how Luke Shaw plays for England, but it's to an extent. Centre halves, you've got Marquinhos, who's fantastic. Brazil, maybe you could argue, it's where England are weakest, right? But in midfield, like, I'd rather Declan Rice than any holding midfielder in the world at this point. Raheem Sterling is elite for England. And then you've got Grealish, Foden, Sancho, potentially. It's a joke. Our squad is a joke. If we don't, anything other than the semi-finals, a minimum, is actually this time. Also, for anyone who's Spanish watching this, when we sing It's Coming Home, there's a dog barking. It's with a touch of irony. We don't genuinely always believe it's coming home. We sung it in 2010 with Heskey leading the line. We didn't think it was coming home. We just liked the song.
Yes, no, I think you're right. And yeah, I think there is a certain, obviously with Italy getting knocked out by North Macedonia, you did see a few videos of them sing, the Italian team singing It's Coming Home, and then a few jokes around that. But I do think it is mainly in an ironic way. Going back to Yes's question about dark horses, and this is a question I wanted to ask you. Villarreal this year in the Champions League, to move back to Spanish football, out of nowhere, Emery, he did an okay job at Arsenal. Going to Villarreal's not done brilliantly in La Liga. He's been up there top 10. It was always a comfortable position, but going through Juve, going through Bayern Munich, it's unthinkable, even, isn't it?
It's incredible. And I really hope they knock out Liverpool, because the thing is, I think they've maybe damaged themselves. It's so hard to say, because maybe Liverpool, if this was a quarters, Liverpool would have maybe been a bit like Bayern were and very complacent. But I also think that's very patronising and condescending to Villarreal to say you only got through because Bayern Munich were complacent. Like, they got through on merit. But because it's a semi-final, I don't think there'll be any of that from Liverpool. That being said, though, I do think Liverpool's fixture congestion is a bit of a joke now, because they're on for a quadruple. And I would love is Jeremy Pino fit?
I'm not sure, actually. I would have to check Twitter for that one, but
he's fantastic, and I think he could cause damage, especially alongside Trent. I know it's quite stereotypical to say he's not great at defending. I think that's just because of how fantastic he is going forward. People then like, oh, but he can't defend. But yeah, I think they have a chance, and it's incredible. And fair play to Unai Emery, because he came to England and he was ridiculed for trying to speak the English language. And I hate that happens, because he said good evening a bit weird, and that was it. And then he was just done. And I hate, in this country, we go abroad, no one tries to learn the language at all. I mean, Tomori, fair play to him. Tomori's gone and done it. But like, you saw David Moyes when he came to Sociedad, right? And he was like Cruz, Ramos, Iramendi, and like why was he doing that? Like, just you can speak, you're Scottish, David. And whereas Unai Emery came to England and tried to speak our language, and that was, oh, haha, look at him. So I think he always got a bad rub of the green. He's done fantastically most of the places he's been. I just think the English media killed him, sadly.
No, I think you're right, and that's quite for any Spanish listeners, they will know that it's quite a common thing at the beginning of a press conference. You'll hear the manager say "Buenas noches" or "Buenas tardes," and I think it is definitely quite hypocritical for us to criticize someone for trying to learn a language when as you said, quite a lot of Brits go abroad and don't speak any Spanish, or whether it be French, wherever they are. And sort of on the topic of Champions League, as another question I wanted to ask, we've seen a sort of power shift over the last maybe 2-3 years back towards English football. So when I was growing up, when I was, sort of early 2000s, late 2000s, Man United were the big force, beating Chelsea in the 2008 final, obviously Chelsea winning it in 2012. So we had that English domination period, but we had that period with Barcelona. Barcelona, Real Madrid winning. I've lost count of how many Champions Leagues they won. Where do you think the power is now? Because obviously we've just seen Real knock out Chelsea, and arguably Chelsea, champions of Europe, one of the best teams in the world. Where do you see that power? Do you think it's more towards English football or Spanish football?
I think it is more towards English football, and I think that's why the Super League is a very much Real Madrid, Florentino Perez led thing, because I think that they can see it's almost the English game is becoming a joke. It's becoming a monopoly. And this whole, even the UEFA with the Champions League, doing a places on historical value, or there's a thing, I believe it's in place, right? If Leeds win the FA Cup, we go to the Conference League. But if Manchester United haven't finished top 4 and they win it, they go to the Champions League. And for me, what is the point in being a Leeds fan then? What is the point in being a fan of any club outside of the top 6 if we are not on the same level playing field? That is a joke. And I think English football is, people talk about the MLS being a franchise thing, right? English football is essentially the same thing at this point. Like the fact of the matter is, Leicester winning the league was fantastic, but it was the worst thing that could happen because these clubs decided it's never happening again, ever. They do not want that to happen again because it disrupted one of the big 4, or one of the big 6 actually, not getting European football. And I think the English game, like I said before, I think our lower league system is amazing. And the Championship, the second league in England, in my opinion, is the best league in the world because anyone can go up. And there's that jeopardy where you want to go up, you want to play in the Premier League. But in my opinion, you then get to the Premier League and then realise, where do we go from here? Because I'm a Leeds United fan. I'd love to win an FA Cup. I'd love to win a League Cup. But then where do we go from there? Like, there is a ceiling. There's a glass ceiling that isn't visible. And I think English football is doing it. And like the spending power that Manchester City have and Liverpool have and Manchester United have comparatively to even Real Madrid trying to bring Mbappe in, right? I just don't see where they bring Mbappe in. And I think that's their budget done for a season or 2. But they've got an aging midfield, right? And Camavinga's great. But then the spine is old. It's a very old spine. And then you have Mbappe up top with 40-year-old men feeding in the ball at this rate.
No, I think you're right. And, as you said, there's some brilliant young talent coming through at Real Madrid, Vinicius, and, as you said, Camavinga. But if they do sign Mbappe, it's looking like Haaland's going to City. Obviously, it's not confirmed. I think you mentioned Man United, and I think we've had the here we go from Fabrizio Romano and Eric Ten Hag. So, it'd be interesting to see how European football, develops in the coming years. A question here from Connor Murphy. Thank you for the question, Connor. What do you think about German and Italian sides right now? Do you think because we had AC Milan, they were probably one of the best teams to ever play football, with Maldini and the following. I won't spend too long listing them, but German sides are, still very strong. I think Dortmund had their years with Klopp. They're sort of slowly coming back up. Bayern, probably one of the best teams in the world. Where do you see German and Italian sides?
The German league's got a massive issue with, I think you've heard German players speak out about it. I think it was some of the Leipzig players spoke out about the fact that we just can't compete because they're going to go. Like Dortmund are fantastic and exciting. You're like, if they keep Bellingham and Haaland for a few more years, they might win the Champions League. But everyone, even Dortmund fans, know that's an impossibility. So then it's the next one. Like they've got Mukoko, Adeyemi is supposed to be joining them, and they've got Marlon. But they're going to go if one of them does well as well. So it makes the German league an impossibility. Like even when Dortmund won it, the German league, and then under Klopp they reached the Champions League final, Goetze still wanted to leave and go to Bayern. He didn't want to build a legacy at Dortmund with Royce or whatever. Royce is an exception. I think maybe if he'd have stayed injury-free his whole career, it would have been a bit different, and he may have left as well. I think there's always that league is dead for me in that sense of the title race, because Bayern will always just take someone. Like Bayern just basically have a pick of the bunch. It'll be interesting to see how they adapt to losing very soon Muller, Lewandowski, if he does go this summer, and quite an aging core as well. But yeah, the Italian game is really exciting. Just to touch on Dortmund again, obviously they then lost in Europe to Rangers. So they're a far cry from winning the Champions League at this current moment. And I do believe they may have, if they have another deep run in the Champions League, it will then be a case of, okay, which club will pick off this player? There's never been a question of, Haaland might stay at Dortmund his whole career. It's never ever been in the conversation. And I think that hinders both Dortmund, the German league, and then European football as a whole. But Dortmund have always been that. They've never been on top for ages. So they've always been the hipsters club, basically, haven't they? But in Italy, I think it's really exciting that both Milan sides are back. I think it's quite exciting to see that Roma missed a huge chance yesterday. Obviously, I know it was Napoli, but if they'd have won that, they'd have gone 3 off Juve with 5 to go. And I think that would have been really exciting. I think then Mourinho being there is great. And I think that they can push from there maybe. But I think it's still got a long ways to go again. I think if you look about the fact that Tammy Abraham didn't catch fire in the Premier League, and I know different systems, different clubs, different managers, but he's then gone to Italy and done quite well for himself. And players like Tomori wasn't getting in Chelsea's side, who I actually think is fantastic. I think he's brilliant, but he's then gone to Italy and fitted right in. I think it's a question as to how good the quality is across the board. And that's what I mean about the fact that I think English football is a monopoly. Like it is an absolute joke that Rafinha, a world-class player who starts with Brazil, plays for Leeds United. And I think you see that in the Prem more than most leagues at this point. Like Declan Rice, in my opinion, is the best holding midfielder in the world, which people are going to hate me saying that. But he plays for West Ham. Like you have world-class players at these clubs that in other leagues, you don't tend to see it. And if they do, they're there for a season. Whereas Leeds have had Rafinha for 2 now. Yeah.
No, I think it's an interesting one because, the power shift, I think, talking about that English and Spanish, if you just said to me 5 years ago, Leeds United are going to buy a left back off Barcelona in Junior Firpo, I would have said, nah, no chance.
Oh, God, I'd have said no again if Clayton's seeing him.
And Connor makes a good point about, Dortmund not being able to hold on to the players. And you said it as well, the one that springs to mind for me always is Mats Hummels, going to Bayern and then, yeah, I think it is difficult for those smaller clubs. You want that success, but then when success comes along, the bigger clubs also come along and they come fishing. Like you said with Haaland, there's always a question of, is he going to go? Is he going to, City, Real Madrid, Barcelona, PSG? Where's he going to go? Just quickly,
sorry,
sure, go for it.
On the Junior Firpo point, what was he like at Betis? Because I can't work it out. Like as a Leeds fan's perspective, I never dig out players ever, and I find it quite endearing when a player is quite bad. But I don't get the man. Like, for example, we went 2-0 down against Aston Villa the other week, and it was on his side. He just wasn't there. Like, he'd just gone, and then he's like in the centre somewhere. Or like, we'll be attacking down the right, and he'll just be there. And it makes no logical sense at all. And like, the Leeds fans have not took to the man. Let's just say that. But what was he like at Betis to get that move to Barca?
Well, I'm probably not the best person to ask in terms of La Liga. I've been a Malaga fan and we've spent too long outside the top flight. So I've been missing that aspect. But, having seen him briefly at Barca, and I think obviously it's difficult to get into a Barca squad, any Barca squad, there's so much pressure on and that's such a big club. I think obviously, Barca sometimes, obviously every club makes bad signings, but I think, he must have shown some sort of promise at Betis to get Barca, interested in signing him. And I think, it's an interesting one because you get some players that you think, oh, they're destined for they're going to be the next best thing. I think the one that pops to mind always for me is Ravel Morrison. I think Fergie has always said he's going to be the next, whether it be not Ronaldo, but he's going to be the next thing. And, due to, whatever reasons, the powers that be meant that, he didn't quite make it. And I think, players you'll see, as you said, styles and leagues are totally different with Tammy Abraham making it in Italy. I think maybe Junior Firpo is just more suited to the Spanish style of play or the La Liga football. Quickly, last question on England, and you mentioned Tomori. Do you think he gets a slot in the World Cup squad?
I'd like to think so. I find it very hard to... He wasn't in the last England squad, though, I believe. But he kept 9 clean sheets in a row. He's on course to win Serie A for the first time. I can't remember the last time Milan were even in a title fight, let alone this. It's unbelievable how good he's done for them. And I think, I don't know if there's a Premier League bias or anything, because obviously Southgate's had him in squads before, and he's the manager, so he's maybe seen him and hasn't fancied for whatever reason. I'm very much in the camp for England where I think Gareth Southgate deserves nowhere near the criticism he gets. We got to a semi-final of a World Cup where no one expected us to do anything, and then we got to the final of the Euros. And then retrospectively, people then go, oh, I should do better with this squad. But before the tournament, no one was saying we were going to get to the final. I was laughed at for saying we were going to win the competition. People were like, oh, you're an idiot. You're being biased. And then we don't win it. And all of a sudden, Southgate should do better with this squad. No. The work he's done in rebuilding the nation's trust and faith in our national team, he gets a pass from me always. I think the man's fantastic. I'll always give him a pass. I think anyone who criticizes him, I think if you Twitter search my name was Southgate from 2018, I've only ever said positive things about the man. I think he's brilliant. But yeah, I do think Tomori should be in the England squad though.
No, I think you're right. I think it should go on merit, and if they're performing well, no matter what league it is, I think they should get a spot in the squad. And just to finish on, Malaga have a new manager in Pablo Guede, who's Argentinian, and some people have linked him to the certain man that many Leeds fans will consider God, if he does exist in a human form, Marcelo Bielsa. And you mentioned him at Athletic Bilbao. What sort of effect, I guess, as a fan, it's a different feel. What sort of effect did Bielsa have on Leeds United?
Just everything. He made me love football again. He made me fall back in love with football because it was done in the right way. It was a squad where I think it was 14th, and he came in, and it was just, he had 6 weeks with the squad, and it was instant. He brought in Bamford, who people weren't sure when, he hadn't done great for Middlesbrough. And he didn't do great in the first couple of seasons at Leeds either, but he has this ridiculous knack that doesn't exist in modern football anymore of making players better. People, right? So, for example, when we appointed Jesse Marsh, everyone was saying, oh, he worked with Haaland. I'm like, yeah, great. Whoever works with Haaland is going to make him brilliant. Marcelo Bielsa took Calvin Phillips from being linked and very close to joining Preston to England's Player of the Year. And that was Bielsa. And the work he did with players, the football he played was just ridiculous. And it was one of them ones where it just made sense. Everything made sense. You'd see him walking around Leeds. No one ever had a bad experience with the man. He loved the city, the fans loved him. And I think it's a massive shame and an indictment on football and Leeds United Football Club, the way he was let go. The fact that Radrizzani, the one time in 3 years of managing the football club, things went wrong. That was it. He was off. And when we got to the playoffs that year, we lost to Derby, right? But no one remembers the fact that Gaetano Berardi got sent off like an absolute moron. And the squad just wasn't good enough that season. We then brought in a couple of players the next one. And also that Derby squad had Mason Mount and Tomori in the Championship. And people say that Lampard did well with it, which is another topic. But yeah, just unbelievable. He never failed Leeds United, and I think sadly the club failed him in the end. And I know obviously Marsh has came in and done well. We beat Norwich, which we'd done under Bielsa. We then beat Villa, but we'd lost that game until the red card. The game was gone. And this isn't an indictment on Marsh. I think he's a fantastic manager. It's just that the results we've had since, we beat Watford under Bielsa, we beat Watford under Marsh. It's kind of one of them ones where it looks logically like it was a smart decision to make, but if you look at the games and the performances, it's very hard to differentiate. But I think you can be camp. I'm personally in camp. Bielsa was unfairly treated, and I'm not going to forgive the ownership for that. But also, I'm behind Jesse Marsh, and it's not his fault it's happened the way it has. But he leaves a mark everywhere he goes. Like, I'd love to hear what Bilbao fans think of him, for example.
Yeah, and I think as you mentioned earlier, him at Lazio and sort of his time in France. I think I can't remember what club it was. It was in Marseille where he spent I think it was like 2 weeks there or something, a ridiculously short amount of time. Even managers for these days, they spend 6 months at a club. But no, I think he's one of those that just has that has that effect. And you hear about the murder ball that they do in training, where they non-stop running and getting players fit, which I think maybe it's a bit of an old school view, but if your players are fit and can outrun the other team, you're less likely to commit mistakes and you're more likely to pick up points. And obviously, as you say, I think Jesse Marsh, the blame shouldn't be put on him. I feel like he's come into a difficult situation. Leeds needing to stay up. I feel like they will now. Just to end on it, can we get a Champions League winners prediction from you, Ellis? Who's going to win it?
I think all season it's been Manchester City's. Yes, I'm going to stick with it.
Man City's. Okay, that's an interesting one. I think I'm with you. It's between Man City and Liverpool for me. Before we go, was there anything you'd like to sort of say, Ellis, about what we're doing here, or any short message that you want to say?
I think it's fantastic what you guys are doing. Make sure you donate. There's a QR code to donate, top left, and I'm sure a link will be put in the chat at some point as well to donate. It's a fantastic cause, and I think the work you guys are doing and how great it's been so far and will continue to be is amazing, and it's been an honor to be a part of it as well. So anyone watching, be sure to follow the Just Giving link or scan the QR code at the top of the screen and make sure to donate anything you can. If you can't, obviously, then no worries at all. But it's a fantastic cause, and it's been an honor to be a part of it.
Well, thank you very much for coming on, Ellis. And as he said there, do click on the link in the top left. I'm getting the hang of it now, and the link in the bio. And if you can't donate, don't worry, share it to your friends, tell your mum, tell your dad, tell your dog, tell everybody, and we'll be going on burning the midnight oil and even longer into, I think, around 4 o'clock in the morning. So thank you very much, Ellis, for coming on. It's been a pleasure having you, and I'm sure we'll speak soon.
Amazing. Yeah, best of luck with the rest of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Natalia, and I volunteer to help British Ukrainian Aid. At the moment, you can see me at one of our storage facilities in London. Behind me, there are boxes with humanitarian aid, including technical medicine items.
I'm Andrei from British Ukrainian Aid, and here you can see the components that we put in a first aid kits that will go to Ukraine to save lives.
We have an army of volunteers who are helping us. They volunteer to drive the boxes and pallets to the Polish-Ukrainian and Romanian-Ukrainian borders. Then they are sent to a distribution center in Lviv, and from that point further on to Kyiv and the Kyiv region and Kharkiv region.
Ukraine is a country of people just like us. Dancers, musicians, artists. Today, let's send them our love and support through British Ukrainian Aid's essential medical supplies, saving lives and treating horrific injuries, so that one day soon, not too far away, they can be dancing again. Please, give generously. Thank you.
Oh, let's try that again.
Got it.
Here we are. Welcome back to the stream. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far today. We're still a long way to go. Nowhere near finished just yet. Those of you who've been watching from the beginning, you'll know I'm Paul McGarrigy, and I'm joined by David Whitworth, the journalist, presenter, reporter, Spanish football aficionado, to discuss all things about the team in green and white from Heliopolis, of course, Real Betis. So, David, welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. It's an absolute privilege to be on this show this day. Obviously, the most important thing, we're raising money for Ukraine, so please donate generously. But this is an absolute privilege to be in the Spanish football family. Just watching the streams today has been absolutely amazing. Going down memory lane, something I've got to bring up firstly is about Revista De La Liga. When I heard that theme music again, and I watched it and I saw Guillem playing it twice, I was like so glad, because it's for so many of us who love La Liga in general. It's an absolute privilege, and that program was a staple diet of our weekends for so many years. And they brought the color, they brought the facts, they brought the quotes, they brought the entertainment to that program, and they brought La Liga to life in general. So to see it again in that mini segment was just fantastic. So many memories of seeing Guillem, Rob and Gerry on commentary, of doing various games, not just watching with Betis, but I'm a lover of La Liga in general. And that got my thirst for La Liga, watching them. So I know I want to say thank you so much for them for helping me to, get involved with La Liga and to be here in Seville right now. I mean, what are your memories of Revista De La Liga?
Yeah, like you know, watching it before and hearing the music again, it brought back so much. I used to come home and from college or school and watch it, and it was always a program that you had on, and you felt like you were in the room with these people, because the set was like a Spanish bar, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
And it was a very easy to watch program where you could see that these were people who had a genuine passion for the league that they were talking about, which perhaps in some of the English football stuff, you get more of a polished, kind of refined, almost too clinical analysis, whereas this was full of emotion at times. I think it was Graham Hunter alluded to earlier about some of the spats that would appear to take place on camera. So just like you before, I was feeling all sorts of emotions, and it is fantastic to see the Spanish football community come together like this and for such a good cause. But I mean, it's amazing to see how just how many content creators there are out there as well. I mean, the lineup that we've already had and that we've still got to come. Wow, yeah. But what an event this is. So as you've mentioned, hopefully it's enough to make people realize that the Spanish football community is there. It's one big happy family, and we're just trying to do our best now to help the people of Ukraine. Here's to many more hours of the day yet with plenty of content to enjoy. So
absolutely.
Obviously, Betis are playing tonight. So should we talk about that, and then we can get on to the small matter of the cup final and everything else that is going on at the moment. Should we get we'll get today's business out of the way with?
Of course, yeah. Well, it's funny that like today is the broadcast, because we do have a game tonight in about 3 hours. I will be going to the game in about an hour and a half, so it's scheduled perfectly for this. Obviously, Betis fans are very, very excited about Saturday's match, which we'll cover briefly in more detail afterwards. But there is a huge game tonight against Elche at 9 o'clock local time, 8 o'clock over in the United Kingdom against Elche from the Estadio Benito Villamarín. It'll be on La Liga TV or one of the channels over there. And it's a big game. It's a big match, because there's a lot riding on this game because of what's been going on over the last couple of weeks. Suddenly there's a bunch in the pack. Betis are currently 5th with 60 points and very, very close to 57 points, and very close to 3 teams that are on 60 points at the moment. Suddenly, as we come to the business end of the season, the final furlong, teams are stumbling like Barcelona. Big surprise against Cadiz last night. Who would have said that? But these things happen. You got Cadiz fighting for their life. And an Elche team that are still not safe tonight. They've got 35 points. They had a great win against Mallorca at the weekend, 3-0. So they're becoming a little bit more tranquil than the rest of the teams in the bottom 3 at the moment. But still, they've got some work to be done. Maybe they need another win to guarantee their safety. So Betis, this is a potential banana skin for tonight because of, obviously, the weekend's match. The focus will be on that, clearly, for Betis supporters. But I know that Manuel Pellegrini and the team will be fully focused on tonight, getting the 3 points and trying to keep the pressure on our local rivals, Sevilla, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, Real Sociedad are in this race as well. It's a terrific mix towards the end of the season. We've got some really juicy games coming up. But firstly, for Betis and Elche, it's a big match. Depends on the team tonight. It's going to be. I've been thinking today how many changes we could be making for tonight's game. Obviously, we don't want any last-minute hiccups, injuries, or any shenanigans coming into Saturday. But at the same time, we need to respect the position we're in. We have a humongous chance to be in the Champions League next year. Only the last month have I started to really realise that I think that we have an absolute great chance. We're in fine form. We've been knocked out of the Europa League, but that is a plus now because we don't have any excuses. We've got this game on Saturday, but who wouldn't want to play in a final? And then we've got 6 matches to finish. So a lot of illusion right now with the city of Betis, the green and white side of things, and obviously trying to get those points through into the Champions League. I mean, if we finish where we are, still a magnificent season. I mean, on the back of last season finishing 6th. Because Betis historically have been an up and down team. If we've been in the Champions League, we've finished 14th. We've been in Europa League, we've been relegated. This is the first time ever that Betis have finally got the word that everybody wants and desires here, which is consistency. We have always wanted consistency. We've been up, we've been down, we've been up. Too much. Now we've finally got that consistency, and now we can finally stamp like a mini dynasty on this era because we've got the foundations, and that's the most important thing, that Manuel Pellegrini, this group of players and the staff and the board have all come together and done a great job. So I expect there'll be some changes tonight. I think the likes of maybe Joaquin will come in and have a game tonight. We'll speak with him a little later about the final. The likes of Teo, Aitor Ruibal, for me, is one of the most hardworking players, not just in the team in La Liga. He gives so much dynamism, so much hard work to the team. He makes the team step up in hard work, let's say. Quality-wise, yes, we all know who the quality players are, but in terms of Ruibal, he's one of those unsung heroes that everybody, every club, every manager would love to have. He plays in every position. He reminds me a little bit about James Milner. Put him in any position, do a job, 7 out of 10, maybe like a Dennis Irwin as well. He'll do a consistent job, and I expect him to be in the starting lineup tonight. But it's a big game. What are your thoughts going into this match tonight with Elche?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's a lot to consider, as you say. Obviously, there's the big game on the horizon. But, you know, Betis are so close. It's 3 points, I think, isn't it, off the top? So, well, you know, off top 4. So it's a case of, does the cup final take priority? Does this game mean more to Elche than it does, considering their position? But, you know, you can't really afford to give up any ground or any room. So it'll be a balancing act, I think, for Pellegrini. And, you know, having full disclosure, you know, I'm a Manchester City season ticket holder and I've been for all my life. So I'm familiar with Pellegrini, and I know that what we're seeing at Betis is no coincidence. He is genuinely a terrific man manager. And he gets the best out of his players by instilling belief in them and getting them to enjoy things. And I think you're seeing that and reflected in the way Betis are playing now. There's an extra level of sort of tenacity that perhaps wasn't there, particularly under Ruby, I felt was absent. But balancing it tonight, you know, there will be people who will be in that squad that are thinking, do I take the extra risk? Do I save myself a bit? And it's up to him to get the right personnel in, and I don't envy him at all for having to be in this position. I think with regards to Elche, though, like I said, perhaps it does mean a little bit more to them. But then the result that they got over Mallorca at the weekend, obviously it was huge. They only need a couple more points now to assure safety. But I also think that perhaps from what I saw against Mallorca, that Elche were flattered by the scoreline. So it's going to be a fascinating game. You know, I would like to think that this one's got goals in it.
I think so too. I think with Betis recently, yeah, we've been more solid at the back, which has been pleasing, because certainly last year we were one of the most porous defences. So that's another great job that Manuel Pellegrini's done. When he came in, we were 15th. We finished 15th in the La Liga table. He's taken that similar team. We've only brought in about 4 or 5 players on a free transfer, and we've taken that same team to the upper echelons of La Liga, doing well in Europa Liga, finalists of the Copa del Rey, semi-finalists last year, done a stellar job. But in terms of the teams tonight, yeah, I expect goals as well. I think the corresponding fixture last December, Betis won comfortably 3-0 in Elche. 3 goals scored in the first half. Hector Bellerin was sent off in the second half, still managed to get the win and got a clean sheet. Don't think it'll be as easy tonight. I think that Elche are coming here that, they need that extra win to just give them that buffer that may get to that 38. I think that will be enough to keep them in La Liga, depending on the head-to-head as well, of course, here in Spain. But for Betis, it'd be interesting to see. I think the first 20, 30 minutes, we'll know if this team has got one eye on the final or we are professional and we're going to do a job tonight. I fully expect that. I fully expect that we'll do a job tonight. I expect a difficult game, but ultimately, hoping for a win tonight to keep us in the mix for the Champions League places and give us that springboard perfectly for Saturday night here, a home final against Valencia.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to just ask you about sort of the mood around the town at the moment and with the fan base, because you only have to take one look at social media to see the Betis LA flags and the green and white bits of decoration that seem to be doing the rounds, and obviously that's lovely to see. But I want to know if there's a tangible change in the atmosphere that you've noticed. What's the mood like?
The mood's very buoyant. Yeah, I mean, I've been around the stadium the last few days. Obviously, I live in the city. For those that don't know, I've been here for 10 years, and it's one of them that finally we've been given a license to enjoy a huge moment in the history of Betis. A lot of people with the flags. The club have given away free scarves, free flags for people to drape in the windows. I see in the center there's a metro that's got a design of all Betis related. And yeah, there's a buzz around the city. There's a buzz around the city that you can't mimic, that something special is around the corner. And obviously can't temper the fans. Obviously we've got to enjoy this moment, but it's one of them that we can enjoy the moment. Of course, we have struggled so much throughout our whole existence, more or less, that we have to enjoy the sweet moments. And I know that's for me personally as a Betis supporter, going through these hard moments to get to the sweet moments. And that's what I think it's all about, and really enjoying these moments when they come, because we're not expected to be winning and challenging for titles every single season. But what there is now in the club, there's an ambition, and we have to get the balance between the ambition and the manca piede. The manca piede is long live Betis, even in defeat, which is, it's been with us since 1950, and we have to respect it. We have to respect history, but also we have to be ambitious now and say we are a big club. We are a sleeping giant. We've got 50,000 season ticket holders. We're going to be extending the stadium to 60 60,000 that we have at the moment, but with the new finishing the stand in a few more years with the new Preferentia that's coming on site. We've got a new training ground that's coming in the next 3 years as well. So the club are on a positive point of this point of history. So we have to take advantage of this wave, this green and white wave that we're on at the moment, and really savor the moment, because like I said, we've suffered a lot down the years, and we need to finally harness the potential that Betis have. And going back to your point, there's a huge buzz around this city coming for Saturday, and hopefully it continues all the way from tonight with a positive result going through to Saturday's showpiece final.
Yeah, and as you can see, we've had a question coming there from Chris. David, last time I was in the city, folks were saying that Betis is working on a training facility, as you've just mentioned. Can you discuss that a bit?
Yeah, sure. The new training ground is going to be in a little town called Dos Hermanas, and that's going to be about 20 minutes away by metro. We've got the sports city right now, which is actually one of the closest sports cities, I think, certainly in this country, if not in Europe, to the stadium. It's literally, for these people that don't know, It's literally a 5-minute, 10-minute walk from the stadium to the training ground, because I actually do some English classes at the stadium and the sports city, and it's literally a 5-10-minute walk. In the future, we're going to have a much bigger training ground. We've actually been to, the dignitaries have been to Ajax, Manchester City, and Real Madrid, all scouting potential ideas for the future for our new sports city. We're going to have 11 football pitches, many five-a-side pitches, facilities for the first team, the academy, the ladies team as well. There's going to be a on-site restaurant bar for supporters to take in training sessions as well when they are open. So we've got big plans that the club have signed an agreement. Actually, before the pandemic, just before the pandemic, it was going to start the work. And then there's everything, the life has been on pause for a couple of years. But the plans are back on schedule. We're even hoping at the end of this season, we're going to be starting the work in Dos Hermanas. And the idea is that within a couple of years, that's going to be finished. When that's done, towards the end of that work, then the work on the stadium is going to be starting with the new Preferentia. So which will, we've got about a 60,000 stadium at the moment. It's going to still stay that. We're just going to be reducing the capacities a little bit to add the new side of the Preferentia that we have, and we're going to have a little roof on it. I've been told as well, which will be handy if it's going to be raining. So modern stadium, modern training facilities, and a modern Betis is what we're hoping for.
Yeah, and one of the things that you've mentioned there, and I think the way that you described that is very on par with a word or the term that you used earlier about sleeping giant. You know, Betis do appear very much, if you look at their history, and if anyone's read Colin Miller's book, Frying Pan of Spain, that's, you know, Betis are a club that have a lot behind them, and the story of Patrick O'Connell alone is tremendous. So it does feel like for a while now that the club has been sort of, through either fault or other factors, has sort of not been living to its potential. And I don't know, maybe it's just me being a little bit looking at it from a distance, but it certainly seems to me that since Pellegrini's arrival, things have started to work, and things are clicking, and it looks like, all being well, the trajectory is in the right way now, in the right shape.
Totally. Yeah, totally. The club have been growing for the last, I'd say, probably 6-7 years since the owners, the new owner, the new president has come in, starting with the south stand that we constructed, the club. Then the evolution of the players little by little. You mentioned Ruby. I think he's the right manager at the wrong time. I think he's a good manager. I just think that it was the wrong position for him, because the demand on the club at that moment was a little bit more than what he was used to. And I think that in the future, in another time, Ruby would have been a success here. But certainly right now, as soon as I knew that Manuel Pellegrini was coming in, I was 90% sure that this is going to be a success. You only have to see his track record. Everyone in La Liga knows that, not just for Betis, but in La Liga, he's given so much to La Liga. In Villarreal, great 6-7 seasons there, with Robin Cousins, who's his assistant, and Antonio Cordon, who's the director of football here as well. So that link, that tandem, that trio is still connected, and it shows with the consistency and the success that they all have together. Villarreal second place in the table, Champions League semi-finalist, year on year going for the top four for a population that has 50,000. He was the foundation for this Villarreal now, and even when he's gone, Villarreal are still very much doing well, and certainly Manuel Pellegrini was that founding base that the club to propelled them to heights that they never really imagined, that they never believed that they could get to, but they have. And certainly Manuel Pellegrini was the key with that for sure.
Well, they don't call him the engineer for nothing, do they? So
and a plan. He had the plan. Definitely. Yeah. Was Betis supporters here. I see shirts, t-shirts, scarves with engineer. Tiene un plan. He has a plan. Hopefully, he's got a plan for tonight and Saturday. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, to draw a comparison to work, another club has done well. Certainly, Manchester City wouldn't be anywhere near where they are now without the work that Pellegrini did, and they wouldn't have Pep Guardiola as the manager. It's all about step by step, and Pellegrini certainly seems to be a great man not so much laying the foundations, but taking things on to the next level. So as things stand, it certainly looks like he's having that kind of impact at Betis. Who knows what the ceiling is? Should we talk a bit more about the final? Because obviously, you know, it's
absolutely. I was just about to add, if you've got anything more to add, let's go straight to the final.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the big one for us. We've been waiting for this for 17 years. Showpiece final here in Seville as well, in La Cartuja. Capacity crowd's going to be there, 60,000. Yeah, it's going to be a great final. 10 p.m., 9 p.m. In United Kingdom. It's going to be a tremendous game. I think it's going to be very, very exciting. I expect goals. Famous last words. I know that the game that we played in the season, we beat Valencia 4-1. 2 goals from Borja Iglesias, which I expect. We'll discuss the team news and everything in a little while, but I expect Borja to be playing in the final. But this is a different game. We won that game 4-1. Valencia were not as good then. I think they're a bit better now, even though their results don't suggest it. We're still riding that crest of a wave. We've gone a little bit of a dip. We had a game where we had like no wins in 5, but we've come back on it now. We've won 3 of the last 4 in the league. But I expect an open game, a tense game. Certainly at a final, I think it'd be a tense occasion. But I think that you've got 2 contrasting styles. You've got Betis, who are the entertainers, the kind of like the Newcastle team of the 95, 96s. Love to play attacking football, stylish, obviously headed by Nabil Fekir. He's having his best season with us to date, his 3rd season. He's certainly the maverick of the team. So we've got our style, our fluid passing style. I think Valencia are going to be trying to be a bit bitty in this final. They're going to try and play their football, try and stop the rhythm, stop the break-up play of Betis. So I think you've got 2 schools of thought going into this final, and we will see if Betis play to the potential. We have the confidence that we can go out and get the right result. But obviously, yeah, we have to respect the rival who has more experience than us. They've got 8 Copa del Reys in their trophy cabinet. We've only got the 2 at the moment, so they've got a rich history, and we have to respect it. And that's exactly what we're going to do. What are your thoughts going into this big game?
Yeah, so I mean, I think what you said there is absolutely right, and that's how I read it as well. You know, Betis will be, the onus will be on them to create something and to be the ones that you know, lead the charge, and I think if Betis do get an early goal, then that really will open things up a bit. The worry for me is that, as you've said, Valencia, they've got perhaps maybe a mental edge given that you know, that their history, but also with the manager they have, their game plan will be to stop you playing your game rather than trying to actually you know, create something themselves. And I think if it's a sort of final that definitely needs an early goal to really make the game come alive. And I know that sounds so cliche, but yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating, pure and simply based on football style. You know, I don't know how anyone could want anyone other than Betis to win this one, because it's I know obviously in the last few weeks a lot has been said, particularly in the English media, about the attritional style of an Atletico Madrid, but that's nothing compared to a Bordalas, you know, how he gets his teams to play. So fingers crossed that it's a good game, and you know, like I say, I think everybody is hoping that Betis can get an early goal just to open things up a bit. Even perhaps, I dare say it, but even perhaps those who are not necessarily Betis fans might be just hoping to, for the sake of a good game, to have the early goal to bring things open. Should we talk a bit about the road to the final as well? Because you know, it's
sure. Yeah, I've got the stats in front of me about Betis's road to the final. I mean, we've scored a lot of goals in this Copa del Rey route to the final. Started in December against Alicante. We won there by 4-0. I think I like the format of this new Copa del Rey. I'll ask you about it in a minute, but playing these one-legged ties where you go to let's say the inferior team, the team in the lower categories, gives them a better opportunity than the before where you've got the 2-legged ones. I think for me, it's given a lot more chances and scope for shocks. We've seen a lot of shocks in this Copa del Rey. And I think it's been a breath of fresh air for this competition that we've got this new format. What's your opinion on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I love it. I think it's really reinvigorated the competition. It's made it where teams now can't really dismiss it as much. They've got to really take it seriously. And we saw it was Anderlecht, wasn't it, that that they caused quite a lot of upsets during their brief run in this year's competition. And I just wanted to sort of pick up on that. So, how in those early rounds, what's the sort of feeling, or what was the feeling earlier this season with Betis fans towards the competition? I know, obviously, given last year was one thing, but when it's that, not so much preliminary, but the first 1 or 2 rounds of it. Is there or has there been a change in appreciation from it from a fan point of view that you've noticed?
Well, I think for Betis supporters, we always respect the Copa del Rey. We're a fan base that always has that respect. We've only won it the 2 times, but when the Copa del Rey comes around, I know as supporters, we always want to have a good run and do well and respect the cup. Maybe, I don't know, teams in the past of ours have not done, but certainly last season we got to those semi-final stages. And certainly from the get-go this season, we've really respected the cup. I think Manuel, he might say if we win it, but he's had one eye on this cup from the absolute get-go. I know I spoke with my colleagues at Betis TV and Betis Radio. I speak on Radio Betis with the program talking about Champions League and Betis for supporters. And speaking with my colleagues, they've been telling me that Betis have wanted to respect this cup from the very first moment. That very first game against Alicante, we put out, let's say, 7 of a normal team, once de gala, as they say here, the 11 of choice that you would normally say would be an 11 starting lineup. So it says a lot that from the very first moment we've gone out there to get through the rounds, because there's always shocks. Even when you're playing your full strength team, there's always scope for a shock. But we wanted to respect this competition from the absolute get-go, and that's been very, very clear in my mind, seeing that first team at Alicante, that we had these 7, 8 players. Even Fekir started that game. So it shows that from the very first moment, the very first whistle, we've been looking at the final, which we knew was going to be here in the city as well. It's a big, big factor as well to have the home advantage, in the home city advantage, let's say. And it continued from there. We scored a lot of goals going forward from that. We played against a team called Talavera just before Christmas. That was probably one of Betis' hardest games. We were winning 2-1, going in, and then they scored to make it 2-2. We went into extra time with that one. We won 4-2 in the end, but that was definitely a banana skin for us. And we were lucky to stay in that game. Even Manuel acknowledged that afterwards, that they played a very good game, and it could have gone either way, that game. But you need that bit of luck in football sometimes. It's not all about the quality, as you well know, and as football fans know. And you need that little bit of luck sometimes to get you through a round that you've maybe not played that well, but you've still managed to get the W at the end of the time. Then afterwards, we had a game on the Three Kings Day, which is celebrated at 5th and 6th here in Spain, away at Valladolid, who are doing very well at the moment. They're in 2nd place in the Segunda and going for La Liga place, and it showed because they put up a good fight against us. Score didn't reflect the game. It was a win 3-0 for us, but they put up a very good performance against Betis. We only managed to win in the end, and I expect them. They'll be challenging for a La Liga place or in the playoffs, certainly in the Segunda Liga places. Then it came to the big one against Sevilla. It was kind of like when the teams were there and the draw was made, we all knew what was going to happen. Then the reality happened. It was Sevilla and Betis in the cup. A lot of tension, let's say, that happened. It was played over 2 nights because, unfortunately, there was an unsavoury incident, which meant that the game had to be played the following day, starting from just before the half-time, which is a rule, very strange rule in Spain, that you start a match from a certain time in the match. I remember when I was living in England, the floodlights went out, and it was a Betis Real Madrid game. We were winning 1-0, 42nd minute, match was suspended. The week after, we played it again, and we started from that very minute. We lost, unfortunately, so we lost that momentum in that game. But it's always a quirk that over here they go by that rule of, like, let's not start again, or like give the points. We start from that very minute, and yeah, the match was evenly poised at that moment, 1-1. It was a great goal by Fekir with a goal Olympico, the corner.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then the day after, yeah, we won the game 2-1 and set us up for the next round.
Yeah, you know, and I want to just draw back to what you said there about, you know, Pellegrini having his eye on it at the start of the season. I suppose for him as a manager, you know, the choices that he's got, he's got, you know, get the club into the Champions League and the financial rewards that that'll bring, or win the Copa del Rey and have your name in history. So it's a
big balancing act.
Yeah.
For sure. He will say he's going for everything. Of course, he won't prioritize anything. Certainly publicly, and I don't think even with the players, because he won't give them that mentality that, okay, lads, right, we're going to go for the competition, this competition. But no, I think for him, it's a cliche, but it's that next game, the next game that's in front of you. So even him, they'll try and ask him a million questions about the final. He's so good at batting questions away. It's untrue. I've never seen a manager so calm at just batting questions away and be so calm in answering it. And just like, he spoke about the final, saying that, well, from Wednesday at midnight, we'll be concentrating on the final, but before that, it's all Elche. And just to give you an idea of the mentality of the manager that Manuel Pellegrini is, we won a game against Barcelona by 1-0. It was a goal by Wammy at the Camp Nou. I think it was in December. And I saw the press conference afterwards, and the first question was from a journalist from Barcelona. He said, "Massive result for Betis tonight. What does that mean for the club? What does it mean for you in particular?" Just completely deadpanned, no expression. Just said, "Well, 3 points more keeps us ticking over in the league." Nothing. You would not expect that. You would have thought it was like a game that he's played against a Sunday league team. They just won by 1-0 or something. Not just you've just beaten Barcelona. That's when it clicked for me, just what kind of manager we have. An ambitious manager that it doesn't matter where we go, who we play, what stadium. It's all about the win. Doesn't matter who it is, and doesn't faze him. Nothing phases him. And I got that from him in that one question. That's the kind of manager that we have at Betis at the moment. And certainly that is fulfilled. That's passed on to the players for sure. The players are a lot more confident and buy into his philosophy and identity completely.
Yeah, definitely. He's got this persona that just eases calmness, but you can tell there's a temperament underneath when it needs to be, and that's perhaps ideal that he's able to control himself so well. Is probably what gives him the edge, I guess. So should we talk about potential 11s then for the starting 11 maybe for tonight and then for the final if you want?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, let's concentrate on the final, the showpiece final. We'll concentrate on that. I mean, the squad at the minute is a big squad. We've got a very competitive squad. Like I said, that this is finally a team that compete on all fronts. And even though we were going in the later stage of the Europa Liga, you could sense there was a little bit of tiredness between the players, but the manager's done so well to rotate this team, and 7-8 changes, but it's the same Betis that you see. It doesn't matter if we're making the changes, the same philosophy. You know the formation, it's 4-2-3-1. You know there's going to be a wide players that are going to help out, and they're going to be interchanging positions. The left back and right back are going to be bombing forward. So whoever steps in, they just do a job for the team. So obviously, a lot of anticipation for this one, and the players, like you say, they'll be like chomping at the bit tonight. Someone who makes an impression, you never know, which might get that chance for the final. So it's like a final casting, a final interview for the match on Saturday. I think we'll go through it together one by one, and we'll just go through the team. For me, I would start with Claudio Bravo. I think that this has been similar to the strikers, that they've gone through 5 or 6 matches together. For instance, Pellegrini likes to give a run of confidence to players. Certainly, it's between the 2 goalkeepers as well. We have 2 number 1 goalkeepers, and in Rui Silva and Claudio Bravo. I think for me at the moment, I think just with the experience, I would just go with Claudio Bravo only on that, because Rui Silva is a very competent number 1. I think for next season, he will take that number 1 shirt, even though Bravo's just signed a new deal for us. I think he'll step into that number 1, and Bravo will be the one that just helps where it needs to be. But I think for this final right now, I think Bravo should be the number 1 goalkeeper.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot to be said about Claudio Bravo in cup competition. Certainly in England, he seems to have, I don't know, that extra bit of luck. Really, he's one of the best penalty savers as goalkeepers go that I've seen. I know that firsthand. He got City through 2 penalty shootouts on the way to the 2017 League Cup. But I also think that, as you mentioned there, the experience, when he first arrived at Betis, I thought there was an instant change in the sort of the level of leadership at the back. It was very much a similar back four ahead of him than that was there the previous season, but he just seemed to bring a little bit more. I don't know if it was a vocal thing that perhaps they'd been lacking, but so for me, on those 2 points alone, it has to be Claudio Bravo, I think, for the starting 11 in the final.
Yeah, sure. We'll move on to the defence. The four, I would go with the 2 of Marc Bartra and Petzela. I think that Betis, Victor Ruiz and Edgar have done very, very well. Certainly Edgar's had a terrific season. He was out on loan at Real Oviedo last season. Came in probably as the number 4 defender, maybe loaned out again, but he's done a great job. And he's very, very versatile because he can play that defence sweeper, even defensive midfielder he can slot into perfectly. He's had a great season. But I think just for experience, again, you have to lean on experience in a match like this. And I think Bartra, who's coming to his own again, I think this is the Bartra that we're seeing the first season that we signed him. Got his confidence back, got his mojo back, and he's got that leadership that he's always had. It's just maybe a dip in confidence, lacking form and injuries, but he's got over all of those now. And certainly him and Petzela, who were great Argentinian defender international as well, come over from Fiorentina. I think those are the 2 that should form the defense, the pairing for the final.
Yeah, like you say, Edgar's having a great season, and it is difficult to leave him out. But I think I would go with the same 2 as well for the reasons you've given there. I'm a big fan of Marc Bartra, even though he's had difficult spells, and he perhaps is one of those players that maybe at the end of his career you might look back on and think, could he have achieved a little bit more as a defender? But hey, listen, if he wins the Copa del Rey with Betis, that's achieving a lot more than previous defenders have done, isn't it? So that'd be my 2 as well. But it would be a difficult call with Edgar, I think. But
these are all, they're all. I mean, imagine we are putting ourselves in the position like the viewers here of who could Manuel pick in the final. It's a difficult one because they're all playing well, they're all chomping at the bit. It's a healthy. The winners of this are Betis as a collective. All these players are chomping in the bit. They're all wanting to play in a showpiece final, and like I said, I mean, there's a chance tonight to stamp your authority and try and make a late call for it. What about the left back and right back for the final? What do we think here?
Well, I think you got to see a lot of the ball, more so than the opposition. But you need somebody who's quick enough to get up and down. I would be looking more at potentially going with the option of fullbacks that have the speed to stop the counter, but have the technical ability to offer something further afield. So, is Moreno? Yeah.
I would go with him. I'd say that he's been one of the standout players of the year. I know my dad he used to get very frustrated with him watching him last year because attacking wise he was very, very good. Defensively wise, that's always been a defect for him, but he's worked hard on his game this year, and he sees that, and he's seen that himself, and certainly Manuel's really helped him with his game defensively. Offensively, he's getting in the goals. He's the top scorer of defenders in La Liga, which shows that he's getting up there and creating chances. He's always had that attacking ability, just never had that final little link between the attack and then giving a creative opportunity to a teammate or scoring himself. Now he's got that. He's got that confidence. He should be the one that starts the final for sure. On the other side, on the right back, I think Hector Bellerin has got a great chance to start. Sabali has done very well since he's come back from injury. He's been very, very good since he's signing from Bordeaux and coming back from a very difficult injury of 6 months out. But I think Bellerin has the experience, and I think that he's played very well in La Liga, and I think he should be the one that starts.
Yeah, but Bellerin was an interesting one. he came in with obviously the Arsenal career sort of. There's a stigma I think that comes with these players, but I think particularly at the beginning, I felt like he came in just looking to prove a point, and that's kind of what you want, really, isn't it? When you bring in somebody who he's not going to be on modest wages, let's be honest, and Betis obviously have had to make that financial decision to bring him in. So his if I'm honest with you, I think in the higher up the field, I think he does lack a little bit of quality that you'd expect somebody of him to have, but he's got the experience and the know-how, so he would get the nod for me. I think it would rely on, I'm sure we'll get onto it in a second, with the midfield being the right balance as well to accommodate Bellerin, if I'm being honest.
Well, let's speak about the midfield. Again, competition for places on all parts of the Betis defense, midfield, attack. I think for me, the dupla that works the best is Guido Rodriguez and William Carvalho. I think we're all going to be speaking about Fekir and Canales, but the one that's the glue that knits everything together is Guido Rodriguez. If people are not aware of him, have a look at some videos of him. He is a real workhorse, works hard for the team, knits the team. He's the authentic link between the defense and attack. Like Petzela, he plays for Argentina, had a terrific season. He's made a big difference to the team since he's come in from Club America in Mexico. Took him a little bit of time to bed in, but once he bedded in, you could see his leadership qualities, his tackling ability, his vision, chips in with the odd goal. Absolute leader on the field for Betis, and he's one of the main reasons why this team are where they are at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's got he's the glue, isn't he? And he offers, whereas Carvalho offers more of a presence, I think.
Yes.
Rather than I think I'm probably a bit clumsy with my words, but that's the way I see it. Is Carvalho's more imposing, but in spells, whereas Guido gets on with it and tidies things and like you say, glues everything together. So yeah, I think particularly as we know, the attacking side of things does seem to pick itself for the most part, doesn't it? But certainly, yeah, the core structure there, and that's why I think if you've got Bellerin, you need Guido's mobility and durability to fill space when it's given up, and also, like you say, tidy things between and be that link.
Yeah, they work well with each other as well. I mean, obviously you got Guardado as well. Canales can play in that position as well. He's done a very, very good job. Paul has come back into the reckoning, the Ivory Coast international. He's a little bit needs experience, but he's played some matches in the league that suggest to me that he's got the level to play in this team. But I would expect Guido and William Carvalho to be the tandem in the defensive midfield. And then you've got probably the most exciting, the attacking part of the field. With, for me, the three that have worked well together. They riff off each other perfectly. Canales, Fekir, and Juanmi, all for different reasons. Fekir is the maverick of the team, the show pony of the team. He loves the dribbling and the drama and all that. Let's not forget he's a World Cup winner with France in 2018, and yeah, he's had his moments where he's not been consistent, but now he is, and he's produced his record amount of assists for this season, 7 goals in La Liga, and he's more working for the team now. Before he was more individual, you give him the ball and he'll do something. Now he's tracking back. Now he's working within the plan of the identity of Betis. He's not just doing his own thing. Like before, he was winning us a match on his own. Now he's able to track back, link up play, set up more goals. He's much more linked in the team and in the city. He recently signed a new deal until 2026, which shows that he's very happy off the field as well. If we've got a happy footballer off the field, we've got one on the field as well. And terrific talent. He's the one that makes us tick, and hopefully he'll be fine for the final. And I expect that the 3 up front, if all goes well, will be Canales and Juanmi. He's had a terrific season as well. He's been the real revelation. Had a very difficult spell. So many different injuries that Juanmi's had. Had a season at Southampton, only 12 appearances there. Didn't happen for him in the Premier League. Never got to grips with it. But this is a player that Manuel Pellegrini knows. He played with him at Malaga, one of Malaga's youngest players when he came in to score a goal at 16. and he had this rotten time with the injuries, but he's certainly come back, and he's got his confidence back, and he's a fan favourite. They've got chants named after him now. When Juanmi scores, we're going to celebrate, and Juanmi shirts as well. He's become a cult hero as Juanmi. A couple of hat-tricks this season. He's done so well. 15 goals for the season, and he's been really, really another hard-working player that has done well for us.
Yeah, it's definitely been a case of he's raised a lot of eyebrows, particularly in the first half of the season, because, you know, with all due respect to him, nobody quite expected him to have a season like this. I think he probably comes across as being humble enough to admit that, I think, as well. But it's you earn and you create your own luck, and you earn these rewards. So, you know, fair play to him. Again, obviously, with regards to being up front, you know, do you think this is a Borja Iglesias game?
Yes, I think so, because of two reasons. I think that the game is, we've mentioned the style of Valencia, very hustle and bustle, and I think it suits Borja more than William Jose. And also in the last game we played, he scored 2 goals against Valencia. So I think this kind of hustle, hurly-burly game will suit him, a target man up front. Then we've got William Jose off the bench to give us, if we need a goal to break the deadlock or whatever, we've got that option as well. So I fully expect William Jose to start tonight. Like Manuel Pellegrini's done, rotate the goalkeepers, rotate the attackers so they're fresh and ready to go. But I fully expect the Panda Man, as he's known here, to be eating a lot of bamboo on Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Is, you know, he's a physical team against you know, a borderless team. You want somebody with that presence. So it's kind of a no-brainer for me to go with Borja in the final. So I mean, time is flying by, and I believe, you know, you've got an interesting story to share with us about tickets.
Yes, well, it's funny we mentioned about Copa del Rey, because I've got in front of me this very, very ticket. I'll just give the viewers a little bit of a look at it here. This is from the 1997 Copa del Rey final between Barcelona and Real Betis, played at the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu, as you can see. Unfortunately for Betis supporters, it was a defeat, 3-2 in extra time. This goes back to pretty much how it began for me. I'll give you the short story because I know we're pressed for time. But yeah, I watched Revista De La Liga and watched football over in Blackpool, where I'm from, in the north of England, and fell in love with Spanish football. We holidayed when I was 13 years old in Fuengirola. I'd never been to Spain before. Decided I want to support a Spanish football team. Favorite colours green. Went into this this sports shop, all Barcelona, Real Madrid. I thought, no, I want to support a team that's from here, not winning all the time. I want to do this the right way. And I saw this green and white shirt, and I said to my dad, "This is the one. This is the team. This team. We're going to this one." But started to buy things every day in the shop. Anyway, they came to the final day. The owner spoke a little bit of English. I didn't speak much Spanish then. And he said, "Wait, one moment, I've got something for you." He came from the back and he said, I've got this ticket, which we've been to just the season before. This was in '98, the season before. And he said, "I've got this for my grandson that I was going to give to him." And he said, "I can see that you've got already the identity of Betis. You've bought a lot of things for me. I want to give you this as a memento to say thank you." And he said to me, "Keep smiling, and Viva el Betis Manquefiera." And I was like, at that time, I had no idea what he meant. And now I realize, keep smiling, because Betis, unfortunately, have not had some great times down the years. I know the Viva el Betis Manquefiera now. So for this gentleman, indeed, 1 year later, we went back to Fuengirola, and you can imagine the first thing I wanted to do was to go back to this shop and say, I'm still a Betis supporter. Shop wasn't there, unfortunately. I've tried countless times on Radio Betis to try and get a contact with this gentleman. But yeah, I owe him a lot, because yeah, my story started with Betis thanks to him, and I've still got this ticket here in my flat. Will be with me forever, and his memento, and that kicked it off for me to come here to Seville, and yeah, now be working with Real Betis as a presenter of one of the shows, now working with La Liga as a reporter and doing some media interviews with both Betis and Sevilla, and doing that. So yeah, I never forget. Yeah, the people have got me to this position. So yeah, that's always a special memento for me.
Yeah, that is. It's every story has a beginning, and yours has definitely got a nice one there with that. It's a very special ticket, that indeed.
Yeah, it is.
I know that there's we wanted to get the excitement for the Copper out of the way, but I'm going to ask you a difficult question to get your crystal ball out and tell me what you're expecting for. In fact, let's leave people waiting on that. Tell me what you're expecting for tonight's result.
Well, I did see a comment come through before. One of the people, one of the viewers, thank you for your questions and answers. Someone said 4-0 for Betis. So we're very optimistic in the final. So we'll leave that until the end from my one and your one. Tonight, I expect a narrow game, a tense game. I think that, I think it's going to be a close one. I think maybe by the odd goal, maybe like a 2-1 or something. If we can get a win tonight, it'd be terrific to keep that momentum, not just for Saturday in mind, but in the league as well, that we are in with a great chance to finish in the top 4 this season.
Yeah, I think, like you say there, I think it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a tense one. I think it could be a 1-1 tonight, if I'm being honest with you, which might not be the result that Betis want, but it's better than a defeat going into a big game. And if you play in a second 11, but hey, was it Osasuna the other week, 4-1, where you were missing key players. So
yeah, exactly that.
A very deep squad, a squad built for the Europa League.
Yeah.
So and then let's get a crystal ball out then for the big game, shall we?
We have to be confident. We have to be confident. This is we think that, I know in the club they're quietly confident, cautiously optimistic. Obviously, we have to respect the rival, but it's kind of like it's our time. We have been building this, and I think for Manuel Pellegrini as well, it's recognition of the work that he's done in La Liga over the years, to say that to win a trophy here in Spain would be fruit of a wonderful career that's still going. He got another contract until 2025, but it's so great for him personally to win it. And I fully believe that we can do it. We're on a great run of form at the moment. We've got a team that are fully behind each other. Even our third goalkeeper, Joe Robles, who's hardly played at all this season. When we beat Sevilla, he was the one that was the orchestra, like a la Pepe Reina in the World Cup. We went to the stadium afterwards outside, and he was the one orchestrating the fans. So you can just tell that great camaraderie, great atmosphere in the team and the squad and in the club at the moment. Let's go with a 2-1 final for Betis.
2-1. I think Betis are going to get that early goal that I talked about earlier. I think it's going to open the game up, and I think that's going to play into your hands. So I actually think it's going to be 3-1, but I think there's going to be quite a lot of yellow cards dished out as well, if I'm being quite honest. I think we're in for a feisty game. And I think, as you've said there, it does feel like this is perhaps Betis' time now. Perhaps the shift in mentality over Pellegrini is what does it, or maybe it's the fact that the run has been built on last year's success and stuff like that. But it just feels like things are starting to click. I don't want to jinx you by saying it, but
put the markers on it. I know.
That's it. But it's I do have. I just feel like this is definitely a great opportunity for Betis, and I think that the mentality is there, and certainly the quality is there. So I do wish you all the best of luck for that, and not just because I don't particularly have a great appreciation for the way Bordalas sets his teams up, but because I think Betis are a club that have got something special about them.
Yeah, for sure. And there's one man that we need to speak about that we haven't yet really, which is Joaquin, of course, the evergreen Joaquin, 40 years old. He's probably going to be starting from the bench on Sunday. I just hope he gets a fond, let's say maybe farewell in that final, because he's been so well our ambassador, leader, captain of the club, and he's been fantastic for Betis in our 2 spells. And we hope that, for our sake, that he gets that as well, because it could be his final year. I think for me, as sad as it sounds, I would love us to win the Copa del Rey and then to say to him, you ride off into that sunset. You ride off into that green and white sunset. You enjoy your retirement. What better way to bow out than by winning the Copa del Rey? He's still got a good level. He can still play for 60 minutes, do a job, still come off the bench for 20 minutes, make a difference. Certainly in that semi-final against Rayo Vallecano, set up the pass for Canales to get us into the final. So he can still go on a high, knowing that he's still got it and he's still got a good level in him. And with a winner's medal with him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know anybody who likes Spanish football that doesn't like Joaquin. So
yeah.
he's just one of those that it's a shame that, you know, he suffers the same problem as everybody else. And, you know, aging does, it means that you've got a time limit in football, doesn't it? But yeah, I think you're right there. It would be nice for him to have this season to make, you know, for the decision to be, to call it quits there on a high, rather than, you know, carry on for another season and what, you know, the lottery that would entail. But, you know, he is the club, bleeds green and white, and he shareholder as well. So it's not like he won't be too far from what's going on. But yeah, so I think we're near enough good for time now. So just want to say thank you, David. It's been an absolute pleasure. I know you've got the game to get to, so hope you enjoy that tonight.
Thank you very much.
Everybody watching, thank you for joining us, and please consider either scanning the QR code in the top, the top of left of your screen.
It's
up there.
It's up there somewhere. Yep. Yeah.
And making a donation, and if you can't do that, then please give the stream a share, tell your friends, and we've got hours left for you to enjoy with some incredible content producers, much like the people who are coming up next. They're very exciting people to listen to. So David, thank you so much again, and you know, good luck for the final as well.
This has been a privilege, Paul. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's been an absolute privilege and a joy to be part of this special broadcast for Uniting with Ukraine, of course.
You're very welcome. All right, take care, buddy.
Hello, I'm Natalia, and I volunteer to help British Ukrainian Aid. At the moment, you can see me at one of our storage facilities in London. Behind me, there are boxes with humanitarian aid, including technical medicine items.
I'm Andrei from British Ukrainian Aid, and here you can see the components that we put in a first aid kits that will go to Ukraine to save lives.
We have an army of volunteers who are helping us. They volunteer to drive the boxes and pallets to the Polish-Ukrainian and Romanian-Ukrainian borders. Then they are sent to a distribution center in Lviv, and from that point further on to Kyiv and the Kyiv region, and Kharkiv region.
Ukraine is a country of people just like us. Dancers, musicians, artists. Today, let's send them our love and support through British Ukrainian Aid's essential medical supplies, saving lives and treating horrific injuries, so that one day soon, not too far away, they can be dancing again. Please give generously. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am Matt Harrison, and you are listening to the Gerry Cast, not on Sport Direct Radio for a change, but on this very special Help Ukraine. I've forgotten the name of it already. Spanish Football Content Creators for Ukraine. I got there in the end, and it's been, you know, an honor to be asked to join such esteemed company today. And I know some of the shows today would have been brilliant. Sadly, I've had to work and miss a lot of them, but there's no more esteemed in my eyes, my very biased eyes, than my fellow Gerry casters who will be joining me this evening. So introducing first Alex Ashmore, who I believe's already starred earlier this afternoon talking to Ellis Platten. So how did that go, Alex?
It was fantastic. Ellis is a wonderful chap, and it's really nice to speak to him about all things away days, football shirts, England's chances at the World Cup. We covered quite a lot of topics.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely going to go back and give that a watch when I get some time. I did see this described by someone yesterday as the Live Aid of Spanish football content. So if this is the Live Aid, surely this makes Chris Marquez the Bob Geldof of today. So Chris, how are you doing now that you're in front of the camera rather than behind it?
There we go.
Yeah,
there I am. I've been muted all day, being on the background. A bit tired, but it's great to be in front of the camera now. I've been muted all day.
And if this is Live Aid, I was trying to think what band the Geary cast would be. I was sort of thinking if we're on the Live Aid, you know, the lineup of that. I think we're very much status quo. We'll try and there's a lot more accomplished musicians than us on this lineup, and we're going to try and chug out the classics and hopefully have some fun as well. So we should perhaps introduce ourselves because, as we said, there are people much more famous than us on this lineup today. And just before we introduce ourselves, I see Nick Bell has come in fashionably late. Nick, how are you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Hope you can hear me.
Perfect, Nick. I was just saying that if this is the Live Aid and Chris is the Bob Geldof, what band do you think we are, Nick? I've got my status plain and simple.
I don't know. I think people might think that Guillem and his team might be Queen, but I think it's us.
Yeah,
no, we're not. We're more of the Vanguard boys.
So I don't think they did Live Aid. I think I'm happy to take on the Freddie Mercury role. That makes Chris Brian May, I think, and then you two can fight over Roger Taylor.
But if we have to look at our style of podcasting, we probably would be like Kiss or something.
No, we're punk. We're punk.
Are we punk?
Yeah, like Nick turned up late. That was very punk.
Green Day.
Yeah, that's a bit too.
The irony is I've watched this all day, and then the 2 minutes I need to be here, I'm on the
You're late.
Card. I'm on the test I did the other day.
And I've rushed back for my Spanish lesson straight from work, and I've made it here on time. That's a very rock and roll. But let's talk a bit about our podcast, because we might have people tuning in who don't know who we are. We are the Geary Cast. We are a Malaga fan podcast who host a regular podcast every week. We do match day podcasts as well. Chris, do you want to say a little bit more about who we are and what we do, perhaps outside the podcast?
Yes, we are just a group of Malaga fans, I think, who initiated the podcast 2.5 years ago in order to help Malaga a bit with having their international fans more involved. Malaga is a big fan base all over Europe, all over the world, actually. And what I've noticed that it was hard for them to engage with the club and to keep up to date with all the news. So we started this podcast to give them the news and bring them the news. And now we're here.
And here is our sort of international family, because I am down here in the Costa del Sol in Marbella. Chris is over in Holland, and Alex is currently in Santiago we've been Montreal and Yeovil and wherever else, and Exeter, and Nick's in Blackpool. I think we're a nice sort of, we're quite symbolic of the whole Malaga fan base, I guess. So Alex and Nick, you were at the most recent game with me. You came down for the game. Why? We're good. Like on today's show, we're going to talk about some famous Malaga players, but in regards to the club, why would you say Malaga is a special club? Because this is a league which is, dominated, or La Liga is dominated by the two big names, Real Madrid, Barcelona. I know we've got people on today that are talking about other clubs too, which is great to see. But if we had to raise the flag for Malaga, how would we do that, Alex?
I think you say what's special about Malaga. I think, the international factor is what is that sort of different, it's something different about us. We're, I think quite a lot of people will know that English people, Swedish people, from people from all around the world frequent the Costa del Sol. And, many people have fallen in love with Malaga Club de Football. As most of us, all of us have other teams in England. We've come over to Spain, fallen in love, or in Chris's case, was born in Spain, so he's grown up with Malaga. So I think it's that international feel. It's something different. I know, Real Madrid and Barcelona, they're huge clubs, so they do have that international support. But it's not often you get a club of Malaga's size with such a wide audience, I guess.
Yeah, and Nick, I know you come down to the Costa del Sol a couple of times a year. Would you want to add anything to what Alex said? If we're trying to, we joke on our podcast that I'm like this walking advertisement for Malaga, and I always seem to be taking people to games. If you want to help me out here, how are we encouraging people to come visit us?
I think it's like Alex said there, if you're looking for something that's a little bit different, because people can come into Spanish football quite late in their lives, myself being one of them. And you can go for your safe bets. You can go for your Madrid. You can go for Barcelona. You know you're going to get a good time. You know they're going to sign good players. But there's nothing quite like Malaga in the sunshine with your pals, having a few victorias. And it's just a great place to be. And La Rosaleda, and I think I generally said it on one of the recent podcasts, it is one of my favourite places to go and watch football. It is an experience in itself. And I just fell in love with it. I really did.
Yeah, I think obviously I was in Spain for the big lockdown where we couldn't leave our houses for a couple of months, and then we didn't have football for a long time. And I think over that time, I realized, yes, where we get to watch football is very special, and La Rosaleda is a big part of that. Chris, you're the native. We'll ignore your Dutch accent. You were born down here. Is there anything you would like to add to advertise our beloved Malaga Club de Football?
I think it's a great mixture of international fans and the Spanish, which give a combination of respect somehow. Like every foreigner who comes to La Rosaleda is received with open hands. We have a Swedish Peña. We have the English Gearys, the Gerry Army. We have the international Peña. The how do you call them? The Peña Oso Polar.
Mm-hmm.
The polar bears. We have so many different.
We have a Japanese fan that gets in touch with us on
Yuki,
our podcast.
yes. We have people in Hawaii, in the States, South Korea, everywhere. Malaga is so international, and it's for me as a Malagueño, I'm proud of it, because to me Malaga is special because I was born there. But seeing so many different people from all over the world, and they're all being accepted so well. And if you see our followers, I think 50% is Spanish, and they don't understand any of what we're saying, but they love what we're doing. And I think it's very special. You get recognized by many Spanish people. They will come up to you and say, Pacharan, Pacharan.
Yeah, that's our most punk thing is we do points mean Pacharan if Malaga get points. For those that don't know Pacharan, there's your homework for this from this episode to take away. Chris, I don't know how this has worked today. Did you want to say what this is all about for maybe people that are joining us, and then I can maybe explain what we'll be doing for the rest of this episode?
Well, we're raising money for the British Ukrainian Aid organization with which I spoke to this morning with Natalia, who are raising money. They're an organization that raise aid and provide aid for Ukraine. And it's a lovely cause, and it's horrible that it's needed, but I hope we can have the most people as possible donating, and we can raise a good amount of money for Ukraine.
Great stuff. Can I ask, Chris, I know we have a guest joining us shortly, but while we've got a bit of time, can I ask you, since you've been doing this all day, is there any particular highlights of the day so far, or things people should definitely go and check out?
I think everything has been a highlight so far, to be honest.
Check it all out. Just go and check it all out.
Yes, because we started with Alexandra Jonson, who had a great show of Scandinavian views of Spanish football and women's football as well.
And also, Alexandra took me out drinking in Vigo when I went to watch Celta Vigo, so I'm a big fan of Alexandra, so definitely go check that out.
And most impressively, the fact that the pair of them could name every single Norwegian and Swedish player to have played in La Liga ever, that is knowledge that you will not find on the GiryCast.
I'm going to go give it a go later. So I believe our guest is sort of ready. So I'll explain how our episode is going to work today. So in the second sort of hour or so, we were trying to think of something that would appeal to perhaps non-Malaga fans and something that we could have a bit of fun with too. So we've gone with the title, Malaguistas Who Shook the World. So we're going to talk about two players each who have had some form of success at Malaga, however small or big that is, but have had an impact elsewhere. So I'm really looking forward to chatting to the guys about some of their choices and talking
Let's see
about
if our guest can name 2 Malaga players as well.
Well, let's talk about it then. We talked about we're an international podcast, and we've had a lot of international players come through the club too. But we were joined a few months ago by one young Scandinavian footballer who I'd argue loves the club as much as anyone that's played for the club in its whole history. So shall we bring him in?
Yes, bring him in.
Let's bring in. So this is Malaga's young Swedish goalie, Danny Strindholm. Danny, how are you doing? Hello, Danny.
Danny, can you hear us? It's all live.
He can't hear us.
Danny.
Should we while we wait for Danny, should we try and name all the Swedish and Norwegian footballers that played in the Liga? Henrik Larsson.
Patrick Mitiliga.
Yeah.
He's Danish.
I can't any of us from Malaga. Danny, can you hear us now? Nope. Let's go.
I like this. It's ran smoothly all day, and then it gets to us, and we break it.
This is again. We're being punk about it. We're breaking the rules. We don't know if we're going to speak to him. We have 2 hours. I don't know if they turn up on stage, let alone if the guest, a guest was going to turn up to their green room. This is how we do. I'm still thinking of Scandinavians who played for Malaga, and I'm realizing I can't think of many others than our friend Danny here. Am I missing out any obvious
There's
ones?
one at Real Sociedad, right?
There's one at Real. Well, he said no, but I'm thinking of Malaga. Considering we have such a strong link to Scandinavia off the pitch, with, as you said, Chris, we've got the Finnish Penjas, the Swedish Penjas. I can't think of many Swedes or Norwegians or anyone that's played for Malaga. Did Alexandra pull out any when she was doing her list earlier?
Well, not that played
No,
for
there
Malaga.
definitely wasn't any that jumped out to me.
Patrick Mitiliga played for Malaga. Danny Strindholm. I think
he's
that's
yet to play for Malaga. He's yet to make an appearance on this podcast. We are trying to get Danny Strindholm to try us.
So let's talk about La Rosaleda, the Malaga Stadium. What is your what do you like most about the Malaga Stadium?
What do I like most about Malaga Stadium? I think it's quite easy with me. I think we've spoken our podcast, and when we've had people on who have visited casually, they always just say it's really boring. I suppose this is the whole package of the whole match day. Like you guys know, there's the bars around the ground, and they're quite close to the ground, and they've always got this really fun atmosphere. And like Chris said, there's this weird intermingling of British people, Spanish people, Scandinavian people, and everyone gets chatting to each other. Everyone's enjoying a nice Victoria, which would also be one of my highlights of Malaga as a city. Victoria beer, the best out there. And yeah, it's just the stadium. When I don't know if it's where I sit in the sort of top tier, but going up the steps and then La Rosaleda and the hallowed turf and all those cliches, but it looks amazing. And it is just a big block of concrete, really, with some blue seats. But I think, as Nick perhaps touched on earlier, that we do have these beautiful sunsets sometimes over the mountains behind, and the weather's usually nice. And yeah, it's just a really fun place to watch football. I don't know if the others want to add something to that.
I think you've said it all.
Oh,
I think
I agree.
Tell you something I was.
You need to be wary of the summer heat in that stadium. And obviously, we were there for the game against Real Valladolid. And the back of my phone has actually melted from being in my pocket. So be aware if you've got anything on your persons. Yeah, the entire back of my phone is just disintegrated because of the heat. That's how beautiful it can get sat in the sunshine there. You can really forget where you are.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
whether it because I'm British, but I did say it was hot about 20 times. I think every 5 minutes it felt like.
You brought a sun hat. You brought an Australian proper cork hat with you.
Yeah, but you were going to catch. Were you going to catch a kangaroo? We are joined by Danny. Hi, Danny. Can you hear us now?
Hello, guys. How are you?
Oh, there he is.
Thanks for coming in
Hey.
the house. How are you doing, Danny?
Really good. It didn't work on my laptop, so I switched to my phone.
Don't
Not a
worry.
phone.
We are
It's a
happy you're here.
phone. So obviously, Danny, we were just we were talking about the international links while we were waiting for you, and we were saying that obviously us three are British. Chris is
I
Spanish.
don't know what I am.
Dutch. You are Scandinavian. Let's ask you the same question, because you are not just a player for Malaga. You are a massive fan, and you go in the stands and have been going a long time. What is the best thing about La Rosaleda if you had to advertise it to perhaps people who are listening now who have never been?
It's just that feeling when you enter the stadium. You just get this feeling in your skin. It's amazing. You just feel so energetic, so warm. Also with all the fans and the los gritos, the cantics and stuff. It's amazing.
How is it when you come out of the tunnel, Danny? Because that's different. We usually never get to enter through the tunnel.
No, it's amazing seeing all the fans there. No, it's incredible.
And obviously, we were saying that you were on our podcast about maybe 6 or 7 months ago, and you were injured at the time. So we should start. You're back on the bench for Malaga at the moment. How are things with the injury? Are we all over it, or is everything?
I'm 100% over it. I have the mark here.
Off.
But it's 100% fine. So that's good.
So how has it been to be back on the bench at La Rosaleda for the past few months? Because you have been getting onto the bench with the big boys at the moment.
No, it's really fun, especially like this last time when we scored twice. Oof. And the stadium was so hot, and the fans, it was incredible.
Yeah, my brother came to that game. It was his first ever time at La Rosaleda. I said he picked a very good game to come to for that, for most of the game anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
I was going to, when you are on the bench and you see and you hear the crowd like that, because you are a big Malaga fan yourself, do you ever think sometimes, I wish I was in the stands instead?
You could think that sometimes, but you also love to be part of the group there, and you're so much in the game that you don't think so much about the crowd.
Okay. Obviously, we were saying that, like last time we spoke to you, you'd been playing quite a lot for Atletico Malagueño, who we should say for people that don't know are sort of Malaga's youth team. You've been in with the senior squad a lot more recently. Have you done any training with Atletico Malagueño? Because I know you have a lot of friends in that side of Malaga.
I haven't trained with Malagueño for the last, I think, 3 months or so.
Yeah,
but I think that I may be training with them this weekend, so we will see.
Because you didn't play any matches since your recovery, because you have been with the first squad since your recovery.
Right.
Is it difficult to be on the bench like the third keeper and not play any matches?
No, it can be hard, but you just have to try to do the best out of it and get out of energy to the guys and motivate them to help the club also. I love Malaga and I want to do the best for the club.
Yes, it means two things. It means that you are very close in being in the first team of Malaga. Well, you are in the first team, but to get actual play time someday. But I think it's also a bit boring watching it from the bench and not playing any matches.
Yeah, of course you want to play on the pitch, but it's also hard as a young goalkeeper. Everyone knows that a goalkeeper hits his golden age at age 30 or so. So I have a lot of time to grind and to train hard.
How is Carlos doing at Atletico Malagueño?
No, really good.
Yes.
He's a really, really good kid.
So Malaga changed the last 3 matches ago from Dani to Dani. Dani Martin is now back in goal. He's doing a great job, isn't he? Wonderful saves last weekend and the weekend before.
Dani Martin is really, really good, and I just love that he's having this time now. That he's doing such a great job. It's so fun to watch.
I saw something on the match, and I have to ask it because something happened with the third goal last weekend. And you know what I'm going to ask, right?
Yeah.
Sekou Gassama ran up to you and hugged you. And after the match, he said that you supported him the whole time. So he basically dedicated the goal to you.
Yeah. It was really...
What is that between? You're so young, and he's so experienced player.
He has had some tough times before with some little injuries, with not playing and so on. I've also always tried to motivate him and keep him focused, and, for example, tell him that as a striker it's really hard, and when you score a goal, more will come, and it's what it is. And he appreciates it a lot and dedicated me the goal.
Is he one of your best teammates?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes,
for sure.
So what about? I'm trying to remember. You said for Alex's sake, I think we spoke about last time that Alex loves Issa Fomba, and I remember you saying that you're still he's one of your best friends, if I remember.
No, for sure. But he's right now in the under 23s team, so I don't train with him a lot now.
Alex, do you want to ask about Issa Fomba while I'm giving you the chance?
Yeah, go on. No, I mean, because I know he had the opportunity. This is going back to the end of sort of the season before and in pre-season. Has he? Do you see him sort of coming on leaps and bounds and improving? And do you think he'll be able to make that step into the first team soon?
I think that this year it will be really, really hard, but for next season he could be, because he's a great guy and he has so much talent. So I really think that he can hit and take the first team place next year. But this season it will be hard, because I think we will play with what we have right now.
Yes.
And last time you joined us, I asked you about if you had to tip one player of Atletico Malagueño to progress to the first team, who would it be? And you picked another Danny. You picked Danny Lorenzo. And I think about 2 weeks later, he was in the starting 11 and played some really good games for us, actually. So I suppose we want to know, who's the next one to come up and make an impact on the first team?
I think
apart from Dan Spinton.
And Andres Caro. You can also not pick Andres Caro.
No, but Andres Caro is already starting for the first team.
Yes.
So
I know who's the next one. Because everybody in Malaga is hoping that he will make his debut. I know who I'm talking about. It's Loren.
He's also a really, really good guy. Really good guy.
But who do you think?
No, I think he will have his chances for sure. For sure.
Do you think he'll play before the end of the season? You know, especially as we get to maybe the last couple of games, sort of to bleed him in a little bit more, because I think as a young striker, sometimes you need that little running jump into pre-season to then kick the ground running next year.
I think that he will have his chances, because he has also scored a lot of goals both with Malagueño and with his national team. And he's also doing really good in training, so I think he will have his chances, for sure.
Okay, and for him to get his chances, he needs to impress one man, and that is Pablo Guede. We really want to ask you about Pablo Guede, because it's been, how long, 2 and a bit weeks, and we're already a bit in love with him. Can you tell us, we won't ask you about the previous manager or anything about that. We're going to look ahead to the future. What has changed over the last 2 weeks, if anything? And what's it like in training with him? It looks fun.
No, he's a really, really good manager. He has a lot of talent to bring the group together and to make everyone both run a lot and make smart choices on the pitch. It's
What
really
is-
really fun to see him explain also all the exercises. He has so much energy.
What
It's
has
really,
changed
really
in the football? Because I see a different Malaga the last 2 weeks.
I think that he has focused a lot more about the movement without ball, both for the strikers and for the rest of the team, and it has done a lot of difference, I think.
Did he
You look at a
or
player like
Malaga already?
Anthony, and he was everywhere in the last game, wasn't he? And in previous games, he's maybe not been as mobile as he should have been. But I was so impressed with him in the last match away to Leganes.
Who?
Anthony.
Antonin, yeah, he's really good. He's also a really energetic guy and has a lot of potential. Also really, really young too.
Did Malaga already talk to you or Pablo Guede about next season?
They haven't done so yet. And I think that they will also start talking to all the players when they have the permanencia clear.
Yes.
But I think that will happen really soon too, because we have a great team and the dynamic is upwards.
Because I think Dani Martin will return to Betis. We don't know what will happen with Dani Barrio. They're saying that another keeper coming over from Mallorca is knocking on the door. What do you think? Are you trying to? Can you become the second goalie?
Right now, I'm just focusing to do my best in training and not to think so much about the future. I think that right now it can only distract me, and if I just focus on every training and do the best I can, it will go my way. So.
Okay. Do you think if looking in the past to Kélian and Gonzalo, they didn't really were very stable in their when they were at Malaga? Do you think Malaga gives opportunities to young goalies? I know Gonzalo had them and Kélian had opportunities as well.
I think that they do. Maybe not as much as they in the past, but I think they do, and they will give the opportunity. So, yeah. And also, it was more difficult before when they were in Primera División, but I think now there can be chances.
On a personal level, would you prefer being on the bench with the first team or play for Atlético Malagueño?
Right now, I want to help as much the first team as possible, but also help Malagueño. So the ideal part would be to be on the first team bench on Saturday and then play with Malagueño on Sunday. It's hard to choose.
Yeah.
You see, Chris, you've gone with all the sort of really serious, hard-hitting journalistic questions there. And I was leading my Pablo Guede questions towards the big one we want to ask. On our podcast, we tend to talk about what our managers wear a lot. So we want to know, have you seen Pablo Guede's Dolce & Gabbana trainers yet? Apparently, they're over €700.
I have seen them, and they look really good, I have to say.
Oh. You'd want to pay.
For sure.
Okay. Actually, while we're talking about, because we've talked about Jose Alberto's wear and Nacho's wear and Pablo's wear, we should ask you really, who's the best dresser in the Malaga changing room? It's got to be Kevin.
Nah, Brendan.
I think that Brandon dresser is really good.
Brendan and Kevin are pretty much have the same style.
Yeah, they have a different style and a cool style.
Yeah.
Who's the worst dressed?
Yeah, that was Frankie.
No, I think that no one dresses badly.
Maybe Lomban because he's the oldest.
What? Who?
Maybe David Lomban because he's the oldest.
No, David Lomban has a lot of class. He dresses really well. Really well.
Maybe Escassi.
I was going to say Escassi. I could just imagine Escassi wearing just grey all the time.
No, but Escassi has his own style. I think it's cool.
And we've made a point of not saying bad things about Escassi in case he hurts us, because we're still a bit scared of Escassi. Well, there you go. What was I going to ask next? Yeah, maybe you're worth asking as well, Danny, because we've only got you for a short amount of time still. For the second part of this podcast, we're going to talk about, once you've left us, about 8 Malaga players who have had an impact at Malaga and at other clubs. And obviously, you've been a fan of Malaga for a long time. We should probably say, actually, because there might be people who don't know who you are and haven't listened to our podcast. Like, you are obviously, you're Swedish. I don't know if that is obvious,
Yeah.
but you pretty much grew up down here, yes?
I've been living here since I was 6 years old. So I think my first language is Spanish right now.
Yeah. And you've been going to Malaga since you were a kid, yes?
I think this is my 14th season as a Malaga ticket holder. So, yeah.
Still got a season ticket. Amazing. Are you going to get a season ticket next year?
I will get a season ticket next year and in 50 years and in 70 years for the rest of my life.
Yes, Danny.
That's
So
what
you're a great person to ask this question then. So each of us has picked 2 players each to discuss later. If you had to pick one Malaga player, one legend of the club, or a player that did well at another club, who would you talk to us about?
I would like to talk about, for example, Julio Baptista.
Oh, cool. That's a good choice. None of us have picked him. Why do you like Julio Baptista?
He was so strong, and I remember one goal he scored against, I think it was Getafe, a Chilena goal in the 93rd minute or so. Oof, incredible.
It was the winner.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Did he go to Malaga after Arsenal? I think he did, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
I was going to pick him as one of my players, but then I thought he'd had his sort of his rise was more sort of before. I'm not saying it's going down to Malaga, but he had his career in the Premier League before Malaga, and then obviously as you said, then he scored that wonderful overhead kick against Getafe. And fun fact, actually, my godmother used to teach him English while he was at the club.
Good stuff. Great stuff.
How was he as a Persian? Really good, right?
Yeah, she said he was really nice. He was there for, I think, maybe 2 or 3 years. Chris, you'll probably remember better than me, but I think it was around 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years,
yeah. And no, he's a wonderful bloke, and a really good player. I think probably one of the best strikers Malaga's have had in the recent 10, 20 years.
And since we've picked 2 players, Danny. Yes, he was there at the start as well. Since we've picked 2 players, Danny, do you want to pick a second player as well?
A second player. I think I would like to pick, for example, El Gato Romero.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Because he was my trainer when I was in juveniles for 1 year.
Okay. He was a great player. He wasn't lucky when he was a coach, the first coach of Malaga. I think.
You see,
Daddy, you've missed a golden opportunity there to say Pablo Guede, and you get yourself in the first team. That was your moment.
Should have said, yeah. Nick is right.
It's gone now, Danny. The opportunity's gone. You did say nice things about his trainers, at least. You didn't say anything bad about them. No, great stuff. No, because I'm looking forward to this next part, because unlike you, Danny, I've only lived here 3 years now, so I'm still quite new to all the being a Malaguista, so I'm learning as I go along. So I'm looking forward to see what the other guys have to teach me later. So I don't know, do you guys have anything you want to ask Danny while we've still got him?
I think you had it in your questions actually, Matt, but sort of in terms of, I guess, with the Sweden squad, how have things been going with the Sweden squad? Have you been training with them? How have you found things over the last sort of 6 months since your injury?
Since my injury, I haven't gone back with them, but I was pre-selected, I think, in the last international break in March, and the next one is in June. So I think that if I play something now, I could be in the next under 21 qualifier.
If I remember rightly, when you came on last time, we did start a Danny Strindholm for Qatar 2022 campaign. So we'll keep that going. We've not got much time to work with it, but we can try and do something for you.
But Sweden isn't going to the Qatar World Cup.
Pardon?
Sweden.
Oh,
they didn't qualify.
No, Matt. I didn't ask.
I'd be Matt Harrison, bye. Sorry. I'm excited, Danny, because I'm a Welsh football fan, so we might be there. So I'm sorry. I was just focused on my own country.
Yeah, you've got to beat Scotland first.
Yes,
and we've got to beat Ukraine, which kind of goes against the grain of what this was all about.
And yes, exactly. We should really not be talking about that game at all. I just realized. But you do. I think we asked you last time, Danny. You said, do you have any sort of soft spot for the Spanish national team? Because you've just said that you see your first language almost as Spanish these days.
No, I have a lot of love for Spain. I've been living here for 14 years now, and I love both Spain as a country and as everything. And I like in 2010, I remember watching Spain in the World Cup, and I supported them as another fan. So yeah, I have a lot of love for Spain too.
Great stuff. Chris, anything you want to add before we wrap up with Danny?
I can only say Pablo puede, and so can Danny Streendom and the rest of the team. And we believe in you guys. We know you're going to do it. We know you're going to save
sure.
Malaga.
For
and
sure.
We are proud of the whole team and everything you have been working on as a team the whole season. Sometimes you were unlucky. You deserve more as a team. But overall, we're very proud of all of you.
Yes. Well said, Chris.
I have it really clear that I will do all that is in my hand to help the team as much as possible, and to motivate the guys every day in training, to push them to. We will win next game, and celebrate in La Saleda.
Yes, you motivate us, because I think me and Alex went to the Fuenlabrada game away in that stand, which we thought we might die in and it might fall apart. And we messaged you to say, and you sort of G'd us up as well. So you're motivating the fans as well, Danny. So we appreciate that too.
For sure.
Right. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you
very much, Danny.
Thanks, Dan. And sorry about Sweden.
Bye.
Bye, Danny.
Bye.
Okay, Danny Strindholm there, who I've now we do chat on Instagram every now and then. I think that's finished now. I think
you screwed it up, man. If we have an end of season award, can we have biggest blunder of the season?
I think that would be a contender. I think that is. I'm usually being the host. I usually do read up on everything and make sure I know my stuff. I've really sort of just dropped one there. So
I think you just assume sometimes that Sweden, they're part of the furniture of the international football scene, aren't they? So you'd assume they'd be there. So I can forgive you for that one, Matt.
And I'm going to blame Danny, actually, because Danny was the one last time he was on our podcast. He was the one talking about Sweden getting to the World Cup. And I think I just got caught up in his energy. Okay, then, guys. Are we ready to talk about those Malaguistas that shook the world?
Definitely, yes.
No, I was trying to think. I was expecting like some sort of earthquake sound effect then, so I'll do it myself.
But we had to pick two, and there's so many. So
there is, yeah. Maybe at the end, because we don't know how long this will take. We've sort of calculated it. We might have a bit of time at the end, so maybe we can do the honourable mentions. I know the guys that were on just before us at the end were talking about Joaquin at Betis and how loved he is by everyone that's got a link to Spanish football, it seems, apart from maybe Sevilla fans. But
definitely, because he's funny.
Because he's funny, yeah.
But he brought fun to La Liga.
And that's it. But he's very much adored at Malaga as well, really, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
He was successful here and successful others, but none of us have chosen him. So I've sort of put this in a chronological order of sorts, which means I go first. And I'm going to use this as a way to plug my other podcast. So sorry about that. Me and my brother host a podcast called Platini Played for Kuwait, which is essentially we pick a football topic and we pick 3 interesting things about it and talk about it. And a few weeks ago, we did dual nationality footballers. Now, I'm a bit geeky with football and read books and all that stuff. A player that comes up quite a lot, especially when it comes to Spanish football, is Laszlo Kubala as a footballer. And it was only researching him for the Platini Played for Kuwait podcast, I stumbled upon this amazing Malaga link, which I just couldn't believe I didn't know. So I will get to that. But I guess it's aimed at all 3 of you, really, maybe more so at Alex and Nick. Do you know who Laszlo Kubala is, or did you know who he was?
I personally don't, and I don't want it. I remember Nick saying this the other week when we were at La Rosaleda about how the oldest World Cup I remember is South Africa, and I think that was a bit of a touchy subject. So I feel like this might be slightly beyond my remit of football knowledge.
Well, he did play in the 50s, Alex. I'm not that old either, so just to clarify that. But, I know we had a conversation the other day where you called David Lomban old at 34, which is a year older than me, and
2 years younger than me.
2 years younger than Chris. But Nick, did you know about Laszlo Kubala?
I only know of him mainly from his Barcelona antics, just by Nick. And obviously from listening to Play for Kuwait as well, I got to know a little bit more about him too. So thank you very much.
There you go. Nice plug there as well. But my point I was trying to make is I think outside of sort of, like people that perhaps read football books and watch documentaries and are generally just into football, his name doesn't really get mentioned among like the greatest players ever. And there is a reason why there's only 2 statues outside Camp Nou. And one of them is Johan Cruyff, and the other one is Laszlo Kubala. And they claim that the Camp Nou was built for Kubala because the demand to see him was so much. They said they needed a sort of footballing theatre, which was big enough to get the crowds in. And so, like, I sort of knew his story as a player. He is like a god in Barcelona. I think until Messi came along, he was considered the greatest footballer in their history. And I think some maybe still think that. And I recommend if you get to read stuff about his time at Barca, it's great fun. And he's a really sort of technically gifted footballer. Puskas says he's one of the best players he ever saw. He's strong as well. He's a bit of a lad. He liked to go out drinking and womanizing. But his story of getting to Spain as well is absolutely crazy. So he's Hungarian originally, but he also played for Czechoslovakia and eventually went back to Hungary in Budapest when the Hungarian Revolution was happening. And he was like, this isn't for me. This communism isn't for me. So he basically escaped disguised as a soldier and crossed Italy, almost played for the Torino team, which tragically died in the Superga air crash. He didn't play because he went to see his ill son instead. And then he basically made it to Spain with this sort of Hungaria team, which are a team of, I don't know, like people who had fled Hungary, basically. And eventually they see him play for this team and Barcelona signed him. And the rest is history. And as far as I was aware, that was pretty much it for him. He was this amazing player. And it was only when I did the pod. So he played for Spain as well, I should add. That's why we talked about him on the last podcast. But when I researched him, his managerial career is nuts. He managed Barcelona. I think he went to the Middle East somewhere. He managed in Toronto. And then all of a sudden, I saw Malaga. And I was like, what? Why haven't I heard of this before? I don't know if you have, Chris. I know you're a slightly older fan than us in regard to Malaga. Yes.
I'm the old guy again.
Yeah. You're even older than David.
He's David Long.
This was the Geary Cast. Thank you for listening. We're back next week. Or not.
But have you ever heard anything about Laszlo Kubala? Barcelona's greatest player ever at the time when he was at Malaga. being manager at Malaga, or was it a story you'd heard before?
I knew he was a manager of Malaga, and that's about it. I was born in 1985. So, yeah, I didn't.
But I suppose the crazy thing I took from this is that he was a manager for a lot longer than I realized. He was actually the manager of Spain's Olympic team in Barcelona '92 as well, which I thought was quite interesting. But he actually only ever won one trophy as a manager, and that was with Malaga. That was the thing that blew my mind, and it was the last ever promotion as Club Deportivo Malaga. And I've been trying to, this is almost a bit of an appeal as well, that I've been trying to find out about that season, and there's really not much about it, apart from Malaga getting promoted, and there's another guy in that team who's going to be my second choice, which I'll come on to. But for some reason, not for some reason, Malaga absolutely trounced the league. They win it with like 6 games to go, and Kubala, they sack him. It's for some reason the board have some big falling out with him, and they just don't like him. And I've not really found out why. And so he never technically got Malaga promoted because he left before it was mathematically done. But it was just a really interesting story. I thought that's
pretty horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, and I sort of want to know the reason why. You know, it's unlike Malaga to have the really strange backroom staff, isn't it? So, or backroom board. So yeah, it is. I don't know. I just thought as was you aware? Like, are you surprised that this Barcelona, God, like there's a statue of him outside the Camp Nou, was at Malaga and treated so badly?
It is sort of, I mean, so slightly off that sort of question, but it does sort of remind me. A while ago, I did a research project on Fred Pentland, who was manager in Spain in the 30s, and this kind of reminds me of him, sort of well-traveled and looking up on his Wikipedia page, playing in a Europe 11 and a Catalan 11, which is obviously not something that happens a lot, and playing in for the Europe 11 at Wembley to celebrate the anniversary of the FA, and managing all these different clubs. But I can imagine getting a team promoted in any division is a big achievement, and then to get sacked before the end of the season because of some dispute, I assume, or something that went on, it does seem quite harsh.
Yeah, I should say that I can't remember the exact story, but there was some story of when Barcelona played Las Palmas away, and whoever Barcelona coach was said at the time, right, if anybody's out late tonight after 11 p.m. You'll be fined this amount of money. And Kubala just gave him the money up front and went out. And then it was the other one where I can't remember, they were away somewhere. And he got into
Matt, you have to be a big player to be able to do that. Not everybody can do that. You have to be a star player.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, exactly. He was very much the star. But Ben Camassa wasn't doing this when he was at Malaga. But the other one was, I can't remember, it might have even been Las Palmas, and I got the stories mixed up. But he got into an altercation with some sailors and he punched them into the sea. So when I say I don't know what went wrong with our board, I imagine that there was probably some feistiness there, because I don't think he hung around many places as manager. I think he was Spain manager for quite a long time. But
if you're managing a team which is doing so well, then I wouldn't sack him, even though I'm not really content with him as a person or professionally. We don't connect well. I wouldn't sack him. It's all about results in football.
It was too easy to sack people back in those. So you think Derby and Brian Clough and things like that, there was no rhyme or reason to doing things. And it's probably something similar here where, he's maybe asked to sign some absolute world beater from Barcelona and asked them to put the money up to compete next season. That's probably the reason why he was let go. It was the done thing back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. And I suppose that leads me quite nicely into my second choice and my final choice of this bit. And it is another legend of Spanish football, but because I knew this was there might be people who are not Malaga fans watching this. I've ticked the Barcelona box, so I thought I better tick the Real Madrid box. So I've gone with one of their ultimate legends, and that's Juanito. And again, there is a reason why I'm asking you, Alex and Nick. I'm not picking on you like some teacher. Had you heard of Juanito before?
The name definitely rings a bell. I think maybe I've sort of heard of it, reading in programs, or because I did a stadium tour at La Rosaleda once, and I may have seen it because you have those. I don't know if you've done a stadium tour, Matt, but as you go up, there's a sort of placard of all the different teams over the years, and I think there might have been a sort of a mention of that year because obviously, as you say, winning what would have been officially, I guess, the Segunda División back then. So I think I've sort of seen his name around, but I don't know him as well as a player.
No, the point I was going to make is I don't think he's really well known outside Spain. That's why I was asking, because I think I'd never really heard of him until I read Sid Lowe's book, Fear and Loathing in La Liga. By the way, Sid Lowe's coming up later tonight. Go check that out. But I'd sort of read that book and then sort of forgot about Juanito again until I moved here and discovered the links with Malaga. So, Chris, he was born in Fuengirola. When growing up, did you ever hear of the legend of Juanito? Because it's obviously not far from where you grew up.
Of course, I think Juanito is one of the biggest players the club ever had, and he was a local guy. So, yes, I think he's. Yeah, if I'm right in saying, I think so. He's the biggest player for Malaga ever in the history, and not only for Malaga Club de Football, but for the whole province. Because he played 10 years at Real Madrid, and he was a star at Real Madrid.
Yeah,
and I'll just take this off now because I didn't really know who he was, so I can't.
But no, you're right though, Nick. This is it again. I don't think, apart from reading Sid's book, and then I'd sort of the name. I think if someone had said it, I'd had a little bit of an idea. But it was only when I moved here, and especially like the links to the Costa del Sol, I was like, oh yeah, that's that guy that is amazing. And then so he was at, as Chris just said, he was at Real Madrid 10 years. And let's be clear, this was I'd forgotten what exactly they called it, but it's something like they called it what do they call it? The Real Madrid of Garcias or something like that, which basically means like the Real Madrid with no stars in it, because Barcelona had all the stars and they had all the Garcias. And he was sort of like the emblem even of the Garcias. So he did start off. He started off at Atleti and ended up at Burgos, and he got Burgos promoted, and lots of clubs tried to sign him, but he stayed at Burgos if I remember rightly, and became like their sort of. I think he was voted Player of the Season in one of the Spanish, what's it called, the Don Balón magazine. He was voted the best player in Spain, and he just really wanted to go to Real Madrid. And basically, he is seen as this absolutely no-nonsense embodiment of just passion. And he was sort of a winger, but not your typical creative, tricky, not even fast wingers. And Real Madrid fans just fell in love with him, and he would properly get people psyched up. The players all loved him and said he was like a really nice guy, but also apparently just like a lunatic as well.
But Juanito Gomez is like probably one of the biggest players Real Madrid ever had. You can ask any Real Madrid fan to pick their top 3 best players of most historical players ever, and they all will pick him in their top 3.
But I think you're right. I think they would perhaps pick him, but not because he was the most talented. I think out with their heart, I think they would pick him, especially those that were perhaps, big fans in the 80s. So Real Madrid had him, they were not the star-studded side they'd become. I think it was only when Butragueño came in, the Vulture squad, they started climbing again. But he won 5 La Liga titles there. Won, I think, 2 UEFA Cups, maybe 1. I think definitely 2, at least 1. A couple of Copa del Reys. And but it was this sort of energy brought. And I don't know if Chris, you know how his time ended at Real Madrid quite infamously, which took him to Malaga.
Yes, he got in a fight, right?
A little bit more than that, but
Yeah.
that's the basics. He in a UEFA Cup game against Bayern Munich, it did start with a fight, and Lothar Matthäus was lying on the floor, and he stamped on his head, and basically got banned by UEFA for 5 years from UEFA competition. And Real Madrid just said, "Well, thank you, but no thanks," and he left, and that's how he ended up at Malaga. And like when I said I was trying to find out about Kubala's time as manager of Malaga, everything points back to Juanito. They're all like, "Oh my word, how good is Juanito this season? How he drags Malaga up the league." Apparently, quite a lot of the tactics was him talking to Kubala and giving him ideas. And he always wanted to go into coaching, which I'll get onto in a second. But it seems like Malaga get promoted largely. They signed him and Esteban, who had been at Barcelona, and it is. And Malaga seemed to have fallen in love with him as well, which I'm sure we'll talk about shortly, and where that led to. Apparently, he was big on bullfighting as well. He was a proper sort of
he was a real Malagueño.
Yeah, and apparently Malaga's, I think he's a winger called Curo Romero, who used to have a ponytail. In Juanito's last ever game for Malaga, he cut off his ponytail in tribute to Juanito's love of bullfighting, which I thought was great.
Yes.
But then, we talk about Malaguistas who have shook the world, and like he did this amazing thing at Real Madrid, and like how he, it was called the spirit of Juanito, and they still talk about it today. Like the Real Madrid became famous for comebacks because of like the way he sort of, when you read stuff about him, I get sort of pictures of Roy Keane in my head, that sort of absolute persistence and we are not going to give up. But they still chant about him at Real Madrid on the 7th minute, and that is sadly for tragic reasons. He became the coach of Merida, and his absolute goal was to become Real Madrid manager. And he went to watch Real Madrid play Torino, and very sadly, on the way back, died in a car crash at age 37. And he was called Juanito Maravilla. And in the 7th minute of every game at the Bernabeu, they still chant Maravilla, Maravilla, Juanito Maravilla. That's how sort of much of an impact he had on them. And I know Malaga do tributes to him and stuff. I was trying to find, Chris, and I forgot to look properly. I feel like we named something after him, but I might be wrong. Maybe I'll. Do you know?
I think he has a entrance door.
I think he does too. And forgive me, I meant to go and double check. I think there's.
He does.
Okay,
yes, he does. He has the entrance door.
So it shows like not everyone has something named after them at La Rosaleda. So it shows the
impact. And his shirt is in the museum.
Yes, but. Yeah, to be honest with you, Chris, you raised it. I hadn't even thought about it, but when you said he's probably, I know we perhaps talk about now Champions League years shortly and some of the names.
He also played, I believe, around 40 matches for the Spanish national team. Yes,
he did.
So I think he's the first Malagueño ever to be such an important player for the Spanish national team.
I think there's one who we're going to talk about later.
But he was the first. That's bigger. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, he was the first. But yeah, I think you could argue he's perhaps the most famous player to play for Malaga if you go back and sort of take in the other things he did outside of Malaga, perhaps more so than anyone in that Champions League team. Hadn't really thought about that till you sort of threw it in at the start, but I think you might well be right the more I think about it. So, Chris, this seems like a quite nice link. Just one more thing. I just Googled something about him last night. Apparently there's a documentary film about him being shown in Fuengirola at the moment, or just being shown. So keep an eye out for that, Juanito.
Because it was his, I think his birthday last month.
Yes. No, it's the anniversary. I think it's the 30th anniversary of his death. Because I think
that was it. Yes.
And it was 1992 he died. So
we shared it on our social media. I remember that.
Chris, like my two choices come from Malaga in the 80s. So we're going to take a jump forward a decade to a player that joined Malaga late 90s, but had impact earlier elsewhere. So tell us about your first choice, Chris.
Definitely. He also had a big history at Real Madrid. It's Fernando Sanz, the former player and manager of Malaga Club de not manager, owner of Malaga Club de Football.
Yeah.
Yes. Many people might not know the story. He played for Malaga, stopped playing football, I believe, when Malaga relegated, and then immediately his father bought the club, and he became the owner of Malaga Club de Football. His father bought 97% of the club shares, and it's a crazy story, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, we perhaps should say who his dad is as well.
Yes, that's Lorenzo Sanz.
He was Real Madrid president.
Yes.
Once
crazy story if you think of it, to be honest.
Yeah, we should perhaps talk about, like, I was quite surprised when I looked into it. I think perhaps more because I was addicted to Championship Manager in my youth, and I think of Fernando Sanz, and I was like, oh yeah, Real Madrid, and then he played a bit for Malaga, and I was actually quite surprised how little he'd played for Real Madrid. He did win La Liga and the Champions League in 1997. I didn't know as well, he played in Chile for a little bit for Unión Española.
Yes, he kept it Spanish. He played for Real Madrid 3 seasons, from 1996 till 1999. He's been in the youth of Real Madrid. So he's a real, makes really sense when your dad is the president, that you grew up being a footballer and being in the youth teams of Real Madrid. I don't know if he was that good at the age when he signed his first youth contract.
Yeah.
But then in 1999, he went to Malaga, where he played 6 seasons.
Yeah, we just one other. Yeah, you say it makes sense that, of course, his dad's the president, but his dad must have been the one that got rid of him in the end as well, which must have been awkward.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask, do you know who his brother-in-law is? I only found this out yesterday.
Yes, it's Michel Salgado.
It is indeed. Yes, I didn't know that until the other day.
What a player!
What a player he was too. So tell us, Chris.
About 20 miles down the road from me when he was playing for Blackburn. Very nice guy. Apparently. He used to go in he used to go into Blackburn and Darwin and just like potter around, a bit Bielsa-esque in that way.
Yeah, that was really random when he went to Blackburn, was it? Because he did go straight from Real Madrid to Blackburn, didn't he? But I suppose Ivan Campo went to Bolton. So what is random when it comes to the northwest of England? It is a hotbed of randomness. Chris, I don't think I've ever really asked you this question. And as you've established, you are quite old. By the time Fernando Sanz was in the team at Malaga, were you going to games by then? Were you still in Spain?
I think I went once with my granddad, but how old was I? I was 15 years old when Malaga played the Intertoto Cup. I didn't go to Malaga because my Spanish family wasn't really into football. My grandfather was the only one. He had a season ticket when he was young, so I'm talking about 60s, 70s, probably. But then he didn't go to the stadium anymore. I don't know why.
Okay.
So he took me once. But it was that season, that Intertoto Cup season.
Yeah, because that's 2002. I think Malaga win the Intertoto Cup if you can really win it.
And then played the UEFA League.
Don't take that away from Newcastle fans.
I remember, actually, just off on a real tangent. I can't remember exactly what it was, but when Newcastle won the Intertoto Cup, the first game they played in the UEFA Cup, they said something like the 10,000 fan through the turnstiles can come on the pitch and lift the trophy.
What?
I don't know if I've made this up or if I just remembered this weird. It's something like that.
But the thing that I remember him most for is, of course, being a player, but also being a president, because he truly loved Malaga. That's why his father bought the club, not to become rich or anything. I think at the end, it costed him more than the club gave him. He was a president because of love.
Yeah.
Not because of making a wise decision. I've seen interviews with him where he said that where he said he had been sleeping on the couch of his office at Malaga, working 21 hours to keep the club alive, and he tried everything he could, but he didn't have the financial possibilities to take the club any further or to get the club any higher. And then at 2009, that season, I think Malaga had many loan players. He just couldn't afford it anymore. And in the last match of the season, we played against Real Madrid at home. And we had to win or draw to stay up in the Primera División. And Duda scored a goal. And then it was a 1-1 draw. And then Valencia had to lose, I believe. Or no, Valencia had to win against, I don't remember. And Valencia won that game. And Malaga stayed up. And you saw Fernando Sanz crying like a little child because he knew he was going to sell the club.
Yeah. Is there yeah, because there's two things I wanted to ask you here, but I suppose one point I wanted to make is we should add he did literally go from playing to president, which seems which is, I suppose, is less unusual these days. I know, for example, Ajax seem to do that a lot. But
to be honest, he saved the club because the club was in a financial crisis the moment he arrived.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you, Chris, obviously, he's the one that sold it to Al-Thani, which I think we could have done another 2 hours all about Al-Thani, so we'll try and keep away from that.
Probably 10 days about Al-Thani.
But obviously that is seen as a very negative thing these days. But I'm guessing at the time it was sort of, I think you've already said, it was seen as a bit of a savior, and the fact that Fernando Sanz guided Malaga towards someone buying them was seen as a good thing.
But it wasn't easy because when he arrived, the club didn't have any money. All the club had were debts everywhere. The first year, 2 years that he was president of the club, the only thing he did was trying to keep Malaga's head above the water. So, you know.
Wow, he kept them above water.
Yes, he worked 20 hours a day. He slept in his office. His family was worried about him, but he did it all out of love because at the end, he didn't earn anything of Malaga. He just kept them alive. We're alive thanks to Fernando Sanz.
Well, Chris, this leads in nicely to your next choice, I think, that he did keep Malaga alive, which led to the Al-Thani era, and there was money to be spent, and he did spend it on some very talented footballers. And I think you're going to talk about perhaps a player who is as popular as any player to put on the Malaga shirt, maybe ever. So tell us about your second choice and who it is.
He grew up in Calle de las Flores in Benalmádena, Arroyo de la Miel. He played on the street in front of his house on the little square there, football with my one of my best friends. I'm talking about Francisco Alarcón Suárez, also known as Isco, the one and only golden boy that Malaga ever had.
Yeah, so I think, again, we talked about perhaps Juanito being the sort of hero of Fuengirola. I think Isco is very much the prince of Benalmádena, I think, isn't he, Chris?
Yes, he is. He probably is the next, well, he should have been the next Juanito.
Yeah, just quickly though, Chris, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but he did play for Atletico Benamil, which is the local team there.
Our local team, yes.
How did he end up going to Valencia and not Malaga? Was that just because Malaga were in the doldrums still, and just Valencia they just bought him, or do you know?
I just think that Malaga didn't really pay attention to what they had in the province, and Valencia knocked on the door and they took him away.
There you go. So he did go to Valencia and he had a couple of years there. Again, I don't know if my memory is skewed by champions or football managers, it would have been there. But I always remember there being like a bit of a buzz around Isco, and it was only really when I looked maybe a couple of months ago now that I was quite surprised how little he played for Valencia. I seem to remember I thought he played a lot more for them, but it was maybe the hype around him.
I think 4 or 8 matches, something like that. He didn't play at Valencia at all. In fact, Valencia sold him for, I believe it's 2 million euros, something like that, like a really small amount to Malaga.
I suppose the thing with him was he was up against, I think it was Juan Mata and Pablo Hernandez were there at the time. And I think there was someone else, I forget. That what was his name? Jonas. Jonas was good as well.
I think it's the best, one of the best deals Malaga made that season to get Isco back to Malaga, because he truly became a hero on the midfield.
Okay, then. So for those, I'm sure anyone that's watching this stream has probably got some interest in Spanish football and will know a bit about him. But you tell us, Chris, tell us about the impact he had on Malaga, particularly perhaps in that Champions League season.
Well, he was so young, but so skilled. It was unbelievable. I don't know, that such a young player can have such a big impact in the Champions League. It was really amazing. He scored goals. He had tricks in his sleeve, pulling out of his sleeve on the pitch against great players. It was, I don't know, it was sensational to watch Isco.
Yeah, I don't know if Alex and Nick want to sort of chip in here, but my thing with Isco, and it still sort of applies.
Malaga paid 6 million for.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was about 5 or 6.
Well, still the amount, crazy.
Yeah, I think it still sort of applies on the rare occasions he does play now. But if you had to explain what sort of footballer Isco is, I think he's sort of a mix of all the good things Spanish playmakers have been in the 21st century. I think he's got a bit of David Silva about him. He's got a bit of Juan Mata about him. He's got a bit of like Xavi's passing, you know, I'm not comparing him to those, but he's got qualities like little bits of all those players. He's a bit of a, like, what do you call it, like an all-rounder in that attacking midfield.
Yeah,
right?
Although I also think that's where the problem lies for Isco as well.
Quite possibly.
Because they play him as a midfielder where I see him more as an attacker. I think that's not as an attacker, but more as a winger or half a winger.
Well, they don't play him at all very often these days. That's the big problem.
But when he played for Spain, for example, he played very defensively. And I think that's not where his power is.
No, definitely not. Alex, do you want to say nice things about Isco?
Yes, I mean, it was just about the time when I started supporting Malaga. It's around 2010, 2011, where we sort of started our rise, and, you know, Isco was signed, and, you know, I didn't know much about him when he signed, but, you know, from seeing him that season, from the games I watched on TV and in the Champions League, just see how much talent he has. And you knew that he was going to get snapped up by a bigger club. You know, it was just a case of when, not if, really. And, you know, when Real Madrid come knocking, it's very hard to say no. I'd applaud anyone who turns down Real Madrid, to be honest.
Yeah, I was a bit relieved then. When you said it was about the time, I thought you were going to say I started walking or something, but that was okay. You started watching football. That's better. Nick, nice things to say about Isco?
Yeah, he's obviously very talented footballer, and he showed his best at Malaga and beyond as well. He had a fairly successful start to life at Real Madrid as well. I think the fact that he came in and he held his own in a midfield which had been absolutely flooded with talent at the turn of the decade. You know, the likes of Santi Cazorla coming in, Toulalan, Julio Batista, as we mentioned as well. You know, he for a young lad to go in there, kind of like, as we said, at Valencia, he had a lot of competition. He kind of had to come and make his own place at Malaga, and boy, did he take it. And I kind of agree with Chris that sometimes his versatility is maybe his enemy, but you put him in the pocket, maybe playing as a bit in between of a 10 and a cam. He's unplayable. He's brilliant.
I think the biggest compliment I've ever heard paid to him is, did you hear about when he was compared to Zidane?
Yeah.
And the person comparing him to Zidane was Zidane.
Yes.
If someone's going to say, "Oh, he's a bit like me," I'd like it to be Zinedine Zidane. I think,
Yes.
and also, like we said, we're talking about Malaguistas which have had an impact elsewhere, and we're saying that maybe he's not had the chances of Real Madrid. If you go on his Wikipedia,
He had the chance in his first two seasons. He did pretty well.
But this is what I was going to say. Like, if you look at his Wikipedia page and go to the honors section, it is loaded. There is a lot of trophies there. And there was, like you said, Chris, there was one season, I think around 2015, 2014, where one of the Zidane seasons where he was absolutely phenomenal. And it is, he's got, like you said earlier, Chris, I think Juanito got 40 caps. Isco's got about 36, 37, or maybe 38.
You know what Isco's transfer clause is?
I don't, actually.
700 million euros.
Also, I think if he goes to a foreign club, Malaga get 1%. I think.
Well, that's...
He has a transfer clause of 700 million euros.
That is...
More interesting. Do you know what his dog is called, or was called? Because this was about 10 years ago when he was at Malaga. His dog was called Messi.
Yes.
Which I don't know. I hope the dog is still with us. Otherwise, rest in peace, Messi. But I thought it was a fun name for a player that went for a player that went to Real Madrid, having a dog called Messi.
Where did it go wrong for Isco?
To be honest with you, Chris, I think you made a very good. Well, both of you made a good point. I think the versatility thing might be it, and I don't know. Maybe to us, he's this exotic player. I don't know, maybe to this sort of Galacticos of Real Madrid, or certainly the second go at doing a Galacticos of Real Madrid, maybe the name's not fun enough. I don't know.
Because I think his biggest issue is playing second fiddle to Modric, isn't it? And Modric is a once-in-a-generation talent. And
also, but it also it doesn't seem like he's searching for a way out of Madrid. You know, everybody's talking about the cucaracha over the last few months. I'm sorry, Matt, I had to make that reference to Gareth Bale, as Marca called him.
They call him Parasita.
Oh, yeah. Parasita.
If you're gonna, I was a bit confused there. Now, if you'd said Parasita, I would have known.
Okay.
Go on, I've got all the insults of Gareth Bale written down, ready to.
Yeah, I know. I know. Wills is very angry still about it.
Yes, we are.
I tweeted him today with a link to all the golf courses on the Costa del Sol, because apparently he's looking to stay in Spain if he does move on from Real Madrid.
With Bill, I have the idea that he wants to play, and with Isco, I have the idea that he's happy. Or I don't know. When I look at the social media,
I would say the complete opposite. To be honest with you, I would say the other way around. But I suppose
really,
yeah, I think so. But with Isco, I guess you made a good point there, Nick. That it's not. I don't even think it's Modric has taken his place, is it? The point is there is no Isco position in that Real Madrid midfield, because it's Casemiro. He's not a Casemiro. He's not a Toni Kroos. He's not a Luka Modric. And then where does he play? On the left, and that's those positions. So I suppose, they've had this formula which has worked in general over the last decade now, I suppose, and maybe there's no place for him.
So what is the solution for Isco?
Come to Malaga with Gareth Bale.
And the thing is, he's not the only one that suffered from that ivy. Look at Mesut Ozil; he suffered from that. More recently, Martin Odegaard. Seems to be a thing about Real Madrid not being able to occupy these very, very talented footballers.
Right, Nick, just so we have enough time to talk on everyone's options. Talking of talented footballers, Nick Bell, tell us about your talented footballer.
Which one? I'm going to go with Jeremy Toulalan first,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Yeah, I've written the other way round, but we'll roll with it.
Well, if we're going chronologically,
it makes more sense. Makes more sense.
It makes more sense, doesn't it? Yeah. So, I think, where to start with Jeremy Toulalan? I think you asked me, did I have any memories of him before he joined Malaga, and instantaneously it would be yes, because he was part of that fantastic Olympique Lyonnais team that basically dominated French football throughout the noughties. They had such wonderful footballers. My favorite was Gregory Coupé in goal. They had Chris at centre back, not Marquez. They had a young Karim Benzema as well in their ranks. So it was a team absolutely littered with talent. And sometimes I think as well, in a world where every kid wants to be a Ronaldo, a Messi, or back when I was younger, Thierry Henry, Wayne Rooney, a Kevin. I was a very simple-minded footballer, and Toulalan was just one of those where he did his job fantastically wherever he went, and he brought success wherever he went as well. And during his time at Lyon in that sort of iconic midfield with Kim Kallstrom, Juninho, I think a young Johan Gorkuf as well.
Yep.
He settled in there absolutely beautifully, and I think one of my earliest memories of him as well was moving to Malaga as part of that huge influx of talent that came in 2009, 2010, I think it was, for lots of money. And for the time when, transfer fees were kind of getting a little bit out of control, 10 million for him at the time when people like Arsene Wenger were looking at him seemed like a bit of a snip. So
yeah, and also he was sort of seen after that time at Lyon, because I remember Lyon were desperately trying to buy him from Nantes. I remember he was really good at Nantes too. But there was talk of this guy is the replacement for Claude Makélélé when Claude Makélélé retires. That's sort of how he was seen. And also as well, Nick, we've got to ask you, you work in the hair industry. Is he your favorite silver fox in football history?
I think he would be. I think the only competition he might have is Graham Kavanagh. But Graham Kavanagh was grey-haired from about 21 years old till he retired at 40.
Talking about a Cardiff legend in front of me here.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. That was an instinctive reaction. Although the obvious answer is Fabrizio Ravanelli at any stage of his career. I was going to say at Middlesbrough, but he was always a bit of a silver fox.
We love the silver fox.
Chris, what are your views on Jeremy Toulalan?
Well, I think Nick is forgetting that before Jeremy signed with Malaga, he already was a big man in the French squad.
Yeah,
I remember the day Jeremy Toulalan signed with Malaga. I was like, wow, what is happening here? I thought, wow. I couldn't believe it. I remember Malaga playing for relegation, and then 2 seasons after, we are signing Jeremy Toulalan, one of the biggest players in the world, probably one of the best defensive midfielders there is on the planet at that moment. Yes. So I was
Matt was saying, he was looked at as an heir to Makélélé. So when he was compared to Vieira, he was well sought after, and this was at a time when if you were playing decent football in the Champions League, you were being linked to the Premier League all the time. So it was a surprise, to say the least, when he did sign for Malaga. I think in football circles he saw him maybe going to a more higher profile club, but I think sometimes again the project that was sold to him, and let's not forget he'd just come off the back of a Champions League semi-final with Lyon as well a couple of seasons.
He recently said in an interview that his best time and where he most loved playing football was at Malaga.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and he was a massive part of the success here.
I would say, a bit like Chris just said, that of that era, along with, I think there's maybe one player ahead of him who was the sort of, we mean business here sort of signing. I would say he is second to only one in that Malaga era. You could disagree with me later, maybe. How important was he in that Champions League run?
Oh, very
I
important.
think he was really important. He had a bit of an unsettled first season in terms of appearances in the league, but certainly getting into the latter stages of the Champions League run, he played every single minute, and was very important to how Malaga played, really, because of what he was very good at, as well as being a sort of like, and to coin a phrase I use a lot on this podcast, a terrier. He was very good at setting the tone of play, and he just seemed to find a really nice balance alongside the likes of Cazorla and Isco in that midfield, where he gave them the freedom to play as well, and that's what, you know, the fact that he's played 90 minutes in every game in the run up to that quarter final was testament to him as well, really. And I thought, you know, without him or having a lesser player in there, dare I say, we might not have gone as far.
Okay. Does anyone want to add anything about Toulalan, or we can move on to our next one?
No, I want to say that he was, I think it surprised the whole world that Jeremy Toulalan signed with Malaga, because he could easily have signed with the big teams of the time, Real Madrid, Barcelona, because he probably was the best defensive midfielder on the moment. It was like if Conte would sign with
Villarreal.
No, not even Villarreal. If Conte would sign with Elche.
West Ham.
Yeah, well, I said before in our group chat, he was Conte before Conte was Conte, in my opinion. And you can see the caliber of a player by his story, and everywhere he went, even after Malaga, when he moved to Monaco, after they got their influx of money. There seemed to be a bit of a theme on that front, maybe. But he was very important to them re-establish themselves in Ligue 1, their run through to, I think, the Champions League quarterfinals again. And even when they started to sell off their assets like Falcao and James Rodriguez, he was an absolute nail on for being in that squad, for being in that team. And you know, was fantastic for them until he moved to Bordeaux more recently. And to be fair, this is a little guest that's popped up in the background. Sorry.
She just loves Jeremy.
Yeah, she just loves Jeremy. But then even after that, when he went to Bordeaux, you know, the fact he only retired at 34 years old, for a player that played so deep, you'd think he'd have a few more years left in him. So it was quite an uncertain circumstance where he retired. You're right.
This is our favorite guest of the podcast. Hi.
Who's your favorite Malaga player?
Can you say hola?
Hola.
Now can you say
hi, Ruby? We have the star of the day here.
Can she say donate money to Ukraine?
Okay, then. Well, I'll let Alex explain his Malaguista who rock the world whilst I say goodnight.
Okay, so we will mix things up, Alex. I hope you're ready. I'm going to say one. I want one of yours at the end. So I'm going to ask you about the goalie you've chosen first, Alex. So tell me about the goalie you've chosen.
Yes, I've gone for Willy Caballero, who probably around the time when Malaga had, you know, in that sort of maybe five years, Malaga had three fantastic goalkeepers, the other two being Carlos Kameni and Guillermo Ochoa slightly later on. And I've gone for Willy Caballero. I think, you know, as a well, obviously growing up in England, I've watched a lot of Premier League, so I've got to know him even more after he left Malaga and going to Man City and Chelsea and now at Southampton. But actually went to where he started off at Boca Juniors, and where he actually, funnily enough, he's quite a well, you know, he's won a lot of competitions, and he won the Copa Libertadores at Boca Juniors, which is something I didn't actually know. He played 15 times for them, and then moved on to Elche, where he played the majority of his career, played 186 games. So, no, I think Caballero is probably one of those keepers that I always, whenever I think of that Malaga era in the Champions League, he's always there. And I think he holds a club record still of 480 minutes without conceding a goal. And, well, which is something, you know, unthinkable nowadays for the Malaga squad. But I'm sure we'll get back to those heights at some point. But no, I think
we have a question.
Yeah, I was going to ask you this, Chris. So My question was going to be, is he the greatest of those three goalies? And then maybe
Definitely.
you can slip in, Chris, the answer to what happened to Ochoa.
I think of all three names, Willy Caballero was far, with great distance, the best of the three. And what happened to Memo Ochoa was that he was unlucky when he arrived at Malaga, because he had the wonderful World Cup behind him, which gave him his fame. And then Malaga signed him, but Malaga also had Carlos Kameni at the time, who was having probably the best season of his life. And Carlos Kameni, the coach chose to play with Kameni instead of Ochoa, and Ochoa only played the cup matches, the Copa del Rey matches for Malaga. And I think that's what happened to him, to be honest. He was a good keeper. He was just unlucky that Kameni was a bit better.
When I know the Football Cliches podcast did a ultimate sort of World Cup 11, and you had to pick your most stereotypical World Cup players. And when it came to goalkeeper, I remember them saying, when you picture a goalkeeper of the World Cup, it's Ochoa in goals for Mexico is one of the first ones. He is a very World Cup-y sort of goalie for me. I don't know why that is.
Or Rui Patricio for Portugal. Those two together.
Yeah, and obviously when I was a kid, we all wanted to see Sheila there because we all wanted to see him score a goal in the World Cup, but that never quite happened. So Chris, you've already thrown in that he's the best goalie Malaga have had. I think when we did our little Geary cast start in 11, best ever at Christmas time, he was voted number 1. So I suppose my next question is, and I suppose Nick, maybe I could put this towards you. Do you think it's a bit of a shame that since leaving Malaga, he's pretty much just been a backup goalie in England for Man City and Chelsea and now Southampton, actually?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that, a player so decorated, in his younger years, as Danny said before, you tend to come into your own in your older years as a goalkeeper. So the fact he never really established himself as a number 1 is very unfortunate for him. But I think when you look back on your career, for example, and you're looking at your trophy cabinet or you're looking at your wall, he'll look at all his Premier League titles with Manchester City, he'll look at his Champions League winners medal with Chelsea, and probably the money in the bank, and he'll probably think, wasn't that bad.
Yeah. But wait, he did play the Champions League final with Chelsea, right?
He won the Champions League.
Yes,
and
he played the final.
And fun fact, actually, so a bit of a quiz for you guys. He was voted alongside 2 other keepers in the 2012-13 season as the best keeper in La Liga. I'll give you the names of the other 2, Courtois and Keylor Navas. Can you tell me which team Keylor Navas was playing for in that year?
I can, I think. Getafe? No?
Levante.
I wouldn't have got that. I could picture him in a blue shirt. Oh, I suppose it is blue. It's I remember you do read these articles though about these backup goalies that do quite enjoy doing it, and a bit like Danny said earlier that obviously Danny has ambitions to go higher up, but he does have his role of motivating his teammates and things like that. And and obviously Caballero was involved in the greatest scuffle in League Cup final history when Kepa wouldn't go off the pitch, and Willy Caballero couldn't come on and Kepa stayed in goal. So he was part of that bit of folklore in the League Cup as well. To me, I think you're right. He did leave Malaga in his mid-30s, so he had a career. I suppose, to be honest with you, Alex, you surprised me with the Boca Juniors fact, because I knew he'd been there. I didn't know he'd won the Copa Libertadores. That's quite impressive. But as far as I could tell, he only really had long spells at Elche and Malaga, and I don't know, maybe he's not sad about that at all, but there's a part of me who thinks maybe a little, I don't know, wasted. I should say, what else did he famously win though? Big prize.
competition or a person or like a positional
No,
award?
competition.
So he won the Champions League and the Europa League at Chelsea.
Very sort of unusual one. Sort of.
He won the Under-20 World Cup or something like that with Argentina, I think.
No, I thought he was part of that team, but he wasn't.
He won the league with City.
Yeah, he did that, but he also won an Olympic gold medal.
Oh yeah, I was going to say
yeah,
the Intertoto Cup in Newcastle.
Well, that is like a gold medal as well. Okay, we're going to move back to you then, Nick, with your second choice because I was going to give it a bit of time at the end because I think the last one might be very popular. So tell us, when you were talking earlier, Nick, about Jeremy Toulalan and whose career was on the ascendancy, I would argue this guy who you're about to talk to, whose career had hit a bit of a bump when he joined Malaga. So tell me about this guy.
Yeah, definitely. Well, talking about players who rocked Malaga, I chose Roque Santa Cruz, and for his kind of like his unique story more than anything. So I'll start backwards because it actually surprised when I was looking into him that Roque Santa Cruz is actually still playing high level football in South America at 40 years old, and he's had one of his sort of like best spells in the last few years as well because he rejoined Olympia back in Paraguay after he left Malaga for his second loan. And then he scored something like 66 goals in 144 games, which, for like I say, for a player in his older years, is quite remarkable. And he's only just recently, last September, signed for Libertad, I think it is, if I remember rightly, also in Paraguay. So I just thought it was quite nice to have that sort of like player that's still going element, which is quite good. But it was a full circle for him. And there's a fantastic story about him when he started out as a teenager. And this is something, Alex, you'll find this when you reach our older years, that time starts to really warp itself when you reach a certain age. But the fact that Bayern Munich actually signed Roque Santa Cruz from Olympia in 1999, over 20 years ago, baffles my head because I really kind of like first knew about him through Championship Manager as it was back then.
Yeah.
And he was kind of like the go-to player if you want a bargain. And it was kind of like an era when games where if you had enough money in the bank, you could sign anyone, or you could really cheat and get all the you could just put yourself as manager as Man United, Chelsea, Arsenal, and sign all the rubbish players from Blackpool and then sign Ronaldinho for Blackpool, and there would be no nonsense about it.
But I also remember that Championship Manager, Nick, sorry to interrupt, where if you went Bayern Munich on that Championship Manager, you wouldn't play him because you'd have Elbe, Paulo Sergio, and Claudio Pizarro. And Roque Santa Cruz was like the fourth one you used. So that's how I always saw him. But anyway.
And that's always a big thing with Roque Santa Cruz as well in his time at Bayern Munich. So when it was by chance, actually, that some dignitaries from Munich were watching Olympia, and he had this, fantastic game when he was only 16, 17 years old. And they went to the owner, who was a bit of a character, let's say, the least of Olympia. He was called Osvaldo Dominguez Dib. And some stories, basically, he used to make the players come and collect their paychecks. And if you'd had a bad game, he'd be sat at his desk, tapping a machine gun on his desk, and he would ask you, "Why are you here?" So when Roque Santa Cruz was talking about his time there, he'd go, basically, you didn't go and ask for your payslip until you'd had a decent game, and then you'd get it. And there's even stories of him once upon a time going into the sleeping quarters for the players after they'd lost to a rival team, and he just opened a clip of bullets into the ceiling, waking everybody up. And like I say, he's colourful. He makes Massimo Cellini look a bit normal, if I'm being perfectly honest. But at the time when Bayern Munich wanted to sign him, he quoted him $20 million. Now, at the time, Christian Vieri had moved to Inter Milan from Lazio for just 32 million. So for some untested 17-year-old from Paraguay, you can say that it was a bit mental. Eventually, it got ratcheted down to 7 million, a record for Paraguay at the time, and he was a Bayern Munich player. But unfortunately, he could never quite make the grade, as you were saying, Matt. There was always someone in front of him, especially when he sort of like reached his peak. He had Miroslav Klose in front of him, Luca Toni, and players of the like. So to go full circle back to Blackburn, as we mentioned earlier, and their Weir transfer activity. They were one of the best teams in the Prem for a long time of picking up absolute gems and bargains. And they picked up Roque Santa Cruz, and how they convinced him to move to Lancashire, I do not know, for $3.5 million. And he just hit the ground running. He, I think it was scored something like 23 goals in 43 games. He formed a fantastic partnership with David Bentley, of all people, if you remember him. And he took to the Premier League like a duck to water. And it was actually the first time he'd actually scored double figures in his career so far. Don't get me wrong, he'd won like Bundesliga titles, he'd won the 2001 Champions League, but he was so proud that he'd notched into double figures for the first time in his career at Blackburn that's one of his like best memories. So after that, he went to City. He kind of went for a big money move, followed Mark Hughes there, became the warning flop more than anything that everyone's talking about. Kind of what everyone warns Newcastle about now. Don't go spend big on someone who scores a few goals because it can backfire on you. And that's how he ended up at Malaga. So he'd come on loan initially, like everyone else does, fell in love with the place, put his kids in a local school, and he was back playing Champions League football again. Was he at your school, was it?
I think there was some link to my school, yeah, which I can't remember. I think it's maybe. I'm sure. I know there was some link. Maybe I don't know.
I have two fun facts about Roque Santa Cruz.
Go for it.
He was picked or awarded by two German newspapers as the most sexiest footballer of the 2006 World Cup.
I remember that.
The second one is even greater because it's related to Malaga. He owns a table football in his home where the players of one side are wearing Malaga kits.
Ah, lovely stuff.
He did really fall in love with Malaga.
I really hope one of those players has like grey hair and like his Tulalan and the goalie's bald like Caballero. Yeah, go on, Nick. You tell us about how he fell in love.
Well, when he came back for his second loan spell, especially, so obviously he'd signed in between hand. And one of the reasons why I picked him is because I think he does kind of epitomise as well, sort of like the downturn in Malaga's fortunes too. We saw obviously a huge exodus of football players from the club when they got banned from UEFA competitions, but Roque Santa Cruz kind of like stayed. It was like we can rebuild this, we can do it again type thing. Didn't go to plan. Altani actually tweeted, "Thank you, Roque Santa Cruz, but goodbye," before he moved off to Cruz Azul in Mexico, where he became the highest paid player ever in Mexican history. But then he rejoined on loan for a second time and said, "It is my intention to retire with Malaga. I want this to be my retiring club." And obviously he's gone back on his word a little bit, but still doing it in Paraguay and winning silverware whilst he's at it.
I don't know if we just saw Paul's comment then behind the scenes. Paul, who is a Man City fan, who I'll just read out. Roque Santa Cruz apparently made more money from his modelling career in Paraguay than he did in wages from football career. I could believe that.
I can see it, and he's a hero in Paraguay as well. You know, you talk about Lionel Messi, you know, in Argentina being revered. I think in Paraguay he's very much the same. He's the all-time leading goal scorer for the national team. He's got over a century of caps. You know, he's a very revered person back in his homeland.
Yeah, it's that's a strange one just come in. I'm sure he still is very handsome as well. I think like probably you, Nick. I remember him more at I was almost said Blackpool then, sorry, Blackburn. As I always think of that black. You know, I've still not quite understood it. You know, when kids these days say the streets will never forget. That Blackburn team is very much one of those with Morten Gamst Pedersen and Benny McCartney and Two Guy,
yeah. And they just seem to find a way. It was really good.
And then Mark Hughes.
Yeah, they just seemed to be able to bring in players in there, you know, that were, I don't know, maybe alien, but you know, Morten Gamst Pedersen certainly wasn't alien. But when they signed Roque Santa Cruz, I was very surprised. This is a lad who he was not moving from a generic German club. He was moving from the German champions. He'd been there, done it. He, again, similar to Willy Caballero, he'll look back in his career at his trophy cabinet. He'll have all those things in there.
It's a bit of the moment like when Saviola signed with Malaga.
Yeah, well, I think the big key connection for Santa Cruz in his decision to come here as well is he was very good friends with Martin Di Michaelis as well. They were very, very close. So
they were both at Bayern.
Yeah. So it was like Agent Martin. It really helped us out.
I just want to make sure we have enough time to get in Alex's choice. And I said earlier that I agreed with you guys that Jeremy Toulalan was a signature signing for Malaga. But for me, I think this is the signature signing. So tell us about possibly whether actually the guys before said everyone loves Joaquin. I think everyone loves this guy as well, Alex.
Yes, so he signed for Malaga for a club record 21 million euros. And, at the time it was when Malaga were just coming into money. And it's none other than the free kick god.
Money that we didn't have.
Yes. The free kick god that is Santi Cazorla. Signed for a club record fee of 21 million. Played for Villarreal before Malaga and came through the youth academy actually at Real Oviedo. So Villarreal spotted him and signed him. So, he's had an illustrious career. I think, after Malaga going on to Arsenal, he's won the Euro. Well, he won the Euros in 2008 and 2012. Missed the 2010 World Cup because he had a hernia, actually. And I always remember when he re-signed for Villarreal after, going to Malaga and then Arsenal and then back to Villarreal, they had a weird presentation where he was in a glass box, or he wasn't in a glass box, sorry, and then smoke appeared and then he appeared somehow. He has a dog named Zlatan, on the theme of fun named dogs, and he also, like yourself, Matt, bought shares in Real Oviedo because he's friends with Juan Mata, and I believe he bought 2 million euros worth of shares in Real Oviedo. But I think I remember him just pure ability, and the free kicks were just something else, really.
Just to clarify, I didn't buy that many shares in Real Oviedo. I think I put a tenner in just for the novelty. But I'm glad they're still with us, and they get, they're a club that produces the likes of Juan Mata, Santi Cazorla, and of course, more importantly, Michu. So we do.
You know what the fun thing is?
By the way, Chris, that's the first time I've mentioned Michu in this 2 hours. I've done well. Chris, tell us what the fun thing is.
Michu, if you're looking, you're still invited to the Geary cast one day.
We're playing Burgos soon. Yeah,
we're playing Burgos soon.
I still have to press.
Look at all these esteemed friends we have on this stream.
I still have the press officer his phone number of Burgos. Let me try it again. The thing is with this whole team, that they brought Malaga to the situation where we are now, actually.
Oh, Chris, don't rain on our parade here. We're trying.
No, but it's true. We were spending money like we had a credit card, and then we forgot about that at some point.
Yeah, but you've got to look at it this way. What did you send me this morning, Alex? It was the guy at the press conference at Leeds, and he was like, "It's true, we've run out of money, but what a trip we went on." Yeah, you know what? I'll take it.
So
it's a funny one. But Chris, obviously, you went to a lot of these Champions League. I think you went to all the Champions League games.
I went to all of them, except against St. Petersburg.
Okay, so what was Santi's impact and his sort of influence on this team?
To be honest, I would say a bit less than the rest of the guys, because Santi left Malaga. I think halfway through the season.
He left in January.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yes.
Because that was when the ban had come through, where they said, you can't play in Europe next year. Yeah,
yes, and the thing was, the Malaga players didn't get paid because there was no money. So they were months without getting paid any salary. So that's why Santi Cazorla took the back door, and went out to Arsenal.
Okay.
But he was an important player when he played for Malaga, known for his free kicks. Coming over from Villarreal, he already had a big name, played already with the Spanish national team. Although I think, if I'm honest, he wasn't the biggest player.
Well,
I think Isco was way better in the Champions League. Eliseu was better. Saviola was like.
I guess what I meant in regards to signature signing was that like, Isco was young, Saviola had his issues.
Yeah, he was definitely.
Saviola there's another big Spanish club that's quite ambitious up the road in Villarreal, who'd obviously been in Champions League semi-finals and had done what Malaga were trying to do. And they say, actually, we can buy your players off you now, and we're going to start working our way up too. That's perhaps what I meant.
Yeah. Well, we actually couldn't play. It was the whole problem. But
I think
21 million. It's a lot of money. You know,
to ask you, Chris, I want Nick to talk. You're being too negative about him. I thought this would
but looking to Malaga's past, it was a crazy signing because it meant like we have a new owner and great things would come from it. And it happened because we went to the Champions League. We reached the quarterfinal where it should have been, everybody saw in the match, it should have been a semi-final because 2 offside goals from Dortmund made that Malaga were out of the Champions League. And I'm sure that if Malaga went through, we would have won the Champions League because we were so strong that season.
Yes, there's a lot of...
the year that Bayern Munich beat Borussia Dortmund in the final with the Iron Robin goal.
It was indeed, yes.
At Wembley, wasn't it?
Wembley, because I know a lot of, I think I can't remember who I spoke to, maybe one of the Gerry Army members, and they're convinced, going back to what we said at the start and our international links, that if we'd played Bayern Munich, we'd have more British fans there, and Wembley would have felt like home, which I thought was a fun theory, not one I fully went on board with, but I like the idea. Nick, tell me nice things about Santi Cazorla and how even post Malaga, if we're talking about how he shook the world, his impact at Arsenal and things like that.
Oh, he's a flawless footballer, and to echo what Dan's put in the comments, you know, if it wasn't for the likes of Xavi and Iniesta, you know, he would have been allowed to flourish even more, and I think he would have been an integral part of that, you know, Spanish team's success. It just seems to be there was an entire stable of Spanish centre mids for about 5 or 6 years where every best centre mid on the planet was Spanish. And I think, like you say, if he was given the chance, he would have done a lot more with it. But what he did with Arsenal, you know, regardless of his injuries, he was fantastic for them. Going back to Villarreal as well, and Alex mentioned about the weird presentation. He, you know, he did a fair bit with Emerson that season too, if I remember right. I think did they just qualify for Champions League or just miss out, but overperformed massively.
Well, I think the thing I wanted to say, my favourite of the Santi Cazorla stories, because he's the sort of footballer that I just fall in love with the way he plays. But he was due to play in Euro 2020. He was going to get in that Spain squad. It was generally believed, and then it was going to be his last sort of hurrah before he went off to Qatar, and then obviously the tournament got cancelled and he bowed out without that. But he was getting in the Spain squad, and that would have been so much fun. It shows how good he is, because apparently, I always forget if it's his ankles or his knees, but whichever is, are just in absolute bits. So
I think just quickly on his injuries, I think he had a tear in one of his ligaments in his leg, and to replace the ligament, they took part of the arm tissue, I guess, from the arm where he had a tattoo of his daughter. So that sort of where the tattoo was, obviously, there's now sort of a scar, I guess, obviously, where he's had the ligament replaced or the tissue replaced to put in his leg.
Yes.
I'd have him now. I don't know if he's retired from playing in Qatar, but, you know, if we're signing Adrian Lopez, then why not go after...
Yeah, why not? Bring him back. Get Isco back. We're bringing Gareth Bale as well.
If you're listening, bring them all back.
We've got it all sorted. We've got the
We've
plans.
got CBC money to spend.
Well, you can make a TikTok, Nick, of we're getting the band back together.
I like
Right.
it. Yeah.
Guys, I just think that is brilliant. I think we've picked 8 really fun players to talk about there, and it's been really good fun discussing them with you guys as always. It's nice not to talk about Malaga losses and Malaga dull draws, although this week we get to talk about something more exciting because Malaga have won this week, so woohoo! So that will be fun to chat about when we get a chance to do that. But before we go, we'll just sort of I'll say thank you to Chris for getting us on this stream. As you know, I know he's part of this podcast too, so you know we were in there. But we'll say, should we give ourselves a plug first, Chris? Tell us about our podcast one last time.
Yes, we're the Geary Cast. If you like listening and watching, follow us. But more important, and that's why we're here today, please, if you can, please donate money for the British-Ukrainian aid, because they can really use all the money there is to help the children, to help the grandfathers, the grandmothers, the fathers, the mothers, all the people of Ukraine with aid, and they can really use it.
Yeah, well said, Chris. Well said. It's been, I think it's brilliant what you've done today. I like I said, I've been working and I'm looking forward to catching up on it all when I get a bit of time this week. It's been brilliant. When you see the lineup, it looked awesome. This morning when I looked at it, I thought, wow, that does look like the Live Aid of Spanish football content. And I hope I've done us we've done ourselves justice as I build us as the status quo of this. Even though Chris tried to bill us as the Queen, I don't know if I Freddie Mercury'd enough for that. He really got the crowd going. Maybe the folk after us, because I know we've got the awesome guys at La Liga Lowdown on after us. We've got the Spanish Football Podcast after us. We've got our friends over the Spanish Segunda Podcast. I'm sure they'll smash it as well, and plenty of other stuff. So I'm going to say a big thank you to Nick Bell.
Thank you very much, guys. I echo what Matt said. Chris, this has been absolutely fantastic. I've been watching it and listening to it in the car all day, and I have learned and admired and enjoyed so much. So thank you for putting this together.
Thank you, guys. And from my part, thanks to all the journalists, content creators, YouTubers, everybody who's joining, because it's really a team effort, and everybody has put a lot into this to be able to join tonight. So thank you all.
Yes, and a thank you to Alex Ashmore.
Thank you very much, Matt. And yeah, I echo what the others said. Fantastic job done by you, Chris. And if you can't donate, don't worry. Share to your friends. Tell your mum. As I said to Ellis, tell your mum, tell your dog, tell your dad, tell everybody.
And again, thank you to Chris Marquez. Great chatting to the three of you as always, especially about a different side of Malaga we don't usually get to do. And thank you to you, the viewers and the listeners and people donating. Again, what Chris says, please donate to such a worthy cause. I have been Matt Harrison. You have been watching and listening to the Geary Cast on the Spanish Football Content Creators for Ukraine. Adios and vamos Malaga.
Italia, and I volunteer to help British Ukrainian Aid. At the moment, you can see me at one of our storage facilities in London. Behind me, there are boxes with humanitarian aid, including tactical medicine items.
I'm Andrei from British Ukrainian Aid, and here you can see the components that we put in a first aid kits that will go to Ukraine to save lives.
We have an army of volunteers who are helping us. They volunteer to drive the boxes and pallets to the Polish-Ukrainian and Romanian-Ukrainian borders. Then they are sent to a distribution center in Lviv, and from that point further on to Kyiv and the Kyiv region and Kharkiv region.
Ukraine is a country of people just like us. Dancers, musicians, artists. Today, let's send them our love and support through British Ukrainian Aid's essential medical supplies, saving lives and treating horrific injuries, so that one day soon, not too far away, they can be dancing again. Please give generously. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our La Liga Lowdown section of this fabulous initiative to raise money for all the people in Ukraine. I'm your host, Matt Clark. I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues from La Liga Lowdown, Sam Leveridge and Tom Harris. How are we doing, boys?
Oh, good. Thanks, Matt. How are you guys doing? It's been a busy day. I felt like I was back 10 years ago watching Revista De La Liga earlier.
Yeah, I'm doing great as well. Thanks, Matt.
Good stuff. Yeah, as you say, it's been a fabulous day already. And thanks very much to the guys at GearyCast for putting this all together and for inviting us. We are truly honoured to be a part of this Spanish football family. And we hope that you enjoy the show we've got for you today. We're on for an hour. And then after us, you've got the guys from TSFP and plenty more into the early hours of the morning. So plenty more still to come. Please continue to watch. Hopefully you enjoy. And please, if you can, please donate. As you've seen in those videos, people are, their world was turned upside down last month and continues to be chaotic. And frankly, we wouldn't know what it's like unless we're in that situation. So please do give generously if you are able to. Right. So first up today, we have got our team of the season. Now, we've all picked our 11s. We've gone with 4-3-3 to keep it fairly simple and to avoid the complication. We're going to go through each position kind of one by one and debate if there's any differences or who we think should be and why. Of course, the fun part of this is that we've all got one veto. So each of us can use that veto just once, and that will block that player from being in the team. So again, choose your veto carefully, boys. Could be controversial, could be fun. We hope so. So let's get cracking then with our team. I'm going to come to you first, Tom. Who is your goalkeeper of the season in La Liga?
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting one because I think, one of La Liga's standout qualities is the amount of genuinely excellent goalkeepers throughout the division. I mean, we saw it yesterday. I mean, Hedemais Ledesma with a heroic performance at the Camp Nou, and he's a big reason why they won that game. So I was tempted to go for someone like, Sergio Herrera, Osasuna. I think he's one of my favourite keepers as well. Matias de Turo as well. Celta Vigo has been really good. But I don't really think you can look past Thibaut Courtois for me. So he's going to be my choice. Obviously, he's not the busiest goalkeeper in the division, but he still conceded 3 goals, fewer than the XG would suggest. And he's just made some really, really unbelievable saves throughout the division. And I think throughout the season. And I think he just breathes confidence into that whole Real Madrid back line because, of his presence, he's reliable. And I think he's a massive part of why Real Madrid are on their way to winning La Liga this season.
Sam, do you agree with that? Or would you like to put
Well, I'm going to do the complete opposite to Tom. So, I mean, Tom touched on it there. I mean, the goalkeepers lower down in the division. And for me, the one who's kind of really surprised me and stood out this season is Luis Maximiano. I mean, the Granada goalkeeper. So, like Tom said, Thibaut Courtois might not be the busiest of goalkeepers, but Luis Maximiano definitely is. 162 shots he's faced this season, which is the most in La Liga. He's made 112 saves, which is pretty good going when you think about it. I mean, that's 4 saves a game almost on average. And yeah, I mean, Tom mentioned kind of Courtois' XG performance, but I think Maximiano is up there with the very best as well. I mean, I think he's got the 5th best difference compared to XG. And this is a guy who's, 23 years old. And I think he made 2 first-team appearances in the league last season for Sporting Club de Portugal. So, I mean, for me, Luis Maximiano, I mean, yeah, okay, he's not a star. He's not Thibaut Courtois. He's not going to be worth hundreds of millions, but he's been fantastic. And if you have to look at a guy who's kind of making a difference for his team, I think Maximiano is going to be the difference for Granada between whether they stay up or not. And his form this season, if they didn't have a good goalkeeper like him, would be, I think they'd be down and out already.
Yeah, they've been quite leaky, and he's the reason why they're probably not already in that bottom 3 and cast adrift, to keep up with the shipping metaphor. Well, we've already got an interesting one here because I've got a different one again. I heard the guys at GearyCast talk about being the status quo of this show, and we think of this as a kind of Spanish football live aid. So I'm going to go with Bono. I think he's been really strong for Sevilla. He's just renewed his contract actually in the last hour. It's been announced by the club. So he's staying put until 2025. And I just think statistically, he is the best goalkeeper in the league. I mean, if you look at the Zamora Trophy ranking, which is the award given by Marca at the end of every season, just like the Pichichi is for the top goal scorer, the Zamora is for the goalkeeper with the best ratio of goals conceded per game. And Bono is currently leading that. The gap has closed with the likes of Thibaut Courtois and Alex Ramiro after that crazy game at the Pizjuan, the 3-2 at the weekend. But until then, he was streets ahead of them both. And I imagine that Sevilla will look pretty solid for the rest of the season. So for me, it's Bono. So now we have to kind of come to an agreement on who we therefore are going to go with. I'm quite happy to give way on this. I appreciate that Courtois has been pivotal for Real Madrid this season in many moments where, we always talk about Benzema, Vinicius, the likes of Modric running games, but quite often he has been called upon to make big saves at big moments. And yeah, Tom makes a great point there. He has been brilliant. Sam, are you going to argue strongly for Maximiano, or are you happy to go with Courtois?
I mean, Matt, you only chose Bono because of the live aid metaphor, didn't you? Be honest.
Possibly.
No, I think if we're going to have one Real Madrid player, and I guess runaway league leaders, we probably do have to have at least one Real Madrid player. Then if there is one, then it should be Thibaut Courtois. I mean, he has been that important to them alongside a certain Frenchman as well. So, yeah, I guess if we're going to have to give in somewhere, I can give in for this one.
Fair enough. Okay, we'll lock that one in. Thibaut Courtois is our goalkeeper of the season in La Liga. Right, now we'll come to the defence and to the right backs. And I think it's fair to say that I speak for all of us when we say this is one of the hardest positions to pick in the whole team. All the quality fullbacks seem to be left backs when you go through the list, the likes of Pacho Espino, Jordi Alba, Acuna, Gaia, you name it. We'll probably come to them in a minute at left back. But right back, Sam, who have you gone with? And is it left field for right back?
Well, like you said, Matt, I mean, we were on the WhatsApp and we didn't share our predictions yet, but I think all 3 of us were there saying who on earth is there to pick a right back. And so I've gone for one who maybe is a bit of a surprise. It's Ivan Balague at Rayo Vallecano, who played every minute of Rayo's season up until he was sent off in injury time against Alaves the weekend. And he's just one of those players that for me is kind of a proper Rayo Vallecano player. I mean, he's not a flash player. He's not making a big difference, but he's the guy who's going to be there consistently every single week. And I think that's just what he's done for Andoni Iraola's team this season. I mean, he's just consistent, and he's a player who doesn't have a wealth of top flight knowledge this season, but he's come in this season and kind of done a really good choice up against the likes of kind of, Vinicius or even Barcelona when they went to Vallecas and were completely destroyed by the Rayo defense, who handled them very well. And Balague is just one of those players, who you see him and he's not great, but you just like him. And that's for me, I think that's why I chose Balague, because I think he's just one of those guys who's great to watch, and he'll always give his all for the cause. And I think that's what Rayo is all about. So he's my pick.
And you've seen him plenty of times up close at Vallecas yourself, so he's passed the eye test as well. Tom, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, I was struggling a bit for right back, but I've gone through all the statistics, and I think they kind of back up what I was thinking anyway. I've gone for Pablo Maffeo at Mallorca, which obviously quite interesting because they are struggling. Obviously, they got a big result today, But if you look at the stats, he's in the top 10 for tackles, blocks, interceptions in La Liga. He's just really solid. He wins lots of fouls. He's won 3 penalties for Mallorca this year. He's good on the ball. And, I think he's a nice player. And I think if Mallorca do end up going down, then, he could make a really good signing for another club. But yeah, not many options at right back, but I think Maffeo would be my pick just about.
Yeah, very solid one. I remember he was heavily involved in the goal that saw them get the win at the Wanda Metropolitano, linking up with Take Kubo for probably their most famous win of the season. Yeah, another strong choice. I've gone for a Barca player. I've gone for Ronald Araujo. I know he's normally a centre back. Well, we can agree to disagree. I mean, he's been a very impressive defender. He's still very young. Of course, the contract isn't quite sorted. Barcelona will definitely want to tie him down for as long as possible. He's got that Uruguayan grit that we see in the likes of Diego Odin in years gone by in La Liga. And, he seems this ice cool presence, a calm head on big shoulders. And his physical presence is intimidating for forwards. I mean, they come up against him, and whether it's through pace or through one-on-one challenges, they just can't seem to get past him more often than not. And I think him being absent for Barca, I mean, we all saw their surprising defeat at home to Cadiz yesterday. Pedri was obviously a big miss, but equally Piqué at the back and Araujo. And he has played right back at times this season when Dani Alves has been out or when he's been preferred to the likes of Mingueza or Dest. So I think I'll just about get away with putting him in at right back. But I accept that one of your 2 choices is probably the one we go with. So yeah, once again, we've got 3 different choices for the position, which I suppose is a good thing. It shows the strength and depth in La Liga. Tom, Sam, do you want to fight amongst yourselves who you think should be right back?
Yeah, we're not having Ronald Araujo.
Oh yeah, I think I've taken that. Yeah,
I mean, you can bet the rules, Matt. Just because you're hosting doesn't mean you can make it up as you go along. No, I think the risk of making this the Tom Harris team of the season, I think Pablo Maffeo is a good choice. I mean, he's one of those players that if his team were to go down at the bottom, you could definitely see him still being in the Liga next season. And I guess that's kind of been his trouble through his career. He's kind of been at teams like that, Girona, at Mallorca, kind of at the teams fighting at the bottom. But I think he has got the quality to be a top flight player. And so I think, yeah, I mean, I like Balague, but I'll recognize that that's a personal thing, maybe more than a team of the season kind of selection. So yeah, I can see why Maffeo might just about get the nod.
Fair enough. We'll lock that one in too. So now we're going to turn to centre backs, and just for the benefit of time, we're just going to ask if we can do both in one here, if that's okay with you guys. Tom, we'll come to you first on this one. Who are your 2 centre backs and why?
Yeah, so my 2, I mean, that's slightly left field, but I think if you're, a regular La Liga viewer, I think you will appreciate these players. I think the first one I've gone for is Robin Lenormand of Real Sociedad, simply because he's played every minute of every game in the heart of that defence, and that defence is doing so well this season. They've conceded 6 goals in 16 games at home this season, which is unbelievable, the lowest in Europe. He's a really good passer. He's completed the 7th most passes in the league with an accuracy of over 90%. So very good. And, I think he's just a very solid defender. So I'm going to go for him as my first one. And then the second one I found quite interesting because while I was doing a bit of research for this, I found a study by a data company called Olosip, who are based in Spain. And they actually ranked Osasuna's David Garcia as the 3rd best centre-back in Europe. Based on their statistics. So I've had a bit more of a look, and yeah, I mean, he's won the most aerial duels out of anyone in Spain. He's obviously scored 4 from centre back, so he's a very good presence in the air. He's made a massive 183 clearances, not a single error leading to a goal. And when you do watch him, you do get the feeling that he's a very solid, no nonsense centre back. So I'm going to go for those 2. But yeah, like I said, slightly left field. So we'll see if there's any other options from you guys.
Well, do you know what? That's interesting because I've gone for David Garcia as well. You've shown all the stats there, but you're right. He has that commanding presence, and he's also a goal threat. I mean, he's very physically imposing. I think he's underrated, as you said there, maybe a bit left field, but if you do watch enough of Osasuna, you'll see what a commanding, strong and likable guy he is as a defender. I think he loves the kind of classic defensive action, as you say, the challenge, the block, the interception, the kind of old school centre back. One that we can all get behind, I'm sure. And yeah, he's dominant in the air, as you touched on, Tom, and he's a set-piece threat. He's scored, I think, 4 or 5 goals in La Liga this season. I think all of them headers, and I think he's had 100% conversion rate on shots in the box. So yeah, I think he's the whole package, really. I think doesn't quite have the same glamour as, say, a Jules Koundé or someone like that, but I think he's a very solid all-round defender. And yeah, I agree with you there, Tom. My other one, just before we come to you, Sam, my other one is David Alaba. I think he's been a bit of a revelation signing, to be honest, and maybe even across the whole of Europe, because when you think Real Madrid, they didn't only lose Zinedine Zidane in the summer, they lost Sergio Ramos, the captain who'd been there for over a decade, and they lost Rafa Varane, who's widely seen as one of the most Rolls-Royce defenders in the whole of Europe. And for them both to go, you're thinking, okay, Real Madrid will be a lot easier to score against this season because those two leaders and commanding centre-backs, they're gone. So what are they going to do? Eder Militao had looked shaky last season. We knew that David Alaba was coming in on a free, but he's obviously had a lot of experience with Bayern. But you're thinking, okay, he's coming here for the kind of autumn of his career. But, well, if that's an autumn of a career, then he certainly had some summer because he's been phenomenal. Right from when he scored at the Camp Nou in the Clasico, what a way to endear yourself to the Real Madrid fans. And yeah, he hasn't really looked back. He's been a very strong presence there. He's helped Eder Militao improve and flourish alongside him. And they're forming a real partnership, which is probably the best in the league, maybe aside from the Sevilla pair. So yeah, I've gone with Alaba. So yeah, Sam, how about you? Have you got any differences there?
Yeah, so one of mine is kind of like the David Alaba, but the even better version, and his name is Raul Albiol. And I think he's just been superb for Villarreal this season. I mean, he's been so consistent. I mean, you forget quite how old he is. I mean, you forget that he played in Quique Sanchez Flores' Getafe team the first time around. And I mean, it's been such a long career that he's had, but he's so important to Villarreal. I mean, that partnership that he has with Pau Torres, I think it's fantastic. But it's also just that Raul Albiol, I mean, he doesn't rely on Pau Torres. I mean, he is very much kind of the leader in that back line, and they complement each other. When Raul Albiol knows that he won't be able to make that sprint, Pau Torres covers it. And Albiol will be there kind of for the big aerial battles, the physical battles against the more experienced, like the Luis Suarez kind of strikers in La Liga. And I think for me, Raul Albiol, I think the thing that sets him apart is that he turns up for the big games. And in the Champions League tie that they had against Bayern Munich, and he was the man of the match. I mean, that says it all for me to be kind of, I think he's 36, is he now? And to turn up for a game like that and win man of the match, I mean, not many players his age could do that. So, yeah, maybe Alaba is kind of an older, experienced player. But for me, Albiol is doing an even better job at Villarreal. And my other choice is actually the same as Tom's, but not David Garcia. It's Ruben Lenormand. I think he's been fantastic for Real Sociedad. I mean, they're just so solid defensively at home in particular. I think they've conceded 1 goal in 2022 at home this season. I think that's like crazy. And the other thing about him is that he's kind of got 70% of his defensive duels have been won, and he hasn't seen a yellow card since September. And that kind of shows his composure that he has at the back. And he's just such a calming figure in the same way that Jules Koundé is at Sevilla and Pau Torres is at Villarreal. I mean, these young centre-backs, but for me, Lenormand is kind of the underappreciated one who doesn't get enough credit. I mean, I'm glad that Tom mentioned him as well, so we can maybe finally start to put him on that pedestal alongside the Jules Koundés of La Liga. But for me, Lenormand has been fantastic this season. And I mean, it was only 2 seasons ago that nobody had heard of him, and he was kind of with the B team. And now he's one of the first names on the team sheet for Emmanuel Alguacil.
Yeah, very good shout. Echoing Tom again. So we have 2 votes each for both David Garcia and Robin Lenormand. So probably not the pair you may have expected us to end up with, but these are the rules. They're the ones that go into our team. I agree. Raul Albiol is a hell of a shout as well. It's not very often that you can say that you've come out of a game with Lewandowski and come away unscathed. So yeah, absolutely great shout there. Honourable mentions, of course, for plenty of others, but we will go with David Garcia and Robin Lenormand. We'll stick with you for now, Sam, on left backs. And we've just had a comment coming on there from Alex Ashmore. Is Renan Lodi a notable mention? Is he your left back choice?
Well, funny you should say that, Alex. It's not Renan Lodi because, I mean, he's played 2 months well this season, and the rest of the season he was a bit of a disaster. But my choice is an Atletico left back, and I'm going to go for Reinildo. I am completely in love with Reinildo. I can't lie. I mean, the best January signing in the whole of Spain. I mean, it was 3.5 million that he came in for. And in terms of a player changing a team's form, he completely changed the way that Atletico were playing. I mean, okay, maybe it's a bit of a trick because he played kind of the left centre-back role at times. He's also played at left-back. But for me, he's completely shored up the Atletico defense, and he's just been so consistent and at such a bargain price as well. I mean, in terms of a player exceeding expectations, I mean, for me, Renildo has just been superb and exactly what Diego Simeone needed. And Atletico's results have completely transformed since he's come in. I mean, okay, he's not perfect, but he is just a sturdy left back, and that's what you want in a team like this. I mean, I think Renildo, he might not have been around for the whole season, but he's played pretty much every game since he's come in, and for me, he deserves a spot.
Well, if I can't have Araujo, I'm not sure you can have Renildo. He's only been there since January, man. Come on. Team of the season, not team of the calendar year.
Well, Atletico would win the league if it started in January. So.
Oh, big call. Big call. Tom, who have you gone with?
Yeah, I was quite stuck at left back because there's a lot of players there that I really like. I think Alex Moreno, Real Betis, been very good. Joao Mojica as well from Elche, probably one of my favourite kind of attacking fullbacks in the league. And Javi Galan as well has not been quite as good as last season, but he's still right up there for all the statistics. But I'm going to make up for not having Ivan Baliu, and I'm going to put Fran Garcia in on the other side. He's my shout from Rayo Vallecano. And, talking of Galan, this kind of reminds me of his breakout season last season for Huesca. I think he's quite a similar player, and, he just ranks really well across the board defensively, and he's a threat going forward as well. He's absolutely rapid. He's so quick, and once them two get going down the left-hand side, Alvaro Garcia and Fran Garcia, it's quite frightening. And yeah, at the age of 22, I think the only way is up for Fran Garcia, so he'd be my choice.
Yeah, I echo that. To be honest, I was still toying right up until the very last minute. Acuna, Javi Galan, Mojica, worth a mention too from Elche. I think he's a very, very impressive player who really gives that team driving thrust, and at times they've needed that. And yeah, again, we saw Cadiz last night, Pacho Espino. I think he's a remarkable athlete and decent technically too. So he's worth a shout. But I think Sam was nodding very, very generously there when you said about Fran Garcia. So I think we'll put him in to please them in Vallecas. We'll put him in the team there.
Everyone else at Rayo is a bit average.
Oscar Trejo and Isi Palathon would beg to differ, I'm sure. But well, let's turn to midfield then. Again, it depends how you've structured this, whether it's just a kind of three in the middle or a sitter and 2 8s or whatever. But we'll take it as one. I would say, Tom, you can kick us off this time. Talk us through your midfield, please.
Yeah. So, shall I go through all three or just one at a time?
If you'd like to go through all three, yeah, that'd be good. Just bearing in mind with time, just don't want to.
Of course. I mean, like I say, I've tried to add some balance to this, but I think there are too many attacking players that I want in the midfield. But for the balance, I've gone for Casemiro. I know Sam's not going to be too happy about that, but I just think that you've got to pick one of that Real Madrid trio, and I think Casemiro is the guy. He holds it together, and he makes this side tick. I mean, if you look at his stats again, 86 tackles, 421 pressures, 57 blocks, 53 interceptions. I think most impressively of all, he's only missed 2 games through card suspensions this season, just the 10 yellow cards for all the fouls that he likes to put in.
Yeah, there's not 0 missing there.
But yeah, so I think he'd be, my kind of holding the kind of number 6, if you like. And then I've gone for Dani Parejo as well. Obviously, I'm a Villarreal fan, so it's quite a biased choice from me. But I just think it's been such a joy this season to see him kind of like with the shackles off almost, because obviously, the relationship he's got with Valencia is very special. But he's even said himself recently that, he didn't really ever know what was around the corner at Valencia. And that stopped him, from kind of garnering the consistency that he's managed to find at Villarreal. And obviously Emery's system as well is built around Dani Parejo. So it's really allowed him, time to shine. And, I've really enjoyed watching him this season. And then the last one, it's a little bit of a cheat because he's not particularly a centre midfielder, but I've gone for Nabil Fekir. I just think he's too good to leave out, and I wouldn't really put him over any of the players I've got in the front three. So, I mean, he's been, again, if you look at the statistics, he's third for shot creating actions this season, second for goal creating actions. So everything goes through him. He drives the team forward. And I think he's become a bit more of a team player this season. I think at times he has looked a bit, don't want to say arrogant, but there's times when, you watch Betis and you can see that he thinks he's the best player on the pitch. But I think he's eradicated that to some extent this season. Obviously, there was a moment of madness a couple of weeks ago against Athletic Club where he started doing kick-ups and got himself sent off. But other than that, I think he's become a much more team player. And I think he's added a lot of assists to his game. So, yeah, I'm going to go Casemiro, Parejo and Fekir as my middle three.
A very strong trio, no doubt. Sam?
Well, Casemiro, I mean, can't believe we're saying that. No, my midfield three, I'm a bit like Tom. Not like Tom. I mean, Tom's gone for the balance, and I just kind of made my team of the season midfield three with absolutely no balance. So my first pick is a guy who I think has been undervalued so much in the last couple of years, and that's Sergi Darder at Español. He's kind of fourth in La Liga for assists with 8, and I mean, you think of the other players around that kind of level, Oscar Trejo and Nabil Fekir. I mean, we've heard a lot about them and how creative they are, but Sergi Darder is kind of one of those players who keeps Español ticking over. I mean, he's their big creative force, and Español aren't world beaters, but Sergi Darder has been kind of the main man for them all season long. And we've talked a lot about Raul de Tomas's goals and things like that in the podcast before, but without Sergi Darder, I don't think Raul de Tomas has half as many goals as he's got. So for me, Sergi Darder is hugely important for Español. The second one that I'm going to go with is Iker Muniain, Athletic. I think he's one of those players who has evolved a lot through his career. And I mean, it feels like the very first episode of Revista De La Liga when we were watching him coming on as a youngster. And that feels like decades ago, but he's just been so consistent for Athletic, and he's evolved his role. And I think now he's much more I think now we can class him as a central midfielder, which maybe we couldn't not that long ago. And he's just kind of evolved kind of a deeper playmaker kind of role. And what was interesting with him, looking up the statistics, is that he's joint fourth in La Liga for assists with 8 as well. But then when you look at the second assist and the third assist, kind of the pass before the assist, the pass before the pass before the assist, he's ranking in the top 3 for both of those as well. And I mean, that's kind of the key indicator of kind of how instrumental Iker Muniain is to everything that Athletic do in attack. And they're not the most prolific team, but their goals do come through him. And he scored some big goals. I mean, that goal in the Basque Derby at the Real Arena early in the season was a huge moment, and that came from his free kick and a helping hand from Alex Ramiro in goal. But I think he's just been fantastic. And then my final choice is going to be for one of my favourite players in La Liga, the new and improved version of Dani Parejo, which is Carlos Soler. I mean, Valencia have had it tough this season. He's had to adapt to a very difficult kind of change in approach and tactics from Jose Bordalas. But he's actually got the second highest expected goals and expected assists per 90 minutes in La Liga with 0. It's fantastic that he's been able to do that and contribute so often to Valencia, because one part of their problem this year has been the goals, and he's stepped up from midfield, and I think he's really a leader now. I mean, Jose Luis Guy is the captain, but he's had a few injury issues, and Carlos Soler is a very young guy, but he's stepped up to take that on. I think if he does commit his future to Valencia, we're going to see him leading Valencia for a long, long time to come.
Well, I think it's clear that Tom would make a better coach than either of us, Sam, because he went for the balance and you didn't go for it, and I haven't either. And I've actually got 3 here that you've all mentioned between you. So that's a good sign in a way. I've gone for Fekir, Soler and Muniain. Again, all very creative players. Soler may be the one to sit back a little, but I mean, Fekir, yeah, you said it all, Tom. He's so sublime to watch, makes Betis tick. He's won the most fouls of any player in the league in the last 3 seasons running. So, I mean, when you've got that ability to just literally frustrate the opponents and cause them to kick you everywhere, firstly, you're bound to lash out all the odd time, and we know he needs to improve on that. But equally, he does get hit a lot more than anyone. He's like the kind of modern day Neymar in La Liga in terms of getting whacked. And yeah, that set piece creation allows then obviously Betis to have a lot more opportunities in good areas from set pieces. So that is obviously a bonus for Pellegrini. So yeah, like you say, he's the soul of that team now. You say without Gaia. Obviously, after Ferran left, the fans were looking to someone to be the kind of boyhood hero, and that is very much Soler now. And Muniain, yeah, you mentioned the assists and expected assists and second and third assists. Yeah, he's got most key passes and highest expected assists in the league, as you say. So for me, Muniain is so underrated. He kind of made the headlines on the football pages when he kind of touched the trophy in the Copa last season, and everyone's kind of saying, "Oh, don't do that." But then he showed his respect and humility when he was kind of staying there to watch and applaud Real Sociedad as they lifted it. So yeah, I think he's a really complex character, but a fabulous footballer, and one that people need to really appreciate more than, well, people do appreciate him, of course, but I think more people need to embrace Muniain. Okay, so what's that then? That's 2 votes for Fekir, 2 for Muniain, and 2 for Soler, isn't it? So any objections there?
No. I mean, I was actually going to mention Muniain myself a bit further forward, so that works for me, definitely.
Okay. Sam, you happy with that?
Yeah, no, I think the only person who I'm surprised hasn't been mentioned, and I saw that Liam Harrison has mentioned him in the chat, is Mikel Merino. I think he's been fantastic as well. I think he was one that was very difficult for me to leave out, so a good shout there as well. But it's going to be an interesting choice for the attack, with all 3 of us still having our vetoes available. So
yes, this could get very, very spicy. I was just going to lock in then. So we've got Fekir, Muniain, and Soler. And just to prove to you guys, I have already picked these, and I'm not just copying what you're saying. I'm going to go first this time. I'm going to go with Iago Aspas, because I think he's just phenomenal. Mr. Celta, he's there whenever they need him. Dependable as ever. His goal rate is as good as it's been in the last few years still. You think he might sort of taper off a little bit, but no, he's still 13, 14, 15 goals a season regularly. And he's on the hunt for another Zamora trophy. We mentioned Raul de Tomas earlier. Hostelu's in the mix as well. But I think Iago Aspas will probably come through that pack with... he could potentially be the one to nab another Zara trophy, not Zamora. So I'm also going to go with another golden oldie, El Comandante, Jose Luis Morales from Levante. I tell you what, if they stay up, it's because of him. Simple as that, really. They're a leaky ship, but they've scored more than 12 sides in La Liga, so there's clearly no problem going forward, and that is all at the hands of Jose Luis Morales. You've seen the performances. It's almost single-handedly in many of these occasions, leading counter-attacks, belying his age with the kind of energy he runs with, and then the quality to find the pass or the finish. And he loves to score a golazo as well. We all enjoy those games against the likes of Real Madrid and Barca and Atleti, where they've taken points off nearly all of them in recent years. So he definitely takes a spot in my team. And thirdly, of course, I mean, we have to include him, Karim Benzema. He's been, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. His record tally in La Liga this season, 25. Seems like he's breaking records every game. But Sam, you're shaking your head, so I'm gonna let you carry on from here.
The best striker in La Liga, and I'm not accepting any debate, is Enes Unal. Okay, he hasn't scored as many goals as Karim Benzema. I think he's on 15 for the season now, but I mean, come on, he's at Getafe. If you put Enes Unal in the form he's been in this season in Real Madrid with the service that Karim Benzema gets, he's on 50, 60 goals by now. We're talking like peak Lionel Messi kind of quality.
Karim's service is himself, though, isn't it?
Well, I mean, Luka Modric, Toni Kroos isn't a bad kind of midfield pairing to have behind you, is it?
True.
And then Unal, I mean, he's got Carles Alenia as his kind of service. So, I mean, if we're going to start comparing Carles Alenia to Luka Modric, then this could be a long evening, man.
Well, yeah, you're winding up Madrid fans and Barca fans here, so crack on.
Yeah, I'm just taking everyone on. I feel like Hassan Karim. No, I mean, Enes Unal is exceeding his XG by 5, and I think throughout his career, he's more or less been kind of on track with his XG a little bit lower. But I mean, thanks, Alex. I just saw your comment there. He's only got 1% lower goal conversion than Karim Benzema, so backing me up there. Enes Unal has just been fantastic. I mean, he's fighting relegation, and we have to remember he's got 15 goals, but he didn't score until match day 12 when Quique Sanchez Flores was already in. I mean, imagine if he kept that form up in the start of the season, he would be up there with Karim Benzema, and then we're talking about kind of players on a level playing field in terms of the goals scored. So for me, in the front three, Enes Unal is my centre forward. One guy who I was surprised you didn't mention, Matt, is Juanmi. I think Juanmi at Betis has been, for me, probably the surprise of the season. And I was looking up at his statistics before this, and he's actually exceeding his expected goals by 7. And to put that into context, Benzema is exceeding his expected goals by 4. Lionel Messi in his last 2 seasons in La Liga exceeded them by 3 and 4. So, I mean, this is like Juanmi is like Lionel Messi over his last 2 seasons in La Liga added together. He's that good. And Juanmi is just being one of that front three, front four for Betis that has been so important. And he's scored some big goals. I mean, he's scored hat-tricks. He's kind of done everything for Manuel Pellegrini, and he's got his team out of trouble when they've needed it. And this is a guy who, up until early this season, I don't think any of us would have even had him on our strongest Betis 11 selections. So for me, that has to go to Juanmi. And my third choice is perhaps a more controversial one, and that's Ousmane Dembélé. Okay, yeah, maybe he missed out a lot at the start of the season, but he's got 0.92 assists per 90 minutes since he's kind of been playing. The next best in La Liga is 0.41. I mean, that's more than twice the number. I think he's kind of completely changed the game for Xavi. I mean, he's the perfect kind of Xavi player, and Xavi must be desperate for him to stay next season. But since he's stayed fit, since he came back in February, I think he's been fantastic. Because to do that with all the pressure, everything going on off the pitch, for me, that's worthy of being in with a shout in team of the season. I mean, much more than Jose Luis Morales, whose team were absolutely terrible until about 3 weeks ago.
Well, we've got 6 different striker options for the front three. Tom, do you want to add another 3 and make it 9 and make this very confusing?
Well, I'm going to make it 8. And Sam's not going to like me because I've gone really boring, and I have gone for both Karim Benzema and Vinicius Junior. I just don't think you can really look past them both, because obviously Real Madrid are 15 points clear at the top of the table, and those two are really the reason why. I mean, Vinicius this season, just the difference between what he was last season and 2 seasons ago to today is just unbelievable. The finishing has just gone up another level. He's scoring important goals. I mean, you look at the goal he scored against Sevilla at the Bernabeu earlier on in the season, that was out of nothing, a screamer. And, he's starting to kind of take on that responsibility himself, which is so impressive, on top of how dangerous he's always been on the ball, dribbling at people, taking players on, etc., etc. So I think he's got to be in there. And then, Karim Benzema, I mean, there's just an inevitability about him getting involved at the moment. I mean, again, with that Sevilla game, the one a couple of days ago, as it was getting into that kind of 2-2 and we're running out of time, I was kind of sat there thinking, well, Benzema's going to do something, isn't he? And then obviously he did. So I think those are my 2, a bit boring. But the extra player I've gone for is Gonzalo Guedes of Valencia. It's 17 goals and assists this season in La Liga, 17 goal contributions. I think he's really raised his game and he's become the most important attacking player in this Valencia side. And, obviously we all know about Jose Bordalas' style. It doesn't, typically suit somebody like Guedes. It's obviously a lot more direct, a lot more physical, but I think he's really adapted his game and become a player to kind of link, the midfield and the attack together. He's outperforming his XG by 5 this season. So as Sam was saying before, that's nearly doubly as good as Lionel Messi. So I'm going to go for Guedes alongside Benzema and Vinicius. But I'm the biggest Jose Luis Morales fan in the world, so I'd happily have him in there too.
We've had a comment from Roman, our man in Barcelona, and he's basically said to me that the Morales pick is silly because he's only just started to play light when Levante have recovered. So where was he when they were rock bottom with only 1 win all season, which is a fair point, it must be said. He also said, where's Luke de Jong? Which, I mean, we've all overlooked the GOAT quite clearly.
Luke de Jong is our first substitute, right? I mean,
yes,
the default position for Luke de Jong.
When the crosses go in, because, he's better than Neymar at crosses, as Koeman said. So that's without a doubt. Okay, then. So, we've got a range of names here. None of us have used our veto. Does anyone want to use a veto now?
I do, but I'm not sure which one I want to use it for. I want to use it for about half of the names you mentioned.
Oh dear.
Benzema's got 2 votes, hasn't he? So is he in there?
He has. So he's going to be locked in as it stands. So.
And then it's between everyone else. God.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a case for. I'll say Guedes just to avoid having 2 Real Madrid players in there. I mean, just basically, like I said before, 17 goal contributions. I think he's been absolutely fantastic, but I'm happy to listen to other suggestions.
I mean, I think this was certainly true about a month ago, but because we were doing a piece for Squawker, and at that stage, I think it was 15, but now obviously it's 17. He has more goal contributions in Europe's top 5 leagues than any other Portuguese player. So that's more than Jota, more than Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, you name it, all those guys. He's outperforming them in terms of goals and assists. So that is a very good shout. No
Juanmi though.
No Juanmi. I'm going to veto Enerson now. I'm sorry. I'm going to do it.
Matt, come on.
I'm sorry.
So that means Sam's veto Benzema then.
No, I think it's going to have to happen.
Okay, so we've narrowed it down to maybe 7. I've got to fill these 3. Tom, do you feel strongly for Dembele?
I mean, yeah, he was going to be.
Come on, Matt. You need to justify why you're vetoing Enes. I mean, it's the Turkish Messi that you're kicking out of the team of the season.
I just think that while he's been very impressive, we can do better in terms of players and team of the season. I really do. No offense to Tafe fans. Sorry.
I'm sure all the Hetafe fans are watching. All 10 of them.
Yeah, so I'm happy for Dembele. I think the only reason I didn't mention him is because I thought, he's not played that much this season, but how well he has played when he has played, I'm happy to have Dembele. And if we're bearing in mind these vetoes that we've just used, I'd probably go Vinicius and Guedes as my front 3 if I had to pick.
Okay. So
are
you using your vetoes?
I'm happy to. I've not really got any ones that I'm outraged about. So
okay, all right. So as things stand, then we're gonna go with Benzema, and then it's probably a choice between Aspas, Juanmi, Vinicius, Dembele. Any strong opinions?
I want to use it on Benzema, but I feel like we can't have a team of the season without a number 9, and Benzema probably has the best argument there. But I have to veto Vinicius.
Probably.
I have to veto Vinicius. We can't be having Vinicius in a team of the season. I mean, he was fantastic the first couple of weeks, and since then, I mean, you've been watching him the last month or 2, and he looks more like the Vinicius of old. And yeah, he's exciting. Yeah, he gets you on the edge of your seat, but just sat back down again 10 seconds later. And that's the difference with a player like Dembele or a player like Juanmi. If I just keep repeating it, then eventually he'll give in. And I think they are players who have an end product. And Vinicius is a big improvement on last season. But for me, last season, if he had another season like that, he wouldn't be at Real Madrid next season. So, yeah, he's an improved player, but he's not a team of the season player. I mean, yeah, he scored some goals, but in the last few weeks in particular, I think he's been pretty average. And this is the kind of moment in the season where you need your big players to turn up. And I'm not sure that Vinicius is doing that, whereas I think Dembele is turning up. I think Juanmi is turning up. And so I have to veto Vinicius.
Okay, well, rules are rules. Vinicius is out. Okay, so that leaves us with Benzema and Juanmi and Dembele. Unless there are any objections to that. I think Iago Aspas has been robbed, but okay. If you're not going to use your veto, Tom, we're going to stick with that and move on to our next segment. So let's just do a quick recap then. Our team of the season: Thibaut Courtois in goal, Pablo Maffeo, David Garcia, Robin Lenormand, Fran Garcia, a midfield of Nabil Fekir, Iker Muniain and Carlos Soler, and a front 3 of Karim Benzema, Ousmane Dembele, and some guy at Betis who Sam loves called Juanmi. Right. But now then, guys, that's the end of our first part. We still have a bit more to come before we're done. We're going to have a look at regions of Spain who produce the best players. So we're not moving away from controversy here. We're going to keep going on the controversy. And first of all, we're going to hear from Roman de Arquer. He's our man in Barcelona.
There's no doubt that Catalonia is one of the most important regions here in Spain in terms of developing quality football players and talent. And to look into this, I think we have to go back to the beginnings of football here in Spain, because if you look at the first 5 clubs that were founded and that still are active nowadays, 3 of those are actually from Catalonia, with Barcelona, of course, Espanyol, and Palamos from a lower division. And if you look around those early 1900s, a bit later on, you'll see others like Badalona, like Sabadell, etc. So I mean, this comes to prove that they've sustained themselves along the years, because football is crucial here in Catalonia. It's part of the way of life, we could say. It's part of the culture, and people want to support their club but also play for their club. So that's really important. I mean, if you go to any school here in Catalonia, you'll see that in their break time, in their patio time, the first thing they want to do is play football. You know, it's definitely a massive sport in Catalonia. Furthermore, having a team or a club like Barcelona with international exposure definitely motivates younger players, you know, to want to play in this club. Espanyol also another example. You know, the kids want to play in their idolized clubs, and they want to play or with their idols. So I mean, that's also an important factor in this sense. And in Barcelona's case, we could also point out the style of play they have, which is quite particular, we could say, has also definitely had an impact not just on younger players, but also on many clubs around the country who want to maybe adapt this style and then get their young kids to play in a similar way to get better and better. And also, I think it's important to point out the fact that Catalonia hands a lot of licenses to coaches. In 2019, it was the region in Spain with more coaches, with I think it was around 18,000 licenses that were handed out that year, ahead of Andalusia, which had 17,000. So I mean, the fact that players have to become coaches and have to teach again future generations, like a circular thing, you know, that goes around, and they always want to pass on all that knowledge and all the information they've been gathering. And of course, it's not just about teaching them tactics and technical abilities, etc. It's also about helping them with the pressure, you know, with their minds, because it's also a very important factor in football. And I think the fact also that kids have to learn various languages since being young, because they learn, of course, Catalan, Spanish, and usually maybe English or French. That also definitely helps in the intake and in the learning process, you know, for a kid. So all of those factors, I think, are really important. And we look into the actual players that have succeeded here in Catalonia. I think we have some of the best, of course. We've had Piqué, we have Victor Valdés, who's been a fantastic goalkeeper, Carlos Puyol, Xavi, of course, Cesc Fábregas. For me, Xavi, in this case, he's the best Spanish football player in the history. I think he's been fundamental not just to Barcelona, but also to Spain. And speaking of Spain, their golden period, we could say, with more titles. We had lots of Catalans involved. In 2008, if I'm not mistaken, there were 6 Catalan players in the squad. In 2010, in the World Cup, there were 7. And then in the following Euro Cup, again, there were 6. And most of these players in all the Euro Cups were starters, actually, in the final, the most important game of all the process, you know. So this comes to prove that Catalonia has had a massive impact in that sense in football here in Spain in its golden era. And so, yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that we have some of the best players, and I said before, the one mentioned are super, super important. And I still have to insist on Xavi, because for me, he's been just an incredible player to watch, and hopefully he can do great things as a coach too.
Thank you very much there, Roman. Fabulous insight into football in Catalonia. We've just ticked past the 10-hour mark for the collective live stream. So again, fabulous effort. Everyone involved, the guys at GearyCast and all of the other content creators for this fabulous initiative, raising money for Ukraine. Once again, if you can donate, please do. It will genuinely go towards helping change the lives of those who are really suffering from Ukraine right now. Okay, moving on to the other regions of Spain then. Tom, we'll come to you. You have looked at a pretty hot and spicy area of Spain, haven't you?
Yeah, so I've had the privilege of looking at Andalusia, and I mean, you know, looking at some of the names that have come from that region, it's absolutely incredible. And obviously, they've got a big game coming up on the weekend, Real Betis, in their first Copa del Rey final for quite some time. And if they can win that, then one of the best Andalusian players will be, you know, sent off with a trophy to his name, and that is Joaquin. Obviously, 40 years of age, over 800 professional appearances, and, you know, it'd be an incredible send-off for him. But alongside Joaquin, you've got, obviously, Jesus Navas as well. He's 774 professional appearances, World Cup winner. So you've got 2 absolute legends there. And as well, I was looking as so Jesus Navas alongside Gavi, obviously Barcelona's Gavi, and Fabian Ruiz, both come from a town just south of Sevilla called, let me try and find it 1 second, Los Palacios y Villafranca. 38,000 people come from this town, and they produce Gavi, Jesus Navas, and Fabian Ruiz, which I think is quite an incredible achievement. I mean, it's a world-class player for 13,000 people, so not too bad. And then obviously we've got the likes of Sergio Ramos as well, all-time leading appearance maker for the national team, 7th highest goal scorer as well. So I think there's some really, really strong players to come from this region. I mean, if we were to make a team, I'd I'd back them.
Yeah, very strong case there. Sam, how about you? You've obviously got a different region. Who are your standout names?
Yeah, so I've gone for here where I am now, Madrid, the capital of Spain, the capital of European football, if you can let me get away with saying that. I mean, look at the Madrid as a city of football, you look at Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid. I mean, there are many cities in the world. Maybe London is the only one, that Milan maybe in the past, that can compete in terms of having such quality teams so close together. But not just that. I mean, Madrid has so many other teams. I mean, Rayo, Getafe, Leganés, in Segunda, you've even got kind of the Fuenlabradas, the Alcorcons, and they've created some fantastic players. I mean, in terms of the most exciting teams that we've ever seen in history, I mean, the Galacticos in that era at Real Madrid is definitely up there. I mean, the spine of that team, kind of Iker Casillas, Fernando Hierro, Guti, Raúl, I mean, they're all homebred from Madrid. A lot of them are kind of fans of their team. Raúl, famously an Atletico fan when he was coming through. And even today, I mean, you look at the Spanish national team, and I think you could probably pick 10 Spanish national team midfields using only players from Madrid. I mean, Marcos Llorente, Rodri Hernandez, Coque, Dani Parejo. I mean, these are all players that come from Madrid, and so many of them have benefited from the size of these clubs in the capital because they've gone through the training ranks at clubs like Real Madrid, at clubs like Atletico Madrid now, where their youth system wasn't so great a few years ago under Jesus Silva, but is much better now. I mean, it's creating these top talents with top facilities and top coaches, and I think we're starting to see the effects of that because, I mean, players like Coque are fantastic. Saúl is another one who maybe is not quite the same level now, but the players who've come through the ranks at these clubs make it to the first team and make it to the very highest level. And even the rest of the team. I mean, Dani Carvajal is Spain's first choice right back. He's from Madrid. I mean, he was came through the youth ranks of Leganés. And Alvaro Morata, who is kind of doing the tour of playing for every club in Madrid and came through initially at Getafe, played for Real Madrid, obviously, he played for Atletico Madrid, and now we just have to wait for him to end up at Leganés or Rayo or something like that at some point in the future, which is maybe closer to his level.
It's always been his dream to play for them.
I'm sure he will definitely say that in his press conference. But then even kind of some of the biggest players and figures within Spanish football, I mean, for example, Luis Aragonés, I mean, such an influential figure as a player and as a coach, and not only within his kind of nucleus of Atletico, of Madrid, but he's also kind of gone elsewhere. He's gone to Sevilla and had an impact. He's led the Spanish national team and set everything up there. And I mean, we can't underestimate his influence there. So I think Madrid has just kind of always led the way within Spanish football. And for me, that's kind of what sets it apart from the other regions.
Yeah, very strong case once again there. I'm going to go with the Basque Country. Very proud, very unique identity. If you get the chance to watch a game in Spain, do try and get to the Basque Country. It's a fabulous place to watch football. Sam, you were there this weekend, in fact, to see a couple. But if you want a glimpse into the future, then look no further than the academies at Athletic and Real Sociedad. You've got Lezama and Zubieta. They produce so many quality players. I mean, look at Athletic in the last few years. The Williams brothers, Kepa in goal, Unai Simon. You've got Nico Serrano. You've got Isaiah Libre coming through too. And as for centre-backs as well, I mean, you've got Yeray Alvarez. You've got Inigo Martinez. And Danny Vivian is the latest cab off the rank. And they are all fantastic players. Not always picked for the Spanish national team necessarily, but always in the conversation, certainly when selection comes around. And of course, they have their own national team who play in friendlies, coached by Javi Clemente, the famous coach from the 80s and 90s. And coaches too, if you think about Imanol Alguacil, Unai Emery and Julen Lopetegui, the last two winners of the Europa League, in fact, are both hailing from the Basque Country. So plenty of rich footballing roots there. And yeah, as I say, if you want a glimpse to the future, that's where you need to look in those academies because they're producing so much talent all the time. And of course, I just want to mention one thing. Last year, we had the Copa del Rey final, the one that was postponed between Athletic Club and Real Sociedad. And it was Mikel Oyarzabal who scored the winning penalty past Unai Simon in goal. So, of course, a very kind of divergent moment for those two footballers. But just a couple of months later, they were embracing together in the national team after they won the quarter-final against Switzerland on penalties. Mikel Oyarzabal and Unai Simon running to each other and embracing. And it just shows that, you know, it's a very special connection you have there in basketball. They're rivals, of course, but there's a lot of respect among the players too. And I think that's a nice way to kind of bring this to a conclusion. We've got a couple of minutes left. It would be wrong of us not to mention Villarreal's incredible European run, Tom. So let's have your take on what a wild ride this has been, beating Bayern, beating Juventus, and now facing Liverpool in the semis. Tell me how you feel.
It's just unbelievable, isn't it, really? I still can't really get my head around it. I mean, I wasn't confident before the Bayern game. I'm not going to lie and say I'm confident before this Liverpool game coming up, but you just never know with this team. They've just miracle after miracle. Obviously, it was a massive blow the other day seeing Gerard Moreno limp off the pitch. You know, we've heard reports that he might be back for the second leg. But, you know, I think what rubs salt in the wounds is how well he was playing at Getafe before he was substituted and how well Villarreal were playing as well. But, yeah, I mean, just unbelievable. I'm going to try and get tickets for Anfield if I can. I'll try and get over to Villarreal as well to support them. But, yeah, just beyond their wildest dreams. And, you know, I think the saddest thing about this is that, obviously, if you look at where they are in La Liga, they're trailing the European places. If they don't win the Champions League, they might not be in Europe next season, which is, you know, unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, we've got to enjoy it while it lasts, and hopefully, you know, fingers crossed we can pull off another miracle.
Yeah, absolutely. The template's going to be slightly different though, because in the past, obviously, you had the home leg first to take that over to the away game and then kind of play that defensive counter-attack game so well. This time, you obviously at Anfield first and then trying to take something back to La Ceramica. So that'd be interesting dynamic there. Sam, Atleti, of course, out of the Champions League, but they gave City a real good go, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they did a proper Atleti job on them and just missing that little bit of luck, I think, this time, and not quite the quality of similar games in the past against Bayern, against Barcelona, where Atleti just had that little bit more quality in the squad, particularly in attack, because I think they did have the chances against City. And maybe they're missing kind of that prime Diego Costa or the in-form Antoine Griezmann to convert those chances. But they did themselves proud, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Spanish football fans, as we all are, we can all appreciate the work that all the clubs have done this season in Europe. Of course, Barcelona very disappointingly knocked out by Eintracht, but so there'll be no representative in the Europa League. But we've still got, obviously, Real Madrid against City and Villarreal against Liverpool. That brings us to the end of our hour. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you to Tom and Sam for joining me here. It's been fabulous to be a part of this. As we've said, please continue to donate if you can. And we'll now hand over to our good friends at TSFP, the Spanish Football Podcast. They need no introduction, of course, the legends of the Spanish football community. So we'll hand over to those. Thanks, guys.
Hello, I'm Natalia and I volunteer to help British Ukrainian Aid. At the moment you can see me at one of our storage facilities in London. Behind me there are boxes with humanitarian aid, including tactical medicine items.
I'm Andrei from British Ukrainian Aid, and here you can see the components that we put in a first aid kits that will go to Ukraine to save lives.
We have an army of volunteers who are helping us. They volunteer to drive the boxes and pallets to the Polish-Ukrainian and Romanian-Ukrainian borders. Then they are sent to a distribution center in Lviv, and from that point further on to Kyiv and the Kyiv region and Kharkiv region.
Ukraine is a country of people just like us. Dancers, musicians, artists. Today, let's send them our love and support through British Ukrainian Aid's essential medical supplies, saving lives and treating horrific injuries, so that one day soon, not too far away, they can be dancing again. Please give generously. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. It's us, TSFP, the Spanish Football Podcast. I'm Phil Kitchemalides. That's Alex Kirkland, and that is Peter Dubovsky, a.k.a. Dr. Sidlow, wearing
Hello.
his very
How you
fetching
doing?
Real Oviedo tracksuit top. Get involved. We're going to be here for an hour. We'll talk about basically whatever you want. Please send us your comments, and we will, if you've got questions, ask us questions. If you've got comments about anything, basically, get involved, because we're here just to spend a good hour talking about Spanish football. And yeah, basically, we're trying to raise money. We to be honest, we'd rather not be doing this, because this is happening because something really bad is happening in the world. So the idea is to try and raise money for a really serious and important cause, which is why we're here. Thank you very much to everyone who's donated so far. If you haven't donated, click on the link. It's very easy.
Well, I'm just doing it now, Phil, just to prove how easy it is. So you literally just on the YouTube player,
Even
open it up.
Sid
Even me,
managed this.
who is of course tech savvy, is not really my thing. Click on the link on YouTube. It will say just before you continue just giving, accept the cookies. And then on the right-hand side, it just says give now. Click on give now. I'm just waiting for the little
I'm loving this explanation from Sid. This is brilliant. This is what you were born
donation
to do,
amount,
Sid.
and it's got the donation amounts there. All you need, of course, I'm just opening my wallet. Should I really be doing that? I shouldn't, should I? But anyway, you need
don't read out your credit card number and the three digits on the back.
One of those things, and then it's very easy.
So it's really easy. We're currently at 370 the total. All right, £370. We can get more than that, I'm sure. When we hit £500, we want to hit £500. Okay, when we hit £500, we're going to do a raffle. We've got some giveaways, we've got some prizes, we've got some TSFP merchandise, we've got a goodie bag, basically, of stuff.
We're going to have a rummage around the TSFP archives. We've got some mugs,
I mean,
we've got some TSFP coasters, some stickers, I think some notepads, maybe some books, all sorts of lovely Spanish football bits and pieces.
Yeah, I mean, the verb rummage around sort of downplays what it is. I mean,
because right now I genuinely can't remember where they are. I think it's in my storage closet.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, TSFP Pals
you're killing the vibe a bit, Kirk.
Yeah, TSFP Pals is such a big place.
A deluxe hamper.
Thank you. Spanish football hamper, deluxe Spanish football hamper, which we will give away.
Should we do the asterisk here and say may not include ham? Do not believe that because it's a hamper, it's going to include ham.
You've got a lot of ham in that garage. Everybody knows it.
I tell you what, I'll go and have a look. I don't think there's any ham left, I'll be honest.
So once we get to £500 of your donations, we will give that away. But if we don't get to £500, that hastily assembled bag of tat, the amazing giveaway. I'm joking, it's good stuff.
Also,
stay with us. So,
by the way, stay with us because we will keep you up to date with the scores. Now, this is probably, strictly speaking, counts as piracy as far as La Liga is concerned, but we will be keeping up to date with what's happening. We're in my house, we're double screening anyway. We're double screening here, so we will be keeping you up to date with what's going on in both Villarreal Valencia, which is currently Villarreal 2, Valencia 0, and in the Betis game. Betis have put out a surprisingly strong lineup.
Yeah, don't do any piracy, Sid. That will get me
I'm
sacked.
definitely not doing piracy. We're not.
Kitcho does not condone piracy for the avoidance of doubt.
Not. For the avoidance of any doubt at all. Right. So we've got some people sending questions in, which is great. So let's try and kick off. Lots of people. Right. Jose Reyes says, "Hola Spa, hola Jose." Alex Ashmore says, "Would love to get your..." Okay, no. Ali says, "Hola Spa, predictions for next week's Champions League matches." Well, Real Madrid are going to win and Villarreal are going to win. I mean, that's pretty simple, isn't it? I mean,
No? I mean, look, should we give the honest answer?
Yeah.
Real Madrid are going to win and Villarreal are going to win. I think Villarreal might be precisely the kind of team that Liverpool find the most difficult. Now, that's not to say that Liverpool aren't favourites. I think they are. But I think a team that is defensively very strong, that doesn't necessarily give you space to run into, that doesn't allow you to speed up the pace of the game and will try and slow the pace of the game down. But it's not just defensively strong in terms of, in the Atletico Madrid sense, in terms of having lots of people behind the ball, but it's very good at keeping possession as almost as an anesthetic approach to the game. I think is the kind of team that potentially could cause Liverpool problems. Now, I still think they're favourites, but I think Villarreal may well make it difficult for them. I suppose the question might be, as quite often is the case in these kind of matchups, whether Liverpool score early enough to force Villarreal to take a step up a little bit. In the other game, I think Real Madrid go through.
You always think Real Madrid will go through.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I realise that. No, I do realise that.
Yeah.
I realise that, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
All right, fair enough. Alex Ashmore says, would love to get your thoughts on Gareth Bale and where he'll go. Did we talk about this in the Q&A pod we did today? I think we might have.
Well, I said that you should go to El Oviedo, but
yeah. I mean, we also said it would be absolutely hilarious if he went to Barcelona.
It would be very, very funny.
And then
is there any way we can make the Geary Cast guys happy and make a case for him going to Malaga? I mean, financially, it might be a little bit beyond them given their current state, but lots of lovely golf courses down on the coast.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's a very, very easy way of encouraging Gareth to go to Malaga. The golf courses on the Costa
don't go down the Spanish route of relating him to golf.
I know, but it's true. And by the way, if you've ever been down, well, I'm sure you have, and I'm sure a lot of our listeners will have as well. If you've ever been down to that part of Spain, the sheer number of golf courses is incredible. You don't even need to go into the towns. You just go on that, I think it's the A7, isn't it? The motorway that hammers through Andalusia. And just, as you come around the Costa del Sol, there's just golf courses everywhere.
Yes. Okay. So
I don't play golf, by the way.
No,
for me, a bogey is still a thing that comes out of my nose. It's not,
Okay. Chris says, "Hola Spa, I love it. It's so easy. Even Sid can do it. Donation promo."
Exactly that.
Yeah, it is that easy. We're already, by the way, we're already up to 413. Okay. No, we're up
and
to
that's without me actually
469.
having completed mine because I was just trying to see if I can get the light on in here so you can actually see me. Not that that's necessarily a good thing.
469 we're up to. That's fantastic. Keep it coming, and we will do the raffle a little bit later on.
That's without me actually doing it because I feel like I probably shouldn't be sitting here tapping in my card details while I talk to you.
Yeah, maybe don't just do it after. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's really easy apparently. David Pearson says, "Is it Mbappe or bust for Real Madrid in the summer, or are there any other potential new Galacticos we could see come in? There's a big Norwegian lad they're quite keen on. Yeah."
I mean, the thing is, I suppose, if we're going to define them as Galacticos, you then have to ask yourself which European players count as Galacticos now. Not European necessarily, but players currently playing in Europe. Or maybe if there is a kind of Galactico in waiting in Brazil or Argentina or something. But players that actually count as Galacticos, really and truly right now, are probably only Mbappe and Haaland in terms of people on the market, aren't they? Because you would say maybe Salah, but I don't know if he counts as being on the market just yet.
Everyone's got their price, hasn't he?
Well, there is that, and particularly when they're in the midst of a contract renegotiation. So maybe.
So what? Hold on, like Neymar and Messi aren't Galacticos anymore. Not that they're. But
are they on the market?
Everyone's on the market.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. All right. And also, by the way, at what point does Kevin De Bruyne get bored of playing for Man City?
Why would he get bored of playing for Man City?
Well, when they inevitably go out against Real Madrid in the Champions League, and they have another season of sort of the success feeling empty and the defeats feeling like the most important thing in the world, does De Bruyne go, I really want to play for El Oviedo?
You're going to say that with everyone, aren't you? Literally,
literally everybody. Yes. I mean, in the case of Haaland, there's actually at least there is some logic to this. Haaland's idol is Michu. If he truly wants to follow in his idol's footsteps, he can go to El Oviedo.
Yeah, or he could go to Burgos, where Michu is currently the sporting
Swansea.
director. Or Swansea. But yeah.
Well, Rio, Phil. That's
not going to happen. Yeah, all right. Absolutely. Kelvin says, "Hi, Sid, Phil, and Al. Hope you're well. What are your thoughts about the Copa final this weekend? Who do you think will be the important players to decide if Betis or Valencia win?"
What do you think? I can't help feeling like Valencia win this, partly because I'm watching the Valencia game now, and Valencia have rested a whole load of their players, and I'm watching the Betis game now on the other screen, and Betis are not resting a whole load of their players. And I know that doesn't define everything. Hey?
Betis have got much better players.
They have. But Valencia, if there's a team that can defend and catch you once and go through, go on and win it, is that not Valencia?
I mean, are they that good at that? I mean,
in a final, I think they might be. Yeah, in a final, I think they might be.
Al?
I mean, no, I think Betis do it. It would be nice if Betis could be rewarded for what a fantastic season they've had with a little bit of cup glory. It looks like top four might just be beyond them, but to win a cup would be absolutely fantastic, and not just because we are such big fans of Manuel Pellegrini's tracksuit, but also because we love a lot of their players as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's obviously too easy just to sort of reduce it to one team has a certain style and another team has another style. But aesthetically, Betis are a lot more pleasing on the eye, let's put it like that, than Valencia. But, you know, each to their own, I guess. Matthew Harrison says, in our 2 hours of recording, I only got to mention Michu once on our show. So can Sid just talk about Michu for a bit?
We'll leave you to it, Sid.
I just go like that a bit. Hang on. I've forgotten how to even do it properly. But anyway, yeah, let's just talk about Michu. Michu's brilliant. I love Michu. Is that enough? I mean, do I need to say? There's not really very much else to say. Although, actually, you know what? It possibly is worth picking up on that final season at Rayo, and also, of course, the first season at Swansea. He was genuinely extraordinary. A very good friend of mine is a Swansea fan, and his little boy is a Swansea fan as well. And I mean, it was like the meeting of the Michu fan club. We actually met them for dinner in Santa Barbara in California. The two families met, my family and theirs. And my little boy had come in a Real Oviedo tracksuit, and his little boy had come in a Swansea tracksuit. So it's fair to say we took a photograph of the two of them, immediately sent it to Michu. So for some reason, we've just stumbled across the Michu fan club in Santa Barbara, California. And it really is easy to overlook how much of given that it was only really a year and a half at Swansea, where he was at the very top of his game, how much of an extraordinary impact he had in that year and a half. And you look back,
it was like nobody expected, like no one knew about him.
No one knew who he
just
was.
Comes in and just blazes it away for one season.
And it's got to be one of the fastest overnight, kind of suddenly becoming a bit of a superstar, and then just as fast as he emerged, he kind of tragically, of course, with the injuries, it went away again. Yeah. There haven't been many trajectories that have been that steep in both directions.
And obviously it goes hand in hand with the trajectory of the club itself, because of course Swansea, forgive me for saying this, Swansea fans, not a huge club, and yet all of a sudden this was a team playing in Europe. I was there when they went to Mestalla and destroyed Valencia, absolutely destroyed Valencia, and they were completely brilliant that night. And I think a lot of Swansea fans might argue that's the greatest night in their entire history. So the two things kind of went hand in hand. That it was him, even if only fleetingly, lifting them to a point at which they've only been at fleetingly as well. So yeah, and that's quite a lot of Michu chat. I'm very pleased with us.
We're at £548.
I was going to say we crossed the threshold.
How much Michu does it take to?
I think we have to
donate to stop Sid talking about Michu.
Yeah, we're gonna have to set the bar a little bit higher to give some stuff away. So I know, just dig deep and just give whatever you can. We've got quite a few people watching now, so if everyone just gives a little bit, we can make a bit of a difference. Pitantrax says que chaqueta más guapa. Someone who I assume is an Oviedo fan who likes your jacket,
or just a fashion connoisseur, obviously.
Yeah, either or. DJ Edward Smith says, if Haaland stays in England and Mbappe stays at Paris, where did Barca or Real Madrid look for their next marquee signing? Don't say Real Oviedo.
No, I mean, honestly, if those two do not come to Spain, then I suppose if you're looking for a really big name, you've pretty much got to go to either someone you can get from the Premier League, and we go back and mention Mo Salah again, perhaps, or maybe you start looking at Bayern Munich. So maybe it becomes someone like Lewandowski. The only problem with Lewandowski as a marquee signing is that this is by definition a short-term marquee signing. But in terms of a name, do you not kind of feel like Bayern and the Premier League are the only other places you can get them from?
I think it's an interesting question what Real Madrid will do if Mbappe effectively turns them down again and signs a contract extension at PSG. Where do you go from there? I mean, how long does this pursuit that's already been going on for years and years and years?
If he does that, then he's dead to Florentino. Surely.
Maybe it's done.
Maybe even literally.
And to be honest, I'm not sure if they look at an alternative superstar, or if they simply do what they've done in the last few years, which is decide not to splash out on a superstar and think we've got another year of Benzema, we've got Vinicius getting better and better, we've got Rodrigo who looks like he's starting to get better.
You know what I could see them doing? Honestly,
Gareth Bale is el fichaje.
No, well, yeah, I mean, the media will always find someone who's staying there as the fichaje. I could genuinely see them if they were put in a position where Mbappe suddenly didn't turn up. I think they recognise that they could probably do with a striker as Villarreal. Oh, great save. Villarreal almost scored a third there. Silerson made a very good save. I could genuinely see them, if they do look at this and think we need a forward, looking within Spain and looking at someone like Alexander Isak, or looking at someone like Danjuma, or because I don't think they'll go. Or what?
My boy,
your boy,
sorry.
yeah, of course,
My
yeah,
boy,
Isak or
Danny J.
Danjuma. I could see them being targets for Real Madrid if they were put in a position where they had to look, if you like, beyond the obvious.
Oh, might be a goal here for Villarreal. It's my boy Danjuma in for a hat trick. Danjuma, good save.
Is that not just the one I just watched? Have we got slight lag between our companies?
We got a slight lag. Is that what it is?
That
Oh,
was
no.
probably the same chance.
Yeah, I think it was.
I'll tell you what, is Parejo taking a corner now, Philly? You're seeing Parejo's back in about 30 seconds. If you see Parejo's back and someone's pulling on Mandy's shirt, then we'll know. 44 minutes and 53 seconds.
TSFP gold.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's the same one. I won't do that again then. Olubunmi says, hello, Phil, Sid and Alex. Hello, Olubunmi. Tom Lesinski says, love the TSFP gang. Thanks for the love, Tom. Tim says, hola, Spa. We all know the mighty Real Oviedo will make the promotion playoff. Any thoughts on who they match up with best?
I was talking to a friend actually this evening about this who's a Leganés fan. And he's probably the only person I know who watches the second division properly, like apart from journalists. And I kind of feel like, and this might be short-sighted, that Oviedo's one of their advantages in the playoffs will be that this is a big club in a big ground that will fill during the playoffs, which in truth doesn't fill during the season. And that might be really significant. And so I'd almost rather not play the bigger clubs in the playoffs. So obviously, Valladolid, for example. I feel like I'd almost rather play Eibar, even though they're a better team than perhaps Valladolid, and that Eibar slip out of an automatic promotion place and into a playoff place. I don't know if that's short-sighted of me, but it does feel like that might be beneficial for Oviedo. The other funny thing, if you look at Oviedo's results this year, and the last few weeks have changed this a bit, but they've got really good results against the theoretically good teams, and really quite bad results against some of the poorer teams, in theory. And Oviedo are not necessarily a team that go and attack you. So you feel like maybe they would be better against a stronger side, because it won't matter so much that Oviedo are not, to put it bluntly, not enormously proactive sometimes.
Okay. I mean, how much more Oviedo chat can we get away with, do you reckon?
I don't know. What do you think?
I mean,
should we try? Should we just sort of push it and see how far it goes?
Just rebrand this as the Oviedo Hour.
We really should do a TSFP presents Oviedo every day.
Yeah, let's try not to do that. Okay, more questions. Olubunmi says, Sid, why do Barca keep repeating historical mistakes with regards to financial impasses?
Yeah, I mean, I assume you're talking about the fact that they're still spending now, even though they don't have any money, and obviously the most recent example being Ferran Torres. We talked about this in the podcast a couple of weeks ago because I'd been to see Jordi Cruyff, who of course is now not officially the sporting director, but kind of the de facto secretario técnico, even though his official title I think is international scouting secretary or something like that. But he was saying, look, we are controlling in this in a way that wasn't the case. Because I actually asked him very directly that question. I said, look, let me ask you the most blunt question of all. How the bloody hell can you spend 55 million on Ferran Torres? And he said, well, look, amortizations. And I said, okay, then, there's a lovely Spanish phrase, and I'm sure some of you will know this, bread for today, hunger for tomorrow. Are you not just spending this on getting something now that actually means in the long run you're going to go hungry? And he said, no, we are controlling this in a way that wasn't always the case before. We think we're not falling into the kind of traps that we've inherited. Now, I suppose the question then becomes, how far do you trust this Barcelona for that to actually be the case? I think they've learned some of the lessons. I think I do trust them up to a point. But I also think there are pressures that are not just purely economic. And there are pressures, particularly at presidential level, to kind of make a big splash. And we've seen that, I think, in the way that they played up the idea that they could get Haaland. And then actually quite quickly sort of started saying, actually, this isn't possible. And acting as if it never was, which I suppose it probably never really was.
Jose Reyes says, while not suggesting that quarterfinal of the Champions League and fourth in the league is a disaster, how bad would it have to get for Simeone not to be welcome at Atleti?
Well, he will always be welcome at Atleti.
He's got a job there as long as he wants it.
Yeah, I think so, because I think this is actually quite an interesting question in terms of like, how does a club, and this, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the case with Atletico, but given Jose's kind of imagined scenario, or given other scenarios that could follow it,
Ask Al about Arsene Wenger.
Well, exactly. That is exactly the parallel. Because there is that question that says, even when you reach a point at which you think it might not be a great idea anymore, when you have someone to whom you have an enormous debt of gratitude, how do you manage the closing of that period?
And don't you think that gratitude in football doesn't really last very long, and people have quite short
doesn't last
memories?
Very long, but I think Simeone is a step beyond that, and I think he's the closest thing there is in Spain to a Wenger. And I think as well, Atletico's fans are of a particular type. And so even if the club at some club level is not sure about Simeone, and this maybe is different to Wenger at Arsenal, because at Wenger at Arsenal, correct me if I'm wrong, Al, but there was a division towards the end. I think right now, no Atletico Madrid fan and no Atletico Madrid match going fan would even for a minute call for Simeone to go, if only because they would feel bad doing it. Even if at some point inside them, they would think, yeah, maybe we should change this. I don't think any of them would allow themselves to do that. And bear in mind, by the way, they chanted him the other day at a time when the pressure was on and when they thought they were going out. Bear in mind, and I think we should repeat this, even though we've repeated it before, they're the current league title winners.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, all I would say is that the fact that this season, the year after winning the league title, it required a sort of behind the scenes crisis meeting to kind of get the season back on track. That makes me think that maybe the idea that he has a job for life for as long as he wants it, maybe that isn't quite the case. I know that ended up ratifying him and they decided to
I was going to say, that's
but
the
fact
caveat.
that meeting was necessary tells you something, doesn't it?
That's the caveat, though, isn't it? Though, as you say, that meeting was partly about saying to the players, don't piss about here. This guy's still in charge. And I personally think, and one or two of the players have confirmed this, and the best of them was Jimenez, who actually said this in an interview, I think, with Movistar after a game. That looks like a handball to me. I know it's because it's replay the first half. It was a handball indeed. For the penalty. I personally think that part of Atletico Madrid's problem this year is precisely the fact that they're league champions. And it blunted some of the things that made them Atletico, blunted that edge of kind of a collective course, the idea that they're up against the odds, the idea that they're not a big club, all that sort of thing.
Alex Ashmore likes the idea of Bale to Malaga. He says, yes, exchange for Adrian Lopez. Paul Heenan says, I'm all for Gareth Bale coming to Malaga. Nicholas Bell says, evening TSFP. Under Emery, are Villarreal genuine contenders to win the Champions League? Well, they are now.
Yeah, I mean, surely anyone who's in a semi-final is a contender now. Yeah.
DJ Edward Smith says, do you think Barcelona stick with Oba as their main striker next season? It's a good question.
I think this speaks to what we were asking about before, the bread for today, hunger for tomorrow thing. Now, I think Aubameyang has been very good. I think he's probably been better than we thought, although maybe not as good as Al thought, because Al has told us that although there were problems with Arsenal at the end, he's genuinely brilliant, or can be genuinely brilliant. But Barcelona were effectively pushed into a position in which they gave him a longer term deal than was their intention. And so now all this talk about them wanting a forward, there's a bit of me that thinks, well, that suggests that you're still not sure about Aubameyang, that you're still not sure that you have the forward that you really want. And then you ask a question about, well, which kind of forward? Who is that forward? Who's the player that's available that you can afford? And of course, the options there are very, very limited. But yeah, I think it's a very good question. What do they do with Aubameyang? How long term do they really think he is? And does that last?
Leao says Haaland has posters of Borja Baston on his bedroom wall. So
absolutely, he does. I have no doubt about that.
We're fully getting behind the Haaland to Real Oviedo rumours. Miguel Garcia simply says Puxa Oviedo Sid. And MX Island Man says, Hola Spa, a question for Al for a change. What one player from La Liga would you love to see at Arsenal and why?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's
a very good question. What one current La Liga player would I like to see at Arsenal? What we really need is a proper forward. So Karim Benzema, please. Yeah. I'll have him. If not, Gerard Moreno. Or someone of that caliber would be nice.
Sam Leverage says, who are the two teams you guys would like to see come up from Segunda alongside Real Oviedo's inevitable and magnificent playoff win? Well, we need Zaragoza back, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
exactly.
not going to happen, but we need
it's
them
not
back.
going to happen. You tend to look at it in terms of the size of clubs, don't you? So then you'd say Zaragoza, Malaga, Sporting, Las Palmas.
I would quite like to see a Canarian team up, even if it's
I was going to
Tenerife
say,
or Las Palmas.
yeah.
Yeah. I think there's
I'd like to see Jesse back in the first division as well, wouldn't you? Just for the laugh.
I guess, yeah. I guess. I mean, it's
If
not
it doesn't
burden
detract
to
from
say
his, reggaeton career, that's the important thing for me.
Yeah.
He needs to keep his priorities straight.
By the way, I don't know if I've told you this, but I'm sure I must have done. But my son has now decided that reggaeton is just shorthand for all the music he doesn't like, which I think is brilliant. Anything he doesn't like, he says, "Oh, that's reggaeton, isn't it?" I said, no, that really isn't reggaeton. Oh, well, it's rubbish. Well, in which case, yeah, call it reggaeton. That's fine.
Have you not played him any J Balvin?
No, shall I?
Come on,
Should I do that?
I need to educate your boy on getting some.
Put him a playlist
together.
Kids.
He's very much a jangly guitar kind of kid, I'm afraid.
Well. Matthew Harrison says, us Swansea fans do consider that our greatest night. So there we go.
Good. Oh, okay, good. By the way, I can I be cocky now and just boast a little bit? I was at that game and I have the shirt from that game as well, which I really love. That Swansea shirt, the blue and yellow one, is a really gorgeous shirt.
Oh, nice. Rory Peter says, do Real Madrid need to win the Champions League in order for Benzema to win the Ballon d'Or?
Not necessarily, but it would depend who does and how well their players play in winning it. So for argument's sake, and this is why I must admit, I think it's slightly mental, the way in which we know what the Spanish media is like, and actually, to be fair, other media are bad as well. The way in which they're saying Benzema is now a shoo-in for the Ballon d'Or. No, he's not, because voters outside of Spain will look at this season in terms of successes, however much people say the criteria is about individual performance and all that stuff. They will look at the season in terms of successes, given that the Ballon d'Or, for completely stupid reasons, as far as I can see, have decided they're going to vote before the World Cup and not include it. And instead, the World Cup will be included the next year, even though it'll be 12 months bloody later, right? I can't believe I'm getting upset about the Ballon d'Or, but, let me get on with it. But I think what will essentially happen is the Champions League will help to define the votes of most people. Now, right now, who is the best player in Europe? I personally think it probably is Benzema. But imagine that Liverpool win the Champions League and the FA Cup and the League Cup and even the League. How are you not going to vote for Salah? In all honesty, particularly if Salah scores a couple of goals in the final, for example. However good Benzema's been. And so I think the idea that it's already done is really short-sighted, because I think the Champions League semi-finals and final will define it. So if City go and win it and win for the first time in their history and win the Premier League, which of course is perfectly plausible, and De Bruyne plays brilliantly, I think De Bruyne wins it. And so I just think it's too early to decide. But the question is right, because I think it is focused on the Champions League. And I think if Real Madrid win the Champions League and Benzema is brilliant, then I think he's an absolute shoo-in for it, yes.
He's only April, isn't it?
Exactly. It's just a bit early for all, really.
Yeah. Gary Jones says, did you see the Revista De La Liga reunion show earlier on the stream? It was great to see the gang back together and sad that the show ended. But when Revista ended, TSFP rose to eclipse. Well, I don't know about eclipse, but yeah. We dropped in and had a little look and
had a little look. I just enjoyed watching the opening title credits from Revista, which actually, to be fair, Guillem did put on twice. I quite like that.
Yeah, I mean, there will be nothing quite like that, but we do have some of the guys from Revista De La Liga on La Liga TV every weekend.
And I think
Guillem's there, Terry's there, Graham's there.
Exactly, and obviously it's wrong that I say this, because I am very, very, very occasionally, not very often, but very occasionally on La Liga TV. It's also wrong that I say this because I'm very biased in favour of Hellenic hunks that present TV shows. But genuinely, La Liga TV is brilliant from that point of view. Really brilliant.
Thanks, Sid. The Guardian's great as well.
And chapter 6 of my book is magnificent. Or was it 7? I can't remember now.
Sean Gonzalez Lambert says, a bonus Q&A today from the three amigos. That's what we're here for, Sean. But we're here to also raise money. And by the way, we are up to £613.
Fantastic, everybody.
So great effort. Thank you very much. If you can give a little bit, if you haven't already, a couple of quid, anything you can spare, that's why we're here. Sean says, is there one young player, apart from the obvious, that can break into the Spain team from the under-21s? Have I lost you, Sid?
Can you hear us, Sid? Should we carry on and see if he? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, for a moment there, I thought I had lost you. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you still hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah. You're a bit blurry.
Let me try.
No,
it wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. A TSFP live stream without some Sidlow technical problems at some stage.
Yeah. I'm not sure what it is or what he's doing, but he's left us in the lurch a little bit. So
we'll carry on and we'll try and get him back.
Are you still there? Am I still here?
You're there, man. You're there.
I'm back.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
That may well be because my laptop was trying to choose between the the three networks in my house, and has decided to block one and try and get in on the other. Unfortunately, sorry.
Okay, Miguel. So who can break into the Spain the Spain team from the under-21s?
I don't think it necessarily needs to be a case of being from the under-21s, to be honest.
That's the question.
Yes, I know. But I suppose when you look at the players coming through, you look at it in terms of a question of what might Luis Enrique feel like he needs. And I think he may well be thinking about central defenders. But funnily enough, I think he's very definitely thinking about Diego Carlos from Sevilla, who's about to get his Spanish passport. I think he will be thinking about forwards, but will be thinking as well that Ansu Fati probably fills that gap anyway. And so I must admit, I'm not sure I have an answer to this. In terms of specifically coming from the under-21s, I don't look at the under-20. I don't know about you. Tell me what you think. I don't look at the under-21s and think that's the next one of any of them.
Spain under-21s haven't been that strong for a few years now.
Partly, of course, and there are already very young players in the full squad.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. He's already tried so many players, hasn't he? I mean, when you called up Gavi when he barely played for Barcelona at that point,
yes.
17,
and Nico as well. Yeah.
Miguel Garcia says, if Mbappe extends his contract with PSG, anyone in the universe will be safe from Florentino's anger. He's going to be a pretty angry man if that does happen. Roman says, Kitro might be the one streaming illegally after all. I'm definitely not Roman. I'm just a little bit behind on my very legal Movistar link. Illegal streaming is abhorrent, and I detest it.
I would just tell you, I mean, in the other country that we shall not name, Liverpool are currently beating Man United 3-0. I just changed channels back again. I'm trying to watch 3 games at once. It's not that easy.
Yeah, well, it's of interest because Villarreal are playing them, but otherwise,
yes.
Ewan Weir says, Sid, are you allowing yourself to believe that there's a real chance of Oviedo coming up next season?
I know. I'm trying really hard not to, but I have allowed myself to this week, and it's really stupid. And I wish I hadn't done it, but I recognise that
I don't think you really know how you would handle Oviedo being in Primera. I don't think you haven't had to confront it, obviously. So I don't think you'd know what to do about it, Sid, to be honest.
We had a very long and slightly stupid and in the end rather circular debate with some viewers of La Liga TV on Twitter about an hour ago. Me and Phil were very heavily involved in this about the whole idea of bias and so on. And it has occurred to me on occasions before that from a working point of view, when Oviedo are in the first division, I've got a bit of a problem. I sort of don't know. Yeah, it's true. I don't know what I'm going to do. It was kind of quite nice in a stupid sort of way to not have this as an issue.
You've been able to compartmentalize it, haven't you? Because your job is covering the Primera, and then watching and following Oviedo is the fun thing that you do on the side, and you see them when you can. But that will all change.
Yeah.
I feel like if they're in the first division next year, I feel like I should, if only for the first season, I don't know how easily I'm going to be able to persuade my employers of this. But say to them, first season, I don't care. I'm going to every single Oviedo game. I don't care if it clashes with a Clasico. I'm going to every single Oviedo game in that first season.
Hello, Dandy says too much Oviedo already.
I know we're sorry, but this is the issue you're going to face next year when Oviedo are in the first division. All of my coverage is going to be Oviedo based. All of it.
Just you wait.
100%.
I think I might know who Hello Dandy is. Alex Ashmore says, "Hi Phil, Sid, and Alex. Just want to say I love your content. I'm a patron. Thanks, Alex. Would like to get your thoughts on Champions League places potentially being awarded to previous winners."
So I was just noticing that Hello Dandy had also said, "Say less Benzema Ballon d'Or."
Yeah, it's who I thought it was.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Sorry, what was the other question while I'm looking at Hello
The question
Dandy?
was, what would like to get your thoughts on Champions League places potentially being awarded to previous winners?
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
I mean, it was awarded to the current holders, fine, but
Yeah.
not previous winners.
Yeah.
Unless, although actually, I must admit, I quite like the idea of Nottingham Forest being back in.
Okay, all right. I thought you were going to say the O word.
O word?
Chris, the
Oviedo
O
have never won the European Cup, as far as I know.
They haven't. That's true. Chris Lale says, "What do you all think about Sevilla's collapse since January? What do you think is the main reason? Also, Sid, can you unblock me on Twitter? I don't know why. Do you know how many times that happens? People say, "Could you get Sid to unblock me?" I don't know what I did.
I will
Sid
be
is a
sorry.
prolific blocker.
I will be honest with you. The chances are you deserved it, but it is perfectly plausible that you didn't. It is perfectly plausible that I.
You might have just been having a bad day.
I block very quickly, very easily, and yes, it's possible that you didn't do very badly wrong. But yes, it's also possible that you were a dick. Sorry about that.
Hold on.
Sorry, what was your question?
About Sevilla. About Sevilla and their club.
Well, I mean, look, as we were talking about on Monday, the idea of the game against Real Madrid being kind of a portrait of their season, and that portrait is to do with injuries, a little bit of bad luck, not finishing chances, and you look at it and you think, if only they'd had a really, really, really good fit forward. Now, in theory, they've got two quite good ones in Rafa Mir and Nesiri, but maybe not absolute elite level. Then you look at, I think, just that failure sometimes to take the step, that failure sometimes to actually believe in it. There was a nice piece that that friend of the pod, Graham Hunter, wrote in ESPN sometime in the January, I think, when he basically wrote a piece that argued that Sevilla are league title contenders if only Sevilla believed that Sevilla are league title contenders, and that they've got to, throw off all the kind of the qualms and say, right, yeah, we're going for this. Now, I think at some institutional level, they realized they were confronted by a unique opportunity, and that was demonstrated in their transfer window activity in January. But maybe there was a slight sense of them just not quite taking that step. And if that's about the manager or about some of the players, about a little bit of bad luck. And you think back, for example, to that missed penalty from Rakitic in the last minute away at Osasuna.
Yeah.
And that was a moment when you thought that felt sort of symbolic even then. And then with time, it's been proven maybe to be even more, what do you call it, more reflective of what this season has been.
I've just found the Twitter exchange between Chris and Sid, which presumably got Chris blocked.
That's incredible research, Kitro. Well done.
I'm not going to read it out now, but I'll show it to Sid off air.
Do you think Chris deserved it or not?
I don't think he necessarily deserved blocking. Maybe I would have just done a sort of a mute, but we'll see. Now,
I mean, bear in mind, it's perfectly plausible that it was
and
something
he was
else.
quite forthright in his opinions on Sevilla and an article that Sid wrote. Anyway, to be discussed off air. Thanks for the question. Yes. James,
Chris, you definitely deserved whatever it was. Chris, you deserved it.
Yeah. Listen, if you make a nice donation, Chris, Sid will unblock you. Hey.
I see what you did there.
How about that? Yeah, make a nice donation, Sydney, or unblock you. James says, "Hi, gents. How does La Liga title race look next season? Monchi bringing in some more ammo, Villarreal some consistency, Betis continuing to improve, and Atleti finally attacking other teams."
I would very much like next season to be even more open. I would love the idea that Sevilla can take a step again. I must admit, my concern with Sevilla would be the opposite. Would be that this year's opportunity having gone by, that some of those sales that didn't happen now do. Now, obviously, if there is a club that have proven to us that selling players needn't necessarily long-term be a problem, it's Sevilla. They've normalised departures in a way that no club has done, and that's just so much about Monchi's work. But Monchi's work, I think it's worth remembering, isn't just about the purchases. It's about the creation of an environment in which those players succeed. And Monchi does everything at the club. I'm sure I've told you this story before, but I remember being there to interview him once, and it was before.
It's that pesky other Wi-Fi network just desperate to get involved.
This is a real insight for everyone
Who
to
has
the sort
three
of
Wi-Fi
challenges
networks
that
in
we
their
face on a daily or weekly basis with Sid and his fairly baffling Wi-Fi setup.
Yeah,
it's pretty constant.
I've just got a WhatsApp from him which just says, "Wow, my laptop just literally turned itself off."
Amazing, amazing.
That's yeah.
This is authentic, isn't it?
DJ Edward Smith says, "Does Sid prefer sitting in the press area or pitch side behind the goal, as he's done a fair bit recently?" I don't know about Sid, but obviously sitting in the press area is so much better for seeing a game generally. But
yes,
then when you're pitch side, you see things that you do not see in the press area. You get a sense of the speed at which everything happens. You don't get an overview, and if something happens at the other end of the pitch, you probably don't know what's going on. But you do see little details, right? That you don't.
I mean, some of the best and kind of most special memories I have of watching La Liga games were when you and I used to work together for Real Madrid TV, and we would often be pitch side at the Bernabeu and being very close in some of the biggest games for the Clásico, being that close to Messi or whichever top player you want to talk about. That was very, very special. You're right. You don't want to do it every week because you don't get that overall view. But once in a while, it can be. You feel genuinely privileged because you're closer than anyone else would be to that pitch.
Just texting Sydney. Well, turn the laptop back on, you silly sausage. Right.
Turn it off and turn it back on again.
Ben Morris says, you guys tweeted that Abdon Prats has the undisputed best moustache in La Liga. Whilst I agree with you,
yes, good.
Some Betis fans are saying that Bellerin has the best moustache.
Look,
can you settle this big debate, please?
I will accept that the word undisputed, I think that was perhaps a step too far. I think there is a reasonable and rational debate to be had about the respective merits of Abdon Prats' moustache and Hector Bellerin's moustache. However, I would say that if you look at the two moustaches, do it side by side if you want to, get them both up on your screen. I think that the abundance of Abdon Prats, and Kitra, you are a facial hair connoisseur, and aware in a way that I can only dream about. But I think Abdon Prats, it's full. It's a full-bodied tash. And Hector, I love Hector. I will not criticize Hector ever about anything, but it's a little bit more wispy. Do you know what I mean? Wispy, and that for me means that Abdon Prats is La Liga's #1 moustache. Sid Lowe, who for you has La Liga's best moustache?
Abdon Prats, without doubt. Now, I was watching. Sorry, by the way, my computer literally turned itself off. I've had to go upstairs to the office where I could plug it back in again. I don't know what happened there, but my
ran out of battery.
Well, yes, but it didn't, according to the little indication. It just turned itself off. My computer is doing stupid things. Anyway, the answer is Abdon Prats. But Abdon Prats looks like. Tell me which series it is. There is a series where two Scottish brothers accidentally kill someone, and there's a private investigator who looks exactly like Abdon Prats. It's a British TV series. I think it's called Guilt or something like that. And it's
from the 1990s?
No, it's a recent thing.
Oh, we might not have seen it. You watch more British TV, I think, than Kitra and I do. But is this finally a return for La Liga lookalikes, which we used to do quite a lot of back in the early days of TSFP, and has fallen by the wayside?
KB9 simply says, "Who is Peter Dubrovsky?"
Peter Dubrovsky was a Real Oviedo player. He'd actually been at Real Madrid. He scored in the first game, I think, that I ever saw in Spain for Real Madrid against Zaragoza in '94. Christ, how old am I? Anyway, he was at Real Oviedo the year that I lived in Oviedo. He was fantastically talented, sort of slightly floaty, either left-sided midfielder or second striker. He tragically died in 2001 or 2000. He was on holiday and he literally slipped and fell down a waterfall. And just a horrible story, but a brilliant footballer. And probably, in fact, definitely, I would say my kind of first Spanish football hero, I suppose. My first favourite player in Spain.
I don't want to. That's a very touching story. Elche 1-0 up at Betis.
We see. I can no longer tell you this because I no longer have the screens. That is a big scoreline. Wow.
Mad ting. Matthew Harrison says, as a Swansea fan now living in Malaga and supporting Malaga, this talk of Bale to Malaga followed by Michu chat has made this the best live stream ever already. I'm just going to take some questions from people who haven't had questions already. Dan Green says, inspired by the question for Al, which former Arsenal player currently playing La Liga would Al most like to have back in a Gunners shirt?
A former Arsenal player who is currently playing in La Liga.
So Bellerin.
I love Hector for all kinds of things, but like probably less as a player than as a man. I can't have Santi because he's not in the league. Otherwise, it would be Santi, wouldn't it?
It would be Santi, wouldn't it? I mean, it's everyone's favourite person is Santi, isn't it? Like, there's no one in the world who doesn't think Santi's great.
Sam Marsden, Diego Martinez to Burnley news. Sam, you're a bit busy now, mate. But yeah. Hello, Dandy says anyone who makes or releases reggaeton should be jailed. Right? Listen,
I'm not going to disagree with that.
Bruv, I'm going to play you some good reggaeton next time I see you, Mr. Dandy, and you're going to like it. Martin Seabright says, who has been your breakout star in La Liga this season, guys? You know what? I'm going to say Arnett Danjuma, mate. Yes. He scored 10 league goals. I didn't know anything about him. He was playing the Championship last season, and he's come in, and he's done really well. So that's me off the top of my head, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I suppose unless you start talking about people like Pedri, obviously doesn't count as breakout because he was playing last year, but Gavi.
Yeah, he's done all right as well, to be honest. Paul Heenan.
And does Vinicius count as breakout because he's broken out from himself? Yeah, but he's broken out from his own jail, if you like.
It's not breakout though, is it? It's just like finally started scoring. But yeah, Paul says, Sid, you're not on La Liga TV enough. I know, right? I try and get him to come.
He tries his best.
Yeah, the thing is, I've got the little thing here. Does this help if I got this little thing with me? No, that is true. But it's also true that actually your definition of not on enough, Kitro, is slightly different from mine and indeed other people's, because of course yours only really counts if I'm on at the weekend with you.
Well, yeah,
whereas I go quite a bit during the week. The weekends are almost impossible for me. That's the problem.
Weekends are the big prime time, mate. Prime time.
I know, but as you know, I'm not an audience chaser.
That you are not, my friend. That you are not. But we currently have 77 magnificent people joining us on this live stream, and it's fantastic. So quality, not quantity. Although not the same when it comes to raising funds. 633. We're still out there. Can we move that? Can we move that a little bit? Let's try and move it a little bit before we end. I know everyone's done well, but let's try and move it up a little bit. Let's try and get to 650 in the next 10 minutes or so. Tim McElroy says, with Luis Suarez moving on and uncertainty with Antoine Griezmann, is there any chance that Letty would turn to a current informed striker from Hellas Verona with a famous last name?
I would like that a lot.
Be funny, wouldn't it? But he hasn't even played his other son, has he? So I mean,
no, he hasn't played his other son a single minute yet. He's been in the squad a few times, but he hasn't been. I've interviewed the son that's in Italy, and he was really, really nice, really bright, very alert. We ended up talking about the dome of the church in Florence and the architectural construction of it, and how it's the only dome of its type built with bricks and made by a lattice effect to hold those bricks in place to create the dome shape. I don't think I've.
Did you tell him that, or did he?
No, he told me that. Okay. I don't think I've ever had that conversation with him.
Was this some sort of metaphor for Diego Simeone's defense
or
the construction of his team or something?
It was the second time in about 6 months that I'd had a conversation with a footballer about architecture, and the only 2 times ever in my life. The other, of course, was Freddie Canute talking about the Islamic influenced architecture in Andalusia. I really enjoyed those 2 interviews. It almost made me want to be an architect.
Almost. Alex says, love the Peter Dabrowski tribute, Sid. And to bring back the Oviedo topic, talk a bit about Borja Van Basten, por favor. This is Alex Jonson, by the way. Hi, Alex.
Of course it is, yeah. It was always going to be Alex Jonson. Borja Van Basten is brilliant. He's brilliant.
Yeah, that'll do. Chris says he already sent in $50 and have a segment coming up, so I'm holding him to it. All right, Chris.
All right.
Thomas telling us that Elche leads. That's good. Will Sayeds laughs at silly sausage. Prats has the best moustache. No arguments, says Steve Timms. Obviously. Bring back La Liga lookalikes, says Jose Reyes. Good. We will do that.
Spanish jokes as well, but we did run out of them. We should probably let people into a secret here that we've run out of the Zoom jokes as well now. I have finally given up. I've finally admitted defeat. What are we? 32 weeks into the season?
Do people even know that you do that, Sid, or is
I don't know.
that is literally a TSFP joke, I think?
To explain,
What's a
I
Zoom
don't know. I
joke?
think we might have mentioned this before. So we record our podcast on Zoom. I'm obviously now talking to our listeners rather than you two who know this. And I always send the Zoom link because I'm the one with the Zoom subscription, so we can hopefully not get kicked out halfway through. Although, as we've already seen tonight, it doesn't always work like that. And I nearly always try and send the Zoom link with some sort of Zoom related pun. So whether it's bad Zoom arising or dark side of the Zoom or boom boom shake the Zoom or something like that. It's always some Zoom related pun. We got to a point where Kitro would start most pods by saying, before we'd actually record, by saying, I think we've had that one. And I've had to throw in the towel, unfortunately. I got to about 30 weeks into the season. I was quite pleased with myself, but it's not enough. Bear in mind, that's 30 weeks of the season, doing 2 or 3 pods a week. I thought we did incredibly well.
Yeah, when you started repeating Kurt Zuma, that's when I knew it was all over. Mateo Castillo said, Andrew says 4-0 Liverpool, which is,
wow.
you know. Mateo Castillo says, I really enjoyed the segment earlier before the Betis game where Paul McGarrahy and David Whitworth were discussing Juanmi. Paul said not even Juanmi expected him to have a season like it. Is that fair?
That is true.
Definitely.
Definitely fair. Betis definitely did not expect it.
No, absolutely. In fact, they were ready to get let go in the summer.
They were quite keen to make a move happen for him to MLS or wherever. Actually,
yeah, absolutely right.
Chris says all these people joining a football live stream and hearing Sid talking about architecture are going to be very confused. Alex Ashmore asks, is there a potential for the YouTube videos previewing and reviewing La Liga to return? I love them. Maybe next season, maybe.
Yeah, we stopped doing them with the pandemic, right? I think
the pandemic broke it, and then another sort of inside bit of information that me and Phil were on a Monday because of our work commitments, very, very close to each other geographically for many, many years, and we no longer are. It used to be a case of me getting in the car and in 5 minutes I was with Phil. We're now on different points of the city. And so the physical coming together is much more difficult than it used to be.
Yeah, but we could still do a YouTube preview via Zoom.
We could. It wouldn't look as good though, would it?
Not as good, but you know, we'd make up for it. Johnny B says, I've been watching this live stream since noon UK time. Wow. My wife is not happy with me and my stomach is growling. That's commitment, Johnny, mate. Well done. It's very impressive.
That is very, very impressive.
KB9, I like this one. La Liga lookalike, Valencia's Uros Rasic and Kiefer Sutherland.
It's a very good one.
Hang on. I'm going to have to look up Uros Rasic now.
You know him.
I know what he looks like, but you know, sometimes you need to be looking at a picture.
Yeah,
but you need to be looking at a picture to sort of really. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
there's something there.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
okay.
We also had former Atletico captain Gabby and Kolarov. That was a classic. When
it was a classic. Yeah,
we were doing it. Sean Gonzalez Lambert says, "What about Vava Zoom? Did you do that one?" I think you might. I don't know.
I think I might have done actually. Yeah, I mean, this way I got to the point where I was doing things like Room on the Zoom. I mean, we reached that point where we were doing titles of children's books, and for Zoom, the Bell Tolls was probably one of my favourites.
Paul Headerhan says, does Sid have any plans for another book on Spanish football?
Yeah, I have lots of plans for lots of books, but right now I'd rather shoot myself than write another book. But it is true that I've got 2 or 3 ideas sort of in the pipeline, but that pipeline is a very long pipeline, which never really gets got back to. I've actually recently been asked to do a book, which would be an incredibly exciting idea, but I am very, 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 very dubious about it actually being possible to pull off.
That sounds exciting and mysterious.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite exciting and mysterious, yeah.
All right, well, maybe you can tell me a little about that off air.
I mean, Kitcho will, you know, what happens, we'll probably won't be reading it, so, you know.
Yeah.
The previous one didn't go by.
Oh, I see. So Paul Heineman's gone for, Pit Antrax has gone for Zoom Aguero. Never did Zoom Aguero. That's a good one.
Zoom Aguero, that is a good one. Yeah. John Fleming says, love the TSFP at the games videos like Vallecas and the Wonder Ones. Very helpful for touring fans and the current TSFP Presents series. But can you do more videos? It's tough. It's tough.
It's quite labor intensive, isn't it? It's quite time consuming to film them and put them together, and we're pretty busy. We'd like to, but
and also the at the games ones.
One of our jobs.
That's
like
the thing.
all of us have got multiple jobs, so I guess if we gave up one of those and dedicated it to making videos, then we could do that.
Yeah.
But it's a bit of a risk because it's quite hard to make money off YouTube videos unless you film a cat chasing a ball and then
That's what we
get
should
loads
be
of money.
doing.
Yeah.
We've wasted our time all these years. All we needed was a cat. That kid on the skateboard was only half right.
And Will says, "Oh God, super obscure Real Oviedo question.
Oh wow, okay.
The only time I've seen the stadium in person, I thought, wow, these grey seats are ugly. Did you notice a change in atmosphere when they eventually replaced them?"
I noticed genuinely a change in feel, but I think that's very superficial. But yes, I totally agree with you. It feels less cold now, and it was a stadium that felt really cold before. Yeah.
So, Al, you know how 669, vamos, that is a fantastic number of amount of money to be raised. Thank you so much, guys. What was I going to say? We were going to give away some stuff, Al. How are we going to do that?
Do you know, the most straightforward way to do it is as follows. I've taken screen grabs of all of the chats during the last hour. So I've got everyone's usernames. I'll put all of them into like an internet random selection tool, and we'll pick a winner that way. We'll publish it on Twitter. And if we could, so check our Twitter, and then make sure you let us know that it's you. We'll get your details, and we'll send you a little package of TSFB goodies. So one person who has commented and contributed to this call in the last hour will win that fantastic prize.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Fantastic.
Does that include us? Can I win it? Am I allowed to
If
win
you put a comment in the comments, then
I was very
It'll be a lucky
disappointed
day,
when we gave away a Joaquin shirt and I didn't win it.
that was a good prize. A signed Joaquin shirt. That was an amazing prize. There were quite in-depth discussions backstage about whether we could maybe
whether it was morally right for us to apply for that.
Christian says, as a Man United and Valencia fan, thank you for making the evening bearable.
Oh
Tough
dear,
night.
is it that bad?
Tough night for Man United and Valencia fans. Brandon Baez simply says, "Vamos Venezuela." Okay, cool. Why not? And Chris says, Lopetegui is the most excited about the Elche win, I feel. Quite possibly.
He probably is. Yeah.
Liam Harrison says, what's your favorite pincho? Pincho de tortilla.
I do quite like, not so much a pincho because it doesn't come with the bread, but the pincho moruno I'm quite a big fan of when it's good.
Oh, yeah?
But when it's bad, it can be so bad that it puts you off them forever.
Yeah, pincho moruno is just basically like a weird little kebab.
Yeah, but it's got the spices. It's got a nice spice to it. What I do like when you're in Donosti is the pincho with tuna and mayonnaise, but it's got to have the pepper on it to give it that little tang, that little touch of spiciness.
Brandon says, if Betis with the Copa, can one of you recreate the famous Joaquin pick?
Oh yes,
Sid,
that'd be brilliant, wouldn't it?
You're gonna post it. You're gonna post it again if they win.
I'll tell you what, if I had like a replica model of the cup, right, I would do that for a laugh. And obviously I'd blur out the bits, but I would do that for a laugh. That'd be so funny.
I thought you were going to say if I had that picture printed, you would frame it and stick it up on your wall.
What do you mean? It's already on my
if that was the backdrop for every single ESPN TV contribution that Sid makes, was just that behind
That'd be amazing.
his
I should
bookshelf.
line myself up in front of a picture of Joaquin with his wang out. That would be just tremendous.
Jose Reyes says, shall we start the patatas bravas debate again? No.
Let's not.
What was
we
that
barely,
debate?
our friendship has barely recovered.
Well, when someone asks, what's your favorite tapas? And Al says, patatas bravas.
Look, we don't have time to get into this now. It's 2 minutes to the hour, but there was a pretty clear rationale.
Other guys can wait, man. This is a serious thing. Patatas bravas, man. You said that's the best.
When they are done really well, they're very good. They've got to be done really well, and the sauce has to be homemade.
I think when the best bravas are actually the multi-sauce bravas. It's not just the bravas sauce bravas.
Yeah.
Multi-sauce bravas.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, all right. Yeah, fair enough.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? One of them will be a peppery one, and one of them will be
yeah. Speaking of Pincho, love the crossover seeing Kitro on Spain Revealed. What's the worst food at Spanish games you've had? Pipas. Pipas.
I don't think pipas even count as food. They're just a thing to keep you occupied.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, the Spanish people like to eat them for some bizarre reason, but yeah, I mean, yeah, for me, those piddly little sunflower seeds, an abomination. Right, It's been good, guys. We've got to go, I think.
Who's coming on next?
Yeah,
we do need to give way to them. We can't just take their time.
I think Liam Bambridge and Alex Fitzpatrick are coming up next. So
I think it's the Spanish Segunda show. Yeah,
it's the Spanish Segunda show.
Yet more
Oviedo
chat. Fantastic,
Red hot
lads.
sizzling.
Get in there.
Thank you to everyone who has contributed. While we've been on air, we have raised over £300. So that is a magnificent effort from everyone. Thank you so much for donating. And yeah, we'll speak soon. We do a podcast, by the way, if you guys didn't know. It's called the Spanish Football Podcast, out on Spotify, wherever you get them, and listen to us. And yeah, stay here for more Spanish football chat. Thank you. Keep donating, and yeah, see you soon. Adios.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello, I'm Natalia and I volunteer to help British Ukrainian Aid. At the moment you can see me at one of our storage facilities in London. Behind me there are boxes with humanitarian aid, including tactical medicine items.
I'm Andre from British Ukrainian Aid, and here you can see the components that we put in a first aid kits that will go to Ukraine to save lives.
We have an army of volunteers who are helping us. They volunteer to drive the boxes and pallets to the Polish-Ukrainian and Romanian-Ukrainian borders. Then they are sent to a distribution center in Lviv, and from that point further on to Kyiv and the Kyiv region and Kharkiv region.
Ukraine is a country of people just like us. Dancers, musicians, artists. Today, let's send them our love and support through British Ukrainian Aid's essential medical supplies, saving lives and treating horrific injuries, so that one day soon, not too far away, they can be dancing again. Please, give generously. Thank you.
Welcome to the Spanish Segunda show, hour of the Spanish Football Content Creators United for Ukraine. Huge thanks to the guys at TSFP for a fantastic hour. Really, really great listening, as it has been for the whole day on the feed. I've been dipping in and out, as has Liam. We have also been at a Spanish football game this evening, so we haven't seen absolutely everything. We'll talk a little bit about that later on, but we are the Spanish Segunda show, so as it wasn't a Spanish Segunda game, we're not going to spend too much time talking about it. I'll be with Paul McGarrigy for the hour a little bit later on as well, where we'll talk a little bit about that game. It was the Mallorca game. For those of you that haven't listened to our podcast before, I'm Alex Fitzpatrick. Joining me is Liam Bambridge. Liam, welcome. Do you want to explain what it is that we do every week for anyone that doesn't know who we are?
Yeah, we have a Twitter feed, obviously, with nearly 2,000 subscribers, which is lovely. We, over the weekend, try and cover every game in terms of we give full-time analysis, slightly more information. Obviously, we know everybody nowadays has score apps, etc., so they have access to the scores. We try and give a little bit more detail, as many as 140 characters allows anyway, for all those games as soon as they're finished across the weekend, which obviously in terms of Segunda is from Friday to Monday, so it's a 4-day weekend, so to speak. And then for the rest of the week, on Twitter, we tend to try and find some goals from some of the official sites so we can share those with you. And obviously, many of our subscribers also watch the YouTube highlights that La Liga provides. And for those who are really dedicated and really into their Segunda football, we have a podcast that we record every Monday evening, around about half an hour, and we go into far more detail about what has happened in the weekend that's just gone. And occasionally Alex will give us live score updates of games that are going on, which is always a favourite part of our show, isn't it, Alex? Record a show and then talk about what's going on while we're recording the show in the final game of the weekend. But yeah, it's great, and we're really, really grateful to all those who've hopped on board and support us and contact us and have as much passion, I think, in many cases, as we have for the Segunda División in Spain.
Yeah, and for those of you who have been on from the TSPFP hour, please stick with us, give us a listen. I feel a little bit like the TSFP guys covered the Real Oviedo angle quite well for us. You know, Sid Lowe likes his Real Oviedo, and there are a few questions coming in on the chat for Sid about Real Oviedo, and of course they're in 6th position at the moment. They've got a chance of qualifying for those playoffs, and then who knows, maybe making it back to the promised land of La Liga. And Sid talked a little bit about that. But if you've got any questions at all during this hour that you want to ask us about, well, anything really, but I guess we're here to talk about Segunda football, then throw the questions out there and we will answer them. Of course, if they're about Real Oviedo, we will answer them as well. But I think Sid probably covered quite a lot of the Real Oviedo angle in the last hour. We have a bit of
they've got me thinking a little bit here, Alex, about like, I'm thinking about the Zoom jokes. I'm thinking like, we use Zencaster, don't we? What on earth could we do with Zencaster? What could we have rhyming with Zencaster? I mean, that would be quite tricky. That's a test, I think, in terms of jokes. And I'm also starting to think about favorite tapas now as well. So, you know, they've certainly got food for thought there. They're giving us something.
Well, I think you've had a little bit too much ham on in the bar that we were in just before we went to Son Mosh at the Mallorca game. But just obviously speaking of Segunda, we have a tagline on the show, which is Segunda doesn't mean second best. And that's kind of what we live by. So anyone that hasn't listened to us, that's what we live by. We love Spanish football. We're big La Liga fans too. As I said, we've both been to the same La Liga game together this evening, which is sounds like quite a normal thing to do, but actually Liam lives in the UK and I live out here in Mallorca. But to us, you know, Segunda really doesn't mean second best. And life outside the top division doesn't mean that the quality of the football is any less. The stories and the excitement is incredible in the Segunda division. And let me give you a little example of that. With huge respect to fans of the teams that took part in these games this weekend. Let's take the weekend just gone as an example. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Valencia were playing Osasuna. Not a lot on the game. Obviously, Valencia have got the cup final coming up. Osasuna are safe, which is a really good achievement for them at this stage of the season. Not the most attractive game that La Liga has to offer. But at the same time, in the Segunda, Almeria, in 2nd position, were playing away to Real Valladolid in Joseria. So third against 2nd, and the winners would go top, you know, and that's the sort of quality that you get in Segunda. So sometimes when there's a La Liga game and you go, do you know what? I've got a bit of time, but I don't really fancy that one. Just have a little look at what's happening in the Segunda, particularly if you're in the UK, because if you didn't know, you can watch it for free on the LiveScore app. And if you're in a lot of other places in the world, you can watch it on YouTube. So it is a really, really accessible league. You don't need to do any illegal streaming or anything like that. You can get it for free wherever you are in the world. We also had the Asturian Derby this weekend, which made the headlines, perhaps not for the football, Liam.
Pedro Formanal has picked up on that. I'm not sure if Pedro supports Oviedo or whether he's a Gijón fan, but yeah, there was certainly some unsporting de Gijón behaviour going on in Molinón. Excellent little pun there from you. Thank you, Pedro. Yeah, I mean, it was quite unsavoury, wasn't it, to be honest? We covered it on this week's show. For those who haven't listened to this week's show yet, what happened exactly?
Well, what happened? I mean, it hit the fan. The proverbial hit the fan, didn't it? I mean, the game taking place in El Molinón, in the home of Real Sporting de Gijón, and Oviedo, Sid's Oviedo, win the game by virtue of an own goal. Of course, the two teams have got very contrasting fortunes this season. Sporting actually started in the top 6 and did very much similar, although probably had an even bigger fall from grace than they had last season, and have gone from the top 6 and just plummeted like a stone towards the relegation. The chances of them being relegated is probably quite low, but they're only 2 positions above the relegation spots. They're level on points with Malaga. And so it wasn't just local pride that was important in this game. It was also league position. So Sporting trying to get the points to stay up. Oviedo, as we mentioned, in 6th position and looking at a little dart at the playoffs. And so there was a lot going on the pitch, but there was a hell of a lot going on. I was going to say off the pitch, but it happened on the pitch, didn't it? At the final whistle, yeah. There was a melee at one end of the pitch involving the 10 Real Oviedo players. I mean, I don't think we can put any blame in their direction, who were celebrating the victory with, I was going to say with their fans, but officially there were obviously Oviedo fans dotted around in the home end, but officially there was no away contingent for the game. And they were celebrating, and the Sporting players took exception to that. They went across and there was a melee. But at the other end of the pitch, Femeninas. Sorry,
Femeninas.
I've said it wrong 3 times now. I'll put that down to a lack of caffeine. I didn't get quite a chance to go and get a coffee before we started, and the time of night. But he had been kind of, not give it the big one, but in the last few minutes of the game, he'd been kind of kissing the badge, and he'd been winding it up a little bit. And
I think he got wound up, didn't he, Alex? I think the comment I've seen from Femeninas is that somebody said, like, where are you from? And he went, I'm from Oviedo, and kissed his badge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Although he's not. He's actually from Mallorca, but
I know he's not exactly. But in terms of I am, who are you to question me, sort of thing. So I think even that was a bit. I don't think Femeninas could possibly be accused of bringing it upon himself, could he?
No, not at all. But he got surrounded by, I think the last count was 9 different players from Sporting, and he was manhandled. And Cuco Ziganda, the Real Oviedo manager, had to come onto the pitch to drag his player away and look after him and get him away from those players. And not only that, Babin then went on to kind of defend to defend the actions of the Sporting players in his pitchside interview with Gold Television, the national broadcaster here directly after the game. So yeah, there was a lot of polemica, as they say here in Spain, and there was a lot of interesting things going on. I mean, I know, Liam, you think that the game itself was not that interesting. John Fleming, thanks very much for your comment. Big fan of the Segunda show and the previews your man Jordan writes. Big shout out to Jordan. Thank you. He writes a weekly 5 things preview of the weekend. So hi to Jordan. I know he's on a beach somewhere. I think he's in Bermuda at the moment. So thanks, John, for your comment. So I know you think that the game wasn't that good, Liam, but there was certainly
there's plenty of drama, and that's the thing with Segundas. It's not, we've seen some fantastic games this year, but there's nearly always some drama as well, isn't there? If it's not, even if the game itself, it hasn't always been. We've seen lots of really good games. Occasionally you get a duff one, as you do in any league. But it's never a dull moment, is it? We think we're gonna have a quiet time sort of midweek sometimes, and something pops up out of nowhere, and we think, my goodness me. Pablo Aguirre puede, according to when Nick Bell asked the question, Pablo Aguirre puede. Well, from what I've seen so far, Nick, 1 win, 1 draw. You see, it looks like he's heading in the right direction, doesn't he? It looks like he will keep Malaga up.
Absolutely,
which is fantastic.
I think there was a question as well from Alex Ashmore, and it just flashed off the screen before I got to fully read it. Here we go. It's back. Relegation-related question: if the bottom 3 stays as it is, which team or teams will struggle to get back up at the first time advancing? Of asking, Liam.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, this is a real concern for me, because I do think that I think 2 of the teams that are almost certainly going down are Alcorcón and Fuenlabrada, 2 teams from the suburbs of Madrid, 2 small teams, and I think that's a real challenge for them to get back up again. I think I liken it to a situation that we've got in the UK with terms of dropping out of the league, dropping into essentially the same thing in theory. The football conference in England is semi-pro, and I think these 2 teams will struggle. Obviously, the format's changed, as you mentioned this week, didn't you, Alex? The format's changed in the level below Segunda, in that there's now 2 teams automatically promoted. There used to be a Segunda B system where there were 4 divisions, 4 regional divisions, and nobody got promoted automatically. It was all about playoffs. Even if you won the championship, you still had to go into a playoff, which made it incredibly difficult. You could, keep your best side over the entire season and then lose in the playoffs, and you stayed where you were. Now the champions of each division do go up. So, it has become easier from this season onwards, but easier, relatively speaking. I just think teams like Fuenla and Alcorcón, they have been in Segunda for a while, especially Alcorcón, for 12 seasons. I don't see it being very easy for them to come back up again. I really don't. Real Sociedad B, the other team in the firing line, aren't they? I'm not sure they're that bothered, are they, Alex? That's the thing. I think they're looking at it as they'd like to stay up, but, ultimately being Segunda for a B team is about developing your players, giving them that experience. And so, that seems to be mission accomplished to a certain extent. Even if they go down, they're not the same pressure, I think, as maybe the people running Alcorcón and Fuenla thinking, we're now in semi-pro football. How on earth do we get back? And Amorebieta, well, many would say that they've got there in the first place. They're lucky to get there. They've had 1 season. Again, I think it'd be incredibly difficult, but I'd love them to stay up in the first place. But if they don't, I think it will be hard for them to get back up again. So I'd say, and answer Alex, unfortunately, all four of them may struggle to get back up again. Although Alex doesn't quite agree.
Amorbieta, Liam, if they go down, I just have to throw that one out there. I know that the question came from Alex Ashmore, who is a Malaga fan. And Malaga aren't out of it just yet. I mean, they're 7 points. They're 7 points away. I'm not taking any. I'm absolutely not taking any pleasure from that statement. But let's be really clear. It's unlikely, but it's not out of the question that they could still go down, and Amorbieta could still stay up, or Sporting Gijón, of course, could be the ones that drop in, and Amorbieta, if they go on this fantastic run, could possibly stay up. Regular listeners of the show will be as shocked as I was to hear the words of Liam Banbridge a moment ago. Eagle-eared amongst you. I don't know, is that a thing? Eagle-eared? It's eagle-eyed, isn't it? I don't know. Eagles have good ears. What animal has good ears? Anyway, the people who listen to the show regularly and may have noticed that Liam said it would be a shame for Fuenla to go down. I'm paraphrasing you a little bit there, but regular listeners of the show will know that Liam is not the biggest Fuenlabrada fan. Liam, do you want to just maybe use this as an opportunity to explain why?
I mean, I did used to really dislike them. Those of you, as I say, who've listened to the show this year, I really disliked Fuenla. The reason why I really disliked them was because they were the masters of the dark arts. You know, they really were those who just flung themselves on the floor. Just Spanish football at its worst, which doesn't happen very often, but Fuenla were the masters of it, even to the extent where I came up with my own Spanish verb, which was Fuenlabradeando, which essentially meant wasting loads of time, falling around, being pathetic. I had a real ringleader in that team called, his name escapes me now because it's been so long since he's actually played, hasn't he? Ivan Salvador, wasn't it? That's it. And he was an absolute nightmare, you know, shrieking and screaming, throwing himself on the floor. So for the first 3 or 4 months of the season, I detested them with a passion. Then they brought in the ex-Malaga coach, and things started. I just felt they were a bit less detestable. And even Sandoval, who's a great character and an experienced Spanish manager, you just don't see the same histrionics. So I will be a bit sadder to see them go than I was perhaps at Christmas time. It wasn't so much to say that I'm desperately sad to see them go. And it's interesting that Sam Leveridge raises the issue about whether anyone miss Alcorcon. It's difficult, isn't it? Because again, you know, Alcorcon, I mean, I just think they've had a lot of own goals this season, haven't they, really? Do you know what I mean? They're just the way they've, you know, you kind of feel like, not so much the fans. I mean, I feel really sorry for the fans. The players, certainly the last couple of months, have really given it their all, even the cause has been completely lost from my perspective. But I just think the club deserves it. I just think that the people who run the club have treated Ankela at the start of the season very poorly, showed him the door, gave him really no chance to turn things around when he saved them last season. And ticket pricing and everything, just everything about the club, I just feel like they need to start again. They need to get rid of the people who are in charge, perhaps, and start again with a new philosophy, I think, because at the moment, I don't think it'd be particularly missed. But that's not the fans' fault or the players' fault.
I think that perhaps Alcorcon might be more missed by, and I say this because I know Sam Leveridge lives in Madrid and is a huge lover of all Spanish football, La Liga, Segunda. I know that he goes to, I think, at least 2 different games a weekend, each weekend, so someone that Sam really knows his stuff. Obviously, he's part of the La Liga lowdown team as well. And as someone such as Sam that lives in Madrid, perhaps he might miss Alcorcon being in Segunda a little bit more than, I guess, the wider community of Spanish football might, because it's one place less to be able to go and to see a game. And when there's a big team playing, whether it's in the Copa del Rey or whether that's, whether one of the bigger sides in Segunda come to town. But I think you're right. There's been a disconnect at Alcorcon this season in between the people that are running the club and the fans. And there's a lot of decisions that have been made in terms of recruitment, in terms of, you mentioned ticket pricing, in terms of coaches coming and going. And you just think you have someone like Ankela, who was there at the start of the season, who just is he's Mr. Alcorcon. And you saw that with the comments that he made when he was sacked by Alcorcon. He was disgusted at the actions that the club had taken, how they dealt with him. after everything that he'd done for the club. And you just have to think, if you're an Alcorcon fan and you sat there looking at that you can't support the actions that the club have taken. So, will Alcorcon be missed? I get, any team's relegated, you feel for their fans. You feel for their fans. But in terms of the actual feeling for the club, based on what's happened this season alone, I don't have a lot of feeling for the club in terms of sort of what's gone on. Liam, are you in agreement then? Because one of the things I wanted to talk about, we don't talk too much about predictions on the podcast. We kind of, we review the match day. So we try not to get our crystal ball out too much. But maybe this is a good moment for us to do the crystal ball gazing. Before we do, don't forget the reason why we're here is to raise money, by the way. So if you haven't donated and you can donate, please go to the Just Giving page and make a donation for Ukraine, for that fantastic cause. So Liam, do you think that the four that are in the bottom four right now, is that the four? There's a 7-point gap in between Amor Bieta, the final relegation place, and the next place of safety, which is Sporting Gijón and Malaga. 7-point gap, 6 games left to play. Is that it? Are those four the four that are down?
I think so. I mean, there's a massive game this weekend, isn't there, between Real Sociedad B and Amorebieta, and the fact that Malaga are hosting Eibar and that Sporting go to Almería. It's really, I think, after this weekend, unless the gap is down to 4 points with one of those teams, and even then, 4 points over 5 games, it's a lot to ask. So I think probably the four that are there in the bottom 4 place at the moment are, the likely 4 to drop down. I think you'd agree with that, wouldn't you? Although you've suggested Sporting and Malaga might get pulled into it, but I think realistically, we've also got to remember as well the goal, the head-to-head counts in Spain. So although Sporting are 7 points away from being hauled into real trouble, it's actually 8 points, isn't it? Because they hold the head-to-head advantage over Amorebieta, and I think Real Sociedad as well, don't they? So, realistically, are Sporting going to drop 8 fewer points over the last 6 weeks? I don't think so. And I think Malaga, with the new coach, Mr. Gerry Armstrong, I think probably they're going to be okay as well. A bit different at the top end of the table, but yeah, sadly, I think those 4 are doomed.
So, Nick Bell said, guys, Pablo Guede puede. And I guess you're saying puede, he can. He can, yeah.
Yeah, I think ha podido, as in he already has been able to. So yeah, I mean, realistically, I think that's exactly what Gaspar, the sporting director, wanted, a bit of a bounce, and he's got it. And I didn't think they needed a huge amount to be safe, and I think they're pretty much there now.
Well, I'm going to put this to you, and I'm going to say that this weekend, Amorebieta win the biggest little Basque derby. Anyone that heard me speak on the show, I used that and I couldn't quite work out if it made sense, and I still can't. So tell me in the chat if it doesn't make sense. But Real Sociedad B play Amorebieta. Let's face it, Real Sociedad B are out of it now. And one of the things that I said on the show, they played Monday night. Obviously, we recorded this week's show before their Monday night defeat to Girona. And I think following that defeat, is it 10 points? They're 10 points now off safety to Malaga. I think it's done for them. And what I said in the show was that I really feel that these two teams, Real Sociedad B and Amorebieta, they need to get together behind the scenes and have a little bit of a chat and go, we cannot draw this game because a draw helps nobody. Real Sociedad B, if you beat Amorebieta, fair and square, no problem. Take the 3 points. You'll be 7 points from safety, depending on what Malaga do, and then we fight it out from there. But if it's going into that 90th minute and it's still a draw, then one of the goalkeepers just needs to chuck it in his own net, because otherwise that bottom 4 relegation race is dead. There needs to be a little bit of Basque affinity. And you mentioned, Liam, a few moments ago that are Real Sociedad B really that bothered about staying up? Well, if they're not, they should be bothered about Amorebieta staying up, because actually, if their players can't play in Segunda with Real Sociedad B, then why not with Amorebieta? Why can they not loan their players to Amorebieta and with them in Segunda? And that's a really good platform for them, not far from home as well, to be able to kind of get their footballing education. So yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right. I think it probably is the 4 that are down there, but there's a chance that it might not be. So we take a look at the top of the table then, Liam, because it's been an absolutely incredible weekend. We said that Real Valladolid hosted Almeria, and the winner of that game would have gone top. They drew it, of course, so Eibar stayed top. And I think it's a point difference between Eibar in top and Almeria in second, and then Real Valladolid in third, a further point back. Tenerife sneaking up just a few points back. Let's nail your colours to the mast here. Who are you two? Who's going?
Well, before we go on to that, I just noticed a question from Kimberliana here in the chat, and that's an interesting one. And the reason why I mentioned this is because Kimberly used to have a soft spot for Leganés when they were in the top flight, and sad to see they aren't doing as well this season. I should point out that although I obviously get nearly everything right about Segunda football, I did say at the start of the season that I thought Leganés would have a great chance, Kimberly, of being either in the top 2 or certainly in the shout out for that top 3, possibly pushing for the automatic promotion places. They're nowhere near it, are they? Why is that? I mean, obviously, I don't really know. As I say, I thought pre-season they haven't managed to get a goal scorer in. To be honest, they put their squad together very late in the day. There's a lot of criticism from Lega fans that what they do is they try and save money by waiting to the last minute and then getting players who basically nobody else wants. And the belief is that in that way you're not getting the quality that you need. You need to go in early, you need to get your squad sorted. And of course, those players aren't used to the Lega way of playing. They've gone through a couple of coaches. They've got Nafti at the moment. He's done all right. There was a bit of a bounce, as there has been with Gerry, but then that all went wrong. So I think there's hope for them to bounce back again, but they need to change. For me, they need to change that policy of last minute shopping. They need to get themselves planned nice and early in the season. If it's going to be Nafti, give him the job for next season. Give him a whole season to do it, and give him time in pre-season to get together his squads he wants. Because otherwise, they are, as we've said before, dropping from Segunda to semi-pro football. I think you can easily drop from La Liga to Segunda and struggle to get out of it, can't you? And I think Lega, if they're not careful, they could become one of those sides that has once had their day in the sun in La Liga, and that's it. It's gone. They then become a regular Segunda side again, which of course they were before. They've risen through the ranks very quickly. But to become an established La Liga side, they need to get back in La Liga quickly. And to do that, I think they need to change the way they do business in the summer.
Well, I have to say, Leganés, by the way, before I pass any comment on their on-the-field performances, what a terrific club. What a well-run club. What a fantastic local community club. And what a great feel there is at Butarque. And, they make some good noise. When their tails are up and they've got a good crowd in, they make some good noise. I really enjoyed visiting there. I think it was 3 years ago. I went to watch Mallorca play away at Butarque in La Liga. Of course, the year that they were both actually relegated. And I suppose what I wanted to say about Leganés is you're absolutely right. They haven't got a goal scorer in. And you could probably have that criticism of them the year before as well, but they finished third. But what they were really missing was, obviously, Espanyol had Raul de Tomas, and he scored so many goals. And obviously they had Adrian Mbarba as well, who was doing the business, and Javi Puado as well. So they were firing him the goals. Mallorca didn't really have a goal scorer, but they spread the goals around with a number of players with 8, 9, 10, 11, that sort of thing, 3 or 4 of those. So they picked up the goals in that way. And Leganés didn't really, they finished in third last season it was, wasn't it? And they didn't really have a referential goal scorer that could push you over the line. And that's been the issue again this season. However, correct me if I'm wrong, Liam, and I might be wrong, but Borja Baston was at Leganés last season. Am I right?
Yeah. He has been at Leganés. I'm not sure if he was there last season. But I think he
was. I'm almost certain he was there last season. And obviously didn't score a particular number of goals for them. And then this season, he's obviously at Real Oviedo, Sedlo's very own Real Oviedo, and he scored 18 goals and he's level in the Pichichi race in Segunda this year. So you kind of have to go. I know some players get hot at some clubs and not at others, and perhaps Borja Baston is an example of that. Or perhaps Leganés were and are under Nafti playing a more cautious brand of football where they're not getting the goals and blowing teams away. And we know how competitive Segunda is. You know, you cannot take your foot off the pedal at any moment. It's famous, particularly this season, for late goals, late goals, for turnarounds in scorelines. And, you know, if you don't have a goal scorer, if you don't have someone who's going to get you a couple of goals ahead and give you that little cushion, that can come back and bite you in Segunda. And I think that's one of the issues that Leganés have had. And as you quite rightly say, they are nowhere near this year. And there's not many differences, Liam, between their 11 from last season and their 11 from this season. There's not a huge difference between those two.
I mean, it's been 29 minutes, Alex, and I haven't had a chance to talk about Zaragoza yet. But I am now because we're talking about teams that need a goal scorer. And both Nick Bell earlier on and Ian as well. Ian, thank you for asking me about Real Zaragoza. It's a topic about which I need very little encouragement to talk. What are you expecting at Real Zaragoza after the recent takeover? And Nick mentioned, how do you think Jorge Mas will do as the new owner of Zaragoza? And he hasn't his Inter Miami side that he's in charge of hasn't perhaps totally hit the ground running in MLS. There's been some issues there. I mean, Zaragoza, the here and now, Zaragoza, the reason why they won't be in the playoffs is exactly the same as Leganés. They haven't got any goal scorers. They haven't got somebody who's going to score 10 to 15 goals. You look at all the teams up there, with the exception perhaps of Tenerife, they've all got a goal scorer, haven't they? Sadiq, Almeria, Stoichkov at Eibar. You've got Borja Baston, they're in the playoffs as well, aren't they? So, you know, most of that top six have got somebody who's banging in 15 to 20 goals already. Lega haven't got that player. Zaragoza haven't got that player. So in terms of what you're expecting around Zaragoza after the recent takeover in, well, they need to buy a striker. They need to make their squad a lot better. There's a lot of talk about Jim, the current coach. Should he stay on? A lot of people want to get rid of him. Others say, look, he's had such a poor squad to work with. You know, really what he's done with them, you know, has been brilliant. You know, if you've got your 19-year-old youth team player, Athon, as your top scorer with 6 goals, you know, after 36 games of the season, that's always what the problem is. And that's not his fault. That's the sporting director's fault. There's always the way in Spain. It's the sporting director that signs the players and the coach gets to work with them. So in terms of how Jorge Mas and this guy, Sanllehi, those of you who know anything about Arsenal or Barcelona, in fact, of course, Sanllehi has been, you know, heavily involved in transfers at both those clubs. So, you know, the people of Zaragoza are quite excited by that, excited by a new owner after a lot of years of mediocre football in Segunda. They want to get back to La Liga. They feel that's their rightful place. It's the 5th biggest city in Spain, and there's lots and lots of, you know, history behind that club, one of the most successful clubs in Spanish football history. They need, you know, they need reinforcements quickly. And I don't know about Jorge Mas, and neither do all, you know, they're very excited, I think, people of Zaragoza by, you know, a new owner and the potential to spend some money and get a decent side together. But yeah, there are those question marks. He's the first non-Aragonese owner of Real Zaragoza, and therefore there's going to be a certain degree of suspicion, which is probably not well founded in many cases. But yeah, they do read the newspapers and they do know that Mas has had a few troubles, you know, and he also made a mistake by sort of saying, oh, we're very pleased that the Real Zaragoza are going to become our feeder team, which is obviously going to upset the locals because, you know, they feel their team is far more important than Miami. They don't want to be a feeder team for an MLS team.
This is what I was going to ask you, Liam. Do you think that Real Zaragoza are going to turn into another Girona, who are a little bit of a feeder team, or do you think that they're going to turn into, you know, if we look at American owners, Mallorca, who, you know, have come in, they've invested, it's a real project where they you know, want to get him up. Nick Bell, thanks for your question. We're going to come to that in a second.
Super
Pepino, undoubtedly. In fact, let's tackle this now, and then we'll come back to Real Zaragoza in a minute. Super Pepino is undoubtedly the most powerful mascot in Segunda. Well, we need to debate that, particularly Nick, as I know you're a Malaga fan, and it escapes me the name of your new Boccherone. Your new is it Boc the Boccherone? I can't quite remember.
The Boccherone.
Malaga have got a new mascot. So who would win? Would it be the new Malaga mascot, or would it be Super Pepino? Who could go toe to toe with him over 12 rounds? Who do you think would win that?
Well, there's been a suggestion. Good to have Giblista with us. The suggestion is that Pepe Zorrilla, Real Valladolid, he's got a sword. I must have not seen Pepe Zorrilla. And we need to pay more attention to mascots here, Alex. apart from Super Pepino, we're just obsessed with Super Pepino. We love Super Pepino, but actually we've kind of left the others in the shade, haven't we? So thank you for that excellent knowledge, Kimberly. I didn't know that Pepe Faria had a sword. And I suspect he would slice up Super Pepino quite quickly then.
Absolutely, yeah. Hi James, thanks for the comment. Really appreciate it. So. Alex, your favorite La Liga match and why? Oof.
Anyone involved in Mallorca, especially when they win.
My favorite La Liga match. Well, I'm going to have to say a Segunda match because we're the Spanish Segunda show. What's my favorite? Now, I don't know if you're asking me what was my favorite Segunda match or La Liga match. I know you're asking, or whether you mean in terms of which two clubs are playing each other on a regular basis. So. I'm going to answer it in terms of which has been my favourite Segunda match. Obviously, they still come under the La Liga umbrella. And as a Mallorca fan, it has got to be the playoff semi-final at Son Moix against Deportivo La Coruña, coming back from 2 goals down from the first leg to win 3-0 with local boy Abdon Prats, with that tash that Sid Lowe and the TSFP team were talking about just a little while ago in the last hour. Scoring the winning goal, Mallorquin boy as well, and then thousands of fans, including me, flooding onto the Son Moix pitch. That has got to be my favourite La Liga match ever. But I'm biased. What about you, Liam?
Wow. Well, I mean, realistically, obviously, Real Zaragoza beating Barcelona, but that was a while ago now. It did happen, honestly. Hard to believe nowadays, isn't it? But maybe our time will come again.
Every dog has its day, Liam. Every dog has its day.
Indeed, it does. Yeah. I'm going to say you asked about 10 minutes. It's just so many excellent questions coming. Just what I want
keep throwing the questions out there. By the way.
Mention we've got lots we could talk. We could seriously do this all night. But Pedro, just one last comment from you. A very interesting comment from you about you're quite right. Obviously teams from Madrid, give people a chance. Lots of people from all over Spain, can go and see their team, whether it be Almeria or Malaga, teams they can't get home to see perhaps as regularly as they'd like to, playing against the likes of Fuenla and Alcorcon. And obviously from a selfish point, if we look at it from our point of view, when obviously Alex is coming across just from Mallorca, but I'm coming in from the UK, I want to see a couple of games in the weekend. So from a purely selfish point of view, I'll be disappointed because if we lose both Alcorcon and Fuenla from the Madrid conurbation, so to speak, just as I'll be disappointed if we lose both Amore Bieta and Real Sociedad from the sort of Bilbao area, although it looks like we're going to gain Racing de Santander back, doesn't it, Alex, from Primera EFE. So, of course, it's a great opportunity for, ex people who are not living in their hometown anymore to see teams. But I think we looked at it purely from the point of view of how we feel about the clubs and how they've managed their seasons. As I say, Fuenla for me, I'm less against them than I used to be. Alcorcon, nothing against the fans or the players. I just don't really like the way the ownership have dealt with it. But this question from Matt is a brilliant one. Matt, obviously, of the Geary cast. I love this question. We had loads to talk about here, didn't we, about young players? I mean, you've mentioned Pedri at Las Palmas in Segunda. I mean, to me, Alberto Moleiro, who's also at Las Palmas this season, is also not a lot older than Pedri when he broke into the side there. I mean, he's one to start off with, don't you think, Alex? Moleiro, the midfielder. And we've got a few more on that list, haven't we?
Let's not pretend that Matt is not angling at us saying a certain Kevin's name.
Kevin Beyond, not Kevin.
Knows, or anyone that follows Matt on Twitter knows that he cannot go a GearyCast show without mentioning his favourite Kevin, who of course is a young prospect who's come through their academy this season and made his debut for the club on the first game of the season, and it was a very exciting debut. I watched that game. Obviously Matt would have been in the ground because it was at La Rosaleda, and yeah, Kevin is a very exciting talent, but I wouldn't actually put Kevin up there in I guess if I was making a list of top 5 or anything like that. I think if you want to find the best youth in Segunda, there are a couple of examples that aren't at this particular club. But there's 2 clubs that you have to look at, really. One is Real Sociedad B, because obviously they are a B team and therefore they are pretty much all young players. Yeah, spotted you, Matt. Yeah, they've Real Sociedad B, they're all young players, you know, and they've got a couple of absolute crackers there. Caricaburu, for example, Torrientes in midfield, who are in the Spain youth ranks, which, by the way, has hit them this season because we know that Segunda doesn't pause for international breaks. So that's really hurt them. But there is one place and one place only that we, I think, Liam, you would endorse this message because we have a hashtag for it. And the hashtag is...
Doesn't agree with them.
Hashtag always watch Mirandés, brackets at home.
Not one of our catchier hashtags, to be fair.
No,
but,
it's not so catchy.
It's true.
The home bit, but you know, we don't want to mislead anybody. We've got to be factually correct, haven't we? But Mirandés have their recruitment policy this season has been to mop up the very best youth talent from around Spain, different clubs in Spain, but also internationally. They've got a couple who've come across from Juventus. And to put them into a mixing pot and play them really with, I think, only two of their own actually kind of in property. That's a Spanish phrase, isn't it? But own players that they own at the club, and they are a mishmash, but a lovely, attractive mishmash of youth quality, exuberance, attacking quality. I know, for example, that Liam, Sergio Camello, he is one of your favourites now. I mean, I also have to mention Roro Riquelme, Sergio Camello, by the way, on loan from Atleti. Roro Riquelme, also on loan from Atleti. He's the top assister in Segunda this season. So yeah, some absolute.
He was at Bournemouth, wasn't he? He was actually played in England. I never even noticed he was there. He was that insignificant, but I've loved watching him this season. I think we need to mention Girona as well, don't we? In terms of youth players, I think Girona have got Baena. Obviously, he's on loan from Villarreal. Fantastic player. I mean, clearly, if Girona don't go up, I think he'll go back to Villarreal, and he's surely got to be knocking on the door of their first team. I think you'll see him in La Liga next season, either with Girona if they get up, or they'll make the move permanent. But I suspect Villarreal won't want to let him go. I love Arnau as well, very young player, 18, 19 years of age, tremendous prospect at Girona. So they've got some lovely young players as well there, alongside the more veteran types like Samuel Saith and obviously Stuani, who UK fans will remember from his Middlesbrough days. Probably he's obviously been banging them in. He's a significant influence there at Girona. And it's funny, isn't it? We've got a few players in the league.
Did you just mention Stuani as a young player? We're talking about a young player.
No, I was moving on. I said more established players. I said alongside the veteran players like Stuani and obviously Borja Baston, who again was at Swansea.
I looked down for a moment and then I looked back up and we were talking about Stuani.
Definitely not young. Future prospect. No, they blended really well. I think Girona, the younger players like and even Matt Nahuel Bustos has come through recently, hasn't he? And you did talk about them being a feeder team, but I think they've also got a bit more to themselves than that. And I think some of these players they brought through themselves, and they're not all owned by Manchester City. So I think they're a really exciting team to watch. They've got some really exciting young players, and obviously as I say, Molero at Las Palmas. So it's a fantastic league, and even someone like Bialba